are just not blessed with having good derrieres.
That's true.
You're listening to the best of the Greg Hill Show.
The Greg Hill Show.
Coming up at 6, it's the Greg Hill Show live on WEEI.
If you're in the market for a great deal on Toyo tires, get to Town Fair Tire for your absolute best deal. Because at Town Fair Tire, you get the guaranteed lowest price on any Toyo tire. Plus, you get free services for life. And we honor all valid Toyo tire rebates. For the absolute best deal on Toyo tires, get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the strawberry watermelon refresher and the mango pineapple refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice cold drinks could be?
And after nearly 30 years as one of the most trusted names in painting, we have some exciting news to better serve our painters. Now, with the power of rapid-fire technology to make it easy to quote and book your home painting job in just minutes.
resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology.
Rev up those fryers, because I am sure hungry for one.
Greg Hill Show.
Broadcasting from 20 Guest Street, kid.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
This is the Greg Hill Show.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring Greg Hill.
Curtis, you know Greg always gets on me for eating one meal a day.
Of course.
You notice every time he goes out and eat, he only eats salad.
That's true.
Yeah.
What you get, Greg? Oh, we just got the salad.
With Wiggy.
Resbard, I know he's about to search short it.
What is going on?
I got the Courtney.
Try that one more time.
Short circuit.
And Courtney.
There are experts out there saying that if he was, what's the word I'm looking for? Coerced?
It's so great to have you back.
I missed you so much.
Coerced?
And Curtis.
Everywhere them sea lions, you hear them all night long, like making those calls and stuff like that.
That makes it easier for beach sex. Nobody knows whether it's you or the sea lion.
Yeah, I mean,
And Shime.
I'm going to a doctor's appointment today, and I've been told that the only cure is Botox in that area.
Oh, my Lord in heaven.
Really?
And they put you to half asleep for it.
So wait, you have to get bum tox?
Now,
let's get down to business.
It's time to party.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original.
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Go. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Well, that didn't work. So here we go. Greg, Wiggy, and Mego are with you now. Here you go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
What it do?
Well, you're sitting down. That's a good sign.
I've been standing until the show started.
You should feel free to stand or whatever makes you most comfortable throughout the entire show, Courtney.
Thank you.
Whatever you want.
Thank you so much.
What does not make me comfortable is that the Red Sox go and get a bat, and then that bat may not be available for the entire rest of this season.
Yeah.
So
I view that Curtis Mead acquisition like our visit to the dive at Lake Winnipesaukee.
I mean, you're talking about we were there, we were on it, but it just wasn't quite the full season.
We came, we saw, we got on the IL.
Yeah.
Not good. Bad news.
So he came back and will be examined, I'm assuming, or was examined yesterday by a hand specialist. But I guess potentially it's not season-ending surgery that's required, and that thing will heal up. I don't know, Curtis. Yeah. I'm not. Do you want to take calls from those who've had a fractured wrist?
Yeah,
on the
especially
show?
people that might have played Legion ball.
What about the Cape League? Are they allowed to call, or are they busy?
Summer Catch, great flick.
Okay. Yeah.
I would add that the chances, though, that Curtis Mead returns better than those that Roman Anthony comes back this year. So.
Well, I guess glass half full. You still have the deadline, and you got days until Monday, so you can still, if you want to go and do it all over again, then you can go and get yourself another bat somewhere else, depending on what you're willing to part with.
What do you think Breslow? We can ask him tomorrow at 9. What do you think Breslow's immediate reaction? Did he throw the Sunday New York Times on the ground?
Yeah, I would assume that he.
Good morning.
He probably unplugged and then replugged in every device in his home that he was using at the time. I would imagine.
Well, weren't there little whispers about possibly they'd be willing to move on from Trevor Story and Marcelo Meyer? So maybe there is, but like you said, Greg, hopefully it's not a season-ending thing and it doesn't keep him out too long.
I don't know. If you're Bresbot, you've got to say what the actual F is going on.
Yeah, but
you can't help that. But now he looks like.
Looks like what? I mean, he made a good move. And
he made a great move, and everybody was praising him 2 days ago. But the fact that then this turns, and if this were to derail the season in any way, it just would suck for him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people are upset about this situation.
No, I'm just saying if this ends up not panning out the way that we hoped it would, then that ends up falling on Bresbot for a lot of people.
Really?
Yes. In my opinion.
All right. Yeah, I mean,
I just think he can't win. Like, this is a guy who made a great move. We were talking on Monday about how the boos were so loud at the roadshow you guys had this season. The boos were so loud last fall when we were out at a roadshow. The fact that now Curtis Mead ends up with a fractured wrist at his second at bat, like, that sucks for him.
Well, I look at it like this. I look at it, it does suck for the team, and it does suck for Bresbot, but I also look at it like you were playing unbelievably well before he got here.
Correct.
And so I don't think that obviously all you can do is hope that he's able to come back this year and the acquisition that you made. But I think there were a lot of people, myself included, that felt like even if they didn't do anything during the trade deadline, they still had enough to get to the postseason. So I don't think that it looks at it at the season is over because you were playing.
No. Let me be clear. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that Craig Breslow, as we praised him on Monday, it sucks for him on Tuesday. Like, that is a complete 180 for a guy who seemed like he was on top of the world, as he should have, to then have a fall from grace. Like, that sucks for Craig Breslow.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Bottom line.
Yeah, I think, we all know that part of it. I think that's, and I think the biggest thing is there is something that maybe they were thinking about maybe making another trade, but was that to Curtis's point to get another starter? But, I mean, I just think that if you're this Boston Red Sox team, you look at your performance, you look at, all right, how we're playing. Hopefully you get him back. Hopefully the news ain't as bad as what it could be.
Yeah, I mean, I would ask if the reason that it didn't show up when they did the imaging immediately after the game is because it's not does not require season-ending surgery. Like, I don't know enough about.
Yeah, I don't either. Maybe it's the swelling or something.
I don't know enough about X-rays or how that goes. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's digital these days. I would also add, Greg, that potentially they were on the phone with people, not wanting the people they're talking to know that he had a fracture in his hand. So maybe they slow played the injury, and maybe we're making a couple phone calls. If the other teams knew that he had this broken wrist or broken hand, whatever the hell, then maybe they would have been less likely to be receptive to the phone call. But maybe the Red Sox were trying to get ahead of it by delaying the news to the public for about 24 hours.
Well, he had said, we just heard him say that he had a similar situation like this before in the past. So, I mean, maybe that's something. Was it the same hand? Is it how long did that take him to recover?
Yes.
So there is.
Well, I believe it's the same hand that he burned putting shrimp on the Barbie, if I remember correctly.
Do you think he loves going to Outback now that he's in the U.S.?
No, I feel like the Australians think that's like phony, fake.
Yeah, it's not real.
Yeah.
What, you're telling me you can't go to Australia and get a homegrown bloomin' onion?
I think you probably could, but they're probably like, crikey. That's like, it's not real for them.
Every Australian I meet is very sexual.
They are.
Going to walkabout.
They are.
Tyra Banks lives in Australia.
Yes.
Fun fact.
Yeah, and learned
We
that.
have her name. We have her number.
Yeah, we learned that from when we did the event with her.
Yep.
Have you called her? Either of you? Since you have her digits, why don't you just randomly call her and say, hey, what's up on a Thursday
When
or
the
a Friday?
Top Model documentary came out, which was not complimentary to her, where he was like, why don't you text her? I'm like, I'm not texting her saying, hey, just watch the doc. Tough look.
Well, I was saying text her before that, you know what I mean? And females that get a little bit, you could have a build a bond with her. Like, what am I texting her for?
Well, I know. I don't ever want to feel like I'm abusing a gift that I was given, which is Tyra Banks' phone number.
All right. Well,
did you know that Outback was founded in Florida by people who had never been to Australia?
It's not shocking.
Yeah.
No offense. They do a fine job, but it's not shocking to me.
Probably like the Olive Garden.
And there are 8 in Australia.
Whoa. Are you saying that whoever the founder of the Olive Garden was had no experience in Italy? That's fraudulent.
There's a good chance. Have you ever eaten at the Olive Garden?
Yes, I have.
Right.
I'm in possession of a never-ending pasta pass at all times. Lifetime. They give me a lifetime never-ending pasta pass from Olive Garden.
Have you ever done the tour of Italy? Now that's an entree.
All right. Well, Red Sox with a loss last night on top of the news about the injury, the full extent of the injury when it comes to Curtis Mead. You could talk about that this morning. Christian Gonzalez spoke yesterday. And I know we'll get to that during They Said It, and maybe anybody getting to that during their lead this morning. Shime. Okay, hands up.
A little bit. Not necessarily what Gonzalez said, but the price of business just went up.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Are you talking about that other thing?
Okay. All right. Oh, are you talking about the $132 million deal? for a tackle,
Nope.
highest paid
Nope.
tackle. Okay.
Someone at the same position as Christian Gonzalez.
Denzel, he's probably talking about D. Ward.
Okay, all right. Well, that will be. We will get to that during Shime's lead momentarily. We are gonna, as I mentioned, we'll get to They Said It at 7:15. Not only will we hear from Christian Gonzalez, but we will hear what Aaron Rodgers said about one last go at the Lombardi.
All right.
So,
I know Coco's happy about that
yes,
with
she
her
is.
Steelers.
Yes, she is. Still,
Michael Lombardi or
no,
still a big Steelers fan, I assume.
I am.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Yep.
right.
Been supporting them, through
Okay.
and through.
All right.
For many years. This isn't the first year.
Well, guy has an opportunity. He's reunited with a head coach and has an opportunity to win one more. So we'll see if he has manifested enough to make that happen, Aaron Rodgers.
I'm just happy that his wife is supportive.
Yeah, she seems very
She's
supportive.
very supportive.
Yeah, I don't know. She's not a very public person, but I expect at some point during the season we will probably, I'm assuming, see a silhouette of her or something in a photo. Or do we know anything about what her current status is?
No.
Is she a trad wife? Does she like to stay at home? Like what is the deal?
I would say she's perfect.
Okay. All right.
Also, I mock Aaron Rodgers a lot. It's really cool that he's reconnected with his family. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did.
That warms your heart.
Yeah.
That he's mom and dad, and he's like, I guess he's got nieces and nephews and stuff like that. So there
I
are a
saw
lot
one brother. I didn't see the other one though. Jordan.
Jordan was there.
I didn't see it in that photo.
There's a lot of families that are estranged and stuff like that, and
Oh,
you can only imagine how hard that is for parents as they're aging. So pretty cool to see that.
Have we ever been made aware of what the original issue was when it came to?
I'm sure it's Aaron's fault.
Yeah, no, I bet it's pretty easy. I bet your son gets drafted to the NFL. He makes a ton of money. And just like a lot of those family situations, the leeches come out. Aaron, I got a business idea. You think you can, float me $50,000?
I don't think so. It was his brothers and his parents. The rumors were that it was something because it was when he was dating Olivia Munn, that there was something with Olivia Munn in the family.
So you don't think it's somebody who has a strange family? You don't think it has money's anything to do with it, especially when you come from...
You always think it's the money,
Oh,
Coach.
because it always comes down to
every
it.
situation. Not only in estrangement, any situation.
Yeah.
You think it's always the money.
Because what I've heard that thing, they've said it for, I don't know, hundreds of years. The money is the root of the evil, right? And then that's in family business, family, relationships. A lot of times it's about the money situation, especially, somebody who's been in the NFL before and knows firsthand what it's like when you're making way more than everybody else and everybody expects you to be the one that has to take care of everybody. But remember, you guys are adults too. Go get a job.
I take it you didn't win Mega Millions last night.
No, unfortunately, I didn't.
Was there a winner, Shime?
I don't know.
Yes, there was a single winner.
Really?
Oh, really? Yeah. Guess it always is in the state every time.
Is it California?
No.
Nevada?
Florida.
Really?
Bet you it was at a Publix.
Yeah.
That's because those
Good
people
old
are,
pub
no
sell.
offense, they are willing to spend their whole entire year's salary on lottery tickets. And I give them credit for going for it.
Yeah, why not? I mean, shoot. Free, what was it?
Well, now you got a lifetime salary.
Yeah, you take
$321 million
Man.
cash option.
Shoot.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right. News at 8 with Courtney. Hill Notes at 9:30. Leave one of those anytime on the Odyssey app on any topic. And we will be back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, to get leads going on a Wednesday morning on the Greg Hill Show.
This summer.
Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We are about to get leads going. Did I see yesterday, speaking of airliners, that JetBlue is adding first class on some flights?
Correct.
Oh, are they?
Yes.
All right.
Where are you currently on what the best airline is? It used to be for me JetBlue for a long time. Is it now Delta and
Yes.
everybody's okay?
I think everybody loves
Keep
Delta.
climbing.
All right.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Spirit? Are they gaining any traction or
Yeah.
no?
Didn't they go under?
No,
Weren't they bought by JetBlue?
Spirit is Southwest.
No, I
One
think
of them.
Spirit.
All
No, they
right.
went bankrupt. They were trying to be bought, but the Biden administration denied it, thinking that it was going to be a monopoly. Now, like 5,000 people are out of work.
Yeah, Southwest started so that you can purchase seats, Wiggy. That was the change. with
Okay.
them.
All right.
And JetBlue's had Mint forever.
Right. But-
yeah, but it wasn't considered first class, I don't believe.
That's considered like business class. This is going to
All right.
have like real first class seats,
All
like a
right.
Delta first class versus business class.
Yeah, I don't really go there because the jump from regular seats to first class is just absolutely stupid.
Well,
The cost of
money,
it.
the cost of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
now
like,
what if your son-in-law is paying?
Oh, well,
Like
that's
if you're on a
different.
family
Yeah, oh, yeah,
family
yeah.
trip or
Hell yeah.
does
But
he,
normally you get a ticket for $400 or $500, and then first class is $2,000.
does he foot the tab for the entire family on a family
Believe me,
trip?
I wish he
should, right?
did.
I mean, he really should.
I wish he
Poor
would.
guy.
Yeah. You know, I wish.
Imagine tuning in and hearing your father-in-law just like rip you to shreds.
I'm not ripping him. I'm
Kind
saying,
of.
but that's the purpose of like. Doesn't your husband pay for everything?
I mean, not every. My dad picks up the bill every so often.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah.
So
as
what's the
one does.
purpose
I
of
mean,
having
like,
a
it-
husband?
well, no. I mean, my dad. If we go out to dinner, sometimes my dad's like, "No, I've got it." Sometimes they
yeah.
split. Sometimes Santo picks it up.
All right.
It's
Yeah,
all
that's-
over the place.
all right.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
It all comes out in the wash.
Majority of the time, the dad takes about 95% of it. That's the point. That's
Yeah.
the problem I have with it. Should be the other way around. The son-in-law should be 95% of the time picking up the tab.
I don't have a leg to stand on here, but when you have the new baby, isn't that kind of an area where the dad, the grandpa would pick up the tab because
No.
they're having to invest all these new things and
Oh, once you ask me for my daughter's hand in marriage, that is then saying, okay, you now have basically taken on the responsibility to give her the lifestyle that she's used to that maybe I gave her.
So if your daughter came up to you and said, "Dad, we're really struggling. Like, I need, a few bucks," you would give it to her.
No, he would say, tell your husband to get a third job. Is
Yeah,
what he
I
would
mean,
say.
I would be like, first of all, I would help, but I'd be like, hey, listen, what's going on?
Tough times out there.
I mean, that's why, I'm there. I'm the one who basically fell over and over and over for you not to make the same mistakes I made. So you're going to get all the information that I'm going to give you. So you got to have a better understanding of where you need to go.
I am currently perusing the Twitch chat, and a question from Maine22. Did Wiggy pick up the tab with his father-in-law?
Yes,
At all times?
all the time. All the
Okay,
time.
okay.
Don't even reach for your wallet. I got it.
Okay. All right.
You want to come out to see us because we lived out of state, or we lived in different states. I bought the plane tickets.
You were also an NFL player.
What the hell does that mean? What,
It's
what's
a bit
that?
different. It's a bit
not a
different
big
than
different.
your son-in-law working a corporate job.
Oh, they still make good money.
Okay.
But I'm not asking for a lot of stuff.
No. This is just I'm being devil's advocate here.
There's no devil's advocate. That's the job. Once you've asked for my daughter's hand in marriage, it is your job, your responsibility to then do everything that you need to do to take care of her and any children that you have. We're there to help. Don't get it twisted.
I think Wiggy's being, to use Wiggy's term, he's capping.
Yeah. I think
like
he has full
Wiggy's
cap.
one of the most generous people.
But that's why I said I pay for 95% of the stuff.
Yeah.
But
Like,
I'm
that's why-
saying I would like it to be the other way
That's
around.
why I'm so surprised because there was one time I didn't have cash for a valet. Wiggy stepped right in.
Yeah.
Took care of me.
Yeah, I pay for 95% of the stuff. I'm not saying I don't. I'm just saying it's the new generation of these dudes. Like it's the 50-50 split that people talk about it. I'm not from that world. You know what I mean?
Do you at least, when you're having dinner and you're expecting him to pay, do you at least slow roll the reach into the pocket for the credit card?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I'll lean back. I'll kind of wait.
Okay.
The bill will be kind of, for some reason, they always want to bring it and put it close by to me. I'll kind of wait around, maybe check the phone a little bit, have a little side conversation with the wife, and periph like, all right, is anybody reaching for this or is it coming back to me?
You should go to the bathroom. That's what you should do.
Yeah, but I shouldn't have to do that.
Okay.
As soon as it comes, I got it. Bring it over here.
Here's a 413 text that says, Greg, can you reel him in, please? Yes, of course I can. I can reel him
What's
right
reeling in? I mean, isn't that the case of it? You probably pick up 95, 99% of the things now, right?
Tab-wise?
Yeah, tab-wise.
I mean, unless the restaurant or the place I'm at happens to be kind enough to comp it. Well, but I mean, that rarely happens.
Right.
And you don't really go out to eat much, so
right.
not a big
I
issue.
hardly ever go out.
Right.
I'm kind of a homebody.
I mean, I feel like when you're an adult, like as soon as
I prefer to stay at home and eat Greg's Easy Swiss chicken, which is the new thing I'm making all the time, by the way.
I also
very
think
good.
When Julia has a significant other one day, like I think that
she might have one now.
Yeah.
I didn't want to out her.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to out her.
Okay. All
But
right.
I just feel as though Greg
A guy that I might love because of something about him.
Yes, that is true.
would still pick it up. I think Greg would still pick it up.
But I would think if Greg would, yes, we still pick it up, but I'm not just going to speak for Greg, but I expect the son-in-law or like with my sons to be proactive and saying, no, I got it.
Okay.
Because
this is a wild insight into your psyche, which I like.
But I feel like that's what the job of somebody who has taken on the leadership role now of the household.
Now, if you and Talina are out dining by yourselves,
yes,
romantic dinner, do you expect him to show up at the end and pay the tab for you?
Maybe like a call and a cash out.
Okay, all right, Chime. Let's get to it.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
This is a good one. Let it breathe. Let it breathe.
Just us, 1, 2, 3. It's all part of my fantasy. I love the music and I love to see the crowd dancing in the aisles and singing out loud. Yeah.
Chime, that lead song is Bad Company. And Rock and Roll Fantasy, is that the name of the song? The
Nailed
title?
it, Greg.
Get it correct? Excellent. Bad Company has some great tunes.
Bangers.
Honestly, underappreciated band, I think, from the 1970s.
Right.
Bad Company. All right, leads are brought to you by Subaru of New England. Subaru summer is finally here. You can get details when you visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. Hey, Shine.
Hey, Greg, good morning. So yesterday in the NFL, a new contract was handed out to one Browns cornerback Denzel Ward, where he got an extension on his previous contract. This contract, 2 years, the money that matters here, $52.3 million guaranteed. Now, you might be asking, Shime, what the hell does that have to do with Christian Gonzalez? Well, if you kind of extrapolate that number over a 4-year contract, which is presumably what Christian Gonzalez will get, 4 or 5 years, you're looking at now $104 million in guaranteed money is now the floor. Previously, as Wiggy has aptly pointed out, it was Trent McDuffie at $100 million. Now it's $104 million, and I would assume Devin Witherspoon is going to get more than that $104. You're now looking at the floor for the Christian Gonzalez contract to be about $110 million guaranteed money is my guess. The longer you wait, the more these contracts get done, the more these extensions get done, and maybe it's Gonzalez that's waiting because he's out there, he's practicing, he clearly seems to be okay with the negotiations up to this point. And so maybe he's the one waiting, but as the days go on, this contract continues to go up.
What is your guess when it comes to the guaranteed money that the Patriots offered him in this offer that they say is the best that has been given to a player at his position?
My assumption is it's probably right around the $100 million mark.
Okay.
Because
I think it's below.
You do?
Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably inflated the number on the contract to make it the highest paid cornerback contract, whereas the guaranteed money is probably not more than what Trent McDuffie had, or about the same.
And Curtis, were you influenced in making that decision, influenced at all by what Christian Gonzalez said yesterday, which we will get to shortly?
Yes, I believe that you get to $100 million when you're trying to make the best and final. You're not there in the build-up.
See, the thing I wonder, and this is why I asked the question. I haven't, seen a ton of the practices. But they're saying he's out there, he's doing everything, full practice.
Yep.
So I'm betting that the offer's probably pretty good that they offered him, because if they went, below that $100 million, or if it was something that he didn't like, why would you even put yourself in that position?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think they lowballed him, but I don't think that I think he thinks he deserves more.
Yeah. Oh, no, I agree with that. But then he said,
but I'll tell you why, Wiggs, because he knows how important the public perspective on this is. And if he's not out there day one when all the fans are watching practice right after Kraft speaks, I think it looks like he's being petulant.
Right. But here's the thing I have. He wasn't out there for the mini camps, right? I mean,
Right.
he was there.
He was there,
but he wasn't doing
right.
anything. So, like,
he was yogging it out occasionally.
But there are no fans at mini camps. It's not the same pomp and circumstance. There's not the amount of eyeballs.
Right, but if I'm his agent, you don't do anything for the fans, because God forbid you have something like, I mean, we've seen guys blow.
You pull a hammy covering A.J. Brown, you're toast.
We've seen guys blow their Achilles basically doing nothing.
It's not for the fans. You're using the fans as a means to get more money, because the more public sway is on Robert Kraft, the better it is for your negotiating leverage.
Yeah, I look at this situation here. I think Gonzalez is he's got to be a little bit ticked off, because I know I would be if the owner comes out and said, oh, yeah, we made him the highest offer. And
did you think he sounded ticked off yesterday?
Well, I think the way he said it, it was a little bit of like.
Okay, I'm interested in that. So you think that was a little bit
side-eyed, the way his response was.
He was side-eyeing.
Yeah, how
he wasn't sighing, was he?
No.
You don't
like,
like when somebody sighs.
You know how when somebody says something, you kind of look at him like,
He was respectful, though.
Huh?
But respectful, though. The way in which he addressed it.
Yeah, it's definitely. But you could tell he was kind of lightweight shading him, like, all right, I'm gonna be respectful here, but I'm side-eyeing you here, bro.
All right, Chime, thank you. We'll get to what Christian Gonzalez said yesterday coming up, and more leads next.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff.
he's coming back home. Well, Tony got a job, 3 kids, and a lovely wife. Working in the Commerce Bank for the rest of his life.
I know we got leads stacked up like pancakes on Shime's plate, but if I could, John would like to comment on Christian Gonzalez and what he said yesterday in that situation. John, good morning.
Hi, Greg. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
If there's ever a constant pain in my ass, it's one Robert Kraft. You know, if you want to talk about the contract, Bob, and you want to talk about how you're going to make him the highest paid Patriot, and you want to air out your dirty laundry, which is something that this team has never wanted to do. They always want to keep it in-house. Then talk about what you're giving this guy. What's his guaranteed money? Or what are you going to make him play for incentives? The problem I have with it, Greg, is this. I just watched Jalen Carter get paid top dollar guaranteed money for the Philadelphia Eagles. They've already taken care of the guy that they perceive to be their quarterback. I watch L.A. Rams do it all the time. The Chiefs throw money around like they're at the strip club. This team always has a problem with giving the people the real guaranteed money. And not for nothing, this is one of about 3 guys that you've drafted and you've developed. And you're trying to make another environment where players might want to come here and play. And if they're going to feel like they're going to get squeezed every time a contract comes up, especially when they get a chance to make their money off the rookie contract, I would tell Bob, I would play out my contract as a rookie if I was Christian Gonzalez. And I franchise me, do what you got to do, and then I would beat feet and tell them peace. And they're going to do the same thing with Drake May. And anybody who doesn't think that they're going to do this isn't being honest with themselves. They get their head off their ass.
Great call. Great call.
And it's going to be way more money with Drake May than it is with Gonzo.
Well, we talked about it on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
This is really the first time in my memory, and I understand I'm getting older, so I may be missing a few things here and there.
You mentioned Weeb Eubanks was the last time you saw this happen.
I don't remember Robert Kraft publicly during a negotiation purposefully standing out there and saying, we have offered this man the most money that anybody has ever been offered to play his position.
But how did nobody in that moment say what was the guarantee?
I honestly, Curtis, I don't know that I would have thought that. I guess
Wiggy would. He's a bulldog.
Yeah, well, yeah, he would have ChatGPT'd it prior to the interview. Like, what ChatGPT? What do I say if Robert Kraft comes out here?
Simple. Did you offer him more than
his English ChatGPT would have said? Something with an English accent.
Yeah, of course. Yes. But it's simple. Did you offer more
Not
than
as much as you think?
Did you offer more?
Cheerio,
than,
Jack.
Trent McDuffie.
Huh?
Did you offer more than Trent McDuffie?
Right.
When it comes to guarantees, because I mean, like to the caller's point, if you follow sports in any way, and you ain't got to be like somebody who's deep diving it or into the whole contract negotiations, you know that players care about how much of my money is totally guaranteed, and does that make me the highest paid player? It's not the contract. Like you look at Jalen Carter's contract, right? He got $106 million is the guaranteed money.
But the Eagles are in cap jail.
Even though the deal's worth up to $160, you look at what is the guaranteed money, right? And so if you're a defensive tackle who's on the Jalen Carter level, then you go, all right, I want to make more than 106 when it comes to guarantees. It's not that difficult.
So who was the cheap one around here for 20 years? Was it Robert Kraft or was it Bill Belichick?
I believe Belichick was the highest paid coach in all professional sports, and they had a budget that was created and agreed to by the two. Belichick felt, maybe rightly, that the higher paid players aren't as willing to be coached.
I think it's simple. Who's the greatest player to ever play for the New England Patriots?
Jermaine Wiggins.
No. Well, I'd be like third on the list. But Tom Brady, right?
Right.
Third. That's brag of the week. But go ahead.
So it's Brady, Tyler, Wiggins.
Yeah. Then Gronk. But Brady, right?
Uh-huh.
And when Brady was asked about money, did he say go talk to Bill Belichick?
No, he didn't. He said go talk to Mr. Kraft.
Okay. And we've had Ty in here numerous times. And what Ty says, whose name's on the check?
Robert Kraft.
So there's your answer. When you say, well, did Bill have some input in it? Yeah,
talk to Mr. Kraft. Come on.
He probably did. But at the end of the day, it comes down to Robert and whether or not Robert goes, I want to pay that.
Let me squeeze a lead in here from Curtis. Curtis, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So I don't want to go all the way back down this road, but everywhere I go, the Clancy trial is top of mind. And there is a Globe story today which reads, "How should the media cover the Lindsay Clancy trial?" And it notes how everywhere you go, people are watching and glued to the screen. And there is a desire for postpartum psychosis to be fully understood by those that are witnessing the trial because it can involve delusions, hallucinations, mania, and profound confusion. That women lose connection with reality. And I've had some experience, not myself, but Jess had postpartum depression after James was born, and it is not fun.
I thought she had post-marital ceremony depression.
Well, that was
I was told.
That was the night when I got drunk at the wedding.
Right,
that was the beginning of a long, slippery slope of misery. But the reality of all of this, and I even was talking about it last night, is that I feel like we have to separate the two as it pertains to the criminal system in the United States of America. That we can have empathy, and we should have empathy for those that are suffering in mental health. I live it every day. It's not fun, it's exhausting, and it's not something I would wish on anybody. However, the number one job we all have is to protect those that cannot protect themselves. That is literally like, you're a parent, the only job you have is to protect your child. You put everything else, Wiggy, now it's your son-in-law's job now that he's married to your daughter. But the reality is that we should protect those that are defenseless. And we failed. And Courtney was right yesterday. There is a drumbeat of anger towards the ex-husband for leaving the house, not listening to the cues. Like, that is crazy to me. You're doing everything you can. You have 3 young kids. You're trying to breathe. You're going to get dinner. Like, you assume that all the medical professionals that you're visiting and are caring for your daughter, your wife, who's also a nurse, is being cared for. And at the end of the day, as I said, if she had killed herself after killing her 3 kids, we would have, I at least, and I think we all would have said, why couldn't she have just killed herself first? And so if that's our initial reaction, should she have been gone, then she needs to be held accountable for the deaths of the 3 people that she was in charge of raising. Your 3 children. Like, the notion that you would hurt your child in any capacity is so, like, intentionally.
Yeah.
And then to do that and to then blame this father who there is literally nothing worse in the world you could walk into. Like, your trauma when you're Patrick Clancy and you walk into that home, the fact that he's still alive is a miracle. Like, it's crazy.
That he was. I admire people so much who lose a child and are somehow able to go on and live their life, because I don't think I could do that.
No, it'd be very difficult.
It's awful. So,
but do you kind of see the, maybe the anger could be the wrong word, but do you see the hostility that people could have? Because I know.
Well, you do. Yes.
If I was in that situation and, I have a grandchild and there was something that was going on, I would expect my daughter or my son-in-law to be like, hey, so-and-so's dealing with something. And I would be like, well, whatever you do not leave her alone with the kid. And because here's the other thing.
This is the problem, though. You're judging him.
Right, and I am judging him. And I'm not going to say that. But we judge people.
You just said it.
No, I'm saying I am judging him. But we judge people all the time, right? We judge parents who see the warning signs from their kids, and then their kids go out and do something crazy. And we go, why as a parent did you not step in and do something? Why did you not see the warning signs of your kid who might, we do it all the time. We judge those parents all the time. When the kid goes out there and shoots up a school or does something crazy, we go, what? You saw the warning signs. Why did you do that?
But he did everything, in my opinion, he did everything in his power to try to help.
Right. I'm not saying he didn't, but I'm just saying.
At a certain point, you have to leave the house. Like, you can't just live in the house and be a shut-in forever. Like that.
Well, you can leave the house and you take the kids with you. If you feel.
But do you know what the day consisted of that this all happened?
No,
exactly. So I think you need to go back and actually look at the case, because They're sending photos of the children back and forth. He has one child. She's bringing another child to the doctor. Like it seemed like a normal day to every other person that would live this type of day. The fact that it ended with 3 innocent children dead and her throwing herself out a window, I can't imagine him saying, how did we get from A to B here?
Have you ever had a family member, somebody that you love, tell you that they want to kill themselves?
Thankfully, no.
Okay, so I've had that a couple times, right? And so when you have those situations, you make sure.
Was it in the middle of one of your stories?
Could have been. Could have been. But then again, I do have some good stories, so that's not the stories thing.
We know it was snowing. Get to the final play.
So what ends up happening, Courtney, is you, the person who hears that coming from a loved one, you now are super, what's the word I'm looking for?
Cautious? Protective?
Cautious, protective, but you're like almost a helicopter person. Like, where you going? Who you with? You by yourself? What are you doing? And so, the point is, every time you are not with that person, like, because of where they are, you go like, wait a second. Could this be a moment that I'm not doing what I need to do?
It will be fascinating when it comes to this jury and their decision, because I would not want to be on that jury.
Do we know the composition of it? Because I think that will be, I was talking last night, like, I feel like, is it male, female? Is it parents?
I think it's almost even, but I think maybe one more male than female. There are several women I know on the jury. But
I don't know what the final was, because didn't one of them in the beginning like drop out, say like, I actually can't do this case? There was one juror who ended up pulling out, so I don't know what the final composition was.
All right, Curtis, thank you. More leads coming up next. They said it coming up at 7:15. We will hear from Christian Gonzalez, who spoke to the media yesterday, and from Aaron Rodgers, who is talking about one last go at it when it comes to the Lombardi. We should also open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis, because the rain begins today, Curtis, unfortunately.
Yeah, odd weather yesterday. It kept feeling like it was going to pour.
Yeah.
Windy, but did not rain.
It did pour up by me.
I was up in
massive
Nashville.
downpour.
Leominster, it poured like a hurricane
Yeah.
over there. My wife was telling me she was over there driving. It was crazy.
In the city of Boston, it did not rain.
No, it was
yesterday.
sunny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
beautiful. But today, not going to be the case. The rain will begin in earnest around midday. 1 to 2 inches of rain across the area. Tomorrow, rain throughout the day, another half inch of rain. And then Friday, the rain subsides. The weekend should be relatively dry and beautiful. But today and tomorrow, I would plan indoor activities.
Okay. Window World of Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. And you can find the location nearest you when you go to windowworldofboston.com. Courtney, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Since I've been gone, did you end up getting an iPhone upgrade at all?
No.
Well,
I refuse to. I am the iPhone 1 or whatever it is I have is fine. It works
Yeah.
fine.
He's still stuck in 2006.
Well, my lead is for you, because we've talked in the past about the different Afterpay accounts. Like PayPal has one, Klarna, Afterpay, where it's getting a lot of people in debt because they think they can buy these big items and then they end up having to pay interest and have to pay monthly for them for however long. Well, Apple just launched a new partnership with Klarna, which makes MacBooks, iPads, Apple Watches, and iPhones now able to be leased. So the new iPhone 17 Pro, which is the latest one, will run you $31.99 a month.
Right.
For a year.
Right.
I'm sorry, 2 years.
Right.
After that, you can turn it back in, you can upgrade to a newer model, or you can buy out the lease just like you would a car. It has to be brought back in a good condition, which is difficult to do when it comes to a phone. But I do think that while I understand if we want to talk clothing, shoes, handbags, whatever, Klarna, Afterpay, all of those services can get people into trouble, I actually think Apple's very smart for doing this, because iPhones are only on the rise. I believe MacBooks, iPads, Apple Watches have all gone up in prices over $100 in the past year. iPhones, they expect the next one that comes out is supposed to be hiked up really high when it comes to prices. This makes it an affordable option for people, $31.99 a month, for access to something that maybe they wouldn't have been able to afford before.
Do they limit your minutes, like when it comes to a car lease, like you only have X amount of miles?
They do not.
No, 'cause
they do not.
That would be a problem for Coach.
Do you not do this?
He likes to talk to the missus for an hour and a half on the highways.
Yeah, but do you not do this? Like, I already do this.
No, this is different.
You lease your
like
phone?
I pay monthly for the phone.
But you own the phone at the end. Yes.
Oh, at the end of it. Yeah. But most of the time I trade it in anyways.
Yeah,
By me paying the monthly payment allows me to get out of it every single year when the new product comes out.
That is a lot of times with service, though, not Apple. So if you go to the Apple store, you are buying the phone. Like, you're not going to Verizon, you're not going to AT&T, T-Mobile, whatever your service is. This is going to Apple and people dropping $1,000 or more on the new Apple iPhone and then bringing it to their service. This is leasing the phone, bringing it to your service. So it's an interesting new option.
Courtney, thank you.
You're welcome.
Coming up, we'll get to the feed, and then we'll get to Wiggy's lead into my lead. I cannot wait to hear what Shime and Wiggy think about my lead this morning. It's essentially, what are we doing when it comes to ChatGPT and those that we are electing to represent us in governmental positions? So we'll get to that. We'll get to the rest of the show in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, here at WEEI. That Meade diagnosis is such a buzzkill.
Yeah.
I mean, how high? Well, I shouldn't ask you. Curtis, how high were you after that announcement about the trade, and how low are you this morning after the news about Curtis Meade?
Awful. I saw it everywhere. We all saw the Aaron Rodgers running out with the American flag, and then Curtis Meade getting the likely, I don't know, season ending, but you better hope Connolly Early doesn't turn into a great pitcher.
Well,
but
yeah.
at least you have him under control for the next couple of years.
Yeah, I think you have Meade for 4 years. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
After this? Yeah.
Next year's arbitration, you got, I think, 2 or 3 pre-arbitration years after that.
All right. Well, you can talk about that today, all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. We will talk about that with Craig Breslow tomorrow when he is on the show at 9 for the front office report. And now a lead from Wiggy. Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. So a lot of people, I
morning.
ran into somebody yesterday. I forget where the hell it was yesterday, and asked, might have been in the grocery store or when I was walking down there, and asked me about the wide receiver position. So as I start to look at it, I told him, I said, listen, most teams carry 5 wide receivers. That's generally what they carry. And I'm not down there, so I'm trying to gain a lot of this from just some of the highlights that I see. Like I saw the Keyshawn Boutte long catch from Drake May.
Again.
And it looks,
the two of them are absolutely connecting.
Right. And one guy that I saw in that personnel grouping running a route from the slot position was Pop Douglas. So as I start to look in, I go, all right, I think that the odd man out, and I think everybody's talked about Kyle Williams, but your 5 guys are going to be A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs. I believe Pop Douglas is going to be the slot guy because there's been some whispers or people are saying that Drake and A.J. are still trying to get on the same page, working the kinks out. So I don't know if Josh is going to be like, okay, A.J., I want you to now also learn the slot position when you're still trying to learn this position. Then I look at Mac Hollins, and obviously I think Keyshawn Boutte is going to be the guy that makes this team. We talk about it, and we've been talking about this thing for a minute, but based off the way he's performing and based off of kind of the way that it looks like maybe Pop Douglas is going to be your number 1 slot receiver, and I think Chisholm is a guy that they utilize on special teams. So even though he's a receiver and he's technically the 6th wide receiver, he's more of a special teams guy that has the ability to do that where I don't really see Kyle Williams in that role. So those will be your 5 guys: A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, Pop Douglas, Mac Hollins, and Keyshawn Boutte. So for people that might want to know, that's my belief on what the wide receiver room will look like.
I know you wisely don't read a lot into what we see at training camp.
Mm-hmm.
But are you at all concerned that Keyshawn Boutte appears to be the number 1 wide receiver? A.J. Brown and Drake are struggling, or is that what you would expect?
No, I'm not concerned about that at all because I think there's obviously going to take time. We saw, what was it, a 3-day mini camp or when they kind of were together for the first time back in June or whenever the hell that was. So I'm not really concerned one bit. Didn't Randy Moss, when he got here, correct me if I'm wrong, did he not play like the whole preseason or something like that?
That's right. A certain afternoon host across the street said it was a disaster.
Yeah.
That Randy Moss was going to be a disaster.
Oh yeah, called him a dog. But the other thing I would say is wait for the scrimmage with the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
I think A.J. Brown's going to go off.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of bad blood there, and you're going to see A.J. Brown absolutely dominate with Drake May.
It's kind of annoying because if you pay any attention to social medias, and why would we? There are people who are like, wow, Keyshawn Boutte, way better than A.J. Brown.
Right.
Like, wow. So
yeah, I don't. That's why I said, how many guys I see like dominate and training camp and have unbelievable preseasons. I mean, I remember, Curtis, you probably remember this. They were talking about, was it Zach Sudfeld to be like the next
Nate Sudfeld,
Oh,
right?
what was his name?
Are there 2 Sudfelds?
I think it's Zach.
Zach, remember the tight end? And it was like,
the Jets picked up and made them the captain for a week against the Patriots.
Yeah, and we're like, I think this was like, he's going to be the next big thing. And I think it was like during the Gronk time.
Yep.
And because he had like a couple good games in preseason. So I look at, I think it's just really Drake May and A.J. Brown getting the nuances of this offense. And
Wiggy, how much of this is just like a timing issue, right? Like where Drake May and Kayshon Boutte understand each other. They've been doing it now for 2 years, going on 3, and A.J. Brown just walked in, and it's just kind of a timing thing.
That's all it is. And you're right, Sean. Boutte has been here. He knows the ins and outs of this offense. He knows maybe the different type. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, different leverages and how that might change up certain routes and understanding the coverages and different site adjusts where A.J. Brown is now, he's working through all this.
The X, the Z, vertical routes.
Thank you, Glenn.
Yes.
And just to wrap that up, Zach Sudfeld, the 2013 preseason, was nicknamed Baby Gronk. And was a wonder after he had 8 catches for 101 yards and a touchdown in the preseason. And now he's probably working somewhere else.
Is that where Len Laird got Baby Pedro from?
Yeah. that still could catch on.
Yeah.
You never know.
He's just going to be coming out of the bullpen.
Right.
It was a little early for
Yeah.
that comparison, I think. No offense to Brian Bayo.
No, I would say Sudfeld is still closer to Gronk than Bayo is to Pedro.
Yeah. You're going to have to start calling him like Baby Tillman or something like that.
All right. Wiggy, thank you very much.
You got it, man.
A texter, 617 texter, says that's quite the involved interaction for somebody whose name he could not remember or where he met them. I think he said the grocery store.
Yeah, I was. You know where it actually dawned
Or
on me.
around there.
No.
Right,
I
the
was
way
walking down right at North Station. That's where I seen him. I had my headphones in, and I keep one out, like you said.
Yeah.
And I heard Wiggy Wiggy, and then
the guy go Wiggy Wiggy.
Yeah, and then I was like, "Oh, what's up?" And then he said, "Hey, what do you think about the wide receiver room and Kyle Williams and this, that?" And so that had me thinking. And then I always look. That's why I said Pop Douglas is the key.
Right.
And that's why I said if he's running the slot, then I think it's a log jam on the outside. But Boutte looks like he's going to be the guy in.
And after that discussion, Guy was an hour late for a meeting that he had.
Well, listen, hey, when you stop me and you want to get into a conversation, I do like to talk.
At your own peril.
Yeah, I do like to talk.
Yes, yeah, all right.
Can I just ask a quick question on this?
Yeah.
Why do the Patriots, no matter who's in charge, suck at drafting receivers in the 2nd and 3rd round? Like, they just can't do it. Like, Kyle Williams, like, you go through the list of stumble bums that they have drafted, and it's been before Belichick, it's been after Belichick. Like, they cannot and it's not like they've had bad quarterbacks. Like, you have the greatest one of all time. You had Bledsoe. You have Drake May, who was the number 2 MVP candidate. Like, isn't it strange? Is it the McDaniel system?
I don't know, because correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Vrabel the one who drafted A.J. Brown when he was in Tennessee?
When he was at Tennessee?
Right. So he obviously is the one who wasn't he part of the Kyle Williams drafting, or was that
Yes,
before?
he was. No, that was the same draft as like Travion Henderson.
Yeah.
All those guys.
So, and I mean, I think he's been pretty good when it comes to wide. I just don't know some guys, they just don't. Some guys just don't get it.
Also, I feel, to be fair, N'Keal Harry's best days are still to come.
Yeah, some have called him Baby Jerry Rice.
It could be the offense, though, Curtis. Though I would say maybe it's more on, and I know we're up against. It could be McDaniels.
We're up against my lead. That's what we're up against.
Sorry
my
about
lead.
that.
Go.
All right. So we talk a lot about ChatGPT on this show.
Oh, I love it.
I want to play a little bit of a speech that happened in the Canadian legislature. And the elected official who is speaking is Bill Oliver. And Shime, just go ahead if you could, and let's listen to what he had to say.
One of the dangers associated with creating advocacy offices is that citizens often develop expectations that exceed the powers actually granted to those offices. Here's a more natural flowing version of that section that reads like a legislative speech rather than a series of short points. Madam Speaker, one of my concerns with this legislation is the potential gap between what New Brunswickers may...
That's enough time. So unfortunately, he read the actual ChatGPT prompt in the middle of the speech that he did not write himself, that he had AI write for him when it comes to an important legislative issue for the people.
See, Greg,
and you're fine with this.
Yes, because you want to know why, and this is an issue. This is an age thing. This guy is an older gentleman. Courtney will understand exactly where I'm coming from with this. Anybody that grew up like we did with computers in schools knows you can't just copy paste from SparkNotes. You have to put it in your own words.
Yes.
So you don't just copy paste from ChatGPT. You take it, you kind of change a couple things up, make it sound more like you, and actually proofread it so that you don't leave stuff like this in it.
Do you think they elected the man to write his own speeches?
Yes.
Do you think that they wanted
Maybe
a
he was
computer-
busy.
Do you think they wanted AI to write them for him?
But that's the difference. We should be upset with the man, not the method.
Yes, all day long.
Like,
Because he
that's-
should.
that's the
Sean's
issue.
right. He should. Like, I use ChatGPT, but then I take what I'm getting from them and I put it into my own words.
Of course.
Or I make sure I at least proofread it before I put it up.
And if we had ChatGPT 4 years ago, maybe we'd be in Biden's second term.
End of quote. Repeat the line.
Because don't they all have and I don't know about that, but don't they all have like writers that write for them anyway? So what the hell is the difference between having a actual human write for one of the presidents versus them using ChatGPT together?
Here's a more natural flowing version of that section that reads like a legislative speech rather than a series of short points.
Don't you think this is revenge of the robot that they allow that to remain? Like, shouldn't the robot detect that that's there and
It's
they can
called
delete it?
proofreading, people. It's not that hard.
But if anything, Perplexity should do, it should proofread it out of the speech. Right? Why would the prompt remain in the speech if they're not just trying to get revenge?
But you could, with ChatGPT, you could have it where it writes it for you without the prompts in there, and then you just copy and paste what it wrote.
Yeah.
But like to Shime's point, you have to look at it and proofread it.
Mm-hmm. You think the great Winston Churchill would have relied on ChatGPT to write some of his incredibly...
No, as Wiki pointed out, didn't they have writers?
Yes.
Well, sometimes they might have a writer punch things up here or there. But.
Right.
All right. Anyway, that is my lead, and we are going to get to They Said It, and we'll hear from Christian Gonzalez. We'll hear from Aaron Rodgers. All of it coming up. I think we're going to hear from LeBron James.
Definitely.
About today's game. I can't wait to get to that also. So all of that coming up in exactly 2 minutes during They Said It next. News with Courtney coming up at 8, and then Hill Notes at 9:30 on today's show. So you can leave one of those at any time this morning on the Odyssey app, and we will listen to them, pick the best ones, and play them back at 9:30. And obviously, that doesn't need to be said, but that voice note can be on whatever is on your mind this morning, whether it is the Red Sox loss last night or the stunning news that may indicate that Curtis Meade will be out for the entire season, or whatever you want us to hear. So leave those on the Odyssey app. You'll see the microphone when you get there, and we will play them back at 9:30. Shime, let's get to this.
They said it. It's time for They Said It. They Said It. They said it.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It. On the Greg Hill Show.
Quickly, let me just get Roger from Vermont, because he has been kindly hanging on with a comment on the Canadian legislator who shared the ChatGPT prompt during his speech. Roger, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
What's up?
Yeah, I've listened to you guys talk about ChatGPT a couple times here, and I'm a captain of a ship. I work on an oil tanker, and I deal with ChatGPT with my junior officers all the time, constantly. They use it for everything, and it eliminates their ability to figure it out themselves. And they write the relief notes with it, and they there's a lot of studies been done that show that ChatGPT and AI is lowering the cognitive skills of this generation.
Don't say that to Shime or to Wiggy or to Courtney. Don't say that. They don't agree at all.
Oh, I agree. I agree. It certainly is.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. He's right.
Do they ever end up saying, "Hey, chat, can I get an alternate route to the Strait of Hormuz"? Is that what they use it for?
Which they probably could get. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Me neither. That was like a different language.
It's a war right now with Iran.
All right.
They closed it. So
is that the
thing that's going on?
Is that the oil alley there, canal?
Yes, it
oil
is.
canal.
Yes, it is.
They shut it down?
Yeah, it's shut down. Yeah,
Yes.
I saw that.
Yes, they did. Listen, you've been focusing on child
But I've been
rearing for the last 4 months.
I've been watching the Today Show every day. So, why isn't...
not really
Because
news.
you know why, Courtney? Because here's how I know about this. This is the deep dive conspiracy people who are saying that Trump is doing this because he's a genius.
Oh.
Because I guess, and now this is coming from social media, that we get 90% of the oil through this canal or stream here. But because of the war that Trump is part of, that means they'll shut this down. And we're one of the places that now will have the place where people will be coming to us for
and
oil.
we will benefit.
And we will benefit.
Okay.
All right, Wiggy, thank you.
Was I right?
Well, I mean, it's a straight. It's a
but
I feel informed.
But I'm talking about the whole Trump,
Yes,
being a genius thing.
Not a stream. It's a but you were right around there. All right. They Said It, brought to you by Catches Law, and they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you need help, you've been hurt at work, go to catcheslaw.com.
What's your favorite part of the Today Show?
I really enjoy most of it, actually. But I think Craig is an unbelievable host.
You're a big Melvin guy?
Yeah, I'm still feeling for Savannah Guthrie. Bring Nancy home.
All right, sorry.
She ain't coming home. Is that the
I hope that...
Strahan? Is that Strahan show? Okay.
No. Different.
Sorry, go ahead.
Craig Melvin and Savannah Guthrie are the main hosts of this. But this is like Jenna Bush Hager.
All right.
Chanel.
Okay, what's up first, Sean?
Well, I wanted to get to our top 5 straights, but instead we'll get to They Said It. Let's start with...
Is Dire Straits on the list?
Yeah, George Strait is on the list.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of the Bosporus Strait.
All right.
So if you want to get geography involved.
Yeah.
Anyways.
How do you feel about the Rock of Gibraltar?
Ooh, love the Rock of Gibraltar. I think that's an awesome place.
I've seen it.
Really?
Sick brag.
Oh, wow.
Brag of the week.
Yep. Algarve.
Okay.
Beautiful.
What's
Well
up
done.
first, please?
Well, let's hear from Christian Gonzalez. He spoke yesterday after camp and was asked about the Robert Kraft comments about the contract that Kraft claimed the Patriots have extended to Christian Gonzalez. Here was Gonzalez.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows what Mr. Kraft has done. A ton of respect for Mr. Kraft and what he's done with this franchise, and it's just something we don't want to handle to the media. I keep that with the team and my team, and go on about that.
There you go. Something we don't want to handle in the media, but I'm having to talk about it because the owner made it public for the media.
So you said earlier that you feel like that was a side-eye comment and that he is frustrated with Robert Kraft for doing that?
I would, yeah.
I mean,
definitely.
isn't that if you look at it from the other side, Robert Kraft playing chess and saying playing pickleball and saying it's now in your kitchen?
Yeah. Smart move by Kraft.
Okay.
Smart move by him. Because now all the, pay that man, pay that man, pay that man, that everybody was kind of going after Kraft about. Now it's, Christian, what are you doing? Robert just said he was going to make you the highest paid player in Patriots history and at your position. So all of the goodwill now has gone to Robert Kraft. So that's a smart move for him. But on the side of from Christian's probably standpoint, he's probably like, really? Because he knows it's going to look bad on him because he already knows how people think.
I do think he handled it perfectly, though. Like, side-eye or not, I think the way in which he responded to the question was respectful of the Krafts, giving, respect to the entire organization, but also saying how he feels.
Right.
I thought that it was, politically correct. It was a perfect response.
Smart move by him.
Yes.
And that's what you have to do in those situations. Like, you understand, you know where you're at, and I think in those situations you have to do that because – at the end of the day, you never want to burn any bridges. And right now it's just like, to Greg's point, it's a game of chess and we're going back and forth. But once it all gets done, everybody's, hugging and smiling and lighting up a cigar and opening up the champagne bottle.
So, real quick, the agent is running everything. Is he waiting for the Witherspoon deal to be done?
He could be. Yeah, he could be.
Is that what your guess is?
Yeah, I mean, I would think that would be it because then, whatever Witherspoon is going to get, then he can go a little bit above that.
Go ahead, Curtis. Sorry.
Doesn't Gonzalez not really have a leg to stand on about the public discussion when he was the one at the Celtics game doing the cash single?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you can't sit back and say, I'd rather this remain between us when you're on the Jumbotron in front of thousands of people and you're doing that. So, clearly you're saying that you're not getting paid and you're trying to put an onus on the organization, and I think it's fair for Kraft to do what he did. If I were advising Gonzalez, I would have just said, to all of you that are here today, thank you. And the next time you see Robert Kraft, just please ask him, instead of what the total is, just ask him what the guaranteed money is because that's the really important part of this.
It has to be down to, and this sounds like, this is not relatable to any of the rest of us, but it has to be down to just, a couple $1 million in the difference because otherwise he wouldn't be out there.
Yeah. That's the one thing that I look at as a positive.
Right.
So they might have offered him, I don't know, like Shime's number was let's call it 102, 104. They might have offered him that. And
or they're saving that to the end and they're going to go, all right, you get 105 guaranteed.
Right.
And that's what does it.
Do you think they've already got a rough budget of what it will be for Drake May while they're making this negotiation?
They should.
I think they're in between a number, right? And we talked about this yesterday. I think their number, the floor is we can't, and I think, Shime, you said Joe Burrow. I think more the floor is Trevor Lawrence.
So $200 million guaranteed.
$200 million guaranteed is where we have to start. The ceiling, if he has a solid year, is probably 250, right? Not as what Josh Allen got, but a little bit below that. But if he has another MVP type year, they have to be thinking, all right, we're gonna have to go over 250.
Did Trevor Lawrence get $50 million a year?
Might have. I know the guaranteed money. I looked it up yesterday. He signed the contract in June of 2024.
Yes.
And it was $200 million in guaranteed money.
His average salary is $55 million a year. The highest in the league right now for the quarterback position is Patrick Mahomes at 64, then Dak Prescott at 60.
What's Justin Herbert make?
Justin Herbert.
In the 50s, I believe.
Who, by the way, got engaged yesterday.
Yes, he did. Congratulations to him and Madison Beer.
A pop singer.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's what she does?
Yes.
Yes.
52 million, 52.5.
Boy, did you sound hip right there.
Yeah,
But
Madison Beer, stunner.
But he only got 193 in total guarantee. So, that's what Drake May's looking at.
What? She's a beautiful woman.
She's stunning.
Yeah, thank you, Courtney. Told you.
Justin Bieber made her big in the
What's her
beginning.
name?
Yeah.
Madison Beer.
That would be Fitzy's favorite artist.
I didn't even pay attention to that. I just thought it was great that the man got engaged.
Yeah, they've been dating
All right.
for a little while now. Everybody thought he was going to win a playoff game and have superpowers when they started dating. Clearly that didn't happen, unfortunately. At least he has one ring.
All right, the rest of They Said It coming up next.
Download the Odyssey app and take Boston Sports Original WEEI wherever you go.
Hey, it's Tyler Milliken from the Section 10 podcast. I didn't.
my kind. It's not my time to wonder why everything gone white, everything's gray. Now you're here, now you're away. I don't want this. Remember that. I'll never forget where you're at. Don't let the days go by. Glycerine.
Well, good morning, and thank you to Robert and Diane from Cambridge who are watching the show on YouTube this morning. And a reminder that this show is brought to you on Twitch and on YouTube by Springer's Jewelers, and the summer faux pay showcase is going on Friday and Saturday at Springer's in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Beautiful handcrafted Italian gold from faux pay. So get up there. Yes, Curtis.
I have just a random non sequitur question.
Yes.
Do you keep a diary?
I do not.
Okay, good.
Okay,
sorry.
I do not. I don't. I'm not a journaler either. There are probably some here. I think Shime is probably a journaler, but I don't believe we have. I've never kept it.
You're being fraudulent.
Why?
Because you kept a food journal for quite some time.
Well, yeah, I did try during my New Year's resolution.
Lasted about 3 weeks.
It wasn't a food journal. It was a wellness journal.
Oh, sorry.
The food journal ran out of paper.
And I'll have you know, I only journal when I feel the need.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Not like a regular thing.
Okay.
Good for your mentals.
Keep it up, big dog.
Exactly.
Thank
you, Iggy.
We were in the middle of They Said It. What is next?
Well, Greg, speaking of taking care of your mentals, one guy who tries to do it all the time is Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Really tries to stay on top of his mentals. And he's coming back for yet another NFL season. He talked about the process that went into him deciding that, I wanted to give it a go one more year.
What is it? Why is this it?
I thought last year might be it. And then Mike got hired, and I talked to the wife, and she said, you can do one more year. So I said, well, let's see if it works out. And then it kind of all came together.
I can't.
All right.
I cannot.
The wife thing is very strange.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't she be in the photos when he's reconnecting with his family?
I don't know.
Talked to the wife, and she
You
said,
would say she took them. There's no wife.
She's a very private.
He's dying on that hill.
She's probably a very private person.
I don't
She's
care
a
if you're a very
wonderful lady.
private. There is no way in hell that Aaron Rodgers, one of the most recognizable faces, not only in Pittsburgh but nationwide, has never been on a vacation, out to dinner, on a walk, and not spotted with this woman. Everybody has a phone on them at all times, right? Everybody has a camera on them then at all times.
Right.
There is not a single blurry image out there of this woman.
Right. People knew who the hell
Or she's a recluse.
Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel were. So you're telling me you don't know who the hell Aaron Rodgers is?
Right.
I'm with you. He's one of the most, people recognize him and be like, wait a second. Is that Aaron Rodgers? Boom, camera out, picture.
And how terrible for her. So you're telling me that she just sits at home? Then
Maybe
he brings food back?
Maybe she suffers from, is it called agoraphobia, where
That
you're
is.
afraid to go outside? And
Yes.
that might be what it is.
And if that's the case, then I apologize.
It's okay. Don't need to apologize. This is the most brilliant thing he's ever done. The only thing that would be more brilliant is to say you had a kid that you didn't really have, because think of all the things you get out of. I want to go.
Sorry.
The wife says we can't make it.
Yeah. Checked with the wife, and she said we're busy. Sorry.
And he also refers to her as the wife.
The wife.
Which is, can you play that again? That was so cringe. Does anybody ask, what's her name?
talked to the wife, and she said, you can do one more year.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So bad.
I could see his teammates in the locker room like, hey, have you y'all met Aaron's wife yet?
Talked to the wife, and she said,
no, I ain't met her.
Well, all right. What do you think of that team and playoff team down there?
It's Pittsburgh. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so.
That's a big fat no from me, dog.
I'm with you. I think they're kind of like, their biggest thing is like they've been forever searching for that next quarterback, and they always, under Mike Tomlin, they were always too good to be high enough to get that guy, and now they're just in this kind of like purgatory of not having a quarterback, and we see what it is. I get Aaron Rodgers at times looks good, but at the end of the day, I'm not worried about them one bit.
The fact that you just said dog reminds me. Are we launching your new segment today, the Big Dog of the Week?
Oh, I would love to.
Okay. You have one?
I think so, Greg.
All right.
I think we got a good one.
Okay. 8:30 maybe?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Big dog of the week.
Oh, does it have an open and everything?
I don't know if we have an open or not. We could probably cobble
Some
one.
good
cobble
pop
one
calls
together.
We could do the Baja Boys.
Presented by Fenway Bark.
Fenway Bark.
Let's see. Here's a text that says the wife is actually in that picture with Mitch McConnell, which I didn't.
Did you see the Kyle Shanahan redux?
Yes.
So brilliant.
How do you feel about Kyle Shanahan? Do you accept that excuse? I talked about it earlier when I was discussing Cambridge Mobile Telematics during a commercial break.
Yeah.
But you accept that it was a phone thing? Okay.
No,
Now,
I don't.
Do you accept that it was a clerical error?
No.
Which is what the police said when they listed the other driver, the 21-year-old female, as being at fault.
Bag of cash.
And now they've corrected that.
Right.
But he's the
So-
one who said like they got
Right.
it wrong. So what is he
said it-
hiding?
He said, what's that?
What are they hiding?
Who knows?
Well, who knows what they're hiding? I mean,
If you were hiding something, though, would you call media into your office and be like,
Right.
hey, to be honest, I was the one at fault.
Yes.
It was my fault.
He only did that as soon as everybody started questioning
Right.
what was going on.
Why wasn't this discussed in a statement for 2 weeks?
So they said it was a clerical error
Mm-hmm.
that listed her as being as fault and not Kyle Shanahan.
So the other side would be that it was just happenstance that the most famous man, one of the 5 most famous people in San Francisco, got in a massive car crash, and the innocent 21-year-old was blamed. Like, what are the odds of that?
But, like, then why has the 21-year-old not said anything?
Bag o' cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, she gonna get paid. But they probably
It sounds fishy to me.
yeah,
Like,
like
the whole thing is weird. I'm not going to, I
Something
don't
is
deny
fishy
that.
in Denmark.
Right.
I don't care. I mean, it doesn't, I don't stop and think about it during the day. But
No. It probably was at the scene of the crime. They probably obviously knew Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
And
do you think he identified himself like people often do?
It really shouldn't have a big fishy smell.
Do you think he said, I'm Kyle Shanahan?
I bet he probably did because they were probably asking him questions. And then
I'm shocked. We'll get to it during the news, but I'm shocked that Tony Romo never self-identified during the body cam footage that was released yesterday.
I think he looks good in the body cam.
I agree. 100%, Curtis. I thought that the way we'll get to it, but he handled himself quite well.
Yeah.
I think it was more like the texting and driving thing with the Shanahan, and they were kind of going to say like, oh,
They were just going to say,
yeah, we'll
no
help you.
fault.
Yeah, no fault
or
here. Maybe
sure.
it might have been her because what happened?
Do we know what time it happened?
I don't know. They said he was only going like 20 or 25 miles an hour. So
And he got all those injuries?
Yeah.
Yeah.
20 miles.
Wow.
Yeah.
He must have not had a seatbelt on or something.
Do you think it was like Gilbert Gottfried in Beverly Hills Cop, where he was like, if I had 2 50-yard line tickets over here in this hand, and they were able to end up in your hand, would the woman be at fault? Do you think that's what it was?
it could have been. It
By the way,
could have been.
I'm just workshopping the Gilbert Gottfried. That was not.
Is that the
that's
same
not-
guy that goes, inconceivable?
Yeah, he is.
Well, I don't know that he's known for that phrase.
He's not? Isn't that a very popular?
To be honest with you, I have not gone that deep into his career.
Okay,
But-
fair enough.
I don't even know. Is he still with us?
No.
Gilbert
he's not.
Gottfried?
Yeah.
He's passed.
2022.
Yeah, that's what I was like.
Quoting movies from the sky. Rest in peace.
Is Cliff Richard still with us
I
after,
believe so.
after what happened last week? on
Yeah,
the show?
he's
Okay.
still turning around right
Okay.
now.
All right. What about David Lee Roth? Is he still with us?
David, yeah.
Okay.
Him and Rod Stewart.
All right. More of They Said It, including what LeBron said about today's game, which I am very interested in when it comes to your opinion next.
If you were in the market
News with Courtney coming up in 10 minutes at 8, and then the first ever Big Dog of the week from Scheim at 8:30, and Hill Notes at 9:30, so you can leave one of those whenever you feel like it on the Odyssey app. And in the meantime, we were wrapping up with They Said It. What is next this morning, Scheim? Are we getting to the great LeBron James?
Yeah, it's time to get to some people's GOAT, LeBron James. He talked about the differences between basketball nowadays and maybe back in the 80s or in the early days.
This is all about trying to explain or justify load management, I believe.
That is correct, Greg.
Okay.
We can hear from LeBron James, the newest Philadelphia 76er.
I want people to understand and our fans to understand that playing 82 games in the 80s and 90s is not the same as playing 82 games in the 2020s. It's just not. The way we play, the level of pace, the level of the speed that we're playing at, it's a different game now. It's a totally different game. And, it's a lot of soft tissue injuries that's happened now because of it. I hope we can get a handle on that as well, because that's big in our game. I think when I first came into the league, Reese, some of the biggest concerns of injuries was like, a high ankle sprain. You was afraid to step on somebody's ankle because there was 4 or 5 guys sitting in the paint. If you land on somebody's ankle, you get a high ankle sprain, you out 4 to 6 weeks. Now, that's not really much you don't really see that as much now because the game is so spread open, it's so much pace, but now you see the new high ankle sprain is the calf. Hopefully we can get a handle on that from a medical standpoint, but it's just the game. I just want the fans to understand that the game is a little different. And, as NBA players, we definitely want to be out there as much as possible.
GTFOH. Wait, what? Is a man familiar with the incredible Showtime fast break from the Los Angeles Lakers, Wiggy, during my childhood and your childhood, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean,
is he aware of that?
Right.
Is he aware that there was a time in basketball where NBA players actually played defense for the entire game, not just the second half or the fourth quarter?
Yeah, Greg, you're gonna die on the hill. I mean, I agree with him to a certain extent.
You do?
Yeah.
I knew you were gonna agree with him. You're such a
just
simp.
fact. No, it's not
You're
that.
such a
It's
simp.
fact. The scores will tell you it, right? You look at NBA scores today versus NBA scores back in the day.
Yeah,
the
because
game was a half-court game.
Because there wasn't a 3-pointer.
It was a half-court game, Greg. Greg, if you watch the NBA when we were growing up in the 80s, it was a half-court game, and it was based on the big man.
I have a question.
Now it's the excuse me, I didn't mean
go
to
ahead, Wiggs.
but now it's the run and gun. It's run and gun, chasing guys.
It's run and shoot threes.
Yeah, but you're chasing guys all over the court.
It's jog and shoot threes at half court.
Yeah.
Can I? Let's offer this to LeBron, okay? And he may be right. I don't want to get in the nitty gritty of how the game is played.
Right.
Play the way it used to be played, but fly on American Airlines to and from each city. Stay in horrible hotels the way those guys did, or travel like you're the Beatles and go to each game. Because the way in which you travel, you know this. I mean, the NFL is different than basketball, hockey, and baseball. But these guys are flying on the most luxurious jets, staying at the most luxurious hotels, being pampered unlike any athlete ever has been in the 80s that he's talking about. It is far more difficult with the training that they had versus the training that you have, the medicine that we have versus the medicine that they had. It is far more difficult to play the way they did.
Excuse me for 1 second, because I know you want to say something, Courtney. The game was so much more physical in the 1980s as well.
Yeah.
Like, that takes a toll on your body, yet, Larry Bird was out there lying on the parquet with the ice packs on his back. So
Don't you feel like they take care of their bodies much better now? And whether or not that's how much we've grown as a society and in the medical advances we have. But I think that people altogether take better care of their bodies. So longevity, everything that goes into that, the players, I think, put more of an emphasis on the training now than they did back then.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And they have like you said, the advancements in the technology. It's just.
So then why is it harder to play if they have all that?
Well, I think that the game has changed, like the evolution of the game and
But how you prepare your body has made it so much better.
No, I know it is. And I think because he was mainly talking about like the soft tissue injuries, like the Achilles and things of that nature that come from a constant up and down.
Those guys played hurt all the time. Like,
but I'm not saying
if it was the playoffs, the Celtics
Yeah, but
played
that's a
hurt
different
many,
conversation, though,
many,
Greg.
many times doing damage to their career going
Yeah.
forward, but they didn't care.
Right, but that's a different conversation.
Like you saw that during Celtics
I know,
City.
but you're completely moving. That's a completely different
That's about
conversation.
if they're
Toughness.
softer
No,
now.
it's
Yeah.
about not playing 82 games. It's about the fact that these guys want to play 60 games, want to play 50 games, whatever it is.
Right. And did
Like-
we hear McHale say? I think it was on
Kevin McHale talked about playing with his foot hurt,
Right.
and that he ended up wanting to. It was the playoffs.
Right.
Wanted to play.
Right.
Did damage to himself going forward
Yeah.
when it came to his career, but
Yeah.
he didn't give an F.
I know that, but players today, they think about those things versus players back then. It's just the nature of the beast.
So you mean like Jason Tatum being unwilling to go in Game 7?
Probably. He's probably thinking a little bit of like, all right, there's a chance I might blow my other Achilles out and I got to deal with a whole nother year.
But
and,
I think that's what, to Greg's point, they played through much
But that's
more.
a different conversation.
It-
And I
no,
don't
no,
dispute
but,
that, though.
But that then draws into the point that I was making. There's so much more advancement now. They take such better care of their bodies now.
Right.
That it was more difficult back then.
This is Eddie. Eddie, good morning.
Hey, Curtis kind of hit the nail on the head when he was talking about the travel and everything. But it is just mind-blowing to me. Maybe what LeBron should just say is, listen, it's a little difficult for a 50-year-old man to compete out here night in and night out, and that's why I've got to manage what I'm doing. Maybe you should just say that.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I mean, how many games do you guess he plays? for
LeBron
the
probably
76ers?
plays, I'd say probably plays in about 60. Because he played, I think he played in like 62 last year. I'll have to double check that. But I'd
It was
say
in the
about-
low 60s. You're right.
Yeah. So I would say probably north of 60. I mean, LeBron has never been the guy who's, if you look at his career and you look at how many minutes and games he's played, he's not like a load management type of guy.
Played exactly 60 games last year.
Yeah. And he's never been that type of guy who is only playing X amount of games. I think that's why I look at it where you should probably eliminate 10 to 15 games of the NBA. And I know they won't do that, but most of your best players, like, doesn't matter who you are in today's game, most of your best players are playing somewhere between 65 and 68 games, maybe 70.
What if they shorten the season?
That's what I'm saying.
Do you think they should?
I think they should. It's at 82 now. I think if you take it down to 72,
Yeah.
70.
No, you're right. You know how exhausting it is to walk the ball up to half court and then launch a three?
Greg, you
I
don't
mean,
watch
it's really-
basketball like
it's
that.
really-
The game is, Greg, it's way
really-
slower. Stop it. Stop it.
It really,
Every game was
it really,
built around a
really
big
tuckers
man.
you out.
It
Really,
was-
it's really
Greg, if
tuckers
you
out.
every game in the 80s, and I'm an 80s fan, so let's not get it twisted. Every game back then was built around the big man.
Listen.
And it was about half court setting up the big man.
The 80s were the best decade.
But no, there's no
let's just-
dispute in that.
Like in everything, music, film.
Right, but you got to
hair,
evolve.
Everything.
Right, but you
I
can't.
don't know. The 80s didn't have the Odyssey,
technology.
Greg.
Huh?
I said the 80s didn't have the Odyssey. Banger movie.
Yeah. How many times have you seen it?
Only once still.
Oh.
Tom's now seen it, I think, like 3 times.
He has?
I'm
I heard
pretty
it was
sure.
good.
3 times? You haven't gone yet?
No.
I thought you were going to go.
No.
Isn't Tom the same guy that says he doesn't have time to meet
Right.
women?
Isn't it 4 hours, the movie?
No, 3, like 2 hours and 55 minutes.
You're looking at a 4-hour commitment. You're driving there. It's
Yeah.
not like
I mean, I think like the movie I heard
Movie
it.
theater is like 4 minutes from my house.
I'm
My
not talking
kid
about
said
you.
it.
You're happily married.
Sorry, and they said it was good, but it's not like something that is like I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go see it in the movie theater. I might wait till it just comes out.
I'm going to go see Spider-Man in movies.
That's what I'm gonna go see.
When it comes to the Odyssey, I asked the wife if we could go see it. She said no. All right, we are gonna take a break, but we will be back in exactly 2 minutes with today's news next.
I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete, and I understand sports really well. Really well. And that wasn't a foul.
The news.
And he gave him a red card. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't think it meant much. Then I started hearing that means he can't play in the next game. That's very unfair.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
The National Retail Deferation.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
Here she is with today's news. Hello, Courtney.
Hello, good morning. Christopher McFadden, a 55-year-old man from Beacon Hill, was arrested yesterday afternoon for calling in bomb threats to the Boston AMC Theater.
Oh.
It all started when security removed him from the theater after he allegedly made inappropriate comments to a female employee.
What was he seeing? Was it the Odyssey? Or
it's giving Odyssey, if you know what I mean. He reportedly...
Oh. That's a shot at Shime.
Wow.
I mean, and my husband. My husband loves the Odyssey, so. He then allegedly threatened the manager and displayed 2 sharpened chopsticks. And minutes after that, the theater got a phone call from a mysterious someone claiming to be a federal agent and stating there was a bomb inside.
Yes, there's a bomb inside. Stand back. I've got my sharpened chopsticks ready to stab you. Well, I mean, so was he trying to like harass the female?
Yeah, I think he was trying to show them who was boss.
Okay.
Unfortunately, offers were able to connect that phone call to his phone number. They tracked him down to a nearby restaurant on Washington Street. He was taken into custody. Of course, K-9 units were then put into the building. They searched the area and confirmed no explosives were present. He's expected to be arraigned today in Boston Municipal Court.
This is wild to me. I am in the Twitch chat, and Hillstan, WEEI, has seen the Odyssey 3 times already.
Wow.
That is not surprising.
Hillstan also hates me, so that
really?
that
I
A
didn't
plus
know
B
that.
does equal C.
I didn't know that.
Wait, just because
Odyssey 3 times.
Just because we like the Odyssey doesn't mean we hate you, Courtney.
Yeah, I know. I don't believe I've ever gone back to a theater to see a film that I just saw.
I've never done it.
I will watch some if I'm flipping around.
Yep.
Old school with the remote.
Yep.
I will watch something that I've seen before. Like I mean, I'm automatic. If the town is on, for instance, I can't stop. I have to watch it again. So I've seen the town 10 times. But I just it's interesting. I guess maybe you get more. Shime, do you go back to movies? Are you?
Yeah, I've done it a few times. I used to do it more when movie going was cheaper and a little bit more affordable. But yeah, no, I've done it a couple times. I did it like with Avengers Endgame. I will do it with Odyssey.
I did it with Wicked.
I'm pretty sure I did it with The Dark Knight. Like I've done it with a handful of movies.
Daddy Seuss saw Titanic 6 times in the theater.
Wow.
It was. I mean, nobody knew how it was going to end.
Cakes OU 812. That's a homage to a Van Halen album. Saw Star Wars twice in a weekend.
Wow.
So twice in a weekend.
I think we're in the minority, Greg. Because I'm with you. Like, once I see a movie, the only time I'll ever watch it again if I happen to, like you said, flipping through the channels, I don't even really, like, go to on demand and go like, oh, I want to watch that. I'm always like, I want to watch something I haven't seen already.
I think it's because my attention span is so much worse at home than it is in theaters. So if it's a movie that I really want to pay attention to, I would rather go see it in theaters. And like was it Dark Knight or Dark Knight Rises with the Joker?
The Dark Knight.
Okay, so I went back and saw the Dark Knight because the first time I saw it was right after the shooting, and I couldn't focus on it. So then I went back again.
Maybe this guy was an IMAX 4 hardo.
Might have been.
Oh, could have been.
Have you seen
there wasn't in IMAX, and he was like causing a storm?
That's not 4. That's 3.
Have you seen 5D in Japan?
No. How would I have seen 5D?
It's all over social media right now. It's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
Like the theater will rain in the middle of a storm scene. It's insane.
Yeah, they're on
So you have
another
to bring
level.
like a poncho?
Yes,
Yeah.
they're all wearing ponchos.
Yeah, they're at another
Like
level.
The
over
Perfect
there.
Storm. That's a perfect movie that was played in Japan 5D. It's insane.
Is in 5D? Do they have better Boston accents? The Perfect
Maybe.
Storm.
I went to the movies
it was the first time I had a sour in 6 weeks.
Ew.
Oh, gross.
I went to a movie with the
That's
seats that shake.
disgusting.
I've done that.
I wasn't a huge fan of that.
Yeah.
But I've done that before.
So you see the Odyssey, and they're out on a ship or something. and then their water starts coming out of. I don't know if I'd like that.
I wouldn't either. It's it's crazy that people go and experience that.
But,
What
like, if
about
you went
when they're eating? Does the food come? Like, do you automatically get the food?
That would
delivered to you?
That would be a
See, like,
very good
whenever they're
option.
eating?
But I think at what point of the Odyssey, there's like bugs that all fly out,
Oh, God.
and they have these. They're not actual bugs, but it feels like bugs are coming at you.
Well, isn't there one place, a movie theater, that does like it'll blow like wind on you and stuff like that?
The
Isn't it-
Jordan's Furniture has a theater that does that because if you go during the holiday season to see like the Polar Express, when the hot chocolate comes out, it smells like hot chocolate or cookies. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Well, they've apprehended this man.
Yes.
He won't be able to do this again. I guess. Okay.
29-year-old Shane Cautillo, the Boston man who brought homemade explosives onto the MBTA commuter rail train from Newburyport to Boston back in June.
How did do we talk about this story?
I don't know. It
I
doesn't
don't
sound
remember.
familiar.
He brought homemade explosives on the MBTA.
Yes. And
Okay.
this is a perfect example of see something, say something, because it was other passengers that went to the train conductor to report him, and luckily nothing ended up happening. But now Liam, who was a guy who spoke to this guy before anything bad could have happened, is now speaking out. He's not giving his last name. His
Is
name
the guy in jail?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They apprehended him. His lawyer is now asking the courts to bring out surveillance video to see if this actually went down the way that Liam says it did. I trust Liam. Here he is on NBC Boston.
He starts kind of saying some odd things about, revolutionary things and weapons and explosives. People were worried and taking photos, and I guess he was saying things on the train. We told the conductor who came around to check our tickets. I'm really glad to hear that innocent lives weren't harmed and that no one was injured.
Very scary.
That's wild. Are you surprised that they don't have as extensive security on the commuter rail or Amtrak as they do on airplanes?
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
is there not the same risk there?
I mean, I think
clearly this guy's able to bring that on. Nobody's checking.
Right.
I mean,
and I think go ahead.
I think you should have to go through a metal detector to go on to anything like that. I mean, I would like to go through a metal detector to go to into a movie theater, a mall, any type of public space.
Does the issue become with the train so now because Amtrak and commuter rail makes a bunch of stops, so you'd have to have metal detectors at a stop that maybe is out in the middle of nowhere.
But you would just like you have small airports in like Champaign, Illinois, you have to go through TSA.
Okay.
Like to get in. So by the time you get to the track,
the platform.
Wasn't the issue too though? Then if you have a metal detector at every single platform, like for the commuter rail wiggy, don't you have to then man that every single metal detector as well on top of that?
Right. Yeah, but like anytime you go to a Celtics, Bruins, Patriots, Red Sox game,
Right.
you have to go through it. Like to me, I
But
thought,
that's the main station. Like, say, I don't know,
Yeah.
like, it's been a while since I've been on the commuter rail, but aren't there, like, stops throughout?
Yeah, I used to take it to high school. Like, you can, take the line from the South Shore. You're stopping in Kingston and Abington and Weymouth.
And you don't even need to check anything. You just
No, it's
walk.
outdoor. It's an
you
outdoor platform.
Walk out to the platform.
Body cam footage from Tony Romo's July 23rd OWI arrest have been released. There's a lot to talk about here. We have audio from two specific moments.
Okay.
We can start with the audio of the moment that he was pulled over leaving the Wisconsin Amateur Championship Golf event in Wisconsin.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
I'll take a driver's license from you.
You got it.
How many drinks have you had?
0.
As of right now, we're on a leveled ground. We're on a bridge. I want to convey you somewhere that's going to be an even surface, free of debris.
Yes, I agree, so we don't get hit.
Turn around for me.
Did he say 0? Yeah,
Yes.
0. You never say 0. Aren't you supposed to say I had 1 or 2 or
No.
something like that?
I mean, because you know what's interesting? I saw the video, and she's asking him, like, where are you coming from? Where are you going? Like, you don't have to just give your license and registration. You don't have to answer those questions.
It was difficult for him to hear her.
Why wouldn't you answer the questions, though? You
Because
immediately
that's kind of their way of, like, trying to get more. A lawyer will tell you that's their way of getting more and more information to build a case.
Yeah, because they're trying to get drunk drivers off the road.
Well, but if she said, I smell alcohol, if that's what she does, then she says, he goes, can I call my attorney? And she says, no, which I don't know if you can do that. but you never take a field sobriety test.
Right. Well, no, you never take a breathalyzer. Is
Or
what
a field
lawyers say.
sobriety.
I will say, I thought he was very respectful of the police officer. I thought that he was, asking questions. Did he sound like he was slurring? Yes, maybe a little bit. But when he starts stretching before the field sobriety test, I almost fell off my chair.
Yeah.
Like he was kind of electric through this whole, and I don't condone drunk driving. I think that's the worst thing that you could do. But the fact that Tony Romo was never said, "Hey, do you know who I am?"
Yeah.
When they asked him,
he didn't do that.
No.
Good on him for that.
and when they ask him, "Have you had concussions?" He takes a moment and he's thinking it. He's like, "Yeah, yes, I have. Not recently." Everything about this was a watch. If you haven't watched the entire thing, please do. We also have the moment that he was placed under arrest.
Willing to submit to a PBT
What is that?
machine that you blow in?
Oh,
By
no,
test.
we're not doing that.
Okay.
I've already heard from all the lawyers. Don't ever do that.
Okay.
Did I pass this test?
Turn around.
No, I didn't. Huh? Can I use my phone real quick? Because there's a plane taking off.
You're
My
under
parents are
arrest for
Okay.
operating
We'll get
while
to
under
that
the
in just
influence.
a
Okay.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity.
Oh, that,
You know what he should have said? He should have said this.
Yeah, I was just talking to the president.
Rather than, can I call my lawyer? Can I call Donald?
that lady was on a power trip.
Yeah.
I mean, and I, as someone who has made the awful decision to drink and drive many times in my life that I regret more than anything, he was not, from what the way she handled herself and the way he handled himself were very different. And I thought she had some sort of, she may have known who he was, or I don't know.
think she. I mean, I don't think she knew who he was. Probably doesn't watch a lot. Do you think she would have recognized Jim Nance if Jim Nance were the
Definitely.
Yes. Okay.
Do you think when Jim Nance hands over his license and registration, he also presents the picture of burnt toast that he keeps in his wallet?
Well, at least he didn't ask her who her favorite football coach was,
That's
then try
true.
and call him.
Yeah.
He should have because he might have.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
But Diana Rossini got out of it, the ticket, because of that. So maybe he probably should have did that.
That's a douche move.
Yeah. Well, if you're gonna get out of it rather than get arrested. But once she goes, I had 0 drinks, and she says, "Well, you need to do a field sobriety test." Nope.
Yeah. Well, hers was not a drunk driving thing.
No, I know that. No, I'm just saying for Romo.
She was charged with driving while sitting on an NFL coach. I think was the. What? She knows
We're
a
so
lot of
close
them.
to the
She
season.
knows a lot of them.
She does know a lot of
She
them.
does. All right. Anyway, we are going to continue. We are going to continue with the rest of today's news in exactly 2 minutes, no longer. Next. We were in the middle of the news when we were rudely interrupted. What is next this morning, Courtney?
Dr. Fauci is set to testify today before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee to talk about the origins of COVID-19, NIH-funded research in Wuhan, China, Fauci's newly released private journals, the federal government's COVID-19 response.
Get me some popcorn for this, Curtis.
I cannot wait. God, I cannot wait.
And the private journals allegedly say something different than what he was publicly saying.
It's not allegedly. It is.
Okay, I like to cover all my bases.
No, you do. You're a journalist.
This was his diary, and he was creating it on his government work computer. And then, therefore, I don't think realized that they would be able to find it on the server.
Correct.
Which they did.
For someone who was in government for nearly 45 years, one would think you would know that if you're using government computers and government servers, that no matter what you delete, it will be archived for others to find.
Right.
But he had such vanity that he had to write about how Jimmy Kimmel called. Oh boy, Jimmy.
Man,
Never has a man been more unmasked than this fraud.
Yeah.
Oh, so great.
And he shut the entire country down and destroyed people's businesses, families, denied people the opportunity to sit with their brothers and sisters at a Thanksgiving table.
I was one of them. My mother died, and
same.
For the majority of the time she was at the home until she came to hospice. I couldn't. I was like I could barely go there, and then obviously once she passed away, we couldn't have like a wake or anything.
But he lied purposefully about the origin of the virus. He was blaming it on the wet food market over and over and over again when he knew, he wrote in his diary, he knew it came from the virology lab in Wuhan. I mean, and many of us, it didn't take a lot of brains to do it because I was able to do it, put it together right off the bat where it came from. And then people were like, how dare you?
Not even how dare you, that you should be canceled.
You're a xenophobe. You should. How many times was I berated and yelled at during the COVID thing, Curtis? It's over and over again.
He privately estimated that the fatality rate of COVID-19 was 0.2%, and then went on TV saying it was 10 times more lethal than that. He said in front of Congress under oath that he never had told anybody to shut down schools. He said that on with Jake Tapper and other places, and he bragged in his diary about shutting down schools.
What was his gain?
He knew, gain is a great word to use, Courtney, that he, through the NIH, had funded gain-of-function research that was used around the world that would create viruses before they were to be created in real life to try and test vaccines so that there would be more of a ability to control them. They were using gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab in China that created COVID-19, that escaped the lab, and that created this pandemic. So he knew from the beginning where it would end, and he did everything he could at the beginning to cover his tracks while being portrayed as this deity to the rest of the country, that he was somehow a savior when in fact he was the one precluding us from knowing the reality when he knew it.
He also wrote about in his diary about having a pulmonary issue after getting vaccinated, when that was the very thing that he was denying could be a result of getting the experimental vaccination.
Right.
What?
Yeah, he had like a heart thing afterwards that he had to be hospitalized for.
Think about how many of us had to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't
I got
go
boosted.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
How many times did you get boosted?
Just once, because I
Okay.
was so sick after that second one, I
Right.
couldn't do it again.
But we all had to, you couldn't go anywhere. In order to even, I'm not sure if we had to do it here, but in order to go anywhere, you needed to get vaccinated to show your vaccination card.
And by the way, it
Well,
wasn't a lab
hold on.
leak.
Do you think Ken is taking down his Fauci fathead this morning or no?
No, those
Okay.
people, they're ride or die. It wasn't the virus did not emanate from a natural origin. It was not transferred to humans by animals. It was created in the lab and someone working at the lab unintentionally spread it outside of the lab. That's what happened. Does anybody dispute that?
No.
So the other thing here is that I got the vaccine because someone in my life has cancer. So I wanted to get it because I was told that if I got the vaccine, I would not spread it. That's right. That's what we were all told.
Yep.
That was a lie. Like, all of this was in the damage done. If you talk to parents, Courtney, I know you have friends that have kids a little bit older than James and obviously Brooks that have, if they call it like the lost years. Educationally, we are absolutely going to be damaged for a generation because we decided to shut down schools. A generation for people that the only time James got it, we knew he had it because I had it. He had no symptoms.
Now, here's a text, obviously, to consider all sides on this Rhode Island text that says, I forgot, Greg, we were the only country in the world to shut everything down during COVID. Not true, but there were countries that didn't shut down.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, when it came to America, we suffered 10 times the COVID deaths per million when you compare it to African countries that barely locked down and never had a vaccine mandate. 10 times the deaths.
Right.
So, I mean, we live in a place where you can't ask a question. Like, you should ask a question. You were told by the government what you can and can't do in your everyday life.
Because
you were not allowed to make a decision about what is healthiest for you.
Right. Because weren't a lot of those conversations back then, and when my mother was sick, so dealing with it is like any person that died around that time was a COVID death. And weren't there there were some hospitals that were, like categorizing people's death as COVID, right?
Well,
and so that's why the numbers were so massive, and people were like, "Oh my God, be careful, be careful."
They should be taking all the deaths from mental health after the fact considered COVID deaths.
Yeah,
because I think
there's so much that look at how far behind students are in school, and there was no scientific reason to keep kids from going to school. There was no risk whatsoever for children. But again, I understand this because there are people that followed the guidelines to a T.
Yep.
And so now mentally it's very difficult to admit that you were hornswaggled by your government. So I understand that. I understand why people get so upset. Like, people are texting in saying, S the F up.
But I don't know why you are defensive of a guy that is shown to be such a dishonest person. Like, I don't know how you can view. I understand at the beginning because it was this unified effort to make Anthony Fauci the savior. But look at what he said. Look at what has come to fruition. And tell me why you would defend it.
I think a lot of people that lost loved ones during that time, I think that's when people get really upset because there were people that lost.
But Dr. Fauci began by saying, don't wear masks.
But wear gloves.
Right. But if you wanted to save people, then the healthy people should have gone to work and the unhealthy people should have been protected. The groups should have been the elderly, the compromised, the immunocompromised. Those people should have been protected. We shut everything down and caused this. We made the pandemic exponentially worse.
And now COVID's like, whatever.
Right.
Think about it.
Well,
it's
all
like,
right.
whatever.
Anyway, that is at 8:30 that he will testify
That is
this
correct.
morning.
Yes.
Okay. Right now. It's about to get underway. All right. We will be back with the rest of the news. Oh, and new feature. Big Dog of the Week from Shime. Is it only sports, or can it be anywhere in society?
No, anyone can qualify to be a big dog.
Anybody can be a big dog.
Yeah, it's about the
Okay,
energy.
I see. Because I thought it was just you and Mego who were the big dogs.
Well,
but anybody
no. First of all, the original big dog is Drake May. Let's get
I
it
see.
straight.
Okay,
Let's
all
not get
right,
it twisted, as Wiggy would say.
All right.
And then I am simply a big dog in by proxy.
Okay, all right. Rest of the news and Big Dog of the Week coming up next.
Hi, I'm
Yeah. Don't get it twisted.
Sox with a rare loss these days anyway, last night, and some bad news when it comes to Curtis Mead, and you can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. If you're really interested in talking about it, you can leave a Hill note on that or on any other topic with your feelings and your thoughts, and we will play the best ones back coming up at 9:30 tomorrow. We will talk about all of that with Craig Breslow, the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox, on this show at 9. We were in the middle of the news, Courtney. What is left this morning?
Police in New Jersey are investigating after kids were served mushroom-laced edibles at a YMCA summer camp. So one child started reporting feeling ill, and then 12 others followed suit a little bit later. Now, as somebody who has dabbled in shroom chocolate, I will say it's a nice effect. Not appropriate for children, though.
No. Right. And not at a YMCA camp
No.
of all places.
Correct. Here's one parent of one of the children.
I got there, my daughter was distraught, very emotional. She thought she was in trouble. When I arrived to the YMCA, it was about 13 children. They, for lack of better words, they looked like zombies. It was really sad. We were in the car. She was like peeling over. As we were driving, she would shift her body.
Camp Shroom. That's not a good thing. That's not
It is not.
not a good thing. They find out who did it.
No,
Was
they
it
are
a
investigating.
A fellow camper or
I'm guessing it was
a counselor. Or
my guess would be it was a counselor that mixed up the chocolates.
Oh dear.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like a kid who grabbed the wrong bag from his, unc's dresser and like, oh, I got all these, Reese's Pieces cup. Who wants some? And next thing you know, the kids are out there, like she said, walking around like zombies.
All right. What's next?
Gen Z workers, you're going to love this one, Greg, are looking for micro joys in the workplace.
Micro joys.
Micro joys.
Okay, why does Gen Z need a cute term for everything that they do?
Yeah, that's just their thing.
A micro joy. What is a micro joy?
So they found them.
Let's ask Lindsay.
Oh, that was.
Hey, by the way,
Hey.
you don't talk a lot about James on the show, your son, but unbelievable voice message happy birthday voice message he left for Lynn's yesterday. She loved it, Curtis.
He is the best. Yeah. And then right as they called back, he was taking a poop. I was like, all right, well, this will be a brief call. But yes, he's a big fan of Lindsay.
Yeah, he did a great job. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
So a new survey released by Slice Soda found that 79% of current and recent interns said brief breaks make their workday more enjoyable, and they are calling these brief breaks micro joys.
So like going outside?
Yes,
or something?
touching grass.
Like a smoke break?
Yes.
Okay, haven't those
Exactly like a smoke break.
haven't those always existed in the workplace? Like,
Well, I think they tried to do away with smoke breaks when they tried to do away with cigarettes, and now they're making a comeback.
Like a micro joy.
No, I think in corporate America, I think we swung the complete opposite way, and people are eating lunch at their desks. They're not taking those moments to go outside where, back in the Mad Men days, they used to take them for a smoke break.
But they don't go to work now. No,
Right.
Like you're at home.
They have their work is at home. It's a macro joy. It's like it's micro work, macro joy at home.
Well, so other micro joys that they could find when asked what would help their workplace experience: healthy snacks and beverage stations, and then more time outdoors.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that's all nice.
Okay.
And 82% of them said that they have their best work ideas outside of the workplace.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Popeyes has responded to online complaints after going viral on social media for a photo that displayed a kiosk at one of their shops in Michigan. And at the end, it asked for a tip. There was no human at this kiosk.
Oh, Curtis has complained about this on the show recently.
Yes.
It's crazy.
So you go in and you order your chicken sandwich.
Yes, at a kiosk.
At a kiosk.
Okay.
And then it's delivered by robot. Like there's no human involved at all.
No, no human at all.
Oh, really?
And then they want a tip at the end.
They want a tip at the end. I mean, there is a person in the back, I guess you could say, cooking the meal.
Right.
But there is no person taking your order or delivering your order.
Okay.
So the company has responded. They said the tipping feature is part of a limited test at 12 food court locations. There is no plan for nationwide rollout.
Well, because they got caught.
Right. 100%.
So in this case, they would just keep the tip money, I'm guessing, and not give it to the person who is. Oh, that's the display that I see on Twitch and on YouTube right now. Okay. It says add a tip, a small way to thank the folks behind your crispy, juicy meal.
Okay. So it's for the people working there. Because we have this down at North Station at TD Garden. They have the McDonald's one where they have a kiosk where you put your order and you pay for it. But the people, when you go to the counter, they just bring it from the back to kitchen. They hand you the bag. So what do they just shoot the bag through like a?
No, they'll call up your number. And you'll
okay.
Go up.
So you go up and grab the bag from the people.
Yeah.
I got you.
It's quote for the team. Somebody's pointing out in Twitch. Yes.
Yeah,
It's
but
for
even
the-
if you
it's-
went-
it's for the bottom line, is what it's for.
But even if you went to a regular McDonald's where they took your, or any fast food joint where they took your order right there, you would never tip those people anyways.
Yeah, you would. Usually it's on the screen and you just hit.
Oh, you tip people at fast food joints?
I feel the pressure to.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Don't you, when you're given the option and the person is looking at you, how do you say zero?
Right.
No, you just, it's on the screen.
Wiggy makes the son-in-law pay the tip.
No.
No,
on
I'm not
the
judging.
screen.
I'm always I'm a
But they
sucker
can
for
see
that.
on their screen if you
Right.
hit zero.
Right, but when they turn that, like sometimes the screen, like the little, I forget what the thing is there. It's
Like an iPad.
It's fixed, yeah. And some's the iPad, and you just hit no tip.
I know, but then they see it, and I always feel so badly if I were to hit no tip.
Right.
Guilt tipping. Gotcha.
So
Totally.
that's
I get
what
that.
gets you.
Yeah.
Like we go to Annie's and it's like I don't want to Annie's daughter's checking us out. Like I don't want to be like no. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like you go there or Dunks or when I don't do the mobile order and I go into Starbucks and I pick up a coffee
tip
and it
there,
says
though?
one. Well, the person's looking at you right in the eye.
I finally said no. Like I was at a convenience store or like a gas station, and I hit no tip the other day, and I still feel a bit of guilt.
So they get you the guilt tip.
I do.
Really?
Dang.
And it's like I'm buying a protein bar. Like you're not doing. I mean, you're pressing buttons.
Did you tip the butt talks guy?
I didn't need that yet.
Okay, good.
Let me tell you.
When do we launch on SiriusXM? Is that September 1st?
Yes.
We should put a little tip option on SiriusXM.
Totally.
If you're really enjoying the news, or
We can put
perhaps,
one on Twitch.
Right.
Perhaps one of Wiggy's leads.
I love this idea.
Throw a little tip your way.
What about the
Yes.
road show where people come and take pictures? Tip jar.
I love this idea. Have it right on the table,
Yeah.
right at the road show. I love this idea.
And you can Venmo. We'll each have our own individual Venmos.
By the way, somebody corrected me when it comes to SiriusXM when we were talking about it yesterday, because I was talking about that guy I met, the veteran that I met at the Andrea, who was paying $14 a month. They said you can get it for $4 a month.
Oh, wow.
So
that's good.
Great option there.
Especially for all our fans in Rhode Island.
Correct.
Now, they could definitely take advantage
And listen,
of that.
you can always listen to the Odyssey app. That's free. But I'm told that people have an issue with that in the car for whatever reason.
Mhm.
I don't know if that's just they're used to turning the radio device on or whatever.
Some people
But-
struggle with the Apple. I have Apple. I know that Android has one. The CarPlay element of it, sometimes it doesn't always connect through the Bluetooth. And so if you're trying to do your phone through it, you plug your cord in, it don't always work that way. So I think that some people get frustrated with that.
Well, I mean, you have Spotify ads still on your thing, so
Right,
this would not be for you.
No. But I would still go.
You wouldn't pay for Sirius if you're not paying for uninterrupted Spotify.
No. I'm saying I have it on my phone. I know how to connect my phone to Apple CarPlay, but some people don't know how to do that. Whereas if you get the Sirius, isn't it right there in your vehicle?
Yes.
Right. So that you don't.
But you have to pay.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay.
I still pay for Spotify. I think it's like $10.
No,
But
no.
You have the commercials.
Yeah.
Oh, so I thought it was an upgrade.
You haven't lived until you've been driving with Wiggy, listening to a new Drake song, and then there's a hair gel commercial in the middle of it.
Did that happen?
If
That's
it wa-
insane.
If it wasn't for Spotify, I would have never been able to find out 50 Cent's new TV series, Fightland, because between songs as I'm listening, they said, "Oh, make sure you check out Fightland." I mean, some of those
crazy.
commercials, it's like when I'm scrolling through IG, I love the commercials and the ads.
I do buy stuff on Instagram I never would buy elsewhere.
Right,
Yeah.
and
It's
you
so quick.
and you wouldn't know about it if you had
Right.
like say you had the Instagram part with no ads. You'd be
Right.
like you would miss out on so many good things.
That's true. I just be stuck on Greg's salads that I see him post every day.
Your smart water,
Yeah.
huge advertisers on Spotify that you're drinking.
Yeah, but I
Well,
don't.
I have gone back to salads, As long as I can verify that the lettuce didn't come from the diarrhea factory.
That's correct.
Like so, and I feel like I trust Grill 23. Like, and I had a good salad.
And didn't they come out and say that that company, they didn't actually find the poop particles?
I think that they identified where it comes from, and it's a problem. All right, is that it on the news, or was there anything else?
That's
Okay,
it on the
that is the
news.
news. We will get to the big dog of the week. Some people are like, well, this is ripping off Jones and Keefe. It has nothing to do with
Haas.
No, it has nothing to do with an individual's size.
Correct.
It's simply about the energy that they give off.
It's the big dog energy,
Yeah,
which the show with you and Mego projects.
Yep, exactly.
It's the
All the
BDE.
time.
When is the big dog show back?
On Saturday.
This
actually.
Saturday.
Yes, this Saturday.
Okay,
Me and
so
Mego.
the two of you reunited.
Correct.
Big dog show for the first time in quite some time.
Correct.
You guys woof?
Oh yeah, at the start of every show.
Give me your best one.
Okay.
All right.
Please no.
We're up
All right.
Hey,
Big
she asked for it.
big dog of the week from Shime coming up next.
So, I mean, hamburgers.
Yeah. No, I did. I woke up pretty stiff and sore. Had a history of in 23 had a similar injury where the X-rays were negative, and then got an MRI. So yeah, when I woke up today and it didn't feel a whole lot better, it was felt like it was the best next step.
Straight terror, product of your errors. Pushing culture, baby, got that product you can measure.
Curtis Mead, who has returned to Boston and will discuss potential season-ending surgery and other options with the expert medical people in our community, and that did not land well yesterday, Curtis, with those of us who were very excited about that trade. So we will get Craig Breslow's thoughts on that tomorrow morning. But
what an awful development.
Oh, I know.
Worst possible thing.
I don't get how it doesn't show up on an X-ray. Like that, the way in which they talked about it after that, the original imaging, everything looked fine, and Curtis Mead basically was saying that he wasn't going to get any more imaging done. That seems like a wild 180, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know how extensive. Curtis said it's like an app or something that they use at the ballpark. I don't know. Do they have an X-ray machine? Or
Well, they're in Sacramento, which is like the old AAA stadium, because they can't figure out the Oakland market. Are they supposed to go to Vegas or something?
Yeah, I think they're going to Vegas, right? That's what I thought they were building a stadium out there and anything. I thought most places, at least when I played, had like the standard X-ray machine. But then he said it was still hurting, so I had to go get an MRI, which does more extensive imaging.
Yeah.
And maybe that showed where it was like, whether it's a hairline fracture, a small fracture, or something like that.
Well, I believe it's been well established that I am not a doctor. I believe Sam Kennedy informed me of that. So therefore, we will await the results, and hopefully it's a 4-week thing or something like that. But certainly disappointing.
Have they had a ballpark on it? Like, have they given any?
They have not. I don't think. It's a fracture. So
is it a sprain?
I don't know if it's a sprain or whether it's a fracture, but they're saying fracture. So,
Right. Well, at least it's something it seems like they've seen before. You know what I mean? There are some injuries that they're like so rare they have never seen before. So it seems like this injury is something that is more common for baseball players.
Well, there's one little pocket of medical professionals that deal with the rare injuries in Fort Myers, Florida.
Yes.
That's what that's what that is.
We had to bring a specialist in from Europe.
Right, far away from Park City.
All right, Chime, can we get to the big dog of the week, please? Do you have any fanfare for this? Or Curtis recommended Who Let the Dogs Out, but we don't have an intro for this. But
no,
this is your new feature, and in which you are pointing attention to somebody who deserves to be the big dog of the week.
Yeah, they get credit for exceptional energy and just emitting big dog confidence.
Okay, and it could be in sports, but it could also be elsewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct, Greg.
Okay.
It could be anywhere.
Okay, so who is the big dog of the week?
Well, so our very first candidate for Big Dog of the Week is out of the sports world, Greg. Instead, we go to a former emergency room nurse, David Cifaldi, who went on a hike with his buddies. And on the hike...
Where was this?
This was out in Montana.
Okay.
It was at Granite Peak in Montana, in Billings, Montana. And so he was hiking with his buddies, about 11,800 feet in the air, stepped on a loose rock, stumbled, and fell on the, when you go hiking, you have the trekking poles?
Yes.
Fell on said trekking pole.
Oh, my Lord, was impaled on the pole.
That is correct.
Wait, we're not going to drive past. We're not going to fly past that stop sign. Greg's saying he knew what a trekking pole was.
Wait, it's like a walking stick.
Yeah.
He knows what a
It's like
walking stick is.
Okay, carry on.
And so he was impaled by the trekking pole, went straight through his lat, they said. And so it was out one side. It was literally hanging out from both sides.
Oh, I need to see this. Are there photos?
Mitch has a photo of David. I don't believe we have any photos of the actual pole going through his shoulder, but what happened is David calmly addressed the situation, looked at his buddies and said, "Hey, I'm not bleeding. I'm not feeling lightheaded. We're just going to walk back to camp. We are not going to call anybody to come rescue us. We don't need to waste the resources to come get us." So instead, proceeded to hike 10 miles back to camp.
with the pole stuck in the middle of his lat area.
That is correct,
My
Greg.
Lord.
The entire time made the trek, and then when they were getting close to camp, had his buddies go ahead to make sure that there were no kids at the camp so that they wouldn't have to see the gruesome sight. He gets to the camp. They take him to a Billings hospital. They get it out perfectly fine.
And he didn't want to pay. I'm just reading now. He didn't want to pay because they charge you for the helicopter extraction. So he didn't want to pay.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
No,
But we have men like this out in the world, and then we have people that wear like their hospital bracelet for 24 hours after they're released. Like we have people that want to be such a victim after, and then we've got a guy like this.
Yeah.
Like this.
Can we show this to Garrett Crochet? I mean, can we get that lat fixed? This guy hiked 10 miles.
Oh, it's unbelievable. There is a photo.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Mitch, There's a photo of him in the hospital.
Yeah. I'm looking
just
right at it.
sitting there.
We
with
also
the
have
thing-
some audio, if you would like, Greg,
Yeah,
from
yes,
David. We can hear from David.
Yes.
I just slipped on some rocks. It was just kind of a freak thing. Something you'd more expect to like roll your ankle versus like have a catastrophic injury. As I rolled over, I noticed one of my trekking poles laying on the ground, and as I kind of set up, I realized that the other one was stuck in my side.
And that's a long ass pole.
Yeah, he said so. In total, it was about 8 to 9 hours from fall to getting to the hospital.
Wow. Yeah.
All right, good on him.
Yeah.
Can we do honorable mention also for the? Did you see the lifeguard who saved that little child?
Unbelievable.
In the middle of the waves were. Where was that? Was
Santa
that
Cruz.
Okay, unbelievable, and it was like a 16-year-old lifeguard.
First
who
year
stayed-
lifeguarding.
Stayed first year lifeguarding.
Yes.
Stayed out there, and the waves were sick.
Yep.
And got that kid finally to safety. Unbelievable.
In the way in which he dealt with the waves, like he would go under them instead of try to battle them above air, like above the surf.
Mm-hmm.
It was textbook exactly what you're supposed to do.
All right.
What?
I don't.
Did you watch the video?
intensity with which you look
Yeah, I'm
into
looking
these
for
things is it's interesting. Yes, I didn't even.
I was impressed.
I was just.
You're supposed to go under the wave instead of battling it above the surf. That's exactly what he did over and over again with
Yeah.
this child in tow.
Well done. Well done. What?
Okay.
What? Oh, you
Things
didn't
I
wanna see
didn't
that?
need to see.
Oh, you
Oh,
didn't
the
see it?
pole
Well,
through the
that's it.
guy's
That's-
back?
Yeah.
That's why you should watch this show on Twitch or on YouTube,
That is wild.
where it is brought to you by Springer's Jewelers. And on Friday and on Saturday, in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, it is the Faux Pay Showcase. So if you're into handcrafted Italian gold jewelry, go to Springer's Friday or Saturday.
Got a dart in your neck.
Also, honorable mention. Many people are asking me to do this, and I'm fine with it. Honorable mention when it comes to Big Dog of the Week to Shime, who
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that.
Somehow won the match too.
That takes a very big man to admit that, so I appreciate that about you.
Weight
All right,
shaming.
we are.
No, I would never.
We are going to be back in 2 minutes, and we will discuss Jaylen Brown and social media and what he is sharing. We'll get to that next. Burns and Keefe coming up at 10, back in the studio after a couple days at Gillette and at training camp. And I'm sure they will share more of what they saw there with you. Coming up at 10, we are going to get to Hill Notes in about 25 minutes at 9:30, so still time to leave one of those. And for those who like to read into social media posts, it was somewhat interesting yesterday that both LeBron James and Jaylen Brown, who are now teammates on the 76ers, shared the same post on their social media, on Instagram. And it reads simply, "Someone pushing you to be better is not an attack. It's an act of love."
It's true.
So I don't know who they are directing that at. Would that be directed at, are the two of them teaming up and directing that at Jason Tatum based on his comments that he made? No, I
don't think so.
I took it, and I understand that I'm a homer. I took it as LeBron and Jaylen showing solidarity, as people say, well, what about Jaylen's comments about Bronny?
Right.
Earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I took it. It was like, there's no beef here. We stand pat on this. We are teammates now. There's no beef here. I did not take it as an attack towards Jason Tatum, but I understand how I sound.
I took it as a response.
At least I understand.
You own it.
Yeah.
You own it. I took it as Jaylen Brown trying to tell you that everything that he did when it came to his working relationship with Jason Tatum was trying to make Jason Tatum better, and he did that because he loved him. That's how I took it. So I don't know.
I feel like it for me, as I kind of like hearing your guys' opinion and kind of reading it from both of them. I feel like it's them kind of laying down the foundation of like, all right, we're gonna come into Philly and we're gonna push everybody. Joel Embiid, Maxey.
I'm sure Joel Embiid will receive that well.
Well, maybe that's them saying, "Hey, listen, big man, we're just pushing you because we love you."
Yeah,
I mean that's the way
he's making $70 million and he does what he wants, no matter who's around him. I don't think he's someone who's going to be impacted by that.
That's the way I took that. More than anything, is just like this is the way we're going to push each other all season long, and it ain't because for any other reason but love.
I can tell you, the Celtics and the Sixers have the same chance to win a championship. They're not. Like, I don't think the Sixers are going to win a championship. This never works.
Because you got too many guys who want the ball. Like
too many whose egos outrates their game in the same room.
What's the saying, Greg? Too many cooks in the kitchen?
Yes.
Well, that's never an issue for Greg.
No, I need more cooks.
I honestly,
I need more kitchens.
LeBron James will be whatever he was, slightly diminished this year. I'm not saying Kellerman Cliff, but at some point you're going to be 42 years old.
Mm-hmm.
You have Embiid, who's never healthy.
Right.
Maxey, who had a great year.
Maxey's a beast.
He's their best player. But I don't know how Jaylen Brown fits in. It's just to have that all coalesce in one offseason and create a team that is better than the Knicks, that's going to win a championship. We haven't had a repeat champion in the NBA since the Warriors.
Yep.
So I don't know. I would just be I'm not that they would be a repeat champion. But
I would say this. I think it works in the first year. Right, because I think Jaylen comes in with a chip on his shoulder. LeBron, he proved it last year. He's willing to take back seats. Like LeBron, I think he knows where he is in his career. Like he was like, I know this is Luka's team, and I know there's a lot of times I got to take a back seat to Austin Reeves, who was one of their better players all season long. I think LeBron realizes that. The question and I think Jaylen this year is just going to be on strictly a revenge tour.
Yeah.
Because in the first year, it always works out good. Like you've seen it with the Warriors when they brought KD in, right? We've seen it with the LeBron, D. Wade, Chris Bosh first year. Like the first year, it always works out. It's multiple. It becomes the second year and the third year when now somebody is looked at as like Maxey's attitude just from watching him play. He seems like he's a guy who doesn't really care about being like, oh, this is my team.
We talked about this yesterday, but because LeBron is going to live in New York and a helicopter down there,
not very green.
If it doesn't go well, don't you think the Philadelphia fans are going to turn on him at some point because he doesn't even want to live in their city? Like,
can you blame him though? Philly is a hellhole.
No,
yeah, but it's a
talking
bad look not to live there.
No,
Yeah,
but talking to
that's
Courtney though, I didn't realize because I thought it was like an hour helicopter ride, but she says like 15 minutes.
It'll probably take 20.
Yeah,
I don't think
but
it's a big
but that's
deal.
Not, it doesn't matter how long the helicopter ride takes.
Right.
He's not living in the city that he's playing for.
Oh, I don't care.
I don't think
Because
that matters.
You don't care about that?
Not at all.
No.
Well, I mean, we can't really speak because we have a lot of Patriots players that live in New England.
Right.
But we are New England Patriots.
But there are a lot of Patriots players who do. I'm not a lot, but do any of them live in Rhode Island or no?
That's what I just said.
Oh, you said a lot. Oh, I thought you meant like you just said New England in general.
No, I said, but I guess it is the New England Patriots. But yeah, we have a lot of New England Patriots players that live in Rhode Island.
And don't
not
Philly
just
guys live in like Jersey and stuff
Yeah,
like
but
that?
Don't the Jets and the Giants play in New Jersey but call themselves New York?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think that's
Philly's
an issue.
different, though. I think Philly's different than New York and New Jersey. Like, Philly, I think they have such pride in where they come from that the fact that LeBron thinks he's better than living in Philly, I think could rub
Really?
some people
I
the
feel
wrong
like
way.
you guys are stretching on.
No.
Let me ask this
And
question.
I'm not a LeBron hater. I like LeBron.
Let me ask you this. Where their best player, or was their best player at a point in time, where's Joel Embiid live?
I have no idea.
That's my point. I
I'm
don't
sure.
think anybody
Philly
cares.
people know.
But I don't think anybody's like.
Yeah, they do.
I've
Okay,
never
but
heard like.
I don't think he lives in another city during the season.
Right.
Well, maybe players should. You see the break-ins every year now? I mean, get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, but Greg, if the other city is literally a 15-minute helicopter ride,
But
and
that's
you
for
got,
people that can take a helicopter. People that live
LeBron
in
can't
Philly.
take a
I
helicopter.
know, but I'm saying that for a normal person that lives in Philadelphia,
Okay.
they have to take the train or they have to sit in traffic to get to New York City. It's not a helicopter ride. They don't think of New York as being 20 minutes away.
All right, so let me ask this question: if somebody, and I'm just using it because of the conversation,
Can we do a helicopter to the road shows next year? That would be awesome.
I'm kind of scared of helicopters.
What?
If somebody lived in Connecticut and they took a helicopter to Boston because they played for the Celtics, would that bother you?
Yeah.
Really? Would that bother you?
Yeah.
If they're good,
They don't have a house in Connecticut.
And if they're good, I could care less where they live. Yeah, that would
Right.
not bother me one bit. Like
I
if
don't
Drake
care if
May
you
lived
live
in
on the
Connecticut.
moon.
Yeah, if Drake May lived in Connecticut and he took a helicopter every day, or Jason Tatum, for example, because it's Boston, you don't want it to be New England. I get it. Like I would have no problem at all if Wilson Contreras wanted to live in, New Hampshire or wherever the hell. I'd have no issues with that, just as long as you're good.
This is the greatest day in the last couple years of Philadelphia. We love it.
And I don't know whether LeBron has a faster helicopter, but they say 45 to 50 minutes.
Yeah. What about when the weather's bad?
Well, then
then he drives?
Yes.
Okay. Or he takes the train?
Do they shut down the highway like when the president gets to town?
They must have a bullet train that runs from New York to Philly. I mean, we got one that goes from here to New York, so I imagine they have
Well,
one.
I just saw just a little bit of breaking news. Aaron Rodgers was going to live in Pittsburgh, but the wife said no. All right. We will be back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on The Greg Hill Show. Betches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Speaking of thunder and speaking of when it's raining, can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis, please? Okay, Curtis, what do you feel out there with your bald head out the window?
Well, good morning to you, Greg, and good morning to you, Boston. Unlike Dr. Fauci, I will not plead the fifth, and I will answer the question I was just asked.
Has he been pleading the fifth?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yep.
So that is refusing to answer so as to not, or declining to answer so as to not incriminate yourself.
Interesting. I mean, the oracle of honesty. Anyway, what a fraud. 73 degrees right now, raining in Boston. It's going to be raining all day into tomorrow. Looking at about 2 inches of rain over the next couple days. The high tomorrow is staying in the 60s. But by the time we get to Friday, it should be brightening up, 77 Friday afternoon. This weekend looks to be partly cloudy and in the 80s. So survive today and tomorrow, and there'll be sun will come out on Friday.
Okay, you can get a whole house full of new energy-efficient windows installed for $99 a month from Window World of Boston. So go to windowworldofboston.com. This is DJ from Hyannis. Hello, DJ.
Good morning, gang.
What's up?
Good morning. Good morning to the Queen of all mills.
Oh,
thank
you. I'm sat. Thank
you. Hey, thank you, sweetheart. You know why no one's seen Aaron Rodgers' wife?
Why?
Because he hasn't seen her either. Because he's in that darkness tent where he goes to that resort. So he's never seen her either. Good Lord. I just wish you guys a good day. All be safe out there. It's gonna be raining like a crazy son of a gun.
Yes, it is going to be raining like a son of a gun out there. I would. I mean, it's either a massive troll, or he is married and she just does not want to be a public figure. Like that's what.
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. Even if they went to restaurants separately, people follow Aaron Rodgers. People see
Nobody's
him
following Aaron
Give
Rodgers
me a
around. What do you think the paparazzi is
Give
following
me
him?
a break. Yes, people see him out and about. They would say, hey, there's this one girl that's showing up to the same, even if they're showing up separately, people would know who this girl is. Somebody would know. It would be on Reddit. It would be I troll the internet. I'm not a troll, but I troll the internet. And I have not seen an inkling of anyone saying who this woman is. She doesn't exist.
Well, why does he bring her up? Like, so DJ's calling. Shime, do you have that audio? DJ's calling because during They Said It, we were listening to Aaron Rodgers talk about this upcoming season and about the wife encouraging him to play one more. Here it is.
What is it? Why is this it?
I thought last year might be it. And then Mike got hired, and I talked to the wife, and she said, you can do one more year. So I said, well, let's see if it works out. And then it kind of all came together.
All right. Yeah, I'm with you, Courtney. He is such a well-known quarterback. He's so big in the sense of, like, just in America, that you would think even somebody out at a restaurant would have got a picture of him. And I'm not even saying paparazzi, just a regular fan outside that might be like, oh, I bumped into Aaron Rodgers and his wife and took a picture at the restaurant.
Maybe they don't dine out. Maybe they like to eat at home. Maybe she's a great cook.
That could be it.
And
maybe like saving money. That's true.
Yes.
They could be.
What about
could be
the
a
photos
homebody
of him walking his dogs that we see, or like in the off season, him on a beach with his dogs? The wife is never with him. Never. That is bizarre.
How did they meet? Do we even know how they met?
I mean, weren't the players or his teammates last year saying, yeah, we haven't met Rodgers' wife
Right.
yet?
I remember there were people in the Twitch chat shaming me for not believing the fake AI video of the tatted up girl that was supposedly with him. I mean, it's just amazing to me that anybody, like, that the Pittsburgh media just goes, oh, the wife said that. Let me write that down. Let me print it. Like, where did they get married? When did they get married? Who was at the wedding?
Well, do you think they had an actual wedding, like invited a bunch of people, or do you think they just went?
Well, he just now is reconnecting with his family, so I bet the secret wedding was just like them two and a witness.
Do you think he wrote his own vows like you did?
No shot. No way.
The vows were invisible, just like the wedding.
Talked to the wife, and she said,
it's unbelievable. I mean, it's the definition of unbelievable, actually.
Yeah.
So, do you think he plays after this, or do you think this is it?
No, I think this is it.
Even if he doesn't get all the way.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is his last kick at the can here, and he probably looks at it like, all right, this is my best chance. Because if you're Pittsburgh, right, and you're a Pittsburgh fan.
Courtney.
Yeah, Courtney.
Thank you.
You would be thinking like, all right, we need to get a quarterback, right? You know, TJ Watt, say what you want about him. Some people think maybe he's on the wrong side of it, but they still have some talented players over there. You got DK Metcalf. But Pittsburgh fans got to be like, all right, we need a quarterback. Can't just like keep rolling out Aaron Rodgers, right? Because let's say you win, I don't know, 9 games, and you're right in the mix of the playoffs. Now you're picking somewhere in the 20s or something like that, and now you're having to roll the dice and kind of roll the dice on a quarterback in that position. Not that you can't hit on a quarterback there, but
that's what they did on Kenny Pickett, and that didn't work.
Yeah,
out.
exactly.
How did they watch that guy in Pittsburgh? The guy played in their own stadium, and he sucked.
I will be interested to see, because Mike Tomlin took so much heat for so many years, like how much of a difference the coaching change can play for Pittsburgh this year. Because, I mean, I went to that one game last year, and it was the first time that I sat there and thought, okay, yeah, Mike Tomlin might be on his way out because of the uproar of fans in the middle of the game just saying that he needs to be fired.
Did you sit with Aaron Rodgers' wife when you were at the
I did, actually.
Yeah.
That's why I keep my relationship under wraps.
Right.
But I look at the fans were tired.
The blowback you got for that was so amazing.
It was, I'd do it again.
You probably
Solely for
will.
the blowback, because it was content for you guys.
Of course.
The fans, I think, look and go, Tomlin, great during the regular season, always is going to have great winning percentage, is always going to have the team in the playoffs, but, you know, as a head coach, hasn't been, you know, only was able to do it one time. Mike McCarthy, I think, falls into the same category.
So then what's the change?
Well, it's just new person, right? Mike McCarthy's resume is always has good football teams, did win a Super Bowl once, but really underachieved at a head coach, because then he went to Dallas, kind of the same thing. So I believe that they look at him like, oh, we got a good coach, but is he going to be able to get over the hump when it comes to the playoffs and getting this team back to a Super Bowl? That's not going to change if you're a Pittsburgh fan until you find a quarterback. I mean, think about the teams that are consistently talked about as being Super Bowl favorites, Super Bowl contenders. All have quarterbacks.
What's your current top 5 AFC right now?
AFC.
Yes.
I would go. I like the
Denver?
Patriots.
Okay.
No. I'm going Pats, and it's a little homer, but I could say I think they have a better quarterback than Denver in Bo Nix. Second, I would probably go the Bills. Third,
Chiefs.
Nope. Third, I'd go. Nope. Third, I'd go Baltimore.
Okay.
Third, I would say Baltimore.
Yep, I'm with you.
Because of
You're with them in this order, these 3.
No, these 3 would definitely be in my top 5, but my order would probably be slightly different.
Mm-hmm. Fourth, I would.
Bills first.
No, I think Baltimore has a better roster than all of these teams. I just don't think they're going to win in the playoffs. Is the difference. But I think roster-wise, they're like the best roster in the AFC.
Mm-hmm. Fourth, I would probably say Cincinnati. And then fifth, I'd go Kansas City.
Oh.
Yep.
Ooh. Yeah, I would swap out KC and Cincinnati and put in the Chargers and the Jaguars, personally.
Okay, you go Chargers, Jack. See, I'm not sold obviously on the Chargers, and I get it. It's people are gonna be like, oh, what have the Ravens done? I just
Can we do quarterbacks now? 5 quarterbacks in the AFC. Where are you, Wiggs? Top 5 quarterbacks, AFC only, right now as you enter the season in terms of guys that you would want quarterbacking.
Okay, so right now, Josh Allen.
You have to have Josh Allen.
Number one.
You have to.
I'd probably have Lamar Jackson number 2.
Oh my God.
No.
You guys are obsessed with him.
I'd have Drake May.
Lamar Jackson's last healthy season, he had 42 touchdowns and 4 interceptions.
Yeah,
that's just
unbelievable.
passing.
And that was 2 seasons ago.
Right.
Correct.
At number 3, I'd probably go Joe Burrow. Number 4, I'd probably go Drake May.
Wow. And so you have Mahomes like basically cooked.
Because he's coming off the injury. Like he's coming off a major injury this year.
He says he feels great.
Right, you're just asking me for this
No, I know.
season.
Did you see C.J. Stroud yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
my God.
Holy cow! He needs
does not
Trainer
look like
Dan.
Yeah.
He does not look like an NFL quarterback.
Holy cow!
Much the same way that Wiggy described Mego and her choice of clothing, frumpy.
Yeah, he did look very
You
frumpy.
did not
Yes,
do that.
yes,
Yeah,
yes, he
like
did.
in a
yes, he did.
Yes, he said that Mego was frumpy.
that she's like, I called her the female version of like Adam Sandler, like she'd come in like that kind of stuff.
Mitch,
Not
you
in a
need
bad
to,
way.
Mitch, you need to grab Courtney's reaction to that for Twitch.
Not in a bad way.
No.
There's no good way to say that.
You
Mego
guys
does
are
not.
so sensitive.
I'm not sensitive. You make fun of my clothes all the time. I'm not sensitive.
Yeah, but you
But
close
she's
to
not-
grandma.
Yeah.
Would you describe her as frumpy?
No.
Well, see, you didn't see her in the morning like
Oh
we did.
my God!
Oh
Just
my
keep digging
God.
yourself deeper.
It's in the morning, like it's just like not when she dressed up when we went out to events. She dressed the pot.
Yeah, but like I wore before I gave birth, I was dressing nuts because nothing fit, and it's like and
But you know what I guess. If
I
you don't
wasn't
know
here,
what I'm trying to say.
But I've never seen Mego dress frumpy.
I don't think you should take that in a negative way.
There's
Megan.
no positive way.
Hey, you
That
guys
was
are
like
so
when you
sensitive.
called me
A heifer?
yes.
Yeah, there was.
I
no
didn't
way
call
to-
you. I said that's what. That's
You
what.
said, is that
No, you
cow
called
or
me
Coco?
a
no,
heifer.
I know. I said.
And I
my
was
mother would have
newly
been
pregnant. No one knew. I was worried about my weight.
No,
and then
no.
I had Wiggy calling me a heifer
I,
on the
no.
radio.
Well, see, you're
the R
twisting
was
it.
silent.
Because here you go. This is how people get in trouble because
Okay.
you're twisting it. I
Okay.
said my mother would have been like, "Oh, you need to drop that heifer."
Oh God!
Okay.
That's
Right.
not a
So I didn't
compliment.
say, "Oh, Courtney, you're a heifer." So I said my mother would have been like, "Yo, you need to drop that heifer." But you took
Semantics.
heifer as a word of like
Fat.
Yeah, which it doesn't
That is
mean.
what it means.
No, not it. It don't mean that.
If I said you're a heifer to a girl, I would get punched in the face, as I should.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that.
And
I
same
remember
with,
when you said that, Courtney, and I had the same reaction.
same with frumpy.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Frumpy equates to like unmade bed. I think the worst thing to call somebody is an unmade bed. It makes it seem like you don't change your underwear.
Yeah.
Well, that's different.
No,
that's different because there are guys that dress frumpy. That don't mean they're dirty.
Yeah.
I guess maybe we're from two different worlds. Like, so you see a heifer as a pig. I just see it as a mother who goes, is it a cow?
It's a cow.
Okay. Where a mother or another woman goes, oh, she acting up. I don't like her for my son. I don't like her
why you
attitude.
called me a heifer.
Because remember, there was something about the attitude or something like that. So yeah.
All right. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with Hill Notes next. Jones and Keith coming up at 10. Back here at 20 Guest Street Kid, and finished for the time being with being at Gillette in training camp. And you can talk to them about the current sitch with the Boston Red Sox, a loss last night. However, 4-game series, you want to win these series, so it would serve them well to win this one tonight. You can talk to them about that, talk to them about the Curtis Meade injury situation, and their thoughts on the experience at training camp. Yes, Curtis.
On that note, Bradfo tweeted that this player, Curtis Meade, had the exact same injury a couple years ago, and he returned to action in 68 days.
All right.
And 68 days would bring you right to the beginning of the playoffs.
All right, so there's a little bit of hope.
Yep.
All right.
A little bit of hope. All right, let's get the Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
It's electric.
All those robots are watching and listening to you as well. So when you're eating and just having a conversation, those little metal tards are eavesdropping and learning everything about everybody.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's been going on for quite some time. I mean, how long has it been that you've been served an ad based on what you're talking about by others?
Which
Or
I like, though.
With others. You like that.
Yeah, because sometimes I'm like, damn, what was that thing Curtis was telling me to look up today? And then I start typing a little bit of the word and boom, it pops right up. Like,
Right.
okay, perfect.
And there you are. You're buying another wallet on Instagram.
Yeah.
They do a great job on Instagram, man. Those things, I'm like, I don't even know what I bought, but it looked good and it's gone. It's already here. You don't even get to think.
The wallets they got, I'm actually in the market for a new wallet.
Oh.
So
You are.
Yes.
Oh, of course
So
you are, yes.
The problem is there's like so many different options on Instagram.
Right,
So
right.
now it's like, oh, man.
Does your professional shooting career require any kind of specific wallet that you would need to wear?
No, but here's a good that you asked me that. I am in the market for the right type of shooting attire.
Oh.
Shorts and pants that are comfortable, that are like have a little bit of stretch to them, but I can wear my obviously my competition belt,
Yes.
and still feel
Yes.
comfortable and be able to move around. I have one pair that are like Wrangler all terrain.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And-
Now, were you telling me when you and I walked in together this morning
Mhm.
that you have your first competition coming up?
Yeah, today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Thursday, my coach, Joe, shout out to Joe at Outer Limits, taking me to a steel challenge.
Now, where is that in Downtown Crossing?
No,
Oh.
no, in Holbrook.
Okay.
So if you're looking to get anything in the gun world, gear, everything, go to Outer Limits.
Okay.
So there's a steel challenge tomorrow at the Holbrook gun club. So I'm gonna do that, and it's kind of like my first introduction into like a true competition challenge. I put up a video yesterday. I am running a little bit of slow, but I'm always being taught accuracy over speed. Speed will come. So you don't want to rush for speed, and now you're missing because it's all about the accuracy. Because in competitive shooting, if you miss outside the target, then you get like time taken off.
Yes.
So you don't want to go too fast.
I believe you're up against the legendary professional marksman, One Eye Larry. Is that correct? No.
I don't know who I'm up against, but I bet there's some really good shooters.
Okay.
But you'll see it on my YouTube channel coming.
Okay.
Inconceivable. All right, Greg, you got some homework. Go home and watch Princess Bride.
Yeah, it was not Gilbert Godfrey.
No,
That
Shine
was-
correction. That's Wallace Shawn.
Yeah, that was not
Different guy.
Not Gilbert Godfrey.
How many notebooks do you think Courtney can fill up in 4 months taking notes on the Today Show? Good Lord, Courtney, please tell me you didn't watch The View.
I did not watch The View, but I grew up with my mom watching the Today Show, so
All
now
right.
it's like a comfort show for me.
Okay.
So yeah, I watched the Today Show.
Yeah.
I love it.
What do you get from it? Like besides recipes or things like
starting at 7 a.m. you get the hard news in the beginning.
Okay.
And then they get softer as the hours go on.
I see.
All right.
I get some good entertainment news. I get some good, whether it is cooking segments,
shopping advice.
Shopping advice, deals.
Yeah.
Any diet advice? Like, do they give you keto versus Mediterranean?
A lot of GLP-1 stories actually in the last 4 months. Yeah.
And you know who's in the Hall of Fame? My idol, Jenna Bush Hager, the Silver Spoon Hall of Fame. Like, I feel like I'm just beneath.
Don't you love her though? She's lovable.
She does. I mean, I can't tell you that I've watched the show, but she seems very nice.
Pretty sure Courtney just said A plus B equals C. That would be a daily use of algebra. So the queen is right again. Long live the queen.
Oh,
Thank
there
you.
go.
Nailed it.
A plus B equals C.
The 1986 Celtics would demolish any team in the NBA today.
I would agree.
Yeah, I don't dispute that.
I would agree. This is in reference to something you may have heard they said it this morning, which was LeBron James suggesting that it is much more difficult to play in today's NBA, to play 82 games in today's NBA than it was in the 80s or I guess in the 90s. And you co-signed that, which was
because he was talking about the pace of the game, which leads to some of those soft tissue injuries. I don't dispute that the league was tougher back then. I don't dispute that the players were more physical. I don't dispute that.
I mean, the 86 Celtics team is is considered to be the best team ever in NBA history.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't dispute that they weren't one of the best teams ever. I mean, that was an amazing run, an amazing team. Pretty much anything Bird was involved in. I'm always going to be a huge fan. And so the game, I love the 80s. I grew up on the 80s basketball in the early 90s, so I love that game.
Lifetime pasta pass? Yeah, that's brag of the week.
I think it's back, right? Wasn't that a news story a couple weeks ago? That
Olive Garden?
Yeah, they brought it back.
Oh, is it? All right, I didn't know
people
that.
go crazy for it.
I know they go crazy. What is it?
It's not Lifetime. I think it's a year. Is it? I don't know. Shaim, are you?
I'm unfamiliar with the Lifetime Pasta Pass.
Okay, I think it's unlimited pasta for a year at Olive Garden if you're able to buy and they're very limited.
According to AI, the Olive Garden Lifetime Pasta Pass was a one-time ultra-limited promotion sold to only 50 people for $500.
Okay. What a deal, by the way.
In 2019, while those remain valid, there was no plans to sell more.
Okay. What about the year? Didn't they just bring back, though, if you Google the year? Courtney's Googling it.
Yes, Olive Garden is bringing back its $100 unlimited pasta.
Okay.
Plus tax.
Yeah.
All right.
But they can enjoy unlimited pasta.
And breadsticks, right?
Oh, I don't know.
about the
Pasta Bowl returning August 31st to November 22nd. Pass holders can enjoy unlimited pasta for the duration of the promotion plus a week of early access. So you only get it for that period.
Pretty good deal.
We should do a weekly segment or weekly little stinger of the best fast food or national chain promotion of the week.
Good one.
All right. I like the 2 for $20.
Well, have you seen the hack that is the poor man's, they call it the poor man's Big Mac?
No, what is that?
You go in and you just get a cheeseburger, which is like $1 or whatever it is,
Right.
and then you ask them for mac sauce.
Oh, okay.
And apparently they're willing to give you the mac sauce.
Yeah, I think you can get the mac, but
so you're
still,
saving yourself a small fortune.
yeah, but I'm missing out on my little lettuce.
And I want me some of that mac sauce in my dinner.
The cheeseburger still has the. It
No.
doesn't have the lettuce.
Yeah, it don't have the lettuce.
Yeah.
You get the pickles and the onions.
Yeah, you get the pickles and the onions.
But you need the lettuce, and then it's just something about I don't get the sesame seed bun. There's a lot of.
Ask them, maybe sub sesame seed bun. Maybe they would do that for you.
I don't know.
Not for the $1.
Well, what they used to do, if you wanted to save some money, and I haven't had a Big Mac in forever, but it's my crack cocaine. They used to have Sean, you probably can help me, the single Big Mac. So it was basically the Big Mac without the middle bun.
Oh.
This is like a Big Mac
and
mini?
The second burger?
Yeah, so it was basically the sesame seed bun, the lettuce, the mac sauce, it was everything. So as you could get that little less calories.
The Big Mac is a micro joy for me. I like to get one during the workday. All right, go ahead.
I'm curious if the Red Sox medical staff are using ChatGPT to diagnose these players.
Not great.
To all you 76ers fans, happy that you got LeBron James. Wait till he breaks a hip.
I don't know why they say that about LeBron, man. LeBron, and he's pretty he's in unbelievable shape. There's no other athlete like him on the planet. I don't care what anybody says. To play in the NBA, what this is going to be his 23rd year or something like that, and the shape that he's in, where he's still arguably one of the, better players in the NBA, and the way he gets up and down the court, and you're talking about, he might play in 60 games a year, but all the minutes and stuff that he's logged on, there's no other athlete like that can go through that.
Greg, that'll do it today.
All right, Chime, thank you very much. Hill Notes brought to you today by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric! I'm Sam, owner.
Jones and Keith coming up momentarily. I will tell you one thing. Coach has had it up to here with those who are texting in and suggesting that Booty has outperformed A.J. Brown in camp so far. You want none of that.
It is so stupid. And I say stupid with a capital S.
Well, what is wrong with observing what is going on and suggesting that one wide receiver has just in a short period of time outperformed another? Like what is wrong with that?
All right, so I'm going to do this as quick as possible. I have it right here. Because I just want to make sure I have everything where it needs to be. All right, so I'm going to go to Keyshawn Booty and go. All right, he's been in the league 3 years. His first year, he had 19 yards. Second year, 589, and last year had 551. A.J. Brown has been in the league 7 years, and every year but one, he's had over 1,000 yards. So can we stop with, he might be doing well in camp, Booty, but A.J. Brown he's coming into a new system. I am not concerned about that one bit. I will be concerned come week 4 of the season when I'm like, why ain't A.J. Brown getting the ball? Or what's he looking like? Why, he don't look good. Like, that's when I'll be concerned. I'm not going to sit here and go, I'm worried about A.J. Brown not even week 1, 4 or 5 days in training camp. That's just stupid.
Is it a chemistry timing thing between he and Drake?
Oh, it's
Would you guess?
Yeah, it's definitely a timing thing because it's a timing thing. And now it's one thing because the Substackers don't do a good job. All they do is throw up, Drake won. He went 10 of 12 and 7 on 7, or he was, 3 of 14 and 11 on 11. The problem is they don't factor into okay, it's one thing to be running routes versus air and the timing look good, but now what happens when there's a pass rush, when somebody's getting pushed back into Drake May? There's a clock that's going on. Maybe A.J. Brown is getting beat up at the line of scrimmage or a little bit, or he's battling at the line of scrimmage, so that timing is going to be off. They have to work through that and learn each other, right? How good is A.J. Brown against press coverage? All right, what does Drake May's clock look like when he feels a little bit of pressure in the pocket? Is he a type of guy that will sit in there, and then release it, or does he panic and get the ball out early? These are all things that they're going to work through in training camp. And the way we see these things and we learn them is when we start getting into, don't be all geeked up when Drake May goes 11 to 12 and 7 on 7. There's no pass rush.
Yeah. I just thought Drake May had figured out any timing issues when he was throwing with Shime. So that's my concern there.
Well, me and him had immediate chemistry,
right.
Greg. I'm not A.J. Brown.
Right.
Look,
it was elite. The chemistry
different.
between you two on those two throws was
palpable.
elite.
It was also interesting. Drake May thought Shime was A.J. Brown, which was there. They did get confused.
I mean, I have great hands. Ball was secure as can be.
And here's a little insight for people who don't know how timing works.
I love Wiggy getting worked up.
He gets probably rightly so. He gets frustrated with anybody who reports on anything from training camp.
But he's right about this. People try and get clicks by saying Booty looks better, and they're trying to work fans up into a lather. There's not a single man on the planet that would take Booty over A.J. Brown for one play anywhere, anytime.
And let me give you a little insight on how timing works between a quarterback and a wide receiver. You have to understand that it changes for every single player, right? The timing with A.J. Brown is going to be different timing with me and Drake May. Because I'm not as fast as him. I'm not able to maybe get to the landmark as quicker as he's able to get there. So you have to realize, so Keyshawn Booty's timing is different than A.J. Brown's timing, right? And now Drake May has to say, okay, if I got to run a bang 8, for example, which is, for all the hardos out there to jump on in there, which is like a skinny post, but it comes out very quickly. A.J. Brown might cover a lot more ground than, let's say, Kyle Williams or Mac Hollins. So if Drake May's thinking, all right, I'm in shotgun, I'm going to take my 3-step, I'm going to hit my back foot, and then boom, I'm going to rip the ball.
Was a skinny post what you ran with Drake or no?
No, that was overweight.
No. Okay. Ouch. No.
So as people,
or a stick.
So as people start to realize timing changes based on the person running routes.
Yeah.
So that's what you have to factor in.
Thank you, Coach.
Well, you know, I mean, I just know a little bit.
Teach
Some
the people.
Substacker will write about, like, you know, the timing, and people will be like, oh, the timing's off.
All right. Jones and Keith next. Thank you.
Now the time has come for leaving. Fear now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but so sad we gotta run. Well, it might be a long time till we raise another glass. You can rest assured that next time we'll have ourselves a laugh. Yeah, we'll have ourselves a laugh.
for more contract drama, Keith?
Oh, yes, I am. I fully expected this. Not necessarily the response and the back and forth and how it escalated, but I didn't think Gonzalez was going to sign right away. I thought this might take a little bit of time. We're still in July. A few more precious days left of July. But, yeah, this is a big-time contract negotiation that we got on our hands right now.
Yeah. Robert Kraft kind of lit off the dynamite on this one earlier this weekend, and Gonzalez responded yesterday. You heard it live here on Jones and Keefe. The one thing I'll say for Christian Gonzalez, and I mentioned this briefly yesterday, he hasn't missed any time yet.
No, he's been out there and he's been doing stuff.
So Thursday's the big day. If he starts to miss time and he's not out there in 11 on 11s and doing team-wide work, which yesterday he was doing, but no pads were on. If he's doing that, I'm going to be less concerned about how long it drags out. It's not like we'll never talk about it. It's not like we won't highlight it. I still think the Patriots should pay him. But if it's not impacting him on the field and he's here and he's working and maybe even going to play on his contract, then I think the Patriots should pay him. But it's a separate argument from they're hurting themselves on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow's the day we're going to find out if they're hurting themselves on the field. But I think clearly they're hurting themselves at the negotiating table. And we can get into that here today on Jones and Keefe. We're back in studio, Keefe.
How about this?
Feels weird.
Things have changed.
Got to say hi to people in the morning.
See other folks, yeah.
Because we're up on our perch. We're not seeing many people up there.
No.
You can barely see the players where we are.
That's why they got the binocs. Yeah, no, it's different. It's like back as like a businessman.
It's true.
Yeah.
We really are. So you can weigh in 617-779-7937. Interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. You can watch along and chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. You can watch there. You can chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. We think that was a pushback from Christian Gonzalez
100%.
yesterday.
Yeah.
You think we get anything from his camp or anything from the national reporters leaking out on what the Patriots have actually offered? I am, in Kraft's defense, a little surprised. No one, other than us speculating and saying, well, he's probably talking about phony baloney, dollars and cents, and it's not guarantees, and are you guaranteed for injury, and what about per-game bonuses, and all these other things the Patriots do with Milton Williams and Steph Diggs and some of the other contracts they handed out even just last year. You surprised there hasn't been any real pushback kind of off the record through national reporters about what Kraft had to say? Because Gonzo clearly did it on the record yesterday.
Yeah, no, a little bit. I mean, but they've really kept it close. You know, for what Gonzo was saying yesterday, obviously Robert Kraft isn't approaching it the same way, but Christian Gonzalez and his agent and even Devin Witherspoon, as we kind of watched that with one eye out in Seattle, they've all played it really close to the vest. We all can assume he wants to be the highest paid corner of all time. He also probably wants to be higher paid than Witherspoon, and Witherspoon wants to be higher paid than McDuffie. So, like, there is a little bit of a weight on who's going to sign first, get that deal done. Then we have a new number to present to you, and hopefully you can top that. And so Gonzalez has honestly done it very team-friendly, right? Like, he's been there, and he hasn't said a word as far, like, he was asked point blank, and he fell back on the, hey, we're going to let our team do it. And that did speak volumes to me because...
Meaning his agents and, like, negotiating.
Yeah, my team with the front office, my team with the front office. That's how most of the answers went, which was pretty telling because Robert Kraft did not have the same approach. So even though he did it, like, with a smile and, like, a positive attitude, I'm sure it kind of irked him a little bit. But he's been at all the mandatory stuff. He's been on the field. He's not, like, faking an injury. He's guarding A.J. Brown on 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s. So... it is a little bit of a surprise approach, honestly, because Curran seems to think that it's close. And Curran also yesterday when he joined us was saying, you know, it's almost surprising that Gonzalez with so much money at stake is even doing all this.
Yeah, he's been
like,
pretty adamant
wow,
the whole time. He didn't think Gonzo should or would be out there for any of it. I mean, I take that back. Any of the team-wide stuff. He'd show up and hold in like what Vita is.
Yeah. So, like, this is one where I'm sure his teammates and even his coach, who last year at this time was talking about one of his responsibilities, meaning Vrabel's responsibilities, is making sure all the players can maximize their value and get the biggest contracts that they can get. So I'm sure they're all on Gonzalez's side, and yet he's there doing every single thing that he can. You just wonder how long that can go, meaning they haven't had a full padded practice yet. They haven't had their 3 joint practices yet. So it's one thing to sort of trot around on the field. I know yesterday they did more than trotting around, but like for the most part, it's been pretty laid back, walk through stuff.
When the first joint practice is not next week, the week after, right?
August 11th with the Colts.
Like that's a good day to feel your hamstring bark at you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Colts are here.
Yeah,
We got a preseason game. Ooh, you know what? My glute's acting up.
Oh, you had the bad glute.
Is what's
he's
going
got a bad
on.
glute going.
Yeah. Well, not me. I have good glutes.
Your glutes are fine.
I just got them checked out. Actually, yeah, good glutes.
Thumbs up on the glutes.
Yeah.
Good.
By the way,
literally thumbs up.
yeah, there's a lot of stuff up actually. So many things.
Thumbs would have been half the problem.
Yeah, it would have been preferable to what was up.
Mo Cheeks.
An update, by the way.
Yes, please.
I heard you mention McDuffie's name as the highest paid corner. Some are characterizing Denzel Ward now as the highest paid corner. And this is why, Keith, to me, I don't believe Denzel Ward now is the highest paid corner. I think this is what we're talking about with phony baloney. You can make it look like anything.
What numbers are you looking at?
So he just got 2 years, $62.2 million, $52.3 million guaranteed per year. Denzel Ward makes $31.1 million, which is greater than the $31 that Trent McDuffie makes. So the Browns can hold it up and say, this is the highest paid corner in the league.
Yeah.
Look, and this is good money, by the way. 50-something million guaranteed for a guy who's 29, and it's his third contract.
Yikes.
And by the way, 7th on the Jeremy Fowler list, Christian Gonzalez is 2. McDuffie was 5. Witherspoon is 3.
Yeah. Those guys deserve more than Ward, right?
Well, already, McDuffie is getting a bunch of money. Ward's getting a bunch of money. Get ready for Witherspoon to get a bunch of money. Gonzalez should get more than all of them, is my point. But to me, I don't believe now Ward is the highest paid corner. I think the price continues to go up on Gonzalez, but this is how you can play around with the numbers. And I bet the number that Kraft was presenting the other day, we've offered him the most money in franchise history. We've offered him the most money of anyone who's ever played that position.
What number do you think he was looking at?
This one, 31.1. I think he's looking at this, not the $100 million guaranteed, which is the only number that should matter.
Yeah.
I bet that's what Kraft was talking about. This same phony baloney thing the Browns did yesterday, $31.1 million. He's the highest paid corner. Ask him real quick. Would he rather have a 5-year deal with $100 million guaranteed or a 2-year deal with $52.3 million guaranteed? Who's higher paid?
Yeah.
Who's better compensated? I don't care that he makes $100,000 more a year on this new contract that isn't guaranteed. And it underscores what Kraft was doing the other day. He wasn't being truthful, or he was speaking in half-truths.
Well, I also wonder if he's looking at Gonzalez. Is the year number important to him? Meaning, like, does he want to jump on top of this new number, right? So say he wants to make, does he want to make $32 million a year and then 100 of it's guaranteed or 101's guaranteed, or does he want to make 25, or is he okay making 25, 26 a year, but 120 of it's guaranteed, right? Like that's the other, we don't know what the player really wants in this scenario.
What do you think?
I would think it should just be the total guarantee. That's what a smart person, I think, would want.
That's what I think.
Yeah, and like, I'm sure there's bragging rights, or there is sort of like a status if you are the average annual leader, right? I'm sure that is on some players' lists or some players' minds, right? With some of these pass rushers, some of these wide receivers. Didn't even Jamar Chase say that? He wanted to make like a penny more than Jefferson or whatever the line was. Like, so there is a little bit of that, but yeah, that's why I feel like the comments that Kraft had on Saturday, it really kind of ignited a lot of things, and it also leaves you asking a lot more questions on like what exactly. There was no follow up on like, is it the most guaranteed? Is it the most average annual? Is it the most like funny number?
There was a follow up, and
he didn't go there.
He immediately wanted to talk about the dogs.
Yeah.
Well. So look, I think the Denzel Ward contract, the price is always going up on Gonzalez. It went up when McDuffie got paid. It went up again yesterday. It'll go up more when Witherspoon gets paid, and I think he's going to get paid more, or first rather, before Christian Gonzalez.
Well, hopefully that happens soon. I feel like they've been saying it's soon for a while on Witherspoon, right? And here we are, July 29th, and still nothing on him. He's also a camp, so it's not a holdout. It's not even really a hold in. Like, we'll see once they start hitting and all that, but as of right now, both those guys are participating.
But I think those numbers yesterday, Ward's not really the highest paid corner. It's getting reported as he's the highest paid corner, and this is exactly what we were talking about with Kraft. Yeah. When Kraft says we offered him the biggest contract ever, it's fake. Or it's a half-truth, or it's the same thing that's going on with Denzel Ward. I don't think they're really offering him 101, 105, 110 million guaranteed, whatever it is. That's my opinion. And I think this sham with Denzel Ward yesterday highlights that. What do you guys think? 617-779-7937. What is Christian Gonzalez's plan? Is he waiting for Devon Witherspoon to get signed? Is he going to put on the pads tomorrow? when the Patriots start padded practices at training camp. We'll get to all of that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Log.
I hope. Hope so.
Oh, yeah.
Jones and Keefe, WEEI. That was Christian Gonzalez yesterday. You confident in an extension?
Hope so.
Hope so.
I hope. Well, you can hope in one hand and you know what in the other.
It's true. The way that, Nick observed this yesterday. Robert Kraft was also asked the other day.
Yeah.
About whether or not he was confident.
Oh, yeah, what was his
or
confidence level?
If a deal was impending. And Nick's like, well, neither one will answer that question.
No. Robert was like,
says
pick a dog.
He hopes he's confident. Yeah. And Robert just put the spotlight back on the dogs, which is, of course, where it was supposed to be.
Hell yeah.
Even though he was very willing to go there and talk about Christian Gonzalez's contract.
They found their forever homes.
So even though some out there, Curran is among them, some out there believe a deal is pending, and we'll look at Christian Gonzalez out there working out. And in fairness, he's doing more than I expected. I would point to both of, like, you hope that you have confidence in a deal, and Robert Kraft won't answer if a deal is pending. If it was close, they'd both answer that differently. Neither one went there.
I think if it was really that close, Robert Kraft doesn't say, hey, we've offered him the most money ever.
I think
it's simple as that.
Even better point. They don't. If you want to rewind all the way to why he's even talking on the record in the first place and blowing the whole thing up.
I don't think you say that unless there's some level of frustration.
Bingo.
And so he says that. Christian Gonzalez, clearly he and his agent have come up with, like, this is their plan. He's going to participate, which is a bold strategy, honestly, but that's what he's decided to do.
Yeah.
Maybe get some goodwill there, but he's there. He's not holding out. He's not like a distraction. He's not even holding in at this point. They're not talking numbers. They didn't say a word. They didn't even counter after Saturday and being like, well, Robert said this, but the reality is this. And I don't mean like Gonzalez says that to the media. I'm saying, like, Jordan Schultz from the clouds is like, hey, this is what's really going on. None of that. They're just playing this out a little bit more. Him being there is really the only reason to think that it's close. Because if you just listen to the two, I don't get that sense.
No, me either. But in fairness to Gonzalez, and in fairness to those who think it's close, because he's there. Well, Vita Vea is holding in. Vita Vea is there, but wearing like a sweatshirt and not participating in anything.
Wants to be traded.
Correct.
Right, that's what that is.
This just came out in the last 5 minutes. Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport both had it. Jameer Gibbs and Bijan Robinson are both not practicing at their respective camps today for the Lions and the Falcons.
Better get that sorted out fantasy-wise.
Schefter adds the note. Ooh, good point. both running backs have had conversations during the offseason about a potential long-term contract. So it sounds like they're both holding in.
My buddy who had like the number 1 pick in a number of years in a row in our fantasy league, there was like a curse on it. One of the years was Le'Veon Bell, and he held out the whole season. And he was his number 1 pick. He also, I think, had David Johnson the year he got hurt like week 1, and like another guy. It was insane.
That's how he kept drafting 1 overall every single year.
No, we would do random stuff, and it was like he would win somehow.
Wow.
It was somehow rigged. Oh, do you want to know what also, speaking of fantasy?
Yes, Keith, you know what? People say they don't care about your fantasy team. I do.
No, this isn't my fantasy team. This is fantasy league.
I like to talk about fantasy leagues and teams, yes.
Let me set the scene here, and you guys can weigh in on what my options are or how I should actually feel.
Okay.
So I won the fantasy title, back in like
good for you.
January, whenever it was, right
How
at the
about
end.
that?
My
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, big win for you.
My cousin won the previous year, so he had the big trophy.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to make it a family affair. I'm talking about the scenario. So we live like an hour apart. And so we were like, eventually we'll meet up, grab a beer, have a trophy presentation.
Mm-hmm.
More and more time kept passing. I'd be like, hey, what about this date? He'd be like, I can't do it. I'm like, okay. Like, what about this? He has kids, I have kids. It's tough to get together, right? When you're like an hour away.
Sure.
So eventually, finally, I was like, dude, just pack it up. Like, here I am. I should be looking at this trophy every day with a big smile on my face because I earned it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, and so the trophy's like 3 or 4 like levels where all the names are on it, and then like a giant like silver football.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, just pack it up. And he's like, well, I don't know. I'm like, just pack it up and send it. I'll split the cost if that's what you're worried about.
Wow.
He wasn't worried about that.
Very magnanimous.
So he sends it. Finally, he sends it. I open it up. The thing looks like it got attacked by hammers. It's in like 1,000 pieces.
Oh no.
The football is absolutely destroyed.
That actually happened to us 2 years ago.
Oh no.
Really?
They tried to mail it across the country, and it was destroyed when it got to the next one.
He tried to mail it from like near the Cape. I'm like, what the hell? So it's in like 1 million pieces.
Now, in fairness, you wanted it mailed to you.
I wanted the trophy, which I earned months ago.
Yeah, Dice wanted his belt too, and it took him 2 years to get it.
No, I know. But now he has it forever because that league is defunct. But so then anyway, I get it. And then so he just emails me. He's like, hey, the trophy get there all set? I go, no, it's destroyed. I go, it's in 1 million pieces.
Yeah.
He goes, seriously? I was like, yeah, I'm not lying about that.
You could give out a piece to everybody in the league. We all are champions.
I could give out a piece to the first 1,000 people that I see because this thing got absolutely destroyed. What do I do now? How should I feel about this?
Well, let me tell you.
Okay.
This is why I order myself, and I do this individually. I've won our league twice, Bragg.
Okay.
And I order myself championship rings. That's what I do.
Well, we have a trophy.
Yeah, so do we.
Oh.
Yeah.
Has it ever gotten damaged?
No.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Guys. Oh, what do you mean not to your knowledge? You haven't won it recently, it sounds like?
No, I actually think I do. I might even still have it.
Oh,
I
busy
probably
ordering
need to
rings?
send it
Oh,
to
you
somebody
need to
else.
get it on the move.
I think it actually survived our recent Jones family move, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's impressive.
Yeah. Unless
So,
that's in 1,000 pieces.
I
But no,
at least still have the
I have my own championship rings because I like to bring those out to the draft and other gatherings that we have. I like to kind of let them the bling in people's face.
Well, we're about to enter year like 23 of this league.
Yeah.
And so I have the base with all the names in it. And now I just have like a destroyed, smashed football on
Yeah, it's
the
like
top.
the Stanley Cup. You have to get a new one.
No, it looks like a weapon. And so, yeah.
you know what you guys need? You need a keeper of the cup.
Oh,
that's what never happened on Phil Pritchard's watch.
Good idea. We should pool our money, hire some creep to watch the thing all year.
Possibly
and deliver it.
Possibly bang it from time to time.
Oh, he's definitely sleeping with it. Yeah. That's not a bad idea.
That's a perk of the job. I
Be
think.
like, all right,
Yeah.
you gotta bring it to this guy's house. You gotta drive it down there, and then when we're ready to transport it, you need to be ready again. Wear gloves.
We all mock the keeper of the cup.
No, it's an important
but, I mean,
job.
You know, it's not in 1,000 pieces the Stanley Cup.
That's
because
good
somebody's
point.
looking after it instead of mailing it all willy
So then
nilly.
I texted like half the league, and I'm like, by the way, update, the trophy's destroyed. And they're like, oh, well, maybe it's like a dent, like, when Gronk dented the Super Bowl trophy. I'm like, no. This thing
You wish.
looks like you smashed a priceless Ming vase on the ground. I was like, well, now what do I do? So I was pretty devastated with that. What are the people saying? Telling me to shut up?
No,
Okay.
they were initially asking, is there a point to this story? I think you finally landed the plane.
I mean, sometimes you need a little bit of a build-up, right? Otherwise,
Most times you need to build up.
People are.
Thank you. Nick kind of relies on the build-up.
A lot of build-up. Yeah. But no, people are mocking me for ordering
Just
myself
climax.
championship rings.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds like someone who's never won or
Oh, wow.
experienced the greatness of wearing your championship rings and throwing them right in somebody's face.
I just feel like I am mad and I should be mad. I feel like it's not my fault. I feel like you should have put maybe more than one bubble wrap around the top of the thing.
So you think angrier than Christian Gonzalez is with Robert Kraft, or would you go Gonzo?
I would go me more than Gonzo. Gonzo handled it better than I did. Trust me, if you saw me when I opened up the box, Gonzo's definitely handled this way more professionally.
With Gonzalez, I do think the Denzel Ward extension yesterday highlights a lot of the fakeness of what Robert Kraft had to say. Denzel Ward ain't the highest paid corner. And Kraft could now point to that Denzel Ward contract and be like, well, look, we offered more than that. He's the highest paid corner.
Yeah.
And all we got to do is top 31.1. It can be fake money. It doesn't have to be guaranteed. It doesn't have to be real. We offered him the most money in franchise history, the most money for any corner ever, more than Denzel Ward. And you can say that with a straight face and be telling the truth. But the reality is they're not offering him what he wants, and probably nowhere near it, if I had to guess. Gonzo did have a quick exchange on this, if we can get to it, Nick, on whether or not he'll participate when the pads come on tomorrow, which, again,
yeah.
Bijan, Jahmyr Gibbs, Vita Vea are not doing that. They're all holding in. Here's that quick exchange with Mass Live yesterday.
Is that your plan for the padded practices as well and the joint practices?
Yeah, I'll be out here. I'll be out here.
Okay, that's a no. He will not be fully.
He's not going to be a full
He
participant.
will not be fully participating.
I think he'll be in pads.
Yeah.
I think he'll be out there, and then there might be like, oh, this one I'm not going to do, or I'll go over to this part of the field and I'll get a good stretch in.
We speak Gonzo, Keith.
Oh yeah, we had to
because
we had to interpret.
Someone on the text line. Let's stop with the speculation and putting words in people's mouths.
Okay.
With Gonzo, you kind of have to do that. There's very few words, as you highlighted yesterday, Keith.
100%.
We speak Gonzo.
Yeah.
He was friend of the show, talked to him for a full year, man-to-man-to-man. Ever heard of it?
Yeah, 10 questions with him.
He hasn't heard of this show, but many people have heard of man-to-man-to-man.
Well, somebody gave him the answer that second time.
So we speak Gonzo. We think we can translate. That's a no. He will not be out there fully participating tomorrow. If he is, all the credit in the world to him, and maybe they are closer than I thought.
Because if you really were a full participant, they say, are you going to be a full participant? You would say
yes. Not I'll be out there.
Right.
I'll be out there is a nice way of saying, no, I will not be a full participant. I'll be out there, though.
But you're like, how do you feel about Robert Kraft talking about the contract? We're going to keep it in-house. Well, we didn't. If you and Robert are the we, then you guys didn't. So how do you think he feels about that? He didn't flat out say, I'm annoyed by that. But how else could you possibly read it?
I think there's only one way. Yep. But not everybody speaks Gonzo, Keith.
That's true.
617-779-7937. We'll get to the Red Sox. Another misdiagnosed injury or lie from the Red Sox. Plus, they lose last night out in Sacramento. We'll get to that. On the way next, though, Drake May and A.J. Brown, their connection off to a slow start. Let's get to it next.
You saw Edelman run these all the time, and then just a quick out. So nothing downfield from the two of them. Of course, it's still early. May overall 14-20, and that's when you include 7-on-7s and another highlight go ball to Kayshon Boutte. This time, Boutte, the highlight machine, completed one over Kevin Byard, outstretched 40-yard touchdown. He's been the best receiver in camp. Him and Pop Douglas, it's close in two very different ways.
Jones and Keefe, we are live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Andrew Callahan yesterday, after day 4 Patriots training camp, he's kind of lit the fuse on this, Keefe. I noticed he was getting very defensive of some of his reporting on social media yesterday.
Oh, was he?
Well, some weren't updating the 3 for 10 number and citing the one he put out earlier in practice, which we talked about in real time.
Oh, 1 of 7? Yeah, he was 1 of 7. Then he caught like another little...
That number really got amplified on social media, and he was pushing back on the poor reading comprehension from some of those out there.
Understood. Yeah. I would say that the stats you can use or not use, the reality is they don't seem to be locked in right now. They got a ways to go to sort of build on that chemistry. I think it's also the juxtaposition of May to Kayshon Boutte, which seems like it works every time. And then you go to really everybody else. Like, I don't think A.J. Brown's standing out as like he's the only guy. Like, Romeo Doubs, I don't even know if he's out there.
May was 14 for 20 yesterday.
Yeah.
Most of those 6 incompletions were in the direction of A.J. Brown. Not all of them. He's 3 for 10 overall targeting A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
But, like, most of the incompletions, at least 3 of them that I can think of off the top of my head down the field, were to A.J. Brown. Like, every time he throws to Boutte, it's complete.
It's like a touchdown. He's like a cheat code thrown to Kayshon Boutte.
So
he's having a great camp. A.J. Brown, it's not there right yet.
No, it's not. And I think it will be.
Me too.
And I'm not overly freaked out, but I do think you got to highlight what's going on the field. You can't just ignore it and bury your head in the sand and say, well, that's not a thing.
Yeah.
And the other piece that I've heard a lot of people doing is, well, Kayshon Boutte has played with Drake May now for a couple of years. They have a good connection, and of course he's going to know the offense more, and he should be ahead of A.J. Brown. Well, he knows the offense more, and he has played with Drake May. I think there's enough of a gap between A.J. Brown and Kayshon Boutte and what they are as receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the league won't even give you a 5th or a 6th round pick for Kayshon Boutte. No one's interested in him. There's a massive gap between A.J. Brown and Kayshon Boutte. Just because Boutte knows the offense, I didn't expect him to look head and shoulders better, and it's not even close right now, 4 days into camp, and the 2 that we've witnessed, specifically yesterday, which was, in the words of Christian Gonzalez, their first real day out there. The pads haven't come on, I get it, but it's not even close. It's night and day who looks better. And A.J. Brown, even if you don't know the offense, I thought would be able to land here and look better than Kayshon Boutte because he's that much better of a receiver.
I mean, Jabbar Gaffney was with the Patriots for a full year before Randy Moss joined, and I feel like Randy Moss looked a little bit better than Jabbar Gaffney did.
Good point.
And
Troy Brown had been with the Patriots for like a decade at that point in time.
And I feel like Randy Moss was pretty good. Yeah. And you could say, well, A.J. Brown's not Randy Moss. Well, he's a lot closer to Randy Moss than like Jabbar Gaffney or like some of these other receivers are.
Yeah.
And so,
he's closer to Randy Moss than Kayshon Boutte is to him.
Yeah. Oh, he's closer to Randy Moss than anybody else they've ever had. And I would say last year is also a good example where Steph Diggs had no familiarity with Drake May, and there were some early moments where it looked really good. Now, I think this happens all the time. When that first impression, when that's really good, you can kind of live off that for a little bit. So there was times where Diggs was quieter during camp, but we were still like, well, the first couple of days he was really good, so we kind of hung our hat on that.
So I agree with you because I remember talking about that Diggs had gone quiet. But my recollection is it was that. It wasn't they're not on the same page.
No, he just wasn't as big of a factor because he looked like, man, he's going to dominate.
He wasn't
like,
getting targeted. Now, I'd also say I don't remember a lot of Diggs stuff down the field. A lot of Diggs' stuff was closer to the line of scrimmage and horizontal across the field, although May missed A.J. Brown on one of those yesterday, not even a downfield shot. So I would say the Diggs routes were easier completions, and they weren't as far down the field, and it wasn't as high a degree of difficulty. But I don't remember ever thinking May and Diggs weren't on the same page. I remember being or thinking that Diggs was quiet and wasn't getting a lot of looks. But it wasn't like when May threw in his direction, it was off by 10 feet. That's what was happening yesterday.
Yeah, no, it didn't look great. And I guess this is what you also would go back to and be like, they still have a bunch of practices left. You know, that was really the first one they had where they were like really moving, it feels like. So you get the pads on Thursday. Hopefully we'll be there. I mean, it looks like it's going to rain. Maybe they'll be inside, whatever. But it's still going to be a padded practice. and then you got the Colts coming to town in a couple of weeks. So like there's opportunity to build on it. And so yeah, right now it's not looking fantastic. But I still have enough confidence in the whole group, meaning like Drake May, AJ Brown, Josh McDaniels, Mike Vrabel. Like I think they'll get that figured out, but right now it's not there.
I would say I'm a little on notice with Kevin Byard too.
Booty can't be stopped by anybody.
He was on location.
Yeah, he was
for
over
that
the top
long
on him.
throw to
Yeah.
Booty, and then there was another one. Was it the Ramondre one? No, it was the Henry play. The Henry made a great catch yesterday.
yeah.
In 11-on-11s when they were going away from us, Keith, not moving towards us, doing some red zone and 2-minute drill, but moving away from us, 11-on-11s, team wide stuff. And Byard was on the scene for that too. And it's like, all right, Booty and May have a downfield connection, and Booty had a bunch of big plays down the field. This was kind of like an up the seam throw to Henry or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't one of your typical Hunter Henry close to the line of
It was
scrimmage.
more of like a Gronk play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's a couple of plays on Byard's watch, which again,
All right,
you're
you're looking at that.
well, I'm trying to evaluate how these guys have looked, and I thought he'd be a big upgrade at safety, and I still think he will be, just like I think A.J. Brown will be a massive upgrade in the receiver room.
Yeah.
But then what I think and what's actually happened on the field, Byard was on the scene for a couple of big plays allowed yesterday.
Yeah, work in progress, I would say.
I imagine it'd be a little different when the pads come on. He can like actually hit somebody.
Especially him and like that position. I think he'll be able to do a little bit more. Again, even when they have the pads on, they don't like hit a ton.
No.
Like how much can you guys actually glean from practice down there?
Meaning
Keith-
like
Keith
this
more
kind of
than-
practice? I had
Keith
the
more
bine
than
on.
me, yeah.
Because I'm not really one of those like training camp stats kind of people, because it's like here's this video of
Well,
Drake
but-
May and AJ Brown, but it's on air.
No, well, that's fair. Well, these
Well,
weren't on
some
air.
of those. No. We're talking about more about like the 7-on-7s and then the 11-on-11 period. I thought there were some things to take away. And like, so I don't think you want to go too far in either direction. So I think as long as you kind of keep it consistent, like Kayshon Boutte, hold on real quick. Like, so Kayshon Boutte, he was awesome, but I'm not like, look out record books.
Right.
Like he's going to dominate.
Yeah,
Just
has Christian Gonzalez even covered Booty yet? Or has it been on Kindle Vildor?
Good question. Gonzo's been on Brown a bunch.
Booty. No, some of Booty yesterday was on Carlton Davis before he
Yeah,
left.
right. And he wasn't even there the whole time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And again, Kevin Byard is a big signing for you, and
Yes.
that big catch down the field, Byard was the guy on the scene.
Mhm.
So it wasn't Kindle Vildor.
Yeah.
Um,
Of the Hill people.
right. Text line, because I agree with you on this.
Yeah.
People are like, oh my God, Kayshon Boutte, it's awesome.
He's the
And
man.
then they're like, but don't worry about A.J. Brown.
Yeah, it's got to be both.
Yeah, right. Kayshon Boutte's looked good. A.J. Brown hasn't. I feel like that's just entirely consistent. I don't think we're making big sweeping takeaways that Boutte will be greater than A.J.
Right.
Brown. If you're doing that, then I think that would be a mistake. But the text line says, do you guys realize how stupid you sound?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, most of the
actually.
time I actually do.
Is this my wife texting him?
Do you realize how stupid you sound evaluating early training camp performances and statistics?
So what are we supposed to do?
Well, we're not
Ignore
really,
it?
We're not really evaluating the statistics. I guess we highlighted
We
the 3
mentioned them,
the
but
3
that's-
for 10 with A.J. Brown. But no, it is more about how they look. And Drake May and A.J. Brown, 4 days in. Do you want us there telling you what we saw or not?
I guess not.
4 days in, the connection does not look great.
Just sending you guys down there for the love of the game.
I genuinely.
Yeah, it's not for the lunch. I can't even get a lunch.
I don't think we're overreacting. I
Yeah.
still think A.J. Brown's gonna be awesome. But
I do too.
But so far, that's not how it's looked on the field. That's all we're saying.
No, and it's going to be even better when it's awesome, because right now it isn't. It's the long play. Like this is where certain players, it seems like they especially on a new team, like need the practice, right? As crazy as that sounds, like you need the training camp, you need the practice, and then hopefully by the time the season rolls around, it looks a lot better. But yeah, like this is what we have to evaluate. The Patriots, like we are going to look at the practice. We're going to say what's going on out there. I feel like we actually do a great job, Bragg,
Thank you.
and not overreacting either way.
Yeah.
Being like, this guy's now the greatest player ever, that guy's now the worst player ever. Like, but just call it like you see it.
Yeah. I don't believe anyone covered Ramondre puking on the field like we did yesterday.
We were all over that. And if we were here, would we have had any of that? No. We would have been left in the dark on that.
Our guy, Monty Mack.
Hunter Henry stepped in it. Who had that detail?
I saw other people report Ramondre Stevenson threw up on the field. Not many.
No,
But I did see other people have that.
It's too quiet.
I didn't see anybody else talk about Hunter Henry stepping in it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just going to take a knee right
they
here.
started practicing well after that, so
Yeah, I'm just going to grab a knee right
guys
by
are on
it.
pace.
Like, you're right. You're all around it.
Monty Mack, big fan of the show in the Twitch
He
chat.
likes the show. He's a avid watcher of the show.
He says, overanalyzing practice again with like the little emoji where you're like, grabbing your head.
Yeah. Let's
I
not
mean,
talk
I
about
just-
training camp.
Well, right.
Like,
we're there.
Right.
I thought
a
that's
lot of
why
fans were in the stands. Like a lot of people are interested in
why
it.
people wanted us there.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want us to wait till the games, we can wait till the games, and we could talk more about the Red Sox and their misevaluations and injury diagnosis.
I mean, the Patriots themselves,
the trade deadline for the 1,000th time, and we could do that.
Patriots Twitter account is tweeting out Drake made a Keyshawn Boutte like touchdowns in practice, right? So like they're hyping that up, making a big deal, which is fine.
Most of these same people,
they gotta flip it around.
Most of these same people, when AJ Brown made a catch on air in minicamp,
Oh,
were like,
I like that.
Look at the connection between AJ Brown
See,
and
that's the
Drake
stuff
May.
I can't stand.
No,
Did you see like
that I
McAfee,
agree
these
with.
guys
Okay.
quote tweet it? It's like, oh, he's going to be a problem.
And like that's
He is?
no, that's
well,
what
that's just for clicks.
But that's what you would see. You would see people do it on air at
Yeah.
minicamp warming up.
I know.
Look at the connection. And then it's actual team-wide stuff, and we're like, boy, the connection's not great. And they're like, why are you overanalyzing that?
Uh-huh.
So you really can't win.
There's
You really can't win.
No, you can't.
Let's go to Nick, not the drop god. Wants to talk about A.J. Brown. Go ahead, Nick.
Hey, Nick.
How you doing, guys?
Good.
I'm just, first couple of days watching training camp. I'm not concerned. I know I've seen a lot of Eagles fans and Eagles commentators been like, oh, yeah, A.J. Brown looks slow. A.J. Brown looks like he's washed. I think this offense is going to go nuclear, and A.J. Brown will be the catalyst for all of that. And I just think that, honestly, Drake can win MVP if A.J. Brown still plays at that high level like we know he can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with any
I'm
of
with
that.
you on that. I'm with you on that, actually. I also feel like it's no surprise at all that Philly fans are going to feel a certain way about A.J. Brown. Like, their receiver room is way worse now that A.J. Brown is gone. And we'll see if that impacts them or not. They fell short last year as well. So, yeah, they don't want him to be good. They're going to pretend like, oh, we got out just in time and he's washed. So, like, people really bashing A.J. Brown, especially early in the season, say he doesn't have like 100 yards and a touchdown week one. See who's saying it. If it's just like Eagles fans, like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much.
Yeah,
about it.
like, so I agree. I think he's going to be good too, but I think we're just telling you what it looked like in the last couple days.
Steve is in the car. Hello, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, guys. I'm not sure if you guys do it. I know the morning show does it. For baseball spring training, they're always saying, like, oh, it's spring training. It doesn't matter. Like, whatever they're doing, it doesn't correlate to real baseball, but all that stuff. What's the difference between that and football? Like, how come we're looking at football and saying, oh, it doesn't look good here, this is going to translate to NFL or regular season?
I think I personally overreact to all of it. How much World Baseball Classic were we like over? I was very guilty of overreacting.
I mean, we had Roman Anthony in the Hall of Fame after
No.
World Baseball
So
Classic.
I actually think they're similar. I disagree with what he said about how it doesn't matter at all, but I think you can look at it a couple of different ways. I would even throw in like Summer League into the same thing for basketball. Now, I know that's less good players.
Yeah, it's rookies and second-year players. Yeah.
But I've always maintained with Summer League, you can't tell who can play, but you can tell who can't. That's clear with Summer League, right? So if a guy averages 20 points a game in Summer League, you're like, maybe he's got a chance.
When Hugo Gonzalez shoots 25% or whatever it was in Summer League, maybe you should be a little worried.
Not ideal.
Yeah, but he averages like 20 points a game.
Yeah.
No, there's like, they've even done these, there's like metrics of it where like, I think Aaron Gordon might have had a bad Summer League as a rookie and then was like a good player. Everybody else is like, if you suck there, you're going to suck overall. We talked about this with like pitchers, for example. Garrett Crochet, if you want to tell me Garrett Crochet is working on something and getting shelled, all right, he's got a good track record. I'll give him I don't think it's really going to impact him. Or like Ranger Suarez. But Tanner Houck and some of these other guys that had like a real brief snippet and now they're getting shelled down there. And it's like, he's not just trying to cutter.
Yeah.
He's doing some other stuff and then he might be bad. Like preseason, like a lot of the good players don't even play in the preseason, right? But there is something to be said about identifying players, especially new players to a team or rookies that show up and it's like, this is their first opportunity in the NFL. Like, I give Andy Hart credit. He called out N'Keal Harry right away. It was during these training camp practices, his rookie year. He's like, that doesn't look right. He's like, how come, was it Jacoby Myers? Like, Jacoby Myers, undrafted guy, looks a lot better than N'Keal Harry. And then look at the careers they've had.
Yeah.
So not that you're going to be right with every prediction, but I think there is something to take away from these practices.
I would just push back on the caller who's like, well, you guys don't he did say different than the morning show.
No, yeah.
But no, I overreact to all of it.
Yeah.
And look, I was wrong about a bunch of the guys in spring training. I was wrong about Roman Anthony in a good way. I was wrong about meaning how good I thought he was going to be. Wrong about Ron Harris Suarez on the other end of it. But we also pointed out Garrett Crochet struggling in the spring, and guess what? He didn't look right in April.
True.
So, I don't know. I pay attention to all of it. And maybe I overreact to all of it, but I do think we're consistent baseball to football to everything else. 617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. Plus, we have an update on Gabe Akis.
There he is. Yep.
The second-round pick for the Patriots. Let's get to the latest there next.
Men, when addressed.
combine medical check, he was fine. He was 100% healthy. He only did the 40 at the combine. In fact, that's the only testing number any team has of Gabe Akis in the offseason. At the combine, he gave the reason for a hamstring. Now, we know he had some sort of shoulder procedure. That was disclosed to all NFL teams on April 4th. So after a lot of stuff, but before the draft, it was a labral tear. The knee was not disclosed to teams. We don't know when it happened. It wasn't disclosed from, according to my source, another team executive, until June.
I think that's HIPAA.
So how's Greg Bedard on what he's hearing about the Akis injury and the holdup and what those around the league are saying? I mean, basically, when he got to the combine, there are no medical rechecks after that. He did his medical recheck there at the combine. He only ran the 40. He didn't do much at his pro day. He didn't do anything laterally or agility-wise. And it seems either he was hiding during his medical recheck.
Yeah.
Hiding a knee issue. He disclosed his shoulder issue, or he suffered it somewhere between the combine and the Patriots drafting him, and he showed up to Foxborough, and the Patriots were like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, what happened?
And Bedard had some specific dates there about when he disclosed and what he disclosed, but I've heard others, including Tommy Curran, NBC Sports Boston, say the exact same thing. I mean, basically, they were unaware at the combine that he had this knee injury. He showed up after they drafted him at rookie minicamp, and they're like, what the hell's this?
Like, what did you do? This isn't the plan. This is a line I think Curran has used. He's like, they drafted a player, and then once they really got to figure out what was going on, they're like, this isn't the player that we drafted. Like, or this isn't what we thought was happening here. Like, we thought you were healthy. You appear to not be healthy, and then you start to debate, how much you either want to pay the guy, and it's pretty set, but it's not fully set. And then when you start to get into, can the team cover themselves? And if this guy goes down with another knee injury, like they got to pay him the whole thing. It's like, no, we didn't know about this knee injury. So this is a situation though where like both need each other. Remember we got in the argument last year about like Steph Diggs, like who needs who more. Like Gabe Akis is a rookie, and he got drafted by the Pats. This is his only place where he's going to be able to make money. So he obviously needs the team, and he eventually got this deal done. But the team is in a situation where they absolutely need him too. Like we were tearing off yesterday the position groups. Without a doubt, the weakest position group is his position.
Yeah.
And not that he was going to be a starter week one and like an all-pro or anything, but he has the ability to be their best guy. And now I don't even know if we're ever going to even see him. So it got off to a really bad start. Vrabel's clearly annoyed that he's not even there. So he doesn't have the contract, but he's not there. Then the rest of the team, I'm sure like the Elliott Wolfs and the Crafts of the world are just like, Andy's hurt? Like, what is this injury? Like, the communication's so bad.
So I don't know when he's going to be on the field. And I don't think anybody does. We asked Curran this yesterday about a timeline. He's like, I don't know. He's like, how could you know?
Vrabel
He's
said
like,
cautiously optimistic twice
right,
when asked about him.
So Curran, if he was guessing, and I just want to make it clear he was guessing, but he seemed to think maybe there's a chance he's out there for joint practices. Okay. I would say that's a good sign.
That'd be great.
I don't get that same sense, but maybe Curran is hearing something behind the scenes that we're not privy to. But, yeah, Vrabel had a comment the other day where he was basically like, and I'm paraphrasing, oh, well, we don't look at him any differently. And I'm like, how could you not after this? You don't look at him any differently or think less highly of him. It doesn't mean you're out on him or they view him as a bust. I'm starting to question it, but I'm on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
They have to be adjusting their view of him as a player a little bit, don't they?
I wonder if, though, this is where Vrabel being a former player comes into play, where he's like, you know what? Maybe this kid got bad advice from his agent. And maybe his agent was like, look, if you want to be the highest draft pick possible, like, don't say a word about this, and then we'll figure it out later. And obviously he's a young guy, so I wonder if Vrabel's looking at it like, because he had that line the other day where he's like, there's like the business side of it and like the playing side of it, and he really
he's experiencing the business side of it.
Yes, and sooner than most, right?
Yeah.
A lot of rookies show up, They sign their deal, and then they kind of move on. They don't really have to deal with the business
Gonzo
side.
going into year 4 is experiencing the business side. Yeah.
First 3 years is like, sorry, Gonzo, you're kind of locked into a first-round pick deal. Like, I know long-term you're going to want this, but this is what you can do. And same with all these other players. And so right away, he's going to deal with this. Travion Henderson last year took a while for him to sign, but he was at all this stuff and then eventually got his deal. And now you don't have to worry about it for a couple of years. Akis is in a different spot, but I have a feel like this is just my hunch. I feel like a player or a coach like Vrabel would probably hold it against him a little bit less than like Bill Belichick would.
Oh, I think that's fair.
Because Vrabel's also, even though he's in charge of the roster, I think he's like negotiating the contracts as much as like how hands-on Bill was with all that stuff.
You wonder what's out there for help if Akis won't be on the field anytime soon. I was surprised to read this yesterday. Jeremy Fowler had 5 teams that could trade for Vita Vea. And he had the Patriots on that list. And for whatever it's worth, he had them second.
Wow.
And he didn't rank them per se, but in terms of where they were on the list, and it's not alphabetical, it went Raiders, Patriots, Chargers, Panthers, Niners. Here's what he wrote. He said the Patriots are a fit.
Chargers would be scary.
Due to their 3-4, they would be defensive front and considerable cap space, as they have nearly $35 million remaining for 2026. I would say to Fowler, they're probably saving a lot of that for Gonzalez, but whatever. Above all else, New England truly needs an edge rusher, but there aren't many ready-made solutions available at that spot, so the next best thing would be to locate a disruptor inside to pair with Milton Williams. The Patriots feel their roster is better now than it was last year when they represented the AFC in the Super Bowl. Getting one more high-quality defensive piece would reinforce that feeling. So that's an insider linking the Patriots to Vita Vea. I didn't really see that one coming.
No, I didn't think that would be on their radar at all. I mean, if they get him, great, and you'd want to keep him away from Buffalo, and then maybe even like another AFC team come playoff time, because that guy can be a killer. But yeah, no, that's an interesting one, because at this point of you're like, what are you going to get other than that, right? Like, what other kind of cast-offs would there be?
That also feels a little Breslow-ish, where it's like, let's get another pitcher instead of a bat. Like, let's get another D-tackle. I think they're pretty set at D-tackle.
We like that position. I think we great is what we said on the tiers.
We great.
Yeah, you needed more of a pass rusher.
Edge rusher was we in trouble.
We need help.
That's what it was. I'm sorry.
We in trouble could be a good one, too.
Maybe next time.
Yeah.
But we need help. So I would say I'm all for having good players, but that does feel like doubling down on a strength instead of addressing a weakness.
Would you say we need help? Would you say that?
I would say down goes Apollo Mead is what I would say, because he got sucker punched.
As a great caller said yesterday, we need another infielder.
All right, let's get to this.
Yeah.
We also need to learn how to tell the truth, because the Red Sox, or maybe need to learn how to read an X-ray.
Just go opposite. Whatever they say, take the opposite.
Because they are having some trouble with this. Let's get to, another poorly represented injury timeline, injury situation with a guy the Red Sox got 2 at-bats out of, like in a bat and a half, Curtis Mead.
Good on base percentage, though.
Really strong. Really strong OBP. We'll do that in 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
WEEI.
Download the Odyssey app and listen on demand anytime.
How's Curtis feeling?
Sore. They did get x-rays, which are negative, which is good. He's sore. We're just going to take it day to day and see how he feels coming in, but a little sore, but at least right now it looks like we dodged a bullet maybe.
Maybe not.
No, they did not. Update to that story. They did not dodge a bullet. In fact, he took one directly into the wrist. I think it went through the wrist. Good shot by the sniper there. Got
Chad
him.
Tracy, I thought that was a weird comment when he made it.
Yeah, you called it out.
We
You were
dodged a bullet, maybe.
Maybe. There was definitely a, let's see how he feels tomorrow. And you're like, okay.
Well, and Keith,
yeah,
you also called it. No, you called it, sir.
No. Back to you.
Because you highlighted immediately when we talked about this yesterday, right off the top of the show. Yeah. They dodged the bullet, maybe. I'm like, that's an odd comment, and hopefully they did, but we'll see. And this underscores why they should still be active at the trade deadline, and I stand by all of that. You immediately highlighted their track record with injuries, which is just beyond terrible.
They're pretty much wrong all the time.
Garrett Crochet, Roman Anthony leading the way. And this
Throwing
is the
Tristan
latest.
Casas for a while. Like some of the other guys that are still toiling away in rehab
Where's Meyer?
situations. Right.
Where's Kiner Falefa?
We know Roman's in Fort Myers. We know that.
Oh, we at least know where he is.
Yeah, we have an idea where he is.
So do you think
they had to put an air tag on him?
Do you think they lie? Or do you think they need a whole new medical staff?
I think it's probably a combination. I think there's been some.
I'm starting to think they need a new medical staff.
Yeah, maybe. But I also think there was. Oh, so one of the famous incidents this year was Sam Kennedy.
Sam Kennedy.
Do you think he was just told the wrong information?
Well,
maybe that's true.
I'm starting to wonder now. But Sam Kennedy to me does not deserve the benefit of the doubt.
No.
He comes on and he spins and twists, lies, if you will, and Kennedy doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. Does Chad Tracy strike you as a liar?
No, he does not.
Me neither.
He does
Which
not.
is why I bet somebody told him, well, yeah, the x-rays are negative. He's probably fine. And he's like, okay, x-rays are negative.
Yes.
And the x-rays.
Like we dodged a bullet maybe.
I think the x-rays were negative. They get the MRI in there. They get the imaging, and all of a sudden they see something different. But, to me, there's so much of this.
I know.
At some point, they'd be like, guys, we can't lie about this anymore. I'm not sure they're lying. I think they just might not know what they're doing.
It has been a long history, and so I don't know how much turnover there's been with the medical staff. Because I remember even Daisuke Matsuzaka 20 years ago. I think he's fine, Tommy John, or whatever it was, right? It's like, oh, that's not right. Or Jacoby Ellsbury and that whole song and dance about the upper rib and the lower rib and all that other stuff. And so there's been a lot of issues over the years.
Front and back.
Oh yeah, front and back. That was the quote.
Yes.
But this year, there's just been so many where they're trying to give you details, but all the details are wrong. And so now you get why Bill Belichick and others are just tell you nothing, or the Bruins tell you nothing. And it's because they're not right about it.
Yeah, he's doing okay. Let's see how he does tomorrow. Why do you have to say x-rays are negative and we think we dodged a bullet? Maybe.
Yeah.
Which, again, was a smoking gun right when he said it.
Double check those.
But, okay, Curtis Meade, by the way, now has a broken left wrist.
Brutal. Second at bat with the team.
It's the second time he's broken his wrist, by the way. I want to get to that timeline in a minute. Because we had an emailer.
He needs more milk?
We have, maybe.
He needs some milk.
Get him some milk.
He needs some milk.
Maybe. What do they drink in Australia?
Oh, I
assume
Vegemite.
I think they drink it right out of the cow there is what I thought.
Oh, is that how they do it?
I assume they'd have stronger bones there, quite frankly.
Yeah, there's not a big milk episode in Bluey.
I haven't seen it. You think it was kangaroo milk?
Oh.
Maybe that's not as good for your bones.
Can you milk a kangaroo?
Milk a wombat, I bet.
Oh, yeah. Good wombat milk. A little platypus milk? No, you never had that?
Dump that.
You ever had a wallaby milk? Little kiwi?
Platypus milk.
Platypus milk.
Plat. Can't say that.
Hey, I think you can.
Plat milk. Yeah.
They're like a combination.
Greg.
Yeah.
Could you milk me?
They're like a bunch of animals all in one. It's like a duck.
True.
It's like a beaver.
He had a follow-up test on Tuesday.
Great.
That did reveal a fracture. Meade is going to land on the IL.
Yeah, he's done.
Well,
he's done for the season.
Here's what he had to say. Quick exchange yesterday from Curtis Meade, who the Red Sox acquired for Connolly early, who, by the way, is also hurt. But here is what Curtis Meade had to say about going on the IL.
Yeah, no, I did. I woke up pretty stiff and sore. Had a history
Hell yeah.
of
in 23 had a similar injury where the X-rays were negative, and then got an MRI. So yeah, when I woke up today and it didn't feel a whole lot better, it was felt like it was the best next step.
Just to confirm, it's a broken wrist, like a fractured wrist.
Yeah. I'm flying back tonight to meet with the Boston hand specialist tomorrow. So
don't do that.
I don't know kind of
get out of there.
The nuts and bolts of it, but should find all of that out hopefully in the next coming days.
In your mind, you're going to play again this season?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Okay. Don't say that. Just don't answer it.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so maybe.
No timetables.
Yeah.
No timetables.
The
Sam
hands-
Kennedy called it and said, not a fracture.
The hand specialist.
Yeah.
They're going back to this guy? The
I
guy who
wouldn't.
misevaluated Roman Anthony? They're going back to this guy?
I probably would not. There's got to be somebody else.
So-
There's a lot of doctors in the world.
I got to be honest. I don't believe, Keith, they're just going to keep lying and lying and lying and getting embarrassed, like pantsed. Like at some point, I don't think the medical team knows what they're doing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. It does not seem like it. There's just been way too many examples. I think, you do run a risk putting a timetable on with injuries because there can be setbacks. I mean, this whole Garrett Crochet thing is like, that started out as one thing, then it became another. Then he tried to clarify it. Then he had to clarify his clarification, right? Because it was like, is it your elbow? Is it your shoulder? Is it your shoulder? Is it your elbow? It was the whole thing. All I know is he's not pitching. He's probably not going to pitch all season long. But that's not what it was like initially. Roman Anthony, who knows if we'll see him again? That's not what that was like initially. I mean, you can count on one hand the number of players that came back when they said they were supposed to this year.
Look, there's been very, very few. And, yeah, I'm starting to wonder. By the way, Bradfo highlighted this from another individual, Jane Goodrich. Okay,
Jane Goodrich?
Bradfo credited Jane.
Okay.
Curtis Mead, as he just referenced there.
Jane says.
Or as the text line is calling him, Mead the Parents.
Meet the Parents.
Yeah, because we had the
milk exchange.
The little Fokker line there.
There's another movie coming out with them.
Oh.
Yeah, Ariana Grande is going to be.
Oh, wow.
The marrying into the family.
Saw Meet the Parents.
Ben Stiller's
Meet the Parents.
Ben Stiller's son in the film is going to marry Ariana Grande, and based on the trailer, she gets along really well with Robert De Niro.
Oh.
Not that well. I didn't mean to put the emphasis like that. They're just like they're in cahoots. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Mead had a fracture on the same wrist in 2023 after being hit by a pitch. He was at AAA, and from that injury, it took him 62 days to come back. So assuming it's even close to a similar timeline, same wrist, 62 days, that would be Monday, September 28th, the day after the Red Sox season finale.
So
same timeline, same wrist. If we're assuming the same timeline, he would be back the day after the Red Sox finished their regular
But
season.
that also sort of implies if he was in AAA, you don't really need a minor league rehab outing for a AAA. If you're already in AAA, did he just come back to AAA? Like, did he come back and play the majors in 62 days? I feel like I don't know.
You're saying you think it would take longer to get back to the majors? Good point.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, good point.
So, unless he went to AA to get ready for AAA. No, I mean maybe it'll be quicker. Like who knows? I don't know what happens if you break the same wrist twice. If that means it's going to be quicker or longer. But so now we're talking about another one of these scenarios where a player might be ready for his first game to be in the playoffs or like right around there. Like that's tough.
And like big picture, I'm worried about him now too because this is a guy who just figured something out. And you could say, well, he had the wrist injury and ultimately he was back to being a power hitter and paying off on his prospect status. But that was like 3 organizations later.
Right.
I'm worried about a guy who quote unquote just figured it out. And now he's going to miss 2 months or maybe the rest of the year. Yep. And like long term, I already had questions about this deal. I thought the reason it was an overpay was because long term, I'd rather have Connolly early than Curtis Mead. That didn't mean for this year, I'd rather have Connolly early than Curtis Mead. Early was already hurt. Mead was here. I actually thought for this year it was a good trade for the team. Long term were my questions. Well, now this year's gone, and all we have is long term, and I'm concerned about it. The one thing I will say, I got an email about this, Keith.
Ooh, brag.
Thank you. I don't get many of them.
No.
The emailer was blaming the Red Sox for where he stands, crowding the plate, a la Wilson Contreras.
Oh, he has an outrageous stance, but
for getting himself hurt.
Yeah, but Wilson Contreras is closer to the plate.
Wilson
He's having the best season.
Wilson Contreras gets hit 25 times a year. This was the fifth.
Caleb Durbin led the league last year. We were highlighting that when he came over.
This is the 5th time this guy's been hurt. So I wouldn't say like it's anything other than bad luck for the Red Sox, but maybe
I don't think the Red Sox told him where to stand either.
No, but the emailer's point was, well, they should know, and he's an injury risk because of how he stands and blah, blah, blah. So I wouldn't say that. It's bad luck for the Red Sox, I think. And it's nothing other than bad luck. Maybe it was already a bad trade, But to lose him a bat and a bat and a half later,
no, it is
where he
it's
gets
bad luck.
popped on the wrist. To me,
Buzzard's
is
luck.
nothing more than bad luck. But what's Breslow going to do? Is he going to sit there and shrug and be like, "Well, I tried, bad luck. What do you want me to do?"
We need reinforcements.
Or is he going to go get reinforcements? Because I agree, Keith.
I think he has to.
They meet him.
I
And
think-
he does, as the texter says, he does need some milk.
I think he has to. The one silver lining here is that it wasn't a rental, right? Like you didn't go all in.
Yeah, you got 5 years of control or whatever it is.
Right,
yeah.
but and like, oh, that guy's out for the one run we were going to have him. That's like the worst kind of luck. At least he might be your starting second baseman, DH, whatever, for a handful of years. So like, it's not just like completely brutal trade in that sense. But as far as this run, you obviously felt the need you needed to upgrade that spot. You thought that you did. Now you got to remove him from the equation. So I was hoping they were going to add another bat anyway.
Me too.
But now it's like, maybe even consider adding 2. Like, I'm not saying gut the farm system, but like you might need to consider a couple of bats.
Speaking of the farm system, Arias had a home run yesterday in
he
AAA.
smoked it
Off Chris Bassett. So I wonder if he's a factor here or at the trade deadline. On top
Christian
of that,
Campbell's hitting like 400
Well,
over the last month.
again,
Nah, I
I
don't
wouldn't hold my breath on that
Yeah, I
one.
don't care.
But Garrett Crochet, I wouldn't plan on him coming back. Roman Anthony, I wouldn't plan on him coming back. Curtis Meade, I wouldn't plan on him coming back. Breslow still needs to get deals done to improve this team at the trade deadline because, oh, by the way, on the field, the bats have gone silent.
Oh, no.
Out in Sacramento, where everybody scores a million runs.
I thought that was a hitter's park.
That's what I thought. Let's get to the Red Sox, their quiet bats, and what Breslow can do at the trade deadline in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
The wall, he makes the play, and the ball game is over. The Red Sox battle in the ninth, but they come up 1 run short. Frustration in Sacramento, 4-3 Athletics.
I thought Seagulls got a hold of that one. Like a French fry at the beach. I thought he was all over that one. Right off the bat, Keith, I was like, here we go. They tied the game. I thought he got it. That's
well,
after
especially in that park where you can hit a pop-up and you'd throw your bat in frustration. It's a grand slam.
I mean,
you're like, that one should be gone.
2 nights ago, both Soderstrom and Raffaello, the grand slam, off the bat, I'm like, these things have no shot, and they got out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the catcher, who I bet against last night for a hit, I was pretty frustrated when he hit that home run on multiple levels last night. But the catcher for the A's, like that was a no-doubter off the bat. Like that one you knew.
Yeah.
And the Wong one you knew. That Seagulls one I thought was going to get out
Come on,
last night,
Seagulls.
and it did
I
not.
know.
And it masks a little bit what they did in the ninth inning, the Wong home run, how poor the offense has been in Sacramento, because it was really one swing of the bat on Monday. It was a big one, Rafaela, but it was a pop fly in a lot of ballparks, and it's one
I
that,
know.
honestly, the kid Thomas or whoever it was could have caught. He crashed into the wall, and he lost it, but he had it in his glove.
Right.
And then last night, they had, again, no runs early on in the game, despite having it felt like a ton of base runners the first couple innings. Gage jumped, settled in after that. They don't score until the 8th. They tack on 2 more in the 9th. It took forever to get the offense going for the second night in a row. They were getting no hit through the first 5 innings 2 nights ago. The bats have gone silent. And it coincides with Meade getting hurt and the trade deadline less than a week away. So it's time for Craig Breslow to, again, dust himself off after actually making a trade in advance of the deadline, a polarizing trade, but a trade nonetheless, and a bold one. It's time for him to dust himself off and go get some help, because the offense feels like it's drying up.
Well, that was the one thing, though, even during the winning streak, I don't think anybody was like, oh, the offense is all set. They don't need a bat. Like, that was obvious they needed maybe multiple bats. That's what we're talking about. Left fielders, shortstops, catchers. We were like lefty, righty, right? It wasn't even like a righty bat. Like, they needed bats. They were embracing small ball, which I think they're going to have to do. So I'm okay with that part of it. But Caleb Durbin kind of heating up a little bit. Like, all right, like how good of a player is he going to be? I don't think he's going to be as bad as April. He's probably not going to be as good as June was for him. So, like, it's going to be somewhere in the middle. They need to be able, like, you're leading off either Seagulls, and last night you're leading off Jones. Like,
when you started, we ripped the double right down left field to start the game.
I like that, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know how sustainable that is long term. Like, I think it's going to be pitching and defense still, but that's why the needs are obvious for this team. And Breslow did at least try to address that. Unfortunately, that guy goes down in his second at bat, but you still have between now and Monday to get another couple of deals done.
I mean, the silver lining to making a deal early, even though Meade immediately got hurt.
That would have been brutal.
Immediately got hurt.
Good one.
It's not like you traded for him the first game after the deadline. He goes out, breaks his wrist,
and you have no other.
And now you're like,
opportunity?
well, crap. We just the silver lining is you do have time to correct this and get something done.
Now you gave up a lot for him, but not a lot of bodies, right? So, like, I feel like the value was tipped in the scales of the Nationals. I like Connolly early, but it's not like you threw in 3 prospects. Like, so you still have plenty of players that I think other teams would want that you can swing deals with.
You still have Arias. You still have Ianson. You still have Witherspoon.
Meyer.
Yeah. I don't know how many people want him. But no, you
Jaron Duran.
You still have pieces to throw into a deal. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
We'll get to your phone calls in a moment, and I want to get to what seems to be the Red Sox latest fascination as a target. But just on the game, for the first time in a while, I was frustrated with Chad Tracy. It started with the lineup.
I agree, and I know what the other thing you're going to say, too.
I didn't like the lineup at all.
The lineup was kind of pretty shoddy.
The whole reason you shuffled the lineup the other day was to get Meade in there.
So
he's on the IL.
Rafaela back at 2.
Thank you.
I agree with you.
So it started with the lineup. I was annoyed. Put Contreras back at 4. I get that they were
Williers
stacking
3,
their righties to start, but like go back to the lineup that had been working.
Right.
Yeah, Meade, you shuffled your lineup for Meade. He's hurt. He's on the IL. Go back to your regular lineup.
Yeah.
So that was number 1. What do you think was number 2?
Jake Bennett. I would have said thanks for the 6 innings, because even in the 6th, you're like, all right, this might be his last hitter. I know the pitch count was down, but don't look at the pitch count. Look at the effectiveness. And I would have said, awesome performance, Jake. Unfortunately, we're not scoring any runs for you, but you're going to come out after 6, put it down as a quality start. It still technically is a quality start because it was 3 earned runs in 6 1/3, but you leave on such a sour note. And the way the offense was able to scrap together a couple runs later, you never know, butterfly effect, what would have happened. So he should have been pulled earlier.
So I agree. That was on my list.
Which is something that I feel like he's done more often than not. I've usually agreed when he's taken Peyton Tolley out a little early.
Yep.
Now, some of that might be he's told, hey, he's only going to throw so many pitches, but there are times where you're like, oh, he's got a bunch of strikeouts, put him out for one more inning, and he doesn't. This was one, I don't know what he was doing.
Me either. And
is it
especially
because Whitlock and Chapman just went?
So that's what I was wondering. They pitched Slayton, Whitlock, and Chapman on Monday.
All right.
Which means they did not pitch Guerrero. But okay, maybe he was trying to get cute there. But for a guy who you're worried about his innings limit, Lou was talking about this on TV last night. It's like, yeah, you gotta manage these guys'
that
innings.
was an obvious one.
Bringing him back out, I didn't like.
Yeah.
I also, and this one may not have been Tracy. This could have been Durbin on his own. I didn't like the Durbin sack bunt when he did it. I'm trying to remember what inning that was. I'm going back and looking. Was it in the 8th when they ultimately broke through? But Durbin had one sack bunt.
Their first run was in the 8th. Yeah.
Sorry, it was in the 7th.
Okay.
So Rafaela leadoff single, and Durbin bunts him up. I'm like, you're bunting up for Duran?
Yeah.
I didn't like that in Durbin. Look, they've been hot with these sacrifice bunts. So I didn't love that sack bunt either. But I didn't think Tracy had a great night. I think largely he's been awesome. But I'll be fair. I didn't think it was a great night for him. I think that helped contribute to the Red Sox and their quiet bats. They do need to make a move. It seems like the latest fascination, Keefe, according to Buster Olney and Jeff Passan this morning.
Who do we got?
Otto Lopez?
So you must like Otto Lopez. Doesn't he have like a super high batting average?
Oh, he's hitting like 330.
He and Luis Arise are staring at each other for that batting title?
Buster Olney, what he wrote out the other day is he was, as of yesterday, leading the majors with a 331 batting average, 22 steals, good defense on top of it, OAA and DRS. I checked this. OAA and DRS. Bad arm, though, right? I even checked this.
Bad arm, yep.
I even checked this.
I'm looking at the Savant right now.
One step ahead of the D-God yesterday.
Hire me.
Yeah. So
I always want to be one step ahead. So
he said,
but better than like Neto, right? Because everybody points out Zach Neto can't field.
Well, again, OAA can't field. DRS, he nets out well. So I think it's mixed on Neto, to be honest.
Okay.
But the Boston Red Sox are searching for a shortstop, writes Buster Olney. One name that has come up is Miami Marlins' Otto Lopez, an NL All-Star earlier this month. Quote from one rival executive with knowledge of Boston's interest, he'd be a great player for them. Lopez is a contact hitter.
There you go.
The sort of fit and sort of player Breslow has targeted in the past. He's 27 years old, leads the majors with a 331 batting average, 22 steals, and is regarded, Olney writes, as a positive personality. If the Marlins do move Lopez, they would be trading a player on the upswing.
Yeah.
He had an OPS of 700 in 2024 and 2025. I'm sorry, under 700.
I was going to say,
in 24 and 25.
on the nose.
Yeah, it was 673 last year.
And he'll have 3+ years of service time after this. I will say
this doesn't help your power at all.
No, and he has this in common with Curtis Mead as well, twice DFA'd. Mead had just been DFA'd this offseason.
Yeah.
Lopez has been DFA'd a couple of different times in his career.
So this is an example of these teams might be able to capitalize on their little spark, and you might have to give up too much for them because the shortstop market could be thin. I mean, we've tossed out a lot of names, but you hear the Astros being like, well, Jeremy Pena is not going anywhere. And so they're like, all right. And C.J. Abrams, we'll see. The guy's having such a good season. I think it's going to cost a lot to get him. He would be an upgrade, and I'd try to ride that high from this season, but
can't be overpaying.
You cannot overpay for him. You already overpaid for one guy, and then this guy, you still are a team that's going to have to win on bunts. You don't have any power hitting.
He has
or like very little.
He has 3+ years, meaning the rest of this year, and then 3 years of service time. After year 3, you start making money, right? You're arbitration eligible.
Yeah.
So my guess is the Marlins are going to be motivated to move on.
Sure.
They're probably motivated to cash in, but they're going to be motivated to move on because they're going to have to start paying him.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's not a guy I would overpay for. I'm interested if it's not an overpay, but if we're talking like Arias or Ianson,
no,
hell no.
I wouldn't even trade the spoon for him.
Yeah, I don't know. That one I'm a little more wishy-washy
I'm
on.
happy to trade him in like other deals. This is my problem with early. Like I would have traded early ultimately, but not for what you got. And so somebody like Otto Lopez even less so.
Yeah, Duran ain't getting that done, but I'd trade Duran for him. Sure. But yeah, no, that's not a name that moves the needle. Neto and C.J. Abrams and Lindor and Seager, like some of the other shortstops they've been linked to, I've been pretty interested in.
Yep.
This feels like the guy's having a career year and was an all-star, and maybe he'll be a random ball player in 10 years, and we'll be like, oh yeah, he made an all-star team one time.
You think Drop God will get it that day?
What's
yeah.
the question?
I say yes.
Will you get the random player?
I say yes.
He might.
He might.
He might. He's due.
He's very much due. 617-779-7937. More your phone calls here on a Would You Rather Wednesday on Jones and Keefe. Let's get to some Would You Rathers with your phone calls next. It's a Would You Rather Wednesday here on Jones and Keefe, brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant. If you're planning a corporate meeting or private party, book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests. GoAvellino.com. Giant portions, Bedford's Kitchen. Again, at GoAvellino.com. We'll get to the hashtag Dork Minute with Rich Keefe coming up before the hour's out. We'll circle back to Christian Gonzalez, his comments yesterday, and what it means for a potential extension with the New England Patriots. But, Billy, what do we have first today for Would You Rathers?
Would you rather the Red Sox get C.J. Abrams or Zach Neto in a fifth starter?
Ooh.
Juicy, because Abrams better than Neto. We'd all admit that. But in this scenario, you'd get somebody of the, like, Patrick Sandoval, like depth starter. So not a top end. I'm not talking about, like, Skubal.
Which is what I think they need.
Yeah, I mean, they could, especially with the early trade.
I'd love Skubal, and I'd love another big-ticket arm. But what I think they need is just another guy who can eat some innings.
Put me down for Abrams, though. I think he's the more dynamic bat. I think Neto... I'm interested in Neto. I'd be happy if they traded for Neto. But if you look into it, like
that was your deadline plan the other week, right?
It was Neto and was it Hunter Goodman?
Buxton?
Oh, Buxton. It was Buxton and Neto, which again I'd be happy with that. But if C.J. Abrams is really available, I think he provides so much more of the power. They need power, and maybe Neto can lead off. He is going to strike out a lot. He's not a big average guy. Even his OPS is like in the 700s. But he's an upgrade over what you have, and maybe he's even your future shortstop. But the same thing can be said about Abrams.
Oh, definitely.
And now you put him in the middle of your lineup, or you have him hit second. You know, you could have some combination of Abrams, Abreu, Contreras. You still got Rafaela in there. Like, okay, like that's looking like a pretty good lineup, because that still is what they really lack, is just the big fly guy. So put me down for Abrams.
So I also would answer at Abrams, and while I want the arm, I would prioritize, if not a shortstop, just another bat. Yeah. And I think they need it. I like Neto. You know, I maybe am just overreacting to one series he had against the Red Sox last year, but I was quite impressed when he came in last year. We talked about it in real time. So I like Neto, but Abrams feels like a step above. And honestly, that feels like a team that Breslow can get it done with. Like, he's gone back to the well with Chaim Bloom.
Made a deal.
He's made plenty of deals with, I think it's Charrington as well now in Pittsburgh.
Right.
And maybe he makes another deal with Taboni.
Former Red Sox guys.
That's all he knows, apparently.
That's fine. They have their numbers lying around in the office. This guy.
I would say that's not a great thing, big picture for Breslow.
Yeah.
But that might work out for him at this deadline. Like, you need bats? Guess who the Nationals have? Tons of bats. So call him back up for C.J. Abrams. I'd take either. But what would I rather have? I'd rather have Abrams over Neto, even with an arm in addition.
I say, because that fifth starter might help you get to the playoffs, but it'll probably be a non-factor in the playoffs.
Correct.
Whereas once you get there, if you have Abrams, okay.
If it's the Angels specifically, who are the names they have? Reed Detmers. We just read
Detmers.
Soriano, is that the other kid's name?
I think so.
So, like, you get one of those thrown in with Neto or Abrams. What else, Billy?
Would you rather Jason Tatum and Derek White or Giannis and Bam?
Giannis and Bam's the better duo. I think the Celtics are the better team. I would take the Celtics to have a better record than the Heat, but I think Giannis is better than Tatum, and I think at full strength, they're at least very close.
Correct.
They're at least very close.
I think they're really close.
Good point.
I actually think I would lean Tatum, but that one's a coin flip, and Bam is better than Derek White.
Yeah. So there you go. So like they're probably like Giannis and Tatum are probably fighting for like fourth or fifth best player. Bam's probably somewhere in the top 25, top 30, and then White's probably just outside of that.
When we tiered off players, Bam was in it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I think he was. So
no, they have the better duo actually, but again, there's more to that. So they do not have the best team.
Well, they had to gut their whole team to trade for Giannis. I mean, they had to trade every good player ever, and it was totally a great package.
People are
from
still
Miami
talking about
to
how good that
Milwaukee.
deal
I mean,
was.
people were calling them up right after the trade deadline and asking, how do we get Tyler Hero? And how do we get Jaime Jaquez? And how do we get Kalel Ware? How do we get all those guys? So no, I the way you said it is perfect. The Celtics have the better team. I think the Celtics will be better than the Miami Heat this year. But which duo is better?
Yeah,
Giannis and Bam.
If you're playing NBA Jam, you're more likely to pick the Heat than you would the Celtics.
Do you think I'm too down on Derek White? I worry that
I think you and I are both lower on him than the league is.
I worry we're heading Durant direction. Not like he's going to be
fighting fans and using slurs.
Correct. Not in that regard.
Fat shaming,
getting the
trying to fight a podcaster.
Last Supper tattooed on his tum-tum.
I don't think that's happening.
No.
Although he is right in the middle of the Sam Adams curse.
But I'm worried that you missed your window to get something for him. That's what I'm worried
Well,
about, and that's how I feel with Derek White.
Yeah, because I think you chose to keep him. I mean, you traded Jaylen Brown before you traded him. Now, I know there's a lot more that goes into it than just that, but yeah, I think we're down on the shooting. Because the shooting, the fact of the matter was he had a bad shooting year. I also thought he was going to be a lot better. I thought he was going to be an all-star because of the no Tatum for the vast majority of the season. And then defensively, like, I know people still like him defensively, but when they go head-to-head with some of these really good guards, they seem to have pretty good games against the Celtics.
They sure do.
So
They sure do. A couple of years ago, it was Brunson. Last year, it was Maxey. So, yeah, I mean, even Edgecombe was shooting the lights out in that Philly series last year. So, yeah, what good – I say this all the time about Marcus Smart. What good is a defensive player of the year or an all-defensive player if they just get carved up in the big games? Like, what good is that?
The Celtics did have the best two-way player in the league last year. He's now gone.
Besides Wemby.
Good point. Besides Wemby, because Wemby's an alien.
Correct.
Best two-way player, human being.
Below 7'5".
Yeah, that too. So maybe I'm too down on Derek White, but I would take that Miami duo over the Celtics duo. What else, Billy?
Would you rather have the power of a spider or an ant?
The power of an ant. That's just strength.
They're
So
strong.
would you rather be Spider-Man or Ant-Man?
What's the
I mean,
power?
you can answer it any way you want.
What's the power of a spider?
8 legs.
Shoot webs.
Webbing.
Builds a web?
Yeah, they eat flies and they have webbing.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't have webbing with an ant, but you are like 10 times stronger than a human. I think.
I think I'd go ant.
I'd go spider.
an
spiders are way cooler
See,
than
if you
ants.
ask me,
Ants are.
Well, no, spiders are cooler than ants. The question is, would you rather have? The question isn't would you rather be a spider or an ant?
Have the power.
Have the power. I'm me.
You're stronger.
Yeah,
but with 6 legs.
You're. Yeah, you have 8 legs
legs
and you can make a web.
Yeah.
You don't even like hammocks.
No, I'd have to. I'd have to learn to love them. Is what I would think.
I don't feel
you
like
have the great balance of a
No,
spider.
if the
to get-
question
I could also
was-
be poisonous for all we know. I could
That's
be
a
one of
good
those
point.
guys. There's some cool spiders.
I could be a fire ant.
Yeah, I suck.
You could be found in someone's lettuce.
True.
Oh, you could be kept in a jar and
You could live in.
You could be slowly
You
killed
could-
by Stiz. I had not considered that.
No.
Maybe I'm switching to the ant.
Because again, the question isn't would you rather be a spider or an ant,
Or even Spider-Man or Ant-Man, which is where Nick took it.
Yeah, no. The question
The
is would you-
power of.
the power
Yeah.
of ant.
I think spiders are strong too. I think people like hype up ants as really strong, but I think
Spider-Man stopped a train in Spider-Man too.
But could a spider carry 4 shrunken children across a yard?
Great point by Billy.
Could a spider?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could it?
Prove it.
It's got 8 legs. I would think it's got a better
I
chance.
saw an ant do it.
I know you did.
That movie's based on fact.
Yeah.
Tried watching that with the girls. They weren't super interested in that.
No?
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. They were like, There wasn't. I remember really liking it as a kid, but
You
I think
think-
there might have been less options
You
for
think
us.
they were just judging Rick Moranis by his dorky glasses? They couldn't get into it.
Like, I don't know about this guy.
Yeah, I don't trust
this
him.
guy.
I know he's supposed to be a big nerd inventor. Like I get it, but they're really going over the top
I'm
with
like,
these glasses.
If you guys stick around, we're gonna watch another movie where the kids get big. And she's like, no.
They blew up the kids.
Yeah, they're huge.
It's not what you think.
Like a bunch of
Not the
Victor Wembanyama.
smithereens. They're just bigger. Yeah. Okay. So I went ant. You
I'm
went
on
spider.
spider. Yep.
Billy?
Embrace the
I'm
bait.
going ant.
Yeah. Great answer, Bill. Thank you. Billy's back.
Drop
I
cut?
didn't
I'm
quite
going
know.
spider.
No. No,
Ah,
it doesn't count.
The first person that walks down the hallway can break the next tie.
I didn't quite appreciate Billy's tone yesterday when we were doing
Oh,
Patriots
Billy was-
positional groups. He's
he kept
really
him a tumbo
he's
on
like,
you.
he's really swatting it down. But Billy's back. I appreciate that.
There you go,
I
Bill.
did go 0 for 2 with your voice
Yeah.
yesterday.
No, I remember. What else, Bill?
All right. Would you rather have a home theater or an indoor pool?
Both would be super cool.
I don't like upkeep, so I think I'm out on pool almost by default.
Oh yeah, you'd have to. I feel like if you can afford an indoor pool, though, you could probably afford somebody to come by and like
hire a pool boy.
Yeah. Yes. Go on Craigslist, find yourself a pool
Quilt
boy.
making pool boy.
Man, then like when he gets there, like, this is your uniform. He's like, I'm sorry, what? Like, well, this is what you'll wear.
This is what I want to see you in.
This is what you're gonna wear when you clean
when
the
you're
pool.
when you're at my house.
Sir, I was here yesterday. The pool's pretty clean. Just checking. I thought I saw something there in the filter.
Lean in there.
Can you check it? Check the filter. He's like, I'm not coming back.
This is emasculating. Is what this is. But
that's cool. Yeah, you get a
Good
pool boy.
money.
You could get a pool boy with the indoor pool, so that
Yeah.
might sway your choice.
Well, yeah.
I'm going home theater. I think you believe it or not, you get more use out of it.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, all right, you swim a little bit. That's fun. We can have people over play Marco Polo.
Well,
We're going to sit and watch a movie.
Plus, now I feel like a movie theater in your home.
Yeah.
Now people could come over and be like, "We want to watch a movie."
They
but now,
could.
I feel like with a pool, you're just people are constantly coming over, constantly
Nonstop.
entertaining.
Yeah,
Where's
exactly.
The pool boy. We heard about the pool boy. Why do where are you checking it out?
What time is he coming by?
You know, you just got people constantly
here
coming
today.
by.
He's not
I
here.
feel like it's a headache.
Yes, it
and
is.
it's a lot of upkeep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Would
want
you
the
go
pool.
chlorine or salt water?
I don't even watch.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to go. You got to go salt water.
Salt water. That's people.
Yeah, I
love
think
that.
that's what you got to do.
Heated? That's indoors. I guess it has to be.
Well, yeah, it's heated.
That's also a lot.
It's heated
of
in salt
upkeep.
water. That's expensive.
It's super expensive. It's like
yeah.
it's like a broth.
But
put me down for home theater, like the big seats.
But let me
You
tell
get
you,
a little popcorn machine in there, big projection screen.
I don't know how often I'm going to be using that home theater. I don't watch a lot of films.
Well,
Like you'd never use it.
Right.
no, that's not true because you could hook it up to your cable and you could watch the Red Sox.
It's true.
You could watch the Pats. You could. But that's where you watch the Patriots.
Watching
now.
the Red Sox
Think
in my
abouts
home
become
theater.
reality.
Yeah.
What's that?
You think abouts become reality.
That is
Also
a good
true,
point.
Bill.
Yeah, that's a good point.
No excuses anymore.
Disney movie.
Home theater.
Yeah.
So we all agree on this. Home theater.
Home theater.
All right, good.
Look at the end of that. We all are on the same page.
All right, well, those are Would You Rathers. Brought to you by Avellino's
Can the pool boy
Restaurant.
come?
Every Wednesday.
Yes, maybe
I
get
just-
a pool boy for the home
I-
theater.
I just watch movies. My movie buddy.
Can you just clean up the home theater?
Who is that?
Yeah.
That's my pool boy.
He wants us to put in a pool.
All right.
I like it. I like it.
Would You Rather
Good
Wednesday,
answers.
every Wednesday here on Jones and Keefe. We also have the hashtag Dork Minute, which I could use my home theater to watch some of these things. We'll get to that coming up next.
So, I need hamburgers.
Oh, what a great time for a hashtag Dork Minute here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. You can get the Dork Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. We're also on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Stream it live on Monday nights, and then you can always go back and watch it or listen to it wherever. 2 weeks ago, we did the Odyssey. Movie.
AUDACY.
That's right. That's right. It's an epic, a Christopher Nolan epic, his 13th movie that he has made. It is my second favorite of his. Now, recency bias is an issue I often have, so that, I guess, could get knocked down over time. But right now, it's still flying high as my second favorite Nolan movie. It made $87 million domestically in its second weekend.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's like still dominating the box office. Although this weekend, I can't imagine it's going to win because Spider-Man Brand New Day comes out this weekend. So 2 weeks on top. I'm sure it'll still be second, but it's giving up a lot of its theaters and stuff like that.
Generating a lot of dough, yeah.
Ton of dough, and so and I'm sure all the Oscar buzz and all that stuff will come later on. Spider-Man Brand New Day, meanwhile, is the 38th MCU movie. I know we've done this in the past. I believe you've seen 4 of them.
It was something like that. I had not seen Ant-Man and the Wasp.
No.
Or, you know, many of these other ones.
But I'm excited about this one. There's been a lot of Spider-Man movies at this point. I do think Tom Holland is an excellent Spider-Man. So you had Tobey Maguire back in the day.
Yeah.
Solid Spider-Man.
Good one.
Andrew Garfield, great Spider-Man.
Was he?
Not in the best movies. It was similar like Ben Affleck.
The movie sucked, but he was good.
Ben Affleck, Batman. He was an excellent Batman.
Just in bad Batman movies.
He wasn't in good Batman movies.
Interesting.
Whereas Andrew Garfield, I think, was like legitimately good. Tom Holland kind of combined both where like the movies are good and he's really good. He also is in the Odyssey and in Spider-Man, as is his wife Zendaya. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, good for
Pretty
them.
good month for them. I'm
Good
not
for
sure you're
them.
going to be able to top that. Although Zendaya's also in Dune Part 3, which comes out in December.
Yeah. I still got to watch those first
Is that
two.
right?
Yeah, I got to get on those first 2 to watch 3.
John Bernthal also is in Spider-Man Brand New Day and the Odyssey, which makes me think, I think there's 6 actors and actresses in the world.
Yeah.
They're just in every single.
Yes, there's Zendaya and Pattinson were in the drama together.
Right. And then Anne Hathaway's in like 6 movies that come out this year. So we don't have any other people we can mix in.
All right.
I guess not. No,
Okay.
good for them is what I say. Good for them. Great for them.
Yeah. I don't want to see a bunch of bad actors.
No, that's true. I don't want to see any bad actors. But so I'm super excited for Spider-Man Brand New Day. We'll have a dork episode on Monday. Last week was Comic-Con, Jones. San Diego Comic-Con.
Wow.
The Marvel people were there hyping up Avengers Doomsday.
Their 38th film.
Their 38th film coming out.
Yeah.
The 39th film is going to be Avengers Doomsday. So
There it
people
is.
are all fired up about that. Kevin Feige, who's like in charge of all of this, said that They are pushing for quality over quantity. I think they may have heard some of the feedback. Really since Endgame.
Yeah.
Again, I've liked a lot of it. It's not all great, but people make it sound like it always was always great. Like people now are kind of attacking comic book movies, being like, now they all kind of suck. Since they started, there's been bad ones.
Yeah.
But then you have like a couple really good ones, and then you have a bad one. You're like, whatever. It's movies. There's not like a perfect.
They can't all be winners.
Even like Christopher Nolan, as much as I love him, when I was ranking his movies, I'm like, oh, the last few aren't my personal favorites. People can make a case for them. Other big announcements though from the Marvel Comic-Con: Ryan Gosling is going to be Ghost Rider.
Oh.
So I don't know if you're familiar with Ghost Rider.
I used to watch Ghost Rider. I think that was a
Different.
different.
Ghost, and he writes to us, the one that was on PBS.
Yeah,
Rider.
I watched that
Rider.
one. That was good.
Rider.
Ghost Whisperer?
Yeah.
No, like you're hopping on. Oh, don't get me started on Ghost Whisperer.
Yeah.
You won't. JLH's.
He won't finish.
I've seen it.
Or he might.
That's
he will.
Part of the problem. I've seen every episode multiple times. That show's really good. Jay Moore, really good on that show. Jamie Kennedy, really good on that show.
Wow.
Ryan Gosling, who was in Project Hail Mary this year, which was a really good like book adaptation sci-fi movie. He is going to be in a Star Wars movie coming up, and now he's going to be Ghost Rider. So really embracing like these big box office movies. This is the gentleman, you may have seen the Nicolas Cage films, or at least thought about seeing them.
Oh.
These were also bad comic movies from back in the day.
He was Ghost Rider?
Yeah, he's like a demon. He's got a skull head on fire, and he rides a motorcycle.
Got it.
Cool character.
Yeah, sounds it.
It's Ryan Gosling is going to portray Ghost Rider in a movie in 2028.
Nice.
And they announced a new Black Panther. So sadly, Chadwick Boseman passed away a few years ago. They have replaced him, and it is David Johnson. If you watch
Not the running back.
No, it's spelled differently. You watch The Long Walk, the movie that was, that's the kid from that.
Yes.
I think you'll be good.
That was a Stephen King
Yes.
adaptation?
Yes, it was.
I'm at least familiar with that.
That's streaming
It's
on
on
HBO.
HBO Max. You can watch it now.
It actually is pretty good. The two leads are good actors. The rest of them seem like they just grabbed dudes like us off the street to be in it, and you're like, I don't know what.
But he's one of the good ones.
He is one of the good ones.
Okay,
I
how
think,
about that?
I think that'll be good. House of the Dragon rolls on. We are 6 episodes through an 8-episode season. Me and Shime recapped episode 6. That's the latest Dork podcast. I love this show, and I feel like they've been a little less on the dragons the last couple episodes. I think it's going to pay off, though.
We're getting a big dragon episode?
I think so.
Nice.
Yeah, it's going to change.
Fingers crossed on that. There's going to be a dragon. Because ultimately, this thing, we already know how it ends because it's like a prequel. It ends in like a dragon civil war.
Got it.
Dragons v. Dragon.
Okay.
You hate to see them go, but that's what's going to happen.
Okay.
Because Game of Thrones starts, there's no dragons.
Right.
This show is the House of the Dragons.
Yeah.
So there's
A lot of
dragons
them.
everywhere. Oh, there's wild dragons. there's big dragons, small dragons.
Sure.
I can't wait. Mortal Kombat 2 is streaming, as is Masters of the Universe. Unfortunately, you can skip both of these. These were not great.
Yeah, you did not speak highly of Masters of the Universe.
No, Nick thought he was mad that he watched it.
Yeah, I finished it last night. I couldn't believe how bad it was.
It was bad. It wasn't fun. It's supposed to be fun. It wasn't fun. Mortal Kombat 2, same way. They cast Carl Urban, and I don't want to be one of these people screaming about the casting, right? There's enough of that with the Odyssey. But Carl Urban is like a Australian gentleman, good actor.
Uh-huh.
He plays the lead in The Boys. He's got like a really good accent. He's playing Johnny Cage, who's like the American, like Hollywood fighter. You know Johnny Cage from Mortal Kombat? The whole time you're watching him, he's like just doing this American accent. I'm like, I don't like it. I don't care for it.
So yeah, you kind of are doing the
I am doing
Odyssey
that.
thing,
So
though.
now, you know what? I get it.
You are doing it a little bit.
Helena Troy? What in the world?
They are making some good points about Elliot Page.
I do like the
Yeah.
people that criticize the casting of Helena Troy, and then Davey Eyeballs is like, do you know who Helena Troy's father was? Do you know how she was born?
I don't.
Her father's Zeus.
Got
And
it.
she was born out of an egg.
Ah,
People are like,
got it.
but that can't be her. Like, why not?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah,
Why
people
not?
are upset about historical accuracy when Zeus was a swan.
Yeah,
And
he
was
made
like, that's how Helena
he
Troy
was a
born.
swan
Oh.
at the time.
He was a swan man.
Zeus
Yeah.
turned himself into a swan, made love to Helena Troy's mother, who then birthed her in an egg.
Cool.
People are like, wait a minute.
Where are the feathers?
She doesn't look like a Peter Nyong'o. Like, all right, bud. You might have other problems you got to
But
work
now
on.
you're kind of, but you are kind of doing the same thing.
You know what? I
but
found
at least,
myself doing
At
that.
least you called yourself out for it.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Thomas Crown Affair trailer came out. Remember Thomas Crown Affair, like a little romance thriller with Rene Russo back in the 90s?
I saw the remake. I never saw the original, but I saw the remake, yeah.
So they're remaking the remake.
Oh.
Michael B. Jordan is in it, though.
Hell yeah.
And he's directing it.
Oh.
And how do you say the girl's name from Andor, Nick? Idrina. I don't know, she's very, very attractive.
She
she's
has
the co-star.
a Latin last name, so it's
Yeah,
not actually a J.
I can't pronounce the name, but she is
her.
Yeah.
Okay.
She'd probably be on like if you were gonna do a power ranking.
Yeah.
Probably number 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Take a look.
Irina?
Is it Irina?
What'd you say her name is?
Irina.
I'm asking you.
On the GOAT tier?
I would put her on the GOAT tier, and not that it's about outward appearance or looks or things like that.
I'm sure she has a good personality.
Adria Arjona, I believe is how you pronounce it.
Adria what?
Arjona.
Adria Arjona. Arjona is her last name.
Oh, I got her.
She was in Hitman with Glenn Powell. She was in Andor, Morbius.
She seems nice.
I bet. Yeah.
I bet she's a fun time to hang out
Yes.
with. Yeah.
So her and Michael B. Jordan in this movie?
Yeah.
Come on.
Nice.
Come on.
Nice.
What kind of theaters are going to be showing that? Ted Lasso season 4, I believe it is coming out on August 5th.
I've seen no seasons.
I've seen all of it.
I've seen some clips.
It's not great.
I've seen some clips, but I've never seen the whole show.
5 episodes into the final season of The Bear.
Oh.
And
I haven't started it yet.
So it started out
It's
a
got
little
no buzz.
None buzz. It started out a little slow for me, and it was a lot of, man, we're really up against it. And you're like, yeah, I know things go wrong in the restaurant. They've been going wrong in the restaurant for
we
5
still getting people's backstories?
Less of that.
Good. With too many it got real backstory heavy, which I'm over.
But the Carmi and Sydney dynamic, I have like no more time for. I'm done with it. But the Fack brothers are still fantastic.
Great.
Like Richie
Have
is
they
still
added
really
any,
good.
Any new facts yet?
I didn't see a new fact
Not
yet,
yet.
but I'm not through the season. I'm about
Okay.
halfway through. So like, there's enough of it. It picked up for me. I ended up like watching like 3 episodes in a row. So I'm like, I like it enough, but I think they probably
Losing steam.
Yeah, they gotta end it.
They got to put that bear out of its misery.
Air Bud returns in 2027. Got a new Air Bud movie?
Yeah.
Somehow Air Bud returned.
He's returning, evidently.
You know, I never saw the first Air Bud until recently. Lucas watched it.
What do you think?
Which one's the first one?
Enjoyable film.
Is that the football one?
No, the basketball. No,
Air
no,
Bud.
that's Golden Retriever. is
No,
what you're
Golden
thinking of.
Receiver.
Retriever.
Golden Receiver.
Oh,
Was that the name of it?
Whatever.
That's the pun.
Whatever.
Golden Retriever is the name of the breed of the dog. Golden Receiver is the pun for the
Wide
movie.
Retriever.
The X, the Y, the Z, vertical route.
No, you're right. You're right. I know. I saw the first Air Bud.
Okay.
And the second, Lucas is like, I want to watch this next one. I'm like, yeah, do that on your own time.
Yeah.
bud.
I don't have time for that.
First Air Bud was pretty good.
vertical route.
Oh, you know what you should have Lucas do is watch all the Ernest movies. That's a blast.
We'll add that to the list.
Those are great.
Think about it.
Last thing, speaking of kid movies, apparently they've reached out to Macaulay Culkin on another Home Alone movie where he would play like a single dad. What do you think of that?
He's Peter McAllister.
Yeah, I
and
guess.
now his kid's getting into hijinks.
Something like that.
Yeah,
he has a kid.
We still have Joe Pesci kicking around?
Joe Pesci.
Yeah, both Wet Bandits are with us.
Okay, good. No, but I mean like
They
in
can
the
show up.
No, I
One
meant
of
in,
them's in jail or was in jail.
I meant in the
Oh.
cinematic universe. Are they still
They're
Are they
probably
still
doing,
None of
hassling
them
him?
getting killed off.
Maybe their kids.
they're
are.
probably doing 25 to life. Those
Yeah.
guys are committing crimes in multiple states.
Yeah, good
How
point.
did they get out of jail between the first and second one?
Oh,
broke
they
out.
escaped.
Yeah. Yeah, they were in
They
that
Stowed
fish.
away in that fish
They were in
truck.
that fish truck.
Yeah, they escaped.
Yeah, they were in there. It smelled like fish.
I think they got a poster of Rita Hayworth, and then they were just digging a hole every day, a little bit.
Yeah,
and
that'd
they're
actually
out.
be a good story.
Yeah.
Prison Break movie with those two.
Prison
How they
Break
got
with the
out.
Wet Bandits.
Yeah, I'd watch that.
But
half
how
the-
does Kevin fall for it a third time?
True.
How is there not a checklist
I
of
noticed-
things that to take care of before this happens?
You know, we recently lost the pigeon lady. Not to bring everybody down, but you saw we recently lost her.
Is she getting pooped on in the sky?
The flu.
All right, so here's what it would be. Here's the pitch. Here's Culkin's pitch for the movie.
Oh, okay.
Kevin's a single dad who gets locked out of the house by his estranged son. Quote, the house is sort of a metaphor for our relationship. What do you think of that?
So the kid's home alone because the dad can't get into the house.
He doesn't like his dad.
Doesn't have a phone, can't call a locksmith.
Got it.
He's estranged.
Yeah.
And so he's like, you stay out of
So
there.
the son hit him with a paint can in the
Yeah.
face.
You can't just-
Oh, he's
yeah,
trying to break
he
into the
turns
house
into a
now.
wet
so
bandit.
he gets destroyed.
Now
Not
that's
a
a movie I'm
criminal, just
watching.
an angry dad.
Yeah,
which could
yeah.
be
Well, he
much more
does.
stable.
I'd say karmically, he probably has some of that coming his
Do you
way.
believe in two of the fan theories? One, that he's actually the villain of the movie?
No.
Or two, he grows up to be Jigsaw from Saw?
I'm more willing to buy into that one.
All
Yeah.
right. No, they were trying to break into his house. I don't think he's the villain either, but I do think he had such an early mind for traps.
Yeah.
He could later become.
He could be Jigsaw.
Jigsaw.
Yeah, I'm not ruling that out. Apparently,
the serial killer from
apparently
Saw.
this movie might rule it out.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. Good point. I haven't seen it yet.
Or
Good
just
point.
confirms it.
Yeah, good call.
It's
But
like
no,
all the little puppet on the tricycle comes flying in.
Yeah, it ends with the first Saw bathroom.
Yes.
I'll tell you what,
Yes.
though. A gritty,
And then the music that they played in every Saw movie.
Yeah, he just lays down in the middle of the floor.
a gritty prison break movie with the Wet Bandits. I
think
watch.
that's good.
That's a good idea.
But have them as their age now, but
Yeah.
pretend it takes place 30 years ago. Like they did in Wet Hot American Summer. That'd
That's
be
good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the hashtag Dork Minute.
Good
Every
stuff.
Wednesday at 11:45.
Check us out. It's
with,
free.
with Rich Keefe. I noticed you created a new account to log in to watch some TV.
Yeah, well, the TVs in here, a little peek behind the curtain, haven't been working since we moved in.
But
and
they
so-
work.
Well,
They work. They don't.
they don't
show
have cable
you,
boxes.
No, they don't show you anything.
I signed up
It's
for
currently on television, but they work.
I signed up for a free Samsung TV account, and we are now currently watching Hell House LLC Director's Cut.
We back.
We back.
We back.
Oh, in a big way. In a big way.
In a big way. All right, let's get to Christian Gonzalez. He took the high road yesterday with Robert Kraft. What does it mean? We'll get to that in just 2 minutes on Jones and Keefe. High noon, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. That was Christian Gonzalez in the feed with Billy Lanny discussing the latest offer from the Patriots. Doesn't want to get into it, Keefe.
No, because we're going to do it privately. We're not going to negotiate in the media. That's what both sides have agreed to, that we've decided to do. Not so fast. So he continues to take the high road, right? Like he and his agent and whatever, like they haven't put out any of their like point blank frustrations. You can tell that this isn't what he wanted.
Yeah.
And he even started the press conference yesterday, or whatever you want to call it, the Q&A about, well, I knew there was going to be a lot of questions about this. It's like, yeah, because of what Robert said on Saturday. Now, there would have been questions anyway.
Yep.
Hey, you're here. You don't have a deal. Talk about it. But, I mean, half the questions were literally about responding to what Robert Kraft said on Saturday.
Yeah, I do like that line. I knew it was probably going to be a lot of this. It's
Here we
like,
go.
thanks. Another way to read that is, yeah, thanks a lot, Robert.
But
now I got to deal with all these questions about it because you put this out there and you put it on me and you made me look selfish. And we talked about this briefly yesterday. I think he struck a good tone yesterday of like, well, I'm out here and I'm playing ball and I love to play ball and this is what I love to do and I'm lucky to do it. And I think as much as you can push back on sounding like a selfish athlete, I think he did a pretty good job of doing that yesterday because he knows the fan base is starting to look at him and his representation knows the fan base is starting to look at him as selfish because he hasn't taken, quote unquote, the most money ever offered to someone at his position and quote unquote, the highest paid Patriot of all time. I thought he did a good job trying to combat that narrative.
But he hasn't missed anything yet.
Nope,
and
not
that's
yet.
where the fan base would turn. If he misses a game, people are going to be pretty upset, obviously. I think, especially if all you hear is he was offered the most money.
Well, and if they throw the pads on tomorrow and he goes running off with a sore hammy,
people are going to start to question that.
People are going to start to question that. Yep.
Things could change. I think he went into yesterday, though, with kind of a pretty clear game plan. He had like 3 things in my mind that he wanted to get across. So one, he had his go-to, it's up to my team and the front office. And
we're going to keep
do
that
it.
between us.
Yes.
Yep.
So, all right, that was one thing. He also, the line that you mentioned about how blessed he is to be a player and he loves being out there. And so he's blessed to play football. So that makes you like, oh, yeah, that's good. And then, what was the third one? It's hyped up Robert Kraft. Robert Kraft, because Robert Kraft, even in his thing, is like Christian Gonzalez, great player, great person.
We love
him.
Gonzo. That's why we want to pay him.
He returned the favor and did the same thing there. And so he's trying to play nice to this point. He's like, we all know what he's accomplished with this organization and blah, blah. So he hyped up Robert Kraft. I think that was either his plan or his agent was like, look, when they're going to ask you a lot of the same questions, make sure you get like these 3 things out there. And he did.
Less depressed Sox fan in the Twitch chat. Oh, no, it's over for Kraft. Gonzo has the high ground now. I think it's been over for Kraft.
Yeah.
Kraft isn't winning this negotiation. Who seems more desperate, Kraft or Gonzalez?
Kraft.
Not even close.
Yeah, I would say
not
Kraft
even close.
is the one
He
that-
comes out and
yeah.
he's like, we offered this and we offered that. And
Showing more frustration. I would say Robert Kraft is clearly.
I mean, he just seems more. Gonzo didn't seem desperate yesterday. Kraft seemed desperate.
Even
being like, we offered him this. He hasn't taken it.
Even Tom Brady years ago sounded more desperate. Remember that? Oh, come on, guys. Ask Mr. Kraft. Like, what's going on there? And we talked about that for months after the fact.
Yeah.
But there was some real, like, we found out even after the fact what was really going on there. But that one sounded more like, hey, like, come on, like, get something done here. Whereas Gonzalez is like, no, we'll figure it. Like, I'll let my people figure it out.
Talk to Mr. Kraft. Come on.
Meanwhile, more bad news for Kraft. The number does continue to go up, although I think this is kind of a fake number.
Yeah.
But Denzel Ward got a 2-year, $62.2 million extension, $52.3 million guaranteed. He's 29. He was 7th on the Fowler cornerback rankings list. Number 5 was Trent McDuffie, who got $100 million guaranteed earlier this offseason. But it's the 3rd contract for Ward, who's still a high-end player. The Browns are apparently paying him and not Myles Garrett. Go figure. But
Let's see if it works out.
he is now, and Schefter and Rap Sheet are all reporting this, he is the quote-unquote highest-paid corner in the NFL at $31.1 million, more than Trent McDuffie at 31, more than Sauce Gardner at 30.1, more than Derek Stingley at $30 million. Okay? So he's the highest-paid corner. You can say that with a straight face.
Yeah, who would you say is the highest paid corner?
I would say it's McDuffie because he got $100 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
So this, to me, underscores the game that Robert Kraft is playing. He can point to, well, we offered him $31.1 million. And before Denzel Ward got signed, that's the highest money ever on an annual per-year basis.
Right.
We offered him the most. Well, what are the guarantees, Robert? And are there incentives in there and per game incentives? And is it protected for injury and performance and everything else? The Denzel Ward reporting yesterday, which I think is mostly fake. It's Schefter and Rap Sheet doing a solid for an agent to be like, oh, look, the agent got this guy paid the most. In fact, Schefter even wrote his name, Tory Dandy of Athletes First. He did Tory Dandy and Athletes First a solid by saying that Denzel Ward is the highest paid corner when no one with a brain believes he's the highest paid corner. No. He got a really good deal. The dollar signs continue to go up, and they'll go up even more if and when Witherspoon gets paid. But no one with a brain believes he's the highest paid corner. The highest paid corner remains and has been Trent McDuffie. And Gonzo's going to blow that out of the water. And I think Kraft was using this number or another fake number like it, and it's not $100 million guaranteed, and that's why Gonzo hasn't come to the table yet. And I don't think he's anywhere close to the table.
No, I know, because like every year when somebody signs a franchise tag, are you like, oh, it's like the 5th highest paid player in the league? Or at the position, and you're like, well, not really.
It's a 1-year deal.
For this year, but the player's not even happy about it. But yeah, where you rank on that list, I guess is one way to spin it. But then there's also total value, like possible value, right? There's always the big number they put out there first. Then there's the guarantee. And then you even take like the big number, you divide it by the years. And you're like, well, that's how much that guy makes per year. Well, not if it's not all guaranteed either.
Right.
So there's so many different semantics. And we said this at the time. Like,
right. On guarantees, he's making about $26 million a year if you want to divide those guarantees in two.
Who's making $26 million?
Ward.
So he's making $26 million.
Call it that, which is north of J.C. Horn, but it's well below McDuffie and some of these other guys.
I think it would put him 28th like for guarantees at corner. So, yeah, there's a lot that goes into it because there is that number, and maybe Gonzalez and Witherspoon, I'm sure they're going to look at all of it and be like, well, that guy's making more per year. And then the counter would be like, well, don't you want to make more overall? And then they're going to try to find some happy medium. Like, I wonder, can you cross off every want by saying 4 years, $32 million a year? That would be whatever, $128 million overall
total, and then guarantee
110 or something.
Yeah.
So now it's like, hey, you make more per year than Ward.
I think if
that sounds like pretty reasonable for both sides.
No, if they put 110 guaranteed in front of him, and it was $32 million a year, and somebody backs that up, it's not just Kraft saying it into the wind and no one corroborates. Right. Or in fairness, no one pushes back on it. Like if you want to be fair, it hasn't pushed back on or corroborated. Kraft just said it. But if that's the real deal, I think that's a fair offer from the Patriots.
Yes, me too.
I bet they're nowhere near that.
Probably not.
But that would probably get it done, I think. At least until Witherspoon signs and the price goes up again.
No, I know.
So that's a factor in all of this, too. What is Gonzalez's plan? Is he waiting for that? He certainly took the high road, as we discussed yesterday. And how long is this going to drag out? Let's get to that in 2 minutes on Jones and Keefe.
Got focus.
Hope so.
You confident in the deal, Christian?
Hope
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I hope so.
I hope I am.
So
you are, you aren't.
I would ask this, and we did ask it to Curran yesterday. I would ask it to anyone who assumes a deal is imminent. How come Gonzo answers it that way? How come when Kraft was asked how close they are to a deal and if he had confidence that a deal would get executed, he pivoted right back to the Patriots and the puppies? Like, how come no one can answer that?
Mm-hmm.
If you're confident in something, Keith, you confident in your marriage? I mean, I hope.
I hope so.
I mean, I hope. You answer it that way. Like, how does that sound?
Let me check with my people.
I don't think that a deal is close. I don't think it's imminent. And the one thing people are pointing to is Gonzo's attendance. Well, he's out there. He's doing everything, which he does deserve credit for, and that is different than Vita Vea, as we found out today. Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs. Those guys seem like hold-ins with the Falcons and Lions.
Looks like Olave may be doing the same thing now.
Okay, another one. So, like,
really?
At least Gonzalez is out there. Is he going to be out there when the pads come on tomorrow? Because that to me will tell a lot. If he's not, then everybody who's like, well, he's out there doing everything. A deal's got to be close. They're going to have to pivot right back.
Dan Campbell was asked today about Jahmyr Gibbs. Eric Woodyard has this quote, and he just says, he's like, is there an update on Jahmyr Gibbs and the extension? And Dan Campbell said, this will kind of continue. It'll come as it comes. I think that's the best way to say it. This is both sides working through something, and we'll take it as it comes, but that's where it is. It's not, we offered him the most of any running back or like things like that. So, like, I know a lot of these coaches and GMs and maybe even owners, when they are speaking, might have to talk kind of vaguely about it, and then that way you sort of keep moving. I just feel like if they were truly close, Robert Kraft doesn't say what he says. I feel like
that's what I think.
That strikes me as someone who made an offer that thought that you should accept, the other person should accept. They didn't accept it right away, and you're like,
we offered you more than Milton Williams.
Right.
Why aren't you taking it?
Yeah, what did Milton get guaranteed? Like $50 million?
Oh, yeah.
So probably more than
50
that.
or 60,
Yeah.
probably about what Denzel Ward got yesterday.
Right.
And it was 105 on paper total or something like that.
A D tackle yesterday signed for 106 guaranteed. Jalen Carter. So, yeah, that just feels like if they truly were close and they were only figuring out a couple of the details, wouldn't it have been like, hey, we're working, we feel confident that we're going to get a deal done, and like both sides are working hard. Basically, it's almost like the tack that Gonzo used. You could have said the same thing.
What do you think his plan is? Because
who's
Gonzalez?
Okay.
Because if he keeps going out there, and players are getting hurt, Keith. We talked about Scorton, Chris Brazel. Is that how you say his name? The wide receiver they just drafted is getting tests on his knee.
Well, who was it? Was it Woods yesterday who walked off the field for the Pats?
Oh, correct.
Even
For the Patriots,
practice.
Woods left. Carlton Davis left at one point as well.
Wow.
So he's done that constantly.
Yeah.
But like,
for that.
some of these guys are running around and getting hurt, and he's running the risk of, while he's participating, quote unquote, fully, even though the pads haven't come on yet, he's running the risk of one of these setbacks where he's going to jeopardize a massive payday.
I do think the participation is going to ease up a little bit. That's my guess. Now, I'm also surprised he's done as much as he's done, so I could clearly be wrong, but he was at some of the non-mandatory stuff. He's been at all of the mandatory stuff, and he's been participating.
But at minicamp, he wasn't doing everything. At minicamp, which is mandatory, it looked like a hold-in.
Yeah.
This, so far, he's done everything.
He's done it all, and I just wonder if this is one of those things where he and his agent are like, hey, we're going to play it this way until a point. And maybe the point is padded practice. Maybe the point is joint practice. Certainly, I would assume the point is the regular season, but we'll see. I think maybe tomorrow around this time we might get a little bit of an update on sort of like what's going on. Even if they're inside, the beat reporters will be there, and maybe we'll find out, oh, he's kind of off to the side right now.
You think he's waiting on Witherspoon?
Yeah, I do, just because I think it's easy for Robert to, first of all, know what the highest paid corner in the league makes, and to, in his eyes, offer more than that. But if Gonzo's like, yeah, he's the current highest paid corner, but I think my best friend over here, Spoon, I think he's going to sign a bigger deal, and then we can base it off of that. He's like, I'm not trying to top the McDuffie deal. I'm trying to top the pending Witherspoon deal. So hopefully that gets done soon out in Seattle.
That is like a clean comp, because you can point to McDuffie, and Curran's done some of this. He did it with us yesterday. Well, I mean, McDuffie had to play out year 4, and then he didn't get paid by his team. He got traded elsewhere.
Right.
So Witherspoon's a clean comp.
100%.
Same draft class, same position.
Ranked pretty close, although we all think Gonzo's a little bit better, but they're very similar.
And
yeah.
so does the league.
Yep.
The league thinks Gonzalez is better. Case in point, the Jeremy Fowler rankings.
Mm-hmm.
So the league thinks he's better. We all think he's better. Witherspoon is a clean comp, same draft, same position. So he gets X, I want Y. I mean, that should be a pretty
I would think so.
Pretty easy negotiation. And I think he's waiting. The question is Witherspoon also waiting for him? Like it sounds to me like Seattle, and this is judging from some of the national reporting, no one's really saying that the Patriots are far along at all with Gonzalez. Kraft is saying it, but Kraft has reason to go out there and look like the good guy or make it seem like things are all good and try to bury things a little bit, any animosity. No national reporter is saying they've offered anything to Gonzalez or that they're anywhere close. There is some reporting that the Seahawks are pretty far down the line with Witherspoon.
This is why I think having the same agent might actually help in this scenario, because if they had separate agents, I could see both playing chicken and being like, our guy's better. Our guy's better, we're going to wait. And then this guy has to, or his team has to realize someone has to sign first. They're not going to sign at the exact same time. And unless they find a way to get them the exact same deal, I mean, the only thing I can think of, like, they'll both sign right now if, like, separate conversations and you get the same deal done. They're going to have to choose who they think will give them a big number first, and then would the other one be okay taking slightly more? And would the second team be willing to top that deal too? So maybe in a weird way, having the same agent could make this go, not bleed into September.
Yeah. Text line. I think some people do feel this way about Christian Gonzalez. Guys, he's soft.
Oh.
A pretty boy who won't last.
What?
Every year it's 4 or 5 games. Well, that's not true, meaning he misses 4 or 5 games.
It was 3 last year and none the year before?
Correct.
Okay.
Last year he missed 3. The year prior he played in every game. He missed a ton his rookie year.
But not only that, not to make excuses for him, I don't need to, but he missed 3 games last year, which were the first 3 games. And then he played an additional 4, which might have been his best 4 in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So he really did play.
He played 17.
Right. Yeah, and he was like a big reason why you got to play that many games.
Now, again, he might not take hard coaching, according to Bedard, and he might be soft, which was, kind of the view on him in the draft when he came in. Like, if you think Witherspoon is a more hard-nosed player, I would probably agree, but I think Gonzo's a better overall player.
Yeah.
And so, trust me, I bet the Patriots are going to use the total games played 3 years in. It was almost all in his rookie year, but I bet they're going to use that number against them. They're going to use what they can with their leverage. But he may play a little softer than a guy like Witherspoon, but he's mostly been out there over the last 2 years.
Practice, but at least in the videos, he looked bigger and stronger than he did the last couple of years.
So I thought that too, and it wasn't necessarily in pads. Just him talking to the media yesterday.
Yeah.
He does look more filled out. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's probably true. I mean, he came into the league pretty young. Like, it's not crazy to think that he's like.
Yeah, he was 21.
Right, he was like one of the few like young rookies, right? Oh, actually, Loma was a young rookie too. But there was that run right around COVID where every rookie was like 25. You're like, good lord, 26. Doctor.
What are you, Caleb Durbin and Curtis Mead, Red Sox prospects? 617-779-7937. We'll get back to the Red Sox coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. Let's also get back into the A.J. Brown, Drake May connection. We're just passing along. That doesn't look great.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say either of us are concerned yet.
Don't shoot the messenger.
At what point should we start getting concerned? We can get into that with your phone calls next.
Arbella Insurance.
Jones and Keefe, live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. That was Andrew Callahan, Boston Herald, recapping not only the Drake May to A.J. Brown connection, which hasn't worked early on in training camp, and we all get it, it's early.
It's very early.
But it hasn't worked.
Okay, well.
He also brings up Kayshon Boutte, which a lot of you are going nuts for. You don't mind reading that the connection with Kayshon Boutte is on fire, but you don't like to hear that it's poor to A.J. Brown. And I think that's part of what's exposing the connection with A.J. Brown is that it looks so good every time May goes in the direction of Kayshon Boutte. I'll tell you what I'm not falling for is the Pop Douglas hype again. You heard it a little bit there in that clip with Callahan.
You're down on Pop Douglas.
Last year, Keith, do you remember we were like raving about Pop Douglas after training camp? And
Pop
the guy,
on the tape, he made some plays.
He was basically a gadget player last year.
Yeah, but I think that's what he's going to be anyway. Right?
Okay.
I think the way it's slotted in, I don't think they're relying on.
So I won't buy in on the hype. He's just he's a gadget guy.
Yeah, but he's having a good camp, I think is all they're saying.
Fine.
I don't think they're saying that he's going to have a good or like a big season. You think that's what's implied there?
Well,
I don't.
I am not falling for that. Is he going to be on the team? Maybe. Like he's one of the guys that I think Kyle Williams is actually fighting for a spot with.
I think he's better than Kyle Williams right now.
Well,
Kyle Williams should be better, but he's not.
Right. Probably he's better than Kyle Williams. Yeah.
And Chisholm. And so everyone's like, oh, there's 7 receivers on the room. And you're like, I think there's 4 and a half.
Chisholm could maybe make the team, maybe not, be a practice squatter.
Yeah.
And I don't think Douglas is great, but Kyle Williams isn't showing anything.
Yeah.
So
I do think Douglas, though, did equate himself pretty well last year after that debacle in Pittsburgh and then being like, remember, we were like, get rid of this guy.
Yeah.
Bad start to the season, bad start for him, bad start for Ramondre. And then he ended up making some decent plays for him the rest of the way. And obviously they don't think he's like the greatest thing in the world. Otherwise they wouldn't get A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs and keep Mac Hollins and keep Kayshon Boutte. Like,
for now.
Yeah, but right now, I think it's worth pointing out that Pop Douglas is having a good camp. And Kyle Williams is pretty invisible. So when it gets down to it, if Kyle Williams makes the team over him, it's not going to be based off of performance. I mean, things can change, right? We still have a long way to go. But the way things are going right now, if he's been your second best receiver and he doesn't make the team.
I'll tell you what, in terms of raw numbers, Pop Douglas and Kayshon Boutte really didn't have that different of numbers last year. Now,
Kayshon's just a big play, deep
Boutte
threat.
did it in 3 fewer games.
Yeah, he had
but
2 more catches for like 110 more yards.
31 to 33. Boutte had 2 more catches. 551 to 447 yards.
Spider-Man meme.
Touchdowns were 6 to 3. So it's funny.
But Boutte also in the playoffs
Boutte
had that.
felt way more impactful.
Yeah.
The actual numbers really weren't that different from a year ago.
He's not bad.
But anyway, I think the connection that May has with those guys, who on the one hand, they've been here and they're in the McDaniels offense and they've played with Drake for a couple of years in both cases. I get why on some level they look smoother with Drake May and why there's a connection there and good chemistry. I do get it. On the other, we are talking about A.J. Brown, who I think is a no-brainer top 10 receiver in the league right now, maybe a future Hall of Famer. And I just think a guy who's supposed to be that good would come in and look better than he has to this point in time.
Yeah, it's not been great. They have not been on the same page thus far. And it's why you have all these practices. It's why you have all these different times that they can, go on air against your own team, against other teams. Like I doubt he plays much, if at all, in the preseason. But
Right.
you do have a practice against the Colts, and you have 2 against the Eagles, which is going to be awesome. Like him versus the Eagles.
If he doesn't show out in those, well, let me rephrase.
He may not.
Okay, it's too early to panic about A.J. Brown. We are not panicking. I know people think we are.
Sounds like it just because we're saying it wasn't great.
Well, right. We're not panicking. We're just pointing out that it has not been great.
Right.
The numbers Callahan gave you are 3 for 10. And the completions to A.J. Brown are routine, easy completions.
Yeah, they're
the
gimmies.
And the ones down the field are not close.
Oh.
At least the ones we've seen. I wasn't there Saturday and Sunday. One of them went off his hands for a pick over the weekend. But the ones we saw yesterday, nothing was close.
Well, yeah, one of them
Down the
yesterday,
field.
they were saying May thought he was going to do something. Brown did something else. So you're like, okay, what was that?
Right.
You would assume May knows the right play, but whatever.
So, no, I agree with you. If a guy's running the wrong route, I'd assume May knew what route they were supposed to run, and A.J. Brown wasn't. And A.J. Brown even said the other day he estimated he knows 90% of the playbook, which isn't 100.
Well, as Billy pointed out yesterday, maybe that was that 10%. Maybe that specific play fell under the 10% umbrella.
I am, despite pointing out that the connection has not been good to this point, I'm really not concerned about A.J. Brown. I'm not. At what point would you start to get concerned?
I think that Eagles practice is fair.
That's what I was just going to say.
Because that's one where, first of all, he's going to want to dominate.
If he is not showing out
yeah.
in at least drills,
yeah,
if not 7-on-7 and 11-on-11, our best against your best. If he's not showing out there, I know it's just a joint practice. I know it's not even a preseason game, never mind a regular season game. But if he's not showing out there, I think that's a time to start upping the concern.
Yeah, because that's also the 19th and 20th of August. So you're giving it almost a month of these guys practicing together. They play the Colts on the 11th. And then there's preseason games in there, which, again, I doubt he plays, but you never know. That's such a hard thing to predict. I feel like every year I'm always like, that guy probably won't play. And then he's out there like into the second quarter. And then there are other guys you're like, why didn't he play? So I don't know what his plan is going to be for all of that. But you'd like to see at least some flashes. That's all. Because last year, kind of an apples to apples comparison. Steph Diggs shows up and there was a connection. The first couple of days anyway, it seemed like you went to him and they were more on the same page. Then there were times where you're like, it was Pop Douglas or it was Kayshon Boutte. Like, it got to a point, I think overall at the end of camp, you wouldn't say Diggs was their best receiver in camp. If you added it all up.
I think the first couple of days, though, he flashed big time.
No, but so I think you went into the season with a little bit more confidence
and then he went
because
quiet.
He showed some of it.
Mm-hmm.
He showed a little bit of something.
So, yeah, I never remember, and we talked about this earlier today, I never remember looking at it, and we were at a lot of these training camps last year, brag, and we're going to be here for a lot of them this year.
Mm-hmm.
I never remember looking at it and going, oh, May and Diggs aren't on the same page.
No.
I remember being like, oh, May's not targeting Diggs, and he's had some quiet practices. But I never remember looking at it when May went to Diggs and going, oh, that doesn't look right. This hasn't looked right. Now, A.J. Brown is running routes further down the field, and it's a higher degree of difficulty, and Diggs was running more horizontal stuff and stuff that was, closer to the line of scrimmage. So maybe it speaks to that on some level. But that is different. Diggs did the first couple of days come out, boom, had chemistry with Drake May last year. And that has not happened with A.J. Brown. What does it mean for the regular season? I still think he's going to have a monster regular season. But just telling you what we've seen and what others are passing along, it hasn't been a good connection thus far.
No, it hasn't. But I would fall back on sort of everybody that's going to be involved to get this thing right. Like, I have faith in. Like, A.J. Brown was good with Ryan Tannehill. He was good with maybe Mariota no, probably just Tannehill, Mariota, and Jalen Hurts. He was good with all those guys. Drake May had a bunch of new receivers a year ago. Between Steph Diggs and Mac Hollins, those were veteran new receivers. And Josh McDaniels has coached at this point a million different receivers, including like high end guys like Devontae Adams, and got it to work. So, yeah, my prediction is still he's going to be really good. He's going to be like a Pro Bowl wide receiver. But to this point, we're still waiting for it to happen.
Text line.
Yeah, what do they got?
I like this.
Okay.
The Boston sports rivalry with Philly, a.k.a. Jalen and A.J. Brown, they're right in the middle of it.
The Brown for Brown trade.
The rivalry with Philly now exceeds that of New York. That might be true, actually.
It's not bad.
Red Sox-Yankees is its own
it's
thing.
Still way better than Red Sox-Phillies,
but,
obviously.
Yeah,
although Phillies have Dave Dombrowski, like there's a little something there.
Let me tell you, the overall rivalry with Philly probably is higher than the overall rivalry with New York right now.
Yeah, because the Jets are so bad.
Yeah.
And like they're not going to face the Giants again.
I tried to tell you this in real time. No one actually hates the Knicks.
People do hate the Sixers more than the Knicks.
Yes, and that was before Jalen went. Obviously,
now
and LeBron's there.
Level.
It's not even close.
It's probably the best rivalry in basketball next year.
Yeah,
Sixers and Celtics. Hockey, I mean, they definitely add them to the list. They're not number one, but like Bruins, Flyers, I hate the Flyers.
But like the Eagles fans have already been real annoying about the A.J. Brown
100%. They were annoying the whole time. They were annoying when they had them. They're annoying now when they don't have them.
So like, yeah, that might be a bigger
good text.
City to city. It might be a bigger rivalry now. Touche, sir, or ma'am,
or ma'am.
Good observation either way.
Well put.
While we're talking about players who have stood out in a good or bad way, Raritan to me flashed yesterday, and it was second team stuff. It was not a lot of first team stuff. So like, I'd like to see him ultimately getting some reps with Drake May in the first team offense, but he was very noticeable yesterday with the second teamers.
Well, you know what? I also thought I agree with that. We did see him a lot.
People aren't going to hate that. People are going to listen to that and be like, "Oh, good, he looks good. That's great."
Yeah.
Don't tell me about A.J. Brown looking bad. Oh, Eli Raritan looks great. Oh, good. Oh, he's going to be awesome.
I think that's good. And also last year, if you remember, Hunter Henry was second on the team in catches, second on the team in yards, and first in touchdowns. And the numbers weren't crazy, but just like where the team ranks, Henry was right at the top. He also made a few plays. So it just goes to show you maybe like what their offense, what they're looking for. So as much as we're talking about A.J. Brown and people want to say, hey, this is the best room since 2007, which I would quibble with, but the tight ends are still going to be a pretty big factor in this offense. And between Hunter Henry and Reardon, you can see Drake May going to both those guys a lot. I mean, Henry more so, but the idea that you might actually have a second tight end that can catch some passes. Austin Hooper a year ago gave you 21 catches for 2 touchdowns, 263 yards.
One of those touchdowns was sick.
So that's what I'm saying.
I didn't think he could jump that high.
Hunter Henry wasn't surprised. He was not surprised at all. But like, that's a low bar to jump over. But like, we had no idea because it was so much of an unknown with what the second tight end was going to be. But you're like, all right, maybe that guy could fill that role and maybe even a little bit more.
You see Mac Hollins say he'd be willing to play some tight end?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good teammate thing to say. I'm not looking for him to do that.
Me either. You're right. It is a good teammate thing to say. You could be Rafael Devers and be like, I'm never moving. Or you can be Mac Hollins and say, well, sure, if they want me to play tight end, go for it.
Well,
but
so like,
I don't feel like that works necessarily.
So Aaron Hernandez was a tight end by name, but they lined him up all over the place. Lined up in the backfield. Like he did a lot of different things. Can't you see Mac Hollins maybe lining up like sort of like a split tight end almost?
Maybe.
Where like, okay, so maybe you're running those routes and maybe like from the outs, maybe like in the huddle for them, they're like, it's the personnel with 2 tight ends, but like from the outside, we're just like, that's another receiver on the field. I could see him maybe doing that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, you're right. Good teammate thing, but I don't know that would work.
No, I don't need him as a tight end.
In practicality. 617-779-7937. Let's get to the latest on Patriots second-round pick Gabe Akis.
Yep.
There is an update there.
Okay.
It's interesting. Plus, how could the Patriots fill a need at pass rush? There's an outside-the-box idea we can get to. All of that next here on Jones and Keefe.
set point.
That's Bedard with the latest on Gabe Pause
Akis. Yeah.
It's interesting there. He has some dates and things that I had not heard before, and he puts a real timetable on it.
Mm-hmm.
But the suggestion that Akis had an injury between his medical checkup at the Combine and before he got to Patriots rookie camp is not new. Curran has made similar suppositions, which, again, maybe he's heard something behind the scenes. So Bedard providing those dates, that's new. And when he disclosed what to the league and what other teams around the league knew, but something happened between his medical checkup, and I think Bedard's even hinting maybe he was going into the Combine with something already going on.
Yeah.
Because he didn't do anything lateral.
Right.
He didn't do anything where, you're changing direction or anything like that. And all he ran was the 40. So I think Bedard is hinting that maybe he even went into the Combine, and I don't know how they would miss it with a medical checkup or recheck at the Combine. But I think he's saying, yeah, maybe he was even dealing with something there. And the Patriots, all of a sudden he showed up to rookie minicamp or rookie camp, and they're like, what the hell's this injury? We didn't know about this.
Right. All right, he's here. He signed his contract. And now it's like, all right, how serious is that injury? He was there yesterday, obviously not participating in anything. He's on the NFI list. And so this is a pretty rocky start. This is as bad of a start as you could probably have for a rookie. But
see the quarterback go get him.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
And I know there's more nuance to it, but simplifying it, that's kind of the gist of it. Maybe you can get out there and just chase the quarterback down on obvious passing downs. If he's not out there for those joint practices, I'm going to assume it is redshirt, lost season kind of thing.
Yep.
Twitch chat
is
is suggesting. Well, this is one of the facts.
Oh, Fact Brothers.
I'm assuming one of the facts
That's
from
great.
the Bear.
Yeah.
It's bad for the Patriots not to connect the dots on the injury. Well, and the one thing I do wonder about Akis, because we were all like, man, that's too good to be true. He was at 55. How'd they get him at 55? Well, maybe the Patriots were asleep at the wheel while other people did have an idea about what was going on with his injury, or they were worried about how he treated the Combine, and he didn't do anything agility-wise at the Combine. He only ran straight line, and there were red flags about his shoulder, and I thought it was a real good deal for the Patriots. You saw plenty of mocks where he was mocked to the Patriots at 31.
Right.
I know they ended up moving up to 28 to get Lomu.
No, but he was first round.
They were getting him. They were getting
him
at 31, and then to get him in the second round, you're like, what a steal, what a heist.
Well,
maybe this does explain why they were able to get him where they did.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true, and we've seen mixed results with injury guys in the past. I mean, great examples would be Dominic Easley and Rob Gronkowski, right? Like, they both came in with injury designations. One's in the Hall of Fame, one fizzled out of the league and was one of the worst picks they ever had. So, second round, it is worth more taking a chance, right? That's why Gronk was a second-round pick. Easley was a first. Ended up looking really bad. But they move up a few spots because they were sitting there, at 61? They move up to 55. And it was a need, too, right? Like, the Caleb Lomu pick, it could turn into a need, but you're like, you could start the season without him. Meaning, like, not in the starting lineup, and he factors in at some point. D-end or /edge, is something that they really needed. They kind of addressed it in free agency, but really it was just a swap because they lost one, they added one. So that's kind of a wash. It was a need most of last season. So this was a guy you're like, all right, he might be able to fit in right away. And then this thing kept dragging, and he wasn't even there. So it's one thing to be injured and there, right? That happens all the time. There's a whole list of guys that are injured and there. And so I think that had to really bother Vrabel the most. I think he's kind of used to it with, the business side of it. I don't think that really bothers him the most, until a player maybe starts missing games. But, I think he understood what was going on, but you need to be there. You need to give yourself the best chance to be ready to go once you are healthy.
Multiple texts actually pointing this out.
Uh-oh.
A 508 and a 774, almost at the exact same time, sent in a similar take. Vrabel was dealing with Rossini. Other teams weren't dealing with Rossini fallout.
Yeah.
And it's like, right, was Vrabel totally dialed in around draft time? Right. Kind of forgot about that.
He was there.
Well, she could have told him about the injury.
Yeah, yeah, maybe. Maybe she could have informed him.
He was there for the
Maybe he
Akis
couldn't
pick.
take her calls. Maybe he was trying to, and he's like, my wife is here. I can't take this call. She was trying to let him know about
Don't
Akis'
do
injury.
it, Mike! Don't do it!
Or she was on the phone with a cop, one or the other.
Well,
Possible.
that was later.
That was she got out of that ticket, though.
I take it back. That was earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of that, you see the You see the Romo footage?
I did see the Tony Romo footage. I saw the mugshot first, and then I saw the footage.
The mugshot
looked
like, well, this is clearly a drunk driver.
So I don't judge a book by its cover.
I'll tell you, I watched the video.
Yeah.
I thought he seemed pretty cooperative and didn't really seem drunk. I was shocked. I was ready to jump all over him and like pounce on Romo. I'm not a big fan of his.
Yeah.
I watched the footage and I was like, I was surprised at how aggressive they were, meaning law enforcement.
Yeah, I agree. I not taking like an OWI lightly or anything like that.
Yeah, I was just talking to the president.
So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I feel like of all these like celebrity pullover like body cam footage, I feel like Romo handled it the best. And that's why I like Romo in the booth. He's like relatable, but he seems like a nice guy. He didn't once be like, I'm Tony Romo.
He seems drunker in the booth than he does in this OWI video.
Yeah, if you know him at all, you realize like he might be fine. It's like this
team is DTF, Jim.
He wasn't like, hey, what's your favorite team? I can call the coach. He wasn't like, I talked to the president. He wasn't like, I make $30 million a year. I'm Tony Romo. None of that. Very cooperative.
I don't pretend to know the laws, by the way, in Wisconsin, but he's like, well,
Can I
hang on,
call my
before I
lawyer?
do any of this, can I call my lawyer? She's like, no.
Yeah,
I was
have no
like,
idea. Can you?
I assumed you could.
I don't know if they're like, hey, get out of the if they're like, get out of the car.
And if you want to say that sounds incriminating because like you're calling your lawyer, he wouldn't take a breathalyzer because he's like, oh, lawyers tell me never to do that.
Yeah,
If you
but a
wanna
super
say,
famous person. He's like,
well, if you want to say any of that's incriminating, I get it. Like if I was dead sober and I knew I was dead sober, I'd take your little test and I'll do the breathalyzer and everything else. But I don't know. He didn't seem out of it. I expected to see a guy whacked out and like, out to lunch. He seemed kind of with it and
he said he had
cooperative.
0 drinks.
Yeah, I'm not sure I believe that.
I plead the fifth.
You ever been to a golf course and it's 0 drinks?
Not me.
I don't think so.
I can't speak for him, but not me.
But he was going to my mom and pop-pops.
Grandma and grandpa.
That's where he was headed?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what he claimed.
Yeah, by himself. But yeah, everybody made a big deal out of it. And they're like, oh my God, like what a mess. This guy is going to lose his job. Like, I don't think so.
No, I mean, I don't either.
I don't anticipate him losing his job. He
don't-
might have to do what
They might, watching the video, they'll probably throw this out if I had to guess.
You do bring up a good point. When they throw to him in the booth at the beginning of the game, he does like look drunker
He
than
seems
this.
more hammered than the video.
I don't
swear.
know, Jim.
I don't know, Jim.
What if that was his one call he made? Jim Nance comes down there and bails him out. But yeah, I bet he'll do one of those like, and he'll get lost in the preseason, but he'll do like an awkward like apology for putting himself in that situation. Or do you think he even does that?
I don't even know.
Maybe not.
I mean, I
don't think he's losing his job.
I don't think so either. I don't
So
even,
the internet apparently did some sleuthing. It's Twitter, so I don't know how true it is. But apparently,
Yeah, go with
Romo was at a golf tournament earlier in the day.
He
and
said
shot
that.
a
No, he-
35 over.
say it again.
He was plus 35 in the final tournament, the final day of the
I
tournament.
didn't know about that.
And
He
he's
did
like a scratch golfer,
Yeah,
isn't
he
he?
did say he was coming
He
over
tied
from the
for
golf tournament.
73rd. The winner was 3 over.
Oh, so it was a really hard course then.
Yeah.
But he was plus
That was
35.
the Wisconsin Amateur
Yeah,
Championship.
no, so he said that in the
Yeah,
video.
He was 35 over in the final.
She did come right over after she like checked his license and everything. She did come right over and she's like, "How many drinks you had?" And he's like,
0?
"Huh? 0."
What kind of drinks? He's like, all right, sir, I don't have time for this. Oh, we're counting beers too? Yeah, no, not a great situation, but I was expecting worse when I saw it. Also, I saw the video was like 5 minutes. I'm like, I don't have the attention
Look,
span for this.
I did some speeding around
just
it.
hold it down.
Did you
Go
watch
double speed.
There were 2 videos. You watched the field sobriety one too?
I didn't watch that. It ended with them getting hyped up for that. It was
Yeah.
sort of like a teaser for the field sobriety.
Yeah.
I heard he like stretched.
No,
beforehand.
Romo too. Electric Boogaloo. He did definitely stretch.
And
He's
then
like, "Sorry
she-
guys, couple of back surgeries."
And then she was like,
Sorry,
"Oh yeah,
I've been drunk.
didn't she ask if he had like concussions?"
Ooh, maybe
I think she did, and he's like, yeah,
a whole bunch,
yeah,
a whole lot of them.
yeah, pretty much. Kind of known for it, actually.
Okay. Well,
Like
anyway,
calling card.
that's all the latest on Romo, plus the latest on Akis and his situation. Pats have also been linked to Vita Vea. Jeremy Fowler linked them there. I don't think that makes the most sense in the world. I'm not going to say no to a good player,
Right.
but I'd rather get an edge rusher as opposed to another D tackle where the Pats seem pretty set. You can get into that 617-779-7937. We'll also go back into the Red Sox. They lose their new bat.
Hey,
They lied about another injury.
easy come, easy go.
Or maybe they just don't know how to diagnose injuries down there. Let's get into that in 2 minutes. Jones and Keith.
Sore. They did get X-rays, which are negative, which is good. He's sore. We're just going to take it day to day and see how he feels coming in. But a little sore, but at least right now it looks like we dodged a bullet, maybe.
You sure about that?
We dodged a bullet, maybe.
The bullet was not dodged.
Is going to live on for a while. Because maybe not. In fact, not maybe, just not. Curtis Meade is now on the IL with a broken left wrist, which
Curtis Meade surgery.
He is going to need to drink some milk.
He's going to need some time off. Probably about 60-day IL, I'm guessing.
He needs some milk.
Curtis needs some milk. It's tough. Or whatever the Australian milk equivalent is.
He's going to need to use his left hand for a while. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
That's HIPAA.
Yeah, it is.
True.
So, look, I had his hands backwards, left wrist that he did break. But he's on the IL. It makes you wonder, are the Red Sox just liars or are they just completely incompetent when it comes to diagnosing injuries?
It feels like it's probably the latter.
Right?
Don't you think like they?
Because I
think Chad
think
Tracy,
it's the second thing.
Yeah, because I think Chad Tracy. So there's also a lot of different people talking about injuries.
Yeah.
So the players have said things. Sam Kennedy very famously said something. Chad Tracy's asked about it all the time. I feel like Chad Tracy's literally just telling you what he was told. Like immediately in the aftermath of it.
Yeah. X-rays were negative.
You're a liar.
And even his instincts, he's like, well, maybe. We dodged a bullet, maybe. I was told the X-rays were negative.
Yeah.
And now everybody's coming out of the woodwork being like, well, sometimes you need like a second X-ray. Yeah, they didn't say that. They just came out and told him they were negative. Some of the timetable stuff, that's probably where you're talking to doctors. And do you think they're like, here's the best case, here's the worst case? And sometimes they just run with the best case? I don't know, because too many times this year and recent years with the Red Sox, they've sort of told you about an injury, thrown a timetable on it, whether it's Tristan Casas, or Garrett Crochet, Roman Anthony, and then you sail past that date, and you're like, well, what's going on here? Like, was there a setback? Sometimes they admit there's a setback. Other times they say there isn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's just one after the next, and this is the latest, and it just, he calls into question the whole operation.
Again, Sam Kennedy to me does not deserve the benefit of the doubt. When Sam Kennedy is talking about injury timelines, Sam Kennedy's trying to sell tickets and sell out Fenway Park and get you to come in and buy the cups that you love so much, Keith. What do we call those?
Cooler cups. Are they still using those?
I don't know. I haven't seen them.
I haven't seen them in a while.
But like he's trying to get you to come into Fenway Park. So
Sure.
if you don't trust Sam Kennedy on injury timelines, I get it. And I don't think Sam deserves the benefit of the doubt.
talking about it.
Right.
I think he even said that himself, right? He's like, I'm done with that.
Is Chad Tracy a liar?
Maybe.
I
don't get that sense.
But I don't think so either.
I feel like even just the nature of the job, a GM is more likely to, right? Like, and you kind of understand it. Obviously, the president would be more likely to. But yeah, Chad Tracy, especially in this scenario, this wasn't the, like the Wednesday interview he does with Rich and Ken with Ted, and it's like, give us an update on all the guys. That's a little bit different because there's like some of them are in rehab, some of them are whatever, and like you've had a chance to have like your debriefing. You go over like the 20 guys who are injured, and then you talk about this guy's in a rehab start, blah, blah, blah. The one from the other night was right after the fact. He goes in there, gets the X-rays. They tell him, hey, Chad, negative.
It makes you wonder. And I know they're in Sacramento, meaning they're not at their home ballpark.
There's no doctors there.
I know that they're in a minor league ballpark, so I don't know what kind of facilities there are. Although the A's have been playing there for a few years, I'm sure they have like up-to-date X-ray machines and whatnot.
I don't know.
Maybe not with that cheap-ass owner.
I was going to say.
Maybe not.
Unsure.
But like, I don't know if the Red Sox medical staff has a clue, to be honest. And
they don't deserve the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
like we were talking about that. Like, why would they?
That's at least what I think is going on with this one. I don't think Chad Tracy was out there lying to the media. I don't think trying to like play up the new acquisition they got just to look bad the next day.
Mm-hmm.
It does sound like the Red Sox that they can't properly diagnose an injury, or they're just in like such a rush to get good news out there that they just gave Chad Tracy the positive news instead of being like, hey man, like we don't know yet. We've got to do an MRI tomorrow and like double check. Yeah. So like it's come back clean so far, but we're not out of the woods yet. Like maybe it's just that. They jumped the gun on that, and they're jumping the gun on too much of it because there is an urgency to get good news out there. We just traded for this guy. Spin it positive. But Yeah, I just wonder if they can properly diagnose these things. And they got to look at the MRI and they're like, oh, well, whoops.
Whoops.
Yeah.
That could be their motto for
Yeah.
the Red Sox medical staff. Shout out to a Jake Iggy on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see this one making the rounds?
I have not, but I think he's formerly a Section 10, I think.
Oh, he is?
Thought. Am I getting my guys confused?
I'm unsure, but Jake Iggy, it says here he works for NFL and CBS, but he's also the host of Bo Sox Talk.
That does not sound like a former Section 10. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, keep going.
You're crossing your streams.
Yeah.
You're crossing your Sox
I might be.
pods.
I might be.
But there's more examples than even this, but he has the three broken down pretty well. Roman Anthony, initial report, will avoid the IL. Haven't seen him since May 4th.
Yeah.
That was also the one that Michael Hawley said, people lie about injuries. Jaron Duran said, how is this clown on TV? Then he deleted his Instagram.
Yeah.
Garrett Crochet, initial report, only will need 15-day IL stint to return. He's been out since April 25th.
Who said that? Was that Crochet or was that Tracy?
No. Well, would that have been Cora?
Yeah, I don't
No,
know.
because Cora got fired that day.
I'm just he doesn't say who said
No,
it. That was just the initial
team.
comment.
Yeah,
Okay,
just the
got
team.
it.
And then, of course, Curtis Mead, initial report, X-rays negative, and now he has a broken wrist.
Oh, well, whoops.
Oh, well, whoops is exactly what it is.
Kind of where they're at.
Curtis Mead, by the way, it's the second fracture that he's had on this wrist. He had one in 2023. I don't know how many organizations ago that was, 2 or 3.
He's played on 4 teams.
He was hit by a pitch in 2023. That was in AAA. He missed 62 days, Keith.
Okay.
He, if you use that same timeline for a similar injury, all injuries are different.
Okay.
But 62 days would be Monday, September 28th, a.k.a. one day after the season finale.
All right, so this guy's ready for the playoffs.
Maybe.
Make the playoffs for Mead. Now, who knows if it's going to be the exact same timetable. Also, he hurt himself in AAA, so if he returns, he just returns to more AAA. Like, would he need a rehab outing? Would he need a couple?
I'm actually looking. He played 4 games of rookie ball that year. But
So maybe-
they might have did send him down.
Maybe he went down to Florida and did
Okay.
some workouts, but okay.
All right, so either way, you're talking about maybe best case scenario, the last series of the season, something like that. Yeah, so if you're Craig Breslow, I don't think you can rely on that, and you probably needed a bat anyway. So now grab 2. Now that's this one's too bad, but at least he's somebody that can still be a part of the future. So it's not just like a disaster of a trade, meaning like you acquired a rental who played 1 inning.
It's not. But my issue with the trade is that I thought they overpaid long term. For this year, I was pretty convinced they were going to get more out of Mead than they did out of Early. And I'm willing to lose a trade as long as it's close long term, like a slight loss long term, which I thought it was on paper, an overpay, giving up Early for Mead. But if I was going to get more out of this guy this year, in a year where you're in it, in a wide open American League, and he brings a right-handed bat that you needed to up the offense here this season, in the postseason, and helps you out on a deep run or maybe even winning the thing, I was okay with, quote-unquote, losing the deal long-term to win it this year.
Yeah, now that's out.
You're not going to win it this year,
No.
even if Early doesn't pitch again. At best, it's a wash.
Unless he comes back and has a Steve Pierce-like World Series.
Maybe.
That'd be the only way that you could still win it this year.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's unlikely that happens.
I mean, to me, that's what's scary.
So 2 silver linings. One would be you do have him long term, and then the second one is you made the move a week before the deadline, so you still have until Monday to make another move. And some of the names that are still kicked around are second basemen, so you might even replace him with a second baseman. There's a few shortstops that are available, which then allows you not that I'm banking on him being good when he comes back, but Trevor Story can maybe play second, and you can still add a C.J. Abrams or a Zach Neto, right? And so it's not like there's not a huge logjam there. You could upgrade catcher, you could upgrade left field, still you could upgrade DH. So still plenty of moves that could and should be made by Breslow.
Well, yeah, and he can't be just, putting his palms up in the sky.
Yeah, I know,
what was I supposed
enough
to do?
time.
I tried to make a deal. You got time, and that is a silver lining. I agree with you on that. 617-779-7937. Oh, by the way, Breslow's got to make a deal, not just because Mead is on the IL, which is unfortunate. He's also going to make a deal because the offense has gone completely and totally silent out in Sacramento. Let's get to that with all your phone calls in just 2 minutes on Jones and Keith. Bats have gone quiet, Keith, for the Red Sox out in Sacramento.
What happened?
They scored 3 runs.
Yeah.
But they didn't score until the 8th last night. They were no hit through the first 5 the night before. One big swing, quote unquote, from Rafaela was all the runs on Monday.
Right.
On what was probably a pop-up in most parks, and even still could have been caught in that ballpark. But one swing, the offense, you look the other way because they win. Last night, they do nothing for much of the game. Oh, they had a ton of base runners early against Jump. They couldn't cash in. They don't score until the 8th. They don't, that one Rafaela at-bat, we even talk about it. How terrible his at-bat was with 2 outs in the 8th inning.
Hey.
Swung at one above the zone, then the next above the zone, then I don't even, calling the third one above the zone doesn't even do it justice.
No, it was above his head.
It was above, exactly. It was above his head.
Yeah.
You could stack 2 batting helmets on top of his head. He swung at it. It
Yes.
was so far outside of the zone.
It was tough,
it wasn't
yeah.
even funny. He was
No.
trying to hit another home run just like he did the night before. And look, he's come through in a lot of those spots. Last night was not one, but that was a horrible at bat. So they score in the 8th. Wong hits one in the 9th. Now it's 4-3. By the way, in the meantime, you keep giving up more and more runs. It was 1-0 forever. They bring Jake Bennett back out. He serves up a 2-run shot to make it 3-0. Butler tacks on another run when it's 3-1 to make it 4-1. That was a massive run in that game. And they come up just short because Seagulls couldn't quite punch it out of that ballpark. But it was close.
No, he did. He gave it a ride. I would say it shouldn't be a complete shock that the offense is drying up a little bit. Even during the winning streak and they were scoring more runs, nobody looked at it as
they're fixed.
All set. Don't need any hitters. They needed multiple hitters, with or without Curtis Mead. Unfortunately, it's going to be without for a long time. But all the different names and all the different spots they could upgrade. We were saying the same thing when they were losing, and then we sort of gave up on it because they were so bad. We're like, what's the point? Then they started to win, and it was still at bats. The pitching and the defense is good to great. So maximize that. And Wilson Contreras having a really good season at the plate. Willie Abreu's had moments, right? He's been kind of streaky. Cedar Rafaela also streaky. Durbin, really streaky. Duran, just bad. So, like, you've had a lot of, like, look at some of the lineups they're putting out there. Look at some of the leadoff hitters they've had to rely on. I don't think anybody thought Flock of Seagulls is going to be the leadoff hitter the rest of the way. But It was fun while it lasted, and I enjoyed all the sacrifice bunts. I think they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to continue to do that. But look for a bopper. Look for a guy that can hit over 20 home runs. Put him in the lineup with Contreras and with Abreu. That gives yourself the best shot. I'm not surprised that the offense is cooling down a little bit, but it doesn't mean that the team's not a contender in the American League.
No, well, that's true. But Breslow has work to do.
Yes, he does.
There's one name that's popping up that we'll get to here in a moment. But real quick, I said this earlier, and I know you agree. I don't think it was a good night for Chad Tracy.
No.
I didn't like the lineup. Like, Mead's out of the lineup. I don't get why you did the same lineup from the night before without Mead.
Rafaela was rolling as the two-hitter.
He was.
Yeah.
So it felt real bare at the top of the lineup. I think that's part of the reason you didn't score. Then he stuck with Bennett for too long.
Yes, for sure. Take him out after 6. That would have been a good. Now, you didn't have the lead, but the pitch count wasn't super high, but you could kind of tell that was it. That was probably it for him.
Velocity was down in the 6th. Monaco and Lou on Nesson anyway were highlighting velocity being down in the 6th. They brought him back out for the 7th.
Yeah, Fleming was doing the same thing. In the 6th, he was probably he was even like, this could be his last hitter. This could probably be his last hitter, kind of implying like that might be it. And then comes out for the 7th, gives up more runs.
And especially with a kid who you're going to be managing his innings, you think? So I didn't really get bringing him back out.
Pretty good story. They were talking, Lenny DiNardo was on the call with Will for EEI last night, and they were talking about taking an Uber. So the two of them are in an Uber, and they wanted to go to In-N-Out and get burgers. First of all, Lenny sounds like somebody I could get along with. Apparently, Lenny ate 2 double cheeseburgers before Fleming had like a third bite of his. So, like, I think me and Lenny might be very
animal
similar.
style? Did he go animal style?
I don't know. I didn't
bet
get
he
that
did.
detail.
Lenny seems like an animal style guy.
So Will's telling the story. So the two of them are in the back of an Uber going to In-N-Out. And as they're approaching In-N-Out, Will calls Jemai Webster, and he's like, hey, do you want anything? Like, we're going to In-N-Out. Do you want anything? The driver heard him say, do you want anything? He goes, yeah, I'll take a number one like with a veggie burger or whatever. So he's like, damn it. So they all went in there. No, Will got him a number one.
Go
Went
to
in
you,
there.
Will.
And then the Uber driver was like, are we going to eat it in the store? And they're like, no, we're going to take it back to the hotel. And apparently he was not happy about it.
Guys, are we all hanging out?
We're going to eat here. Like, this
Let's get some
for here,
beers,
right?
Let's get some beers
For
after.
here?
Yeah.
Like, no, just get it in your bag. We're going home. Please.
Yeah, I'll go to the Sox game
Yeah.
with you. You guys want me to grab a mic? I'll get on the call with you.
He's on the phone. You want something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, you never ask. That was a good little anecdote
I'm
during the
starving.
game. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good stuff. I agreed with Will in real time. So it was in and around that story that he was saying that, like, good night for Bennett. You know, they haven't scored any runs for him, but I would have taken him out after the 6th. Would have been 6 innings, 1 run. You're like, okay.
I think Tracy's been good. I
Overall,
just think
I agree too.
last night was not a strong night. I think that aided in the loss. Meanwhile, the Red Sox are being linked to Otto Lopez.
Yeah.
Buster Olney.
He'll hit you a single.
Writes about this. Well, I don't mind a guy who hits for a high average. He's hitting 331 this year. At least he was yesterday when Olney wrote this.
He has the best batting average in baseball, if you care about that.
I do.
Better than your guy, Luis Arise.
But I think the year before he hit 240 something. So, why I like Arise is he hits 320 every year. This guy's never hit 300 before, and all of a sudden he's leading baseball. This is another guy, by the way, who's been DFA'd multiple times. Curtis Meade got DFA'd in March and wound up hooking on with the Nationals. This guy was DFA'd multiple times.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
I'm not telling you don't trade for him.
Right.
But this is not a guy to overpay for, and this feels a little like buying a lemon to me.
And he's got 9 home runs on the season. We're looking at his defensive numbers. They're fine, right?
I think he's good defensively.
Okay,
yeah,
he's good
I think he's
defensively.
regarded as pretty good defensively.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's one where, I don't know, if Curtis Meade cost you Connolly early, even if Lopez costs you less, what are we talking about
What
here?
is that?
It seems to be a seller's market currently.
Yeah, so that just feels like a long drop from, and look, you got to get something done. If Neto's not moving and C.J. Abrams isn't moving and Seager and Lindor and all these guys aren't moving, well, then you got to get somebody. So if he's the best shortstop to move, I would give Breslow some credit for that. But it feels like a massive fall from some of the other names we were talking about, and this is not a guy to overpay for.
You know what I also didn't realize? This says
I don't think
this is an aside. We had a caller yesterday mention how C.J. Abrams leads the majors in RBI, and he does.
Yep.
So I was looking in some of the league leaders. You know, Yordan Alvarez is like this close to being like the league Triple Crown. Like he's got the American League Triple Crown, I would say, almost wrapped up.
No, you're saying in all of baseball.
All of baseball.
No, I didn't know that.
So Otto Lopez is hitting 328.
I do know he hits a lot of home runs for my dong team.
Yeah.
He hit one last night that might not have landed.
It's a great third-round pick, maybe the pick of the draft. Thank you for asking. Yes,
I had him 2 years ago,
Yeah.
so I was kind of ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
But
he was good for you.
Yeah, the year he didn't play.
He helped. He helped me. He's hitting 325. So he's 3 points behind Otto Lopez. He leads the majors in home runs, as you know, at 35. And then he's 2 RBI behind C.J. Abrams for the league Triple Crown.
You're asking if I'd take him, I'd take him.
I would trade for Yordan Alvarez.
If the Astros were going to sell, I would take Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, they're saying they're not going to sell. I guess there's still time between now and then, and it's probably more because that division stinks.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
They're 2 games out of the division.
They have multiple avenues to get in.
Yeah, so I guess that makes sense because everyone's talking about paying. So they're 1 game out of a wild card spot, 2 games out of a division. So even though they're under 500, it makes sense for them to stick. Right? Because, what are you going to do? Unless they got blown away in, a Yordan Alvarez trade, just keep. He's, the best player in baseball. Probably should keep him.
Yeah. I did not realize he was closing in on the all of baseball.
MLB Triple Crown?
Full league Triple Crown. Yeah.
I wonder how often that's happened.
Great question.
Yeah. We'll get the stat god on that.
Yeah, was Yaz, did he win?
I don't know if Yaz did
won the AL Triple
Miguel
Crown.
Cabrera, yeah.
13 Miguel Cabrera might pops into my head with maybe the last one.
No, that was that all of baseball though?
I think so.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I have to look it up.
I don't know either. But people wanted Mike Trout to be the MVP that year. Even
Modern
though he had a
batting
Triple
crown winners.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is I don't know if this,
Yeah, it's not gonna be helpful.
this might not.
All right,
this
here's
might
what we'll
not
do. Let's
work.
do some legwork on this, Keith.
Oh, I gotta dig into this.
Let's get into it.
fine. I can
Plus
do
your,
that.
plus your phone call, 617-779-7937. You can jump in here, or you can jump in line for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way at 2 o'clock. We'll get you the clip du jour. And on the way next, it's time for Grab Bag.
The song she sang to me, Bob Ryan, he tweeted me, Jones had a colonoscopy. It wasn't right. He crapped all night. You are the sun, I am the moon. You are the words, I am the bag. Grab me.
This hour is
right, certainly is time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Boston Red Sox will try to win the series. No, that's not true. They have a 4-game series. Take it back.
Correct.
Taking it back
At
right
least
now.
tie the series.
They're going to minimum tie the series. Let's have it again. Red Sox and A's tonight from Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, California. Patrick Sandoval on the mound for the Red Sox. He is 0-0 with a 3.21 ERA.
It feels like it should be way higher than that.
It does. The A's counter with lefty Jacob Lopez, who is 5-4 with a 6.12 earned run average.
All right, so if they're Gage jump,
you
don't hit him.
Yeah, he was good.
Okay, fine.
Gage
That guy was
jump was
throwing
nice.
97. I get it.
Yeah.
Perkins the night before, they eventually got to. Fine, you're forgiven for that. If you don't get to this guy,
you got to get to this guy.
It's going to be time for Breslow to get a bat ASAP.
They better change the lineup around a little bit. We'll see what they got. It is a lefty, so we'll see what they decide to do. 9:40 once again, the first pitch. 8:40 pregame right here on WEEI.
Need a little grab bag, yeah. Just a little grab bag, yeah. Summer, I've been writing grab bags at night, just trying to get it right. Jones and Keefe are the best show around, and the grab bag segment is the talk of the town. Drop God's drop game should be Hall of Fame, and Billy Lanny produces the same, so I grab bag. Yeah, I grab bag. Oh, I grab bag. Why? Grab bag.
Wow.
All right.
Wow, that's nice.
Well done. We got an update. Adam Schefter talking about both Devon Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez. Here's what Adam Schefter had to say.
Look, we've seen some cornerback deals get done. We're going to see more cornerback deals get done. Denzel Ward comes in now. I would imagine that Devon Witherspoon would be the next one to go. I don't think right now they're close, but that's a deal that could come together pretty quickly, and I would think get done at some point this summer. Gonzalez, I think, would go after Witherspoon at this point in time, but we've got deals for cornerbacks, and Joey Porter's going to come in somewhere there as well while he's not practicing. His back flared up.
Oh, so there's
flare.
another corner.
Another corner. Let's talk about Joey Porter Jr.
Porter was in that same draft?
Yeah, sounds right.
All right, let me double check.
Sounds right. Yeah, but he wasn't a first-round pick, or was he? I forget.
I don't know.
But either way, so we're kind of all agree we're waiting on Witherspoon to sign.
Well, yeah. And
I was like, let's get that going.
That is certainly what Schefter made it sound like, is that Witherspoon isn't close necessarily, but, that can change quickly. All right, Joey Porter was the first pick of the second round that year.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
He was 32nd overall. Did somebody lose a pick?
Oh, probably.
He was the 32nd pick, but he was the first pick of the second round. So, yeah, he was that same
Oh,
draft
is that the Dolphins for tampering with Brady and
you're
Peyton?
right. Dolphins forfeited their first rounder. You're
There you
right.
go.
Nice
How about
call.
that? Nice trivia.
More than a grab bag to me.
All right, let's play a little game, Jones, called Guess Them Madden Ratings.
Oh,
Time
Guess
for
Them
a
Madden
little-
Ratings.
Yeah, Guess Them Madden Ratings.
Okay.
So I'm looking at top 10 for tight end, wide receiver, running back, and quarterback.
All right.
Let's start with tight ends.
Okay.
Throw some names at me, and as soon as you get one wrong, you're done. So I'll
Oh,
put
wow.
you throw. How about that? Rather than the actual
Top
rating,
10 tight ends?
top 10 tight ends, and I will give you a yes or a no.
Brock Bowers.
Yes, he's third.
Trey McBride.
Number 1 and a 99 overall.
Oh, you
for
know what?
Trey McBride.
That I do know the 99 club.
Okay.
Actually, I did see
okay.
that. Now that you say that, you're
So
right.
he's the number 1 tight end, 99 overall. Brock Bowers is 3.
Kittle.
George Kittle is 2.
Kelsey.
Travis Kelce
Sneak in
is
there?
4th. He's a 91 in that.
That's high.
It's a little much.
All right. That makes me think Mark Andrews is still in there.
Mark Andrews is 5th. He is a 90. Those are the only tight ends that are a 90 or above. You got all 5 of the top 5.
Hell yeah.
5 more.
Colson Loveland.
Number 10. Oh, tied for... Oh, no, 10. He is 10. Yes. 4 more. 1 more tight ends. What do we got?
I mean, if Loveland's there, I'm guessing this next one's wrong. Tyler Warren.
No,
Okay.
Tyler Warren.
Who
You
else?
are out. The other 4 are Tucker Kraft at number 9.
Ooh, I like Tucker Kraft. I should have got that.
Hunter Henry at number 8.
That's silly.
Sam Laporta at 7.
I should have got him.
And Dallas Goedert at 6.
Okay.
You want to go wideouts or running backs next?
Apparently, Madden had Hunter Henry with better hands than Justin Jefferson.
Ooh. Okay, let's go wideouts.
All right, let's go wideouts. Top 10 wideouts. Guess them.
Justin Jefferson.
Number
2.
5.
Wow. Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase.
Club 99.
Puka Nacua.
Club 98.
Okay.
He's a 3rd overall. Chase 1, Nacua 3, Jefferson 5.
CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb is 6.
I know I'm missing somebody else big. JSN.
JSN is also Club 99, technically 2, but tied for 1, so that is 5 of the top 10.
Is AJ in there?
No, AJ's out. You got 5. Amon-Ra St. Brown is 4th. Drake London 7.
Yeah.
Devontae Smith 8.
That's stupid.
I would have had AJ Brown above him, as well as Terry McLaurin 9.
Terry McLaurin
and Mike Evans 10.
All right. I should have got
AJ Brown.
I should have got Amon-Ra. That's my bad, but the other ones, those are nonsense. Okay.
All right, let's guess them Madden ratings for running backs. Top 10 running backs in the NFL, according to Madden 27.
Give me the 2 holdouts, Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson.
Yes, Jahmyr Gibbs is the top running back in the game. He's a 98 overall, and Bijan Robinson is the 4th best running back in the game.
McCaffrey
is the 2nd best.
I'm going to say Derrick Henry's in there.
Derrick Henry is 6.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who am I missing?
You're missing 6.
Yeah, but who? Hang on. Just trying to think.
I could tell you. I'm looking right at it.
No, don't tell me.
You got him just win Super Bowl
Gibbs,
MVP?
McCaffrey, Robinson, and Henry you have.
Oh, yeah. Is Ken Walker in there? I doubt
Kenneth Walker 9th.
Wow.
You got Kenneth Walker
good
the
one.
3rd.
Good
He's
help,
a
Nick.
90 overall. So you have half the list.
Not necessarily the greatest guy off the field. Josh Jacobs, is he in there?
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay.
He's number 8.
All right.
You have 6.
I only have 6?
You have 6 of the 10.
Amari and Hampton. I don't know.
No. Jonathan Taylor is 3rd.
Oh, duh.
James Cook the 3rd is 5th.
Another
Saquon Barkley is 7.
Yeah.
Kenneth Walker. Oh, you mentioned Kenneth Walker. Kyron Williams is 10.
All right, that's
Kyron
fair.
Williams.
I certainly should have got 3 of those guys. Okay.
And to round out, guess them Madden ratings, top 10 quarterbacks in Madden 27, including 2 Club 99 guys.
Okay. Josh Allen
is technically 2nd, but is a Club 99 guy.
It's Mahomes.
He's 5th.
But he's in there.
He's in there.
Okay. Lamar.
Lamar is 4th.
Burrow.
3rd.
Stafford.
Number 1.
Oh, that's
Yikes.
really silly.
Club
okay,
99.
wow.
So, yeah, Stafford,
All right.
Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Mahomes. You have the top 5.
May's got to be in there.
He is 6th.
May's 6.
Drake
Okay.
May is 6th.
That's not bad.
No, not bad at all. 4 more.
They'll probably. He's on the cover. Caleb Williams is probably in there.
Caleb Williams is 9.
Herbert.
Justin Herbert is 8.
So I'm missing 2.
You're missing 2. Number
Dak?
7 and number 10. No, Dak Prescott is 7.
Okay.
All right, here you go for the
Jones.
clean
Come on,
sweep.
Jones.
Number 10 quarterback in Madden 27. No, you're making noises. You're not actually guessing.
Hang on.
It's a
Just
long
trying
noise.
to think.
That's why we have the music. You don't have to fill with whatever that noise was.
I was trying to
He's only
think.
got 10 seconds of his bed left, so hurry
Oh,
up.
hurry up, Jones. 10 seconds.
Okay, I got 10
5
seconds. I got
seconds,
time.
McGruber.
Jalen Hurts.
No. Sorry. Jared Goff. We were looking for Jared Goff.
That's terrible bookends
Yeah.
there. Okay, so May 6th.
After 93.6, it's 93.7. Turn your radio dial to audio heaven. It won't make you dance, but you don't want to miss. Because after Greg Hill, it's probably this. Yeah! Welcome to Brighton. They about to move out. I got something else to tell you about that Jones and Keith sound. We don't listen once. We tune in all year. Boston top tag team, so lend him an ear. I don't know about Rich, but I love the kid Nick. Whoops, the drop god. Yeah, his cuts are sick. I'm gonna listen to the show while I drive for miles, just to get a little taste of that Jones and Keith style. I'm the HOC, the host of the week. Legs up, on it down.
A reverse ball drag.
Mondays tight, 10 to 2 is the time. Healthy chatting with the Twitch and the calls online.
No.
Billy in the booth, reading the feed like a blitz. Tier Tuesday, got Twitter losing their wits. Wednesday, would you rather? I don't know no more, but high noon's the time. Turf walks the dope. Thursday could be an on-the-clock duel, but now might be Brock acting a fool. Friday, our favorite day in the hub. Top 5 4-pack, you know we all love. Grab bag, that's out the easy for sheezy. 18 minutes after one tweezy. Clip du jour, I'm so glad you asked. It's the best clip of the broadcast.
All right, I'm not going to play Guess Them Rankings, but I do have another list that The Athletic put out today where it is 8 defensive play callers and assistants.
Okay.
Seems like a low number.
Yeah.
But they talked to defensive play callers, and they said, who are the 10 best offensive play callers?
Oh, Josh McDaniels.
Josh McDaniels, do you think he made the top 10?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
McVay.
McVay. Yeah, we are playing. Okay.
Shanahan.
Yes.
KOC. O'Connell.
I did not see him on here. Hold on. Maybe he is. I did. Let me see. Well, it's like a list with like a whole article.
Oh, Andy Reid.
Andy Reid is on there. No, KOC I don't think was on there.
Oh, Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
How was Campbell?
Well, I'll tell you the list because you're already out. KOC's not on there.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, well, listen,
That's a dumb
the
list.
list is the list.
Yeah.
Number 1, they say is the hardest to coach against, Kyle Shanahan. Number 2, Sean McVay. Number 3, Ben Johnson. Number 4, Matt LaFleur.
Yep.
Number 5, Liam Cohen.
Oh, good one. That's my guy.
Number 6, Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Number 7, Shane Steichen.
Oh.
Number 8, Josh McDaniels.
After Steichen.
Highest ranking, 1.
Oh.
Lowest ranking, unranked.
Yeah.
Let's see. Clint Kubiak is 9, and Mike McDaniel, who's with the Chargers now,
look, I
is
mean,
10.
a play caller, I can see that. Okay.
Yeah. So that's
but
what they're-
O'Connell should be somewhere on
Yeah,
that.
probably.
We're not gonna grab bag. No, we ain't gonna grab bag. We're not gonna grab bag anymore.
All right. Does the great and
People are
talented
texting. When Jones doesn't know the answer, he makes grunting noises
Yeah.
like a drunk Tony Romo, or, as the Twitch chat pointed out, like I must have made at my colonoscopy.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, maybe.
We actually just had you mic'd up. We're just playing those back. Does the beautiful and talented Tracy Bingham
No.
follow me on Instagram
No.
at Rich Keefe?
Well, not you.
WEEI.
And not yet.
No.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right. A lot of people also want to know the answer to this question, Jones. Has the great Bob Ryan tweeted?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Most
Yeah.
definitely.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. He has. It looks like it is some more about the president, the current sitting president.
no, he's going at 47?
Yeah.
What do you-
I think so a little
Oh,
bit.
man.
Yeah, a little bit. Now, he also responded, without Googling, name a past or present Detroit Pistons player.
Ooh, Grant Hill.
I'll start, Travis says, Tayshaun Prince.
Oh, good one.
And then somebody else responded with an old basketball card of Don Adams.
Oh.
To which Bob Ryan responded and said, a 6'5" power forward.
Oh.
He didn't really have an answer. He just
describing other people.
He just kind of jumped on that, guys, and then, yeah, went with that. All right.
I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of closing a grab bag door?
Jones, let's find out who the best baseball performer was from yesterday, shall we? Was it Shohei Ohtani? 3 for 4, home run, 3 RBI. Was it Dominic Canzone? 2 for 4, 2 home runs, 3 RBI. Eduardo Valencia, 4 for 5, 2 home runs, 4 RBI, 3 runs scored.
Wow.
Gavin Williams, 7 innings, 2 earned, 12 Ks.
Oh, a lot of punchies.
Or Troy Melton, 7 scoreless with 5 Ks.
Melton faces off. I'll go. What'd you say, Valencia? A couple of bombs? Let's go with him.
Yeah, sure.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, guys, we are talking about a former big leaguer.
Okay,
Who was
A-Rod.
a right-handed pitcher.
Yeah, oh.
He was represented
Maddox
by Bean Stringfellow.
Oh, good agent.
That was his agent.
Yeah, good one.
He's also celebrating his 58th birthday today.
Happy birthday.
He was.
You can play the song.
We could, but we're not going to give it away.
Okay.
At least we'd give away his first name.
Yeah.
2-time All-Star.
Good for him.
Career 4.45 ERA. Most of that the vast majority out of the pen. Did have one year where I think they were trying him as a starter. He led the league in wild pitches that year. So they said, let's ease up on it, bud.
Sounds like Daniel Bard.
Let's get you to the pen. I don't know if Bean Stringfellow was a great agent because this guy, two-time All-Star, many years in the league, took home $9.2 million.
Oh, boy.
12-year major leaguer.
Bean. A lot of beans left on the table.
Bean Stringfellow.
Yeah.
He was with
I need the teams.
the Pirates, Phillies, Astros, and Royals.
Can't be Mitch Williams. Can't be Mitch Williams.
No, it's not Mitch Williams.
When did he have his cup of coffee and start his career?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Drop God. He had a cup of coffee in 1992, and he hung up the spikes after the 2003 season.
Okay.
He was an All-Star in 02 and in 03. Still decided to hang up the spikes. Maybe he got into a dispute with Bean Stringfellow, for all we know.
Okay. Can we have the teams one more time?
Sure. Pittsburgh, Philly, Houston, and Kansas City.
All-Star where?
Pittsburgh. Probably, I'm guessing bad Pittsburgh teams because his All-Star years
left a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
A righty.
1 year he was an All-Star. He had a 2.93 ERA.
That's good.
The next year he split time with Pittsburgh and Philly, but in Pittsburgh he had a 6.27 ERA.
Oh, no. It just bounced over the backstop.
But apparently made the All-Star team.
Okay. No. His whole numbers. Maybe his first
made the All-Star team this year.
Yeah, maybe his
I
first
don't know if he
numbers
was
were
getting the veteran like legends deal, but
I don't even
anybody on there?
guess.
Oh yeah, maybe take a peek.
Oh, yeah, I can look. Shane Reynolds?
No, not
No?
Sugar Shane Reynolds. This man had no nickname, but his agent did. Bean Stringfellow.
It's not Joe Blanton. Somebody's guessing
No,
Joe
no,
Blanton.
no. It's not
him.
Hollywood Joe Blanton.
I don't know.
Nobody knows it?
I don't see it.
Mike Williams.
Oh,
He got it.
who'd I say?
He said Mitch Williams.
I did say Mitch Williams. Actually, people did have it. Mike Williams is in there. I take it back.
People did have it.
People knew it.
All right.
Yeah, Mike Williams.
Mike Williams, two-time All-Star.
I thought I
Would
guessed.
not have guessed that.
I thought I guessed Mike Williams, but I said Mitch Williams. You're right.
You said Mitch Williams.
Yeah, no. So when I saw Mike Williams in there, I was like, no, I already guessed that. Mike
Happy
Williams.
birthday, Mike Williams. Not the receiver or the other receiver or the other receiver.
You're probably still working since your agent stiffed you so much during your career as a two-time All-Star.
Oh, I'm sure Mike Williams
Can't
definitely
retire
working.
anytime soon. You're only 58.
No.
Got another 10 years of work in front of you.
Just sold all the memorabilia he had from the 02 run. This is a game-worn All-Star jersey. They're like, I don't know, Mike. I don't want that.
I mean, he's probably making cameos left and right. You can probably do our draft lineup.
Do you think Mike Williams can do our draft lineup for this
Yeah,
year?
he just and any shots you want to take at Bean Stringfellow, fellow, just get right in there and do that.
I'm guessing Bean Stringfellow also a cameo. I'll look it up.
All right. Well, that is a random ball player each and every day. In the grab bag here on Jones and Keefe. You can jump in line for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way at 2 o'clock, 617-779-7937. We'll get you the clip du jour next.
All right, back here at Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Jones, time for our clip du jour. You ready for that?
Oh, sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
I'm so glad you asked. It is the clip of the day. And where else would we go than a Would You Rather Wednesday?
All right. Would you rather have a home theater or an indoor pool?
Ooh.
Both would be super cool.
I don't like upkeep, so I think I'm out on pool almost by default.
Oh, yeah, you'd have to. I feel like if you can afford an indoor pool, though, you could probably afford somebody to come by and, like,
hire a pool boy.
Yeah. Yes. Go on Craigslist, find yourself a pool boy.
Making pool boy.
Man, then, like, when he gets there, like, this is your uniform. He's like, I'm sorry, what? Like, well, this is what you'll wear.
This is what I want to see you in.
This is what you're gonna wear when you clean the pool.
When you're at my house.
Sir, I was here yesterday. The pool's pretty clean. Just checking. I thought I saw something there in the filter.
Lean in there.
Can you check it? Check the filter. He's like, I'm not coming back.
This is emasculating, is what this is. But
that's cool. Yeah, you get a pool boy.
Money.
You could get a pool boy with the indoor pool, so that might sway your choice.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, put me down for home theater, like the big seats.
Well, let me tell
you.
You
Get a little popcorn machine in there, big projection screen.
I don't know how often I'm going to be using that home theater. I don't watch a lot of films.
Well,
like you'd never use it.
Right.
No, that's not true because you could hook it up to your cable and you could watch the Red Sox.
It's true.
You could watch the Pats. You could. But that's where you watch the Patriots.
Watching
now.
the Red Sox
Think
by
about
home
it's become
theater.
reality.
Home theater.
All right, good.
Look at the end of that. We all are on the same page.
All right, well, those are Would You Rathers. Brought to you by Avellino's
Pool boy
Restaurant.
come?
Every Wednesday.
Yes, maybe get a pool boy for the home theater.
I just watch movies. My movie buddy.
You just clean up the home theater.
Who is that?
Yeah.
That's my pool boy.
He wants us to put in a pool.
Hey, you don't have a pool.
No,
That's okay.
no.
I watch
But
movies
first
with him.
step, pool
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah.
Second step, pool.
He has to sit there
Yeah.
in his bathing suit with a net. Just watch movies.
Gets a frog falls at the pool. I think it is an indoor pool. Should be a lot of frogs. That's fine. That's fine. No, you wouldn't.
No,
say
it shouldn't. No.
Nope.
But we did actually, believe it or not, we did all agree.
We agreed on that one.
Home movie theater.
We were really slugging out those first three, but that last one that we agreed on.
No, we did. Yeah. That's true. Well, anyway, Keith, we allegedly,
yes,
are back in Foxborough tomorrow. That's weather permitting.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, we're not
pads on.
We're not actually sure, right? We could be there in attendance for Christian Gonzalez to slap on the pads.
Yeah.
Or the Patriots could pull the rug out on everybody and have a practice inside the field house.
Yeah, we'll probably be here
and kind of hide what's going on. But either way, we'll be talking about it tomorrow on the show. We'll go on the clock at high noon. We got Bradfo on tomorrow's show with all the latest on the Red Sox. That's at 11:30, plus a Kiefer Madness for you. So stay tuned for all of that on tomorrow's episode of Jones and Keefe. We are brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. It's Colossal Lobster Roll season at the Nines. Choose hot buttered or traditional, both built to the hilt, with tender North Atlantic lobster, served with fries and coleslaw. You gotta love the Nines. Stay tuned for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. I see Arcan sitting here. What is the exact combination today?
No Ken. I'm in for Ken.
Rich and Arcan with Ted Johnson
All right.
Boom.
on
Okay.
the program
Nailed
today.
it.
So stay tuned for that. They come your way in just 2 minutes here on WEEI.
Trey Lance.
Oh, boy. No.
Pitch is stapled. Out there in the right field for a base hit. One run comes home to score in Garcia. Here comes the second run. Bada bing, bada boom. It's money in the bank. That bat is just on fire. Put it down, get around it. We'll light this place up.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Well, good afternoon, New England and surrounding regions. It is 93.7 WEEI, Rich Schurtenlieb, Ted Johnson, and not Ken Laird today. He is in rock and roll paradise tonight.
Yep.
My man is just hanging out with every person who ever worked at a Guitar Center within a 300-mile radius of New York City as Rush takes the stage. But in his stead is our good friend, Christian Arcan. Christian, thanks for filling in today, my friend.
Anytime, buddy. Always glad to be here.
Is this Ted? Is this like a dude's trip for Ken, or is he bringing the missus because she'll be the only woman there?
Nope. The missus is going to New York, but I don't think
Not
she's
the show,
going
right?
to the
Yeah.
show. I think. I feel as if Ken might be solo on the show, but it's a family trip to New York. Just tonight is the concert where I think he's going solo. And did I hear? I think you guys talking yesterday after I got off at 5 that he's got like access to maybe some VIP stuff that he might get a chance to maybe meet some of the band members and stuff.
I don't know. I mean, listen, the man's got tons of connections. I know that. But when you say he's going solo, he will not be solo. He will be there with 17,000 of the biggest music nerds you've ever been with in your life. And I am a proud Rush music nerd. But it is true. It's like there's the people who go because they think that, Moving Pictures was a great album and Tom Sawyer rules. And then there's the people who are literally doing math in their heads when they are listening to the third track from 2112 as they perform the entire thing. Rush does get into nerdy territory, and to be quite honest, I would love to see a video. Just how they have that when the World Cup was on, there was a camera that was just on the main star the entire time that would follow like Ronaldo around. I want a camera just on Ken Laird, just watching it, seeing if I can see his fingers where he's like doing little math on his fingers like a human abacus while he's listening to Red Barchetta. So I couldn't be happier for the guy. I hope he has a great time tonight. He promised he would record a little video for us immediately afterwards.
Yep.
As he is in the just the afterglow as he smokes his postcoital cigarette, and I cannot wait to see whether or not he's a different Ken, like he might be a giddy Ken after this.
I'm a little bit nervous, you guys, because I have tickets to Rush here at TD Bank in early September, and I'm just worried I'm going to get a bad review from him because same thing as Odyssey. He gave a bad review, and so I went and then we agreed that we just didn't think it was as good as everyone's touting it, and so I'm worried that I'm going to get a similar kind of experience with his Rush concert tonight.
I would just lower all expectations. Oh, I've heard nothing but great things about Rush.
Okay, good.
But then again, I heard nothing but great things about the Odyssey. That's right. So
this particular tour you've heard good things about?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Right.
and you know what? And I hate to say it, but everyone's like, and you know what? That girl drummer's very good. And it's like, all right, you don't have to say that. She's good. I'm sure she's fine.
For a broad, she's pretty good.
for a skirt, she sure can knock them skins. No, but I'm hearing positive things about it. But they're all like, what are they pushing 70? I think. So any of these artists, you kind of just got to go into it. Like when you see AC/DC or you see, any classic rock act like that, you got to know that you're going to get one of two things. You're either going to get people where you're going to be absolutely blown away and shocked that they have somehow remained like healthy and been able to pull this stuff off. Bands like Def Leppard still sound great. It's shocking how good they sound. Or you're going to go and you're going to say, man, it's not what I thought it would be, but I'm here to celebrate their career, so I'm just going to kind of be with some guys who've always liked Rush, and and then you kind of go with it. But you're not going to be insulted like a Motley Crue show or like seeing David Lee Roth, which is really sad.
I feel like that's on. I hear a lot of people say that. I used to work with a guy in Houston that was just a music snob, and he was kind of like, their voices, they didn't sound good. I mean, but they're like acts that are 70 years old, and you're like, what do you expect? Don't
Yes.
you go to these concerts knowing that you're not going to get their best? And I'm always shocked that people still, I don't know, judge so harshly when the acts are old acts.
I think the difference between Motley Crue and David Lee Roth is David Lee Roth looks like he's actually trying. He just can't do it. Like, Vince Neil isn't trying. Vince Neil is just like fat and out of shape, and he just has like a track playing the entire. It's pretty bad. If they're up there trying, like I saw AC/DC and Brian Johnston, the singer he's deaf. He's literally deaf. And so he just uses like the beats and the rhythm to kind of sing, but the dude's trying his ass off, and Angus is up there looking like the evil preacher from Poltergeist 2. I mean, the dude is old, but it's AC/DC, so you're there and you're like, hell yeah, I appreciate what you're doing, man. You're doing as hard as you can. I hope I can be that active at your age, but just don't expect greatness. I have heard nothing but great things though about how they sound.
Good.
So you may be in for a good show, Ted. I believe you will.
I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm curious to kind of what goes along with it. It was I remember going to the Rush concerts. Lasers were a big part of their show, and I'm just curious if they will be in this show. I like lasers. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm just curious.
I like lasers too.
I haven't heard. If you hear anything about that,
fog machine, lasers. What else do you need, really? I mean, that's all you need.
That's all you need.
What's that song with Rush about the trees? The trees talking to each other.
It's called The Trees.
It's called The Trees. Yeah, that's one I'd want to see with the steam and the lasers and all that. For
of course, and yeah, it will definitely. You'll be hanging out with all the guys who either had the long hair down to their ass or were playing Dungeons and Dragons in their parents' basement. It's all. Rush had a very wide collection of fans, and to be quite honest, I'm jealous. I am very jealous, and hopefully you'll have a great time because that was one expensive ticket. It was a very expensive ticket to go see Rush. All right, you know what happened? Sports happened. Let's go, Stiz.
What just happened?
Sports happened.
And Sports Happened is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. The road streak is dead. Long live the road streak, Stiz.
0-1. Swinging a drive into deep left center field. Back of the warning track. Center fielder Bolte on the run. Crashing into the wall. He makes the play, and the ball game is over. The Red Sox battle in the ninth, but they come up 1 run short. Frustration in Sacramento, 4-3 Athletics.
Ziegler drove that ball 400 feet. Wasn't quite enough. This Red Sox lineup had a day today. It was atypical. Typically, you see them come up in big situations early and often throughout these games over the past month. Tonight, they couldn't cash in. 6 walks. Didn't get it done with runners in scoring position overall.
Yep, it's definitely a big description of what happened in the game.
Boy, it's interesting to hear him. You just say the 400 feet, not enough. The night before, Rafaela hits a 361-foot homer to win the game. So it's funny how just where you hit the ball obviously matters in that ballpark.
Well, even funnier, Ted, to your point. So, Connor Wong gets up there, hits a dong, a 2-out, 2-run homer in the ninth, and that made it a 1-run game. That was 394 feet. That one that he hit, the one that was out, 394. But then Anthony Ziegler comes in, hits it 397 feet, and made the last out. So it was 3 feet from a different story. And someone dug this up. I guess that was the longest game-ending out in baseball this year with the tying.
Well done, sir. All right, good job, Ziegler. Good job, buddy.
Now, listen, I'm not going to say that they reverted back to their old ways, but the Sox were 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position and 2 inning-ending double plays. That did feel a little bit like May baseball. Okay, game talk is done. We got to talk about this cluster F with Curtis Mead. So after trading Connolly early for this guy, in his second at-bat ever as a Red Sox, he got nailed by that pitch right in the hand. Not his fault. That sucks. What horrible luck for everybody. But at least we got this reassuring moment after the game yesterday from Chad Tracy, Stiz.
Sore. They did get x-rays, which are negative, which is good. He's sore. We're just going to take a day-to-day and see how he feels coming in. But a little sore, but at least right now it looks like we dodged a bullet maybe.
Awesome. Dodged bullet.
Phew.
Negative x-rays. It's party in the USA until 24 hours later that he's on the IL with a broken wrist. What the F? It took an MRI to find it, likely one of the small bones in his wrist. And now, and Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, everything I'm seeing seems to indicate that he's most likely out for the majority of the regular season. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, and he's seeing a specialist today. They're going to give an official diagnosis from it and a timetable and all of that, and we'll see. If there is one, if there's been one released, I haven't seen it yet, so you maybe have information I don't. But as of last night, he was going to fly home last night, see the specialist today, and then there was going to be some sort of timetable after that. But this was an injury that they didn't see in the AAA ballpark's X-ray machine, and so they'd come out to Meade's telling everybody it's okay, the manager's saying everybody's fine. It's unbelievable how often this happens with this team.
So
it really
true.
is wild how they can't have a normal injury and a normal rehab and a normal statement about it. It always has to be something they have to walk back. It's really kind of amazing,
and it's not even just in recent history. It's kind of been the Red Sox story for a couple decades now.
Yeah.
I mean, the missing, kind of just misdiagnosing players and saying guys are okay when they're really not.
I don't remember this many in one season before.
Okay, that might be true. I read that this was an injury that he's had previously.
Yeah,
and he was out
it,
for 62 days.
Yes,
and if you play 62 days out from today, basically it's right as the season ends. So theoretically, if you go off of his rehab time from the last time this happened, which is ironic. I mean, what an odd kind of injury to begin with, and the fact he's had it twice in the recent years is interesting. But it wouldn't make him available until the playoffs, which in my mind, he's, for all intents and purposes, he's done for the year. But I just can't imagine him being really ready to go by the playoffs.
Well, Christian, to your point, I mean, there is unfortunately a track record this year of the medical staff underplaying the injuries. Now, I mean, because I went and looked back. So Garrett Crochet, he last pitched on April 25th. At first it was shoulder fatigue. It was called precautionary. He was improving daily. On May 13th, he said he wouldn't even need a rehab assignment. And then last week he couldn't say whether he'll pitch again in 2026.
Right.
Roman Anthony, May 4th, left the game after a check swing. Negative x-rays, sent to a hand specialist. The team even floated him rejoining the road trip, and now he's at a Hampton Inn in Florida with no return in sight. This is a very strange thing. And I understand the difference between an x-ray and an MRI. It obviously gets a deeper look. But I just I don't like how this organization seems to just feel the tendency to underplay everything. And I don't, and that's obviously something Chad Tracy was told. And the thing is, we're going to have Chad Tracy on at 5:15 today, and we'll talk to him about it. So obviously this is the information that he was given. But then you put Chad Tracy in a weird position because everyone's playing that sound clip now where he's saying they dodged a bullet, and it's not fair to Chad that they did that. So I don't get it, and I don't understand why this medical team continues to try to float the sunny side of things when they just either don't know or they're underplaying the injury.
You know what's interesting, though, Rich, is your boy starting to get a little bit of heat for how he managed the pitching last night. So a lot of people think that Chad Tracy left Bennett out there a little bit too long, and that was maybe the difference. So it's been all sunshine and rainbows for your guy Chad Tracy, but some of the decisions in the lineup have people questioning it right now.
There was a perfectly good explanation for it, and he will explain it to us. He'll shove it right in your face, Ted, and all the haters.
At 5:15, I'll be tuning in.
At 5:15, he will indeed be on with us. Also, we'll talk a little bit later on about some of because now they got to start all over. It's basically, the trade deadline is back on, baby. It's like if you were closed for business, you better open it back up, Craig Breslow. So we'll talk a little bit about what some of the rumored moves are here in just a few. But I want to get to the Patriots because the Gabakis stuff and Christian Gonzalez situation just continues to grow legs. And there's some stuff that I want to hear Ted's take on regarding this whole contract back and forth and the verbal I don't want to call it a war of words, but definitely a war of opinions between Robert Kraft and Christian Gonzalez's people. We'll get to that in 2 minutes, not going anywhere. It's Rich, Christian Arcand, and Ted Johnson on WEEI.
WEEI.
Can you picture Ken jamming?
Oh, yeah. Tarps off at the Rush Show.
A lot of air guitar.
Oh, no question. No, it's air bass.
It's bass, yep.
Yeah.
And keyboard. Yep.
Of course.
Yep. And lasers.
And tons of lasers and rolling of the bones. It is Rich, Christian Arcan, and Ted Johnson today as Ken Laird is in Rock and Roll Utopia up at the Rush Show in New York. It's 93.7 WEEI. You can call us at 617-779-7937. We'll take your calls on this, too. All right, I don't like this news that's just now breaking, at least I'm just now getting it. I think only about 30 minutes ago, Adam Schefter said this. But apparently, so what we've been hearing right now, just to kind of reset the table, is that, the other day Robert Kraft came out and said, we have made Christian Gonzalez an offer that would make it the richest contract that the Patriots have ever offered anybody. We're going to make him the highest paid at his position.
He said that, yes, on Saturday. Yep.
On Saturday. And Christian Gonzalez came out yesterday and I thought handled himself very well and said that, this is not something that we want to handle in the media. Kind of a shot to Robert Kraft while remaining respectful. And, of course, Robert Kraft was saying, we love Christian Gonzalez. And to that, he was like, I don't like this. What did he call it? Positive
poison. That's it. Yeah.
Which is great. So they're at an impasse right now. But this news that just came out is concerning because, Ted, what have we been hearing the entire time? What is the move in the NFL that needed to be made first before Christian Gonzalez got signed?
Witherspoon out in Seattle. Devin Witherspoon.
Yep, same agent as Christian Gonzalez, and the thought there is that the Devin Witherspoon deal was going to get first, and then immediately after that, the other domino would fall, and Christian Gonzalez would get his deal most likely for just a smidge more than Devin Witherspoon got. Okay, do you have the sound? All right, so this is Adam Schefter just a few minutes ago on how things are going with Devin Witherspoon. Let's listen.
Comes in now. I would imagine that Devin Witherspoon would be the next one to go. I don't think right now they're close, but that's a deal that could come together pretty quickly, and I would think get done at some point this summer. Gonzalez, I think, would go after Witherspoon at this point in time, but we've got deals for cornerbacks.
Devin Witherspoon and the Seahawks, not close. Not close on a deal right now.
But he said it could be done quickly, too. So, it sounds like that's maybe kind of mincing words a little bit. But I think what's interesting about this with Gonzalez is Witherspoon was a top 5 pick, right? So he's already made more money. So if, the same person represents Gonzalez and Witherspoon, if he's trying to maximize everything here, you'd want Witherspoon to go first and then Gonzalez after that to make more, right? Because then you already have one client that's made more money already. So wouldn't that be the logical way that he'd want to do that for the agent?
It's interesting. I'm curious. I don't know because some people think that Gonzalez is the better cornerback.
I mean, I think he is.
Yeah. So that is interesting. What I find interesting about this is everyone just assumes the Patriots are going to go second. Yet Robert Kraft is on record saying they basically have made him an offer that they feel very good about, that the deal so that in the Patriots' eyes the deal should be done. But everyone thinks that they're slow playing it. Which Kraft came out Saturday and said what he said. It gives you the appearance that they're ready to get this deal done.
Yeah, I just that to me, I thought, and I was talking about this yesterday. I don't like that Robert Kraft did that because his words mean nothing. Like the fact that we offered him the most money that we've ever offered anybody else means nothing because we don't know what the contract looks like. We don't know how much guaranteed money is in there and how many years. What we do know is that Denzel Ward just got a deal. And obviously this is somebody you got to look at when it comes to comparatives. And the Browns and Ward agreed just yesterday to a 2-year, $62.2 million extension with $52.3 million guaranteed. So he is the highest paid defensive back in NFL history for the second time in his career. Ted, when you see that, does that gives the Crafts a little more power, right? When they see that contract, it's only for a couple years and it's maybe not quite what Christian Gonzalez is asking?
Well, it's a little bit different just because he's been in the league 8 years already. So it's not, the really apples to apples is the Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez, where Denzel Ward is a guy who's going into, I believe, like his 9th year. So it's not exactly the same, but you're still gonna take notice of that and use it as a comp. Absolutely. So I'm so curious how this all ends. I mean, it just felt like it was a fait accompli that Devin Witherspoon's deal would get done real quick, and now with Schefter saying that, honestly, I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait. As I said, the next marker is tomorrow's practice. Full pads. What does Christian Gonzalez do? Does he fully participate, or does he hold himself out? I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow.
Well, I did find very interesting what he said, and if you have it, Stiz, it's when Karen Garesian, I believe, was the one who asked him about tomorrow, because tomorrow, obviously, the full pads makes a huge difference. Between you can go out there and you can run around and not hurt yourself, but once you get the full pads on, that's when you put yourself in danger. I still think he's kind of dumb for doing this, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
I would think that if I was in that position and you already had you have a decent amount of money, like enough to where you can take this type of risk where you're not getting paid for a little bit while you're holding out for this contract. I don't want to get injured,
That, and you also you have a little bit of the leverage from a PR standpoint. The Crafts are very sensitive to what the fans think.
Yeah.
If you remember, I thought Vince Wilfork played it perfectly back in the day. He really used his fandom in his favor to get the contract that the Patriots really did not want to give him. And I think right now Christian Gonzalez has kind of the moral high ground after what we heard from Kraft on Saturday, which was a miscalculation on his part. I mean, I just think what he said, if he had to go back and do it all over again, he wouldn't have said it. But he did say it, and so I think Christian Gonzalez, he's probably like, perfect. I can't wait to talk to kind of rebut that, so I look like I got the moral high ground. To me, Christian Gonzalez is in the catbird seat. To me, he's got more leverage. So if I'm him, I'm not participating all that much in tomorrow's practice.
Yeah, I'll be out here. I'll be out here.
Yeah, I'll be out here.
I got to ask this one question to both you. And Rich, I think I know your answer, but Christian, do you think after what Kraft said on Saturday that they are closer to a deal or not that close at all?
Closer than what?
I mean, is it just like a couple little details that they need to kind of do, kind of clean up, or are they?
No, I think
completely
I think
far
the money's still far apart. It sounds to me like the money's still far apart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said
There
that.
you go.
If it was a bunch of little details still to be worked out, incentives and things like that, and there probably will end up being some incentives because I'd imagine they're hung up on stuff like that too. But you don't come out and make big statements about highest paid Patriot, highest paid corner, etc., unless the money's not close.
Yeah, initially, I was a little foggy on how I thought, but you're exactly right. I mean, it just kind of hit me like a bolt of lightning. And Christian, he's right. I just think they're far apart, and you don't say what he said unless if you're close. He said what he said because they're far apart, Rich.
Yeah, and I'm thinking now, like, what happens if this doesn't end up working out? Like, I mean, you were talking about 2 first-round picks you could potentially get. I think that's what the Sauce Gardner trade was, I believe.
Yeah.
They got 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, with the Colts.
ESPN did like a whole article about different trade and draft capital for every player on the team, and that's what they had for Gonzalez was 2 firsts, just like Gardner.
I just don't understand why they wouldn't try to make this happen when you just went to a Super Bowl. You just went all in on getting this like excellent weapon for your young quarterback who is in his 3rd year, which is usually just like Josh Allen, the year where you really come into your own. I don't know why you would waste that opportunity and get rid of this guy. I mean, 2 first-round picks, maybe you'll get a guy as good as Christian Gonzalez with one of those. Maybe. You don't know. All you know is right now you have one of the best corners in the game, pretty much one of the few people on this roster who showed up during the Super Bowl, and you might let this guy walk. And you know what the price is. The world knows what the price is. Set the market on this guy.
If you're going to give 2 first-rounders, though, you do this deal back in March. You don't wait. You can't do it now. I mean, Sauce Gardner was traded mid-season last year. I mean, you can't. I just don't think you can get 2 first-round draft picks right now. With a few weeks before the season starts.
You may be right. All right, 617-779-7937. We will take your calls. What the hell happens with this team if they let him walk? How confident are you that Robert Kraft is going to do the right thing? Because I'm telling you, it's been a weird-ass offseason between the Patriots and Christian Gonzalez. We'll take your calls right after this. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schurtenlieb, Ted Johnson, and Christian Arcan in for Ted today, or for Ken rather. Did you say, Stiz, that this is a new Tommy Iommi song?
Tony Iommi, Black Sabbath
I'm sorry.
guitarist.
Did I say Tom? Yeah. I'm sorry.
How badass is this?
It's good. Who's singing? Is this like Chris Jericho or something?
The wrestler?
I think it's the guy from Sabaton, but I'm not positive.
Okay. I mean, obviously, he's an absolute legend. Did you hear that? You know how every year, I don't know if you guys ever go to Universal Studios before?
Hell yeah, I love Universal Studios.
Halloween Horror
Okay.
Nights.
Ride the movies? Oh, I love Universal Studios. Sorry.
Kicks Disney's ass 1,000 times
Big
over.
time.
Not even a question. But they always do this thing around Halloween. It's the Halloween Horror Nights.
My
and they
favorite.
have it's unbelievable the money they put into these massive haunted houses that they have there. And there's always different themes. This year, they are doing an Ozzy Osbourne themed haunted house in honor of the great one. So
the
congrats to
singer
Ozzy.
is a guy named Jordan something Landy, and he used to sing for Dio's band.
I thought Dio sang for Dio's band.
Well, he sang for Ron in the Darkness, Rising Force, the Rising Force, Dio and the Rising Force.
Oh, that's Yngwie Malmsteen. Yeah, that's Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. I've seen that band before too, because that's another weird looking guy. He had this like wife who was cartoonishly endowed. Like, who just stood on the side of the stage, and I don't think anyone was looking at the band because it was like, holy moly, people aren't built that way. It was very
Jessica Rabbit proportions.
Like pole jumper, jumper kind of.
No. I would say it was like Jessica Rabbit after she got stung by 1,000 bees on her chest. It was really
Jessica
weird.
Rabbit and Dolly Parton.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. There you go. It was like Dolly Parton in her heyday-esque, without a question. It was a very, very strange thing. Who would have thought that a 16-year-old Rich, that would be the only thing that he remembered about that show? All right. It is Rich, Christian Arcan, and Ted Johnson, the Catch Us Law Studios. No fee unless you win, and you can give us a call at 617-779-7937. By the way, did you see the story that came out yesterday that apparently Rich was right again? The Celtics inquired about LeBron James.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Who reported that?
Yeah, it was a Yahoo Sports article, and I don't know if it was an aggregate, but they indeed here it is right here. It says that Boston Celtics reportedly pursued LeBron James in free agency.
Yeah.
According to new reporting from ESPN, James spoke with a bunch of teams before ultimately signing with the Sixers. One of those teams was the Boston Celtics.
Yep.
Now, you have to wonder whether that was simply due diligence, but I guarantee you, first of all, Brad Stevens isn't doing his job if he doesn't reach out, right?
Sure. Yeah, it's in the Dave McManaman article on ESPN, and he says in his article just that the surprising suitors along the way were the Boston Celtics, and it doesn't say anything other than that they expressed interest, and that was basically it. So no more detail than that.
If LeBron really cared about making a big splash, obviously Philly was the place to go, but Boston was probably number 2 if you think about it. Like, they just lost Jaylen Brown. They were big in the news. LeBron going to Boston after they just lost Brown, that would have been a big story. Like, that would have been a bigger story than if you went to Miami or back to Cleveland or, whatever. But it still wouldn't have been as big a story as Philly. I think that's the reason he went there.
I was saying the entire time that how hysterical it would be for Celtics fans to have LeBron James on their team because heads would explode.
I know.
And it would have truly been one of the greater storylines in the last 20 years in the NBA. It would just have been so much fun to see how people reacted. But there were so many people who were just like, Rich, you're an idiot. There's no way that they would even want this guy. Why would they do that? And sure enough, it looks like, indeed, there was at least communication between the two.
And I found there's an article about how he's getting to work every day. We were trying to figure that out, and we all guessed, I think correctly, that he's going to take a helicopter. And they added up all the expense for a helicopter for a full season, 41 home games, and it was like $800,000 just spent in helicopter rides.
I would have thought more, honestly.
Yeah, I would have too. So I thought that was – and then one other interesting the last player to live in New York and play for the Sixers, J.J. Redick did it. which I
really?
did not know about. I read about. Yeah, J.J. Redick commuted.
He took a helicopter?
I don't know if he took a helicopter, but he commuted back and forth from New York to
took the
Philly.
Acela.
I wouldn't doubt they took. If you look up how much money J.J. Redick made in the NBA, it's insane the
Really?
contracts he was getting in his like later years. He was getting these like mercenary 1 or 2 year deals that were for like $1 zillion. Like I'm telling you, I bet that guy has made $200-something million in the NBA.
He's the Sam Bradford of the NBA.
Yes,
What
he really is. Like Redick made so much freaking money. And just when you thought he was done, nope, someone would offer a 1 or 2 year contract. And I always liked Redick's game. I always thought he was like a cocky douche. But his game was awesome. It was like he was so frustratingly good. Couldn't play defense, but my God, he could shoot the lights out. He was like,
yeah.
117 million.
Wow.
Oh God, see, I thought it was more than that. But still, 117 million for like
Not
a
bad.
sniper is not bad. Not bad at all. All right. So real quick, I want to ask you, Ted, about Gabe Akis and how things seem to be with this guy. Do you know the latest as far as what his contract looks like now that it's signed, the protection that this team has? There's rumors that he's been hiding injuries from the team. What did that mean? I got to be honest, Ted, this is kind of a place I've been so into the Christian Gonzalez deal that I've been a little in the dark with what's going on with Gabe Akis.
Yeah, so the Gabe Akis is we're still trying to figure out what the timeline is exactly. He basically got hurt after the combine and before, I think, rookie minicamp. And look, it's interesting because there was a lot of red flags that maybe their injuries were going to be an issue because he didn't participate in the combine. And I think he ran the 40 at pro day, and that was it. He didn't do any other drills. So it's hard to kind of like put this on Gabe Akis. I feel like the Patriots should have maybe been a little bit leery of that. I think they felt like after the combine and their doctors looked at him that he was cleared and good to go, but then something happened between the combine and the time in which they had rookie minicamp. But the contract, I don't know exactly details. I do know that there's something in there that protects the Patriots to some degree if a knee injury happens at a certain time. But it's that's unclear. But there is a little wrinkle in the contract that does kind of, I think, protect the Patriots to some degree.
Yeah, they have an injury waiver for his knee. That's what it is. It's like an unusual thing. They wrote about it in the Globe today about this very highly unusual provision in the contract. It's an injury waiver for his knee, covering 2027 and 2028. The Patriots could void his guarantees if that knee gets injured again.
Okay,
so that's it.
There you go.
Which I've never heard of one of those
which
before.
is unique.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I got to think that he was somebody that they fully intended on helping the team this year,
Yes.
right, Ted?
Yes. I think second round draft pick, and he was, allegedly kind of profiled as maybe a late first round draft pick. That's a guy that you count on producing right away. Yes.
Oh man! So and what is the lookout for him now? Like
Vrabel says he's not going to miss any games. He says he'll be ready for the regular season.
He's on what they call the NFI list, what is it? The non-football injury list to start training camp.
Not effing in the game.
Yeah, right. It's that's not a list I'm that familiar with, but I think it's probably something you can just take off at any time.
And Roman Anthony's going to be back on the road trip, so it's definitely fine, no problem.
I mean, right? If they got the Red Sox, medical staff, then yeah, he's great. We play in every game, sure.
And he's a guy. A lot of people are like, well, if he's not there for, look, I would be worried if he misses most of training camp, but if he's back in like a week or two. I'm not that worried about it. It is a position. I just think that from a mental standpoint, you can kind of get by. It's like there's the quarterback, go get him. And so I don't have as much concern about him missing time. But if he's not ready to go until the start of the season and doesn't get any real meaningful reps, with at least a couple weeks left in training camp, that would concern me.
Absolutely. By the way, you're just talking about Roman Anthony. We have Chad Tracy coming on at 5:15. I just want to find out, like, have we gone past dry swings yet? Is he dry? Are the swings wet yet? Is there any kind of like moisture in these swings? Like, what do we know? Apparently, he wasn't even doing dry swings, right? There was rumors that he was, and then he go, it's too much pain with the dry swings, and now you just got to sit there and like. Imagine being in so much pain that you can't put your hands in the air like you're holding a baseball bat and just go left to right. Just imagine the pain. What kind of awful pain is he in to not be able to do that? This whole thing is so weird and so foreign, and I haven't heard of anything like this before. Especially when it was like a non-contact thing, for him to just not be. Think about that. Put your hand out like you're holding a bat in front of you, and then think about the movement of just with nothing in your hand, doing a swinging motion. It's so painful that he can't even do that right now. And this was months ago that he was gone.
My guess is he's probably terrified of putting his hands around a wooden bat and then hitting a ball that's coming at you 95 miles an hour, because if what that must feel like at impact if his wrist isn't fully healed, and I think my guess is he's probably terrified of a setback.
Yeah, and that's how he got hurt in the first place. I mean, it was just a foul ball. It was just a run of the mill foul ball. He didn't get hit. It wasn't like Meade or Nomar or something like that. No. He's holding the bat hit the ball, and we haven't seen him since.
So to Christian's point, like, he remembers that, his body remembers that, and he's like terrified of that happening again.
But you don't go from like not holding a bat to hitting like hitting a fastball.
No, that's true.
With a wooden bat.
Right.
So, but we're at a point where he's not dry swinging. Like, that's the thing that blows my mind the most. It's like, just think about that. Just take your hand right now in front of you and just pretend like you're swinging, and that is too painful for him right now.
Is that the report? Because I haven't. It's almost like they just wanted him down there so that they stop reporting on it. I mean, do we know that for a fact that he's not?
So the last I heard is that there was dry swings and then no dry swings. So
and the dry swings were like literally like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago though. Like it was only like a week or two after the original injury, and then those dry swings were a long time ago. Is my point.
Yeah. So we'll
can
find
I just
out.
make a correction, Rich?
Sure.
So a dry swing is swinging a bat without hitting a ball. It's not just swinging your hands in the air.
I thought we asked Chad Tracy about that. I thought that was just the action of swinging with nothing in it.
Wooden bat?
It's
Does it
the
say
action of swinging a bat but not hitting a ball.
A wiffle bat?
Because he couldn't grip a bat for a while. He couldn't even grip the thing.
Google says a dry swing is a practice swing taken with a bat without hitting a ball.
Okay, cool. We'll ask Chad Tracy about that, because
he'll straighten it out. Yeah.
I thought it was either Chad Tracy or it was on the Hillman show when they had Sam Kennedy on, where someone defined a dry swing. But you may be right. But still, that's even scary, because I guess that he was trying the dry swings, which, if it's by your definition, he's holding a bat, and then he couldn't even do it holding a bat because it hurt too much. I guess whatever kind of bat it is, a wiffle ball bat or like some sort of lighter bat that he's using. I just find that to be fascinating that we're this far into it, and that's where he is. But as I said, Chad Tracy can be out at 5:15. I'm really interested on where he is. He doesn't have to say when he's coming back, because I don't want to get them, they've gotten in trouble with that already, and we're not looking to get anyone in trouble. I just want to know what he's doing. Like, where are we right now? Like, what his regimen is to, his PT, physical therapy. We don't know anything. It's very, very strange. It's almost like you go into the Hampton Inn down in Florida and just time stops. It's like this portal where you know nothing and no information ends up seeping out. All right, 617-779-7937. We got to talk a little bit about Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, and Robert Kraft, and how they've all kind of lost their minds since being together. We'll touch on that here in just a few. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich certainly, Ted Johnson, and Krishna Arkan in today for Ken, who is at the Rush concert. Let's talk to David on line 1. David, what's happening, my man? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I've been listening to all this talk for a long time about what's going on with Roman Anthony in his hand. And I'm an operating room nurse, if that gives any background. I'm not a doctor. I'm just giving my assumption. If he had a tear, as Ted might know, you could have scar tissue that's going to heal over that tear. And there's a chance that a nerve ending or a piece of nerve can get entrapped in that. And what happens is when that nerve feels pain, it causes a reflex of pulling back, of opening the hand. And if it wasn't properly diagnosed on him in the beginning, as it seems they're having a lot of trouble diagnosing things, now it starts to become a psychological thing. Now the psychology starts to fall into it. If his season's over, they should go in, look at it, clean it out, look at it under a scope, and give him a reassurance it's all clean and better, and move on. But it's very possible that he's feeling a pain and having a reflex reaction to pull away, and a lot of people just aren't understanding it because it's not happened to them.
That's a great call, David. And you know what? And
he's right.
He's right, Ted. And if you were him, if you were Roman Anthony, would you almost want the Red Sox to just say that he's not coming back for the season?
There you go. I mean, I feel like I'm almost, if I'm Garrett Crochet, I almost want him to say that about me, too. I just feel like Marcelo Meyer, I mean, Trevor Story. Is anybody talking about these guys and those guys coming back, Christian?
No one's pining for Trevor Story to come back, although it's not like they have some big solution at shortstop either. What's different about Anthony than certainly Meade? Meade was a freak accident. You know, what are you going to do there? And even Crochet had a setback in another part of his body that ended up having, this ill effect on him and extending everything. Roman Anthony, it's been the same injury the whole time. There's not been any additional set, right? It was the sprain or tear or whatever they want to call it, and that's what it's been this entire time. Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, July 13th, I think, is the last time Tracy mentioned that he saw the hand specialist. I don't know if it's the same specialist that Meade's going to go to, but the specialist said, yeah, it's healing like it's supposed to be healing. This is the normal process, and it's still nowhere close. Not even close enough to start and map out a rehab assignment in the minor leagues. There's just no progress at all. It's wild.
I have a tough time when it comes to injuries with baseball players and their hands. Because I feel like, obviously, if you're a pitcher and you have a blister on your thumb, on your pitching hand, you go, a blister? You can't play because of a blister? Yeah, that's a big injury for that. Yeah. And I kind of feel the same thing about a wrist for a hitter. So I give Roman a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, just like David just said on the last call. It's just there's something about you just worried about that next hit is going to be a setback, and so you're anticipating. Have you ever had I had tennis elbow and I went golfing, and every time I struck down on the ball, this shoots pain right up my arm, and so I went to Boston Prolotherapy and got it fixed, and now it's pain free. But the point is, it's right. It's that kind of feeling. You don't want a setback, and you're terrified of having a setback.
I just think psychologically, too, having him be a huge question mark is just – it's not good for this team. And I think it's one of the reasons why Chad Tracy or whoever it was, I'm assuming it was Chad Tracy, sent him away, sent him down to Florida, because I think it was a depressing thing for the players to show up every day. And Roman Anthony, let's say he was doing his best to get out there. He still wasn't getting better. And I just think that after a while, you almost kind of want to avoid a guy like that because it's just sad. It's like, don't bring me down. We've got this good thing going. I know you're not doing it on purpose, but maybe just sight unseen, why don't you move out of here? Why don't you get out of the way? And I just think that it would be a good thing for Roman, too, if they just felt, if there was any kind of indication that he's not going to be coming back, to go ahead and call it, because you know what's happening now is people are making up stories. I don't know if they're making up stories, but there's definitely room for speculation about maybe he's not really injured, maybe he's drinking, and that's why they say, you're hearing this stuff. It doesn't mean it's right or it's wrong or whatever. It's just that if he's not there, it calms the fans down a little bit and turns down the temperature.
I feel like no one's even talking about him. I don't feel like anybody's kind of saying, well, when Roman Anthony gets back, I feel like it's kind of like people look at this team as is right now as the team that they're going to have to go with in the playoffs. And so I don't feel that there's pressure from the fans to get Roman Anthony out there. The flip side to just doing what you're saying, Rich, is just, hey, Roman, just you're on the show for the rest of the season, is where his head might go. If he thinks he's coming back, he's engaged in, I think maybe a little bit more invested in his rehab and doing the work he needs to do, as opposed to just, hey, we'll see you next year. Then he's going to maybe just let go of the rope completely, and they probably don't want that either.
Why do you think that this team continuously just underplayed his injury? It's almost as if it's either they thought that it was a lot less than it was, and he's just not going along with that, or they were wrong and just trying to be sunny side up on everything and trying to make you believe that, or they're pressuring him to try to get back. Everything's off with this whole situation, and we're going to have Chad Tracy on at 5:15, and it would be nice to just kind of hear from him just where Roman's at, because it's all very confusing.
Yeah, and also just when you it's probably the longest I've ever heard of anybody being out with a finger injury before in my life, short of like needing it amputated like Ronnie Lott or something like that. This is an unbelievable amount of time to be missing with a sprained or even a torn finger. And with Roman Anthony, Rich, I think sort of what the problem that's starting to sprout up now is that even if he had just sprained his finger and then come back and played, this is a guy who's missed a bunch of time already with injuries, and he's barely even been here. He had the oblique last year, ended his season. Before the finger thing, he was having like back spasms. Remember that? There was a whole thing there. He missed like a week in April before the finger thing happened. That's the real concern now, is that whatever Roman Anthony is when he comes back, how long are you going to see him for? Is he ever going to be able to be on the field long enough?
And the scary part is, Christian and Rich, is he got injured swinging a bat,
right?
Doing what he has to do for his job. It wasn't
he didn't slam into the monster or something, right?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hitting the ball.
All right, let's take a very important call. Danny on line one. Danny, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm just calling. This was like 25, 30 years ago, but I played golf with Ted Johnson and Adam Vinatieri at Farm Neck on the Vineyard, and he was a monster, Ted.
My golf game sucked, though, huh?
Is this Danny Noonan?
I could outdrive you.
You could outdrive Ted Johnson at 12 years old?
Yep.
Attaboy, Danny. I remember that. I only played there one time, so my one round was with you, Danny.
Yep, and Adam Vinatieri and his wife. It was awesome.
Oh, that's a great story, man.
So nice. Yeah.
How did he get into your foursome? A 12-year-old.
I was a junior member there, and they picked me to play. I was like, whoa, okay.
That's a great story. I forgot about that.
So you just showed up to play golf one day, and next thing you know, it's like, hey, they got an open one, and you show up, and it's Adam Vinatieri and Ted Johnson, and you're 12?
Pretty much, yeah.
But Adam had a decent game, right? I mean, Adam was a better golfer.
Really
than me.
good.
Yeah.
So good.
Very, very cool. I appreciate you reminding me of that. That's awesome.
I've been waiting to call you for ages to tell you that.
So my golf game sucked, but I was a good guy. Is that the
best?
Oh, there we go. Awesome, man.
It's a good trade-off. I thank you, Danny. I wonder how many times a year he tells that story. I outdrove Ted Johnson when I was 12.
I would. If I could, I would.
Kidding me?
Yeah. I'd tell everybody.
Oh, that's great. All right, 617-779-7937. All right. Robert Kraft, Bill Belichick, and Tom Brady have all somewhat lost their minds ever since they split from each other. I don't know what kind of balance in the universe they were holding together where they were able to just act kind of normal and like regular human beings, but the minute they all split, everyone went insane. We are going to discuss just the levels that each of them have gone through and how they truly need each other. Despite not really liking each other, many of them, how they need each other. We will get to that 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
Let's be
The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
0-1. Swing and a drive. Into deep left center field. Back of the warning track. Center fielder Bolte on the run. Crashing into the wall. He makes the play, and the ball game is over. The Red Sox battle in the ninth, but they come up 1 run short. Frustration in Sacramento, 4-3 Athletics.
That was our guy Will Fleming on the call last night right here on WEEI 93.7. The feed brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Sox fall back into the loss column after losing to the A's last night 4-3. Curtis Mead was also placed on the 10-day IL with a fractured wrist. The series continues tonight. First pitch from the West Coast at 9:40. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Stids, and that's what's in our feed at WEEI and WEEI.com.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
Oh, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtenleave, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, Christian Arcan in for Ken Laird, who is about to be face first in Math Rock over at the Rush Reunion Show in Madison Square Garden. He is out for the day. We are in the Catch Us Law Studios. No fee unless you win. You can call us at 617-779-7937. Go to the Odyssey app, press that little microphone button, and leave us a message. We played in the 5 o'clock hour. I don't think that there is a better owner-coach-player combo, maybe in the history of sports, than Kraft, Belichick, Brady. It was a trio that made some of the greatest sports moments of our lifetime. All three of them needed each other, but in the end, when they split off, not only does it seem like there's one guy doesn't like the other one, and one guy doesn't do this, and there seems to be a lot of awkwardness, but they all got weird. Every single one of them. It's like they were able to seem like perfectly normal, well-balanced human beings. But it's true, Ted, I think the three just needed each other to keep themselves in check, but once they went out on their own, it's almost as if their heads exploded.
Oh, no question. Are you kidding me? No, they were the glue for each other, and it's amazing. It wasn't like all of a sudden these guys just became something different. There was always signs of it there, here, and there if you really looked hard enough. It's just when they didn't have the protection of being working together and playing for the Patriots and working for the Patriots that they started to kind of their behavior started to be more and more exposed.
Who do you guys think changed the least out of the three of them over the course of their time together?
Changed the least?
Yeah. Because we know, I agree. I think it's Kraft too. I think Brady and Bill both are so different than they were in 2000. And Kraft's he's not exactly the same, but he's more the same than they are.
Do you know the biggest difference I would think between for Bill from then to now? Bill was a hard worker. Like Bill went and scouted guys, and he got on planes, and he did his homework, and he watched film. I've always told the story. There was only one head coach at the Combine in 1995 that took me aside to quiz me on football, and it was the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, and that was Bill Belichick. I don't think he was doing that at the end of his career. I know he wasn't going to Combine, and then I just going that extra step to kind of look at guys. So that was the biggest shift to me, was Bill kind of let go of the rope as far as how hard he worked at the beginning of his career towards the end.
So I think to analyze which one of them went most off the deep end, what I would like to do is for all three of them, I would like each of us to offer up what we think was the worst decision that Brady, Belichick, and Kraft have made since breaking up with each other. So I'm going to give you one of the names of one of them, and I want you to tell me what you think was the strangest or worst decision that they have made since the big split between all three of them, okay?
Okay.
And you know what? Let's start first with Robert Kraft. Let's start with the one that we said probably changed the least. And if you would like me, I can start with this. I think the strangest thing that he has done, the weirdest, is the awkward attempts to try to make everyone think that everything is awesome between the three of them. And it never got more awkward than this moment at the Tom Brady roast right here.
I want to say this is the greatest coach in the history of the game that did what no one else has done. And having Tom Brady and him was the greatest honor the good Lord gave me. So, cheers.
And they had the most awkward toast at that moment. I want to bring you both up here. It's like, all right, dude. No, and like even the big Tom Brady statue thing was just to hopefully whitewash the fact that it was ultimately his decision to choose Belichick over Brady. It has been a non-stop trying to erase history and try to make everyone think that he had no responsibility in the ending of the dynasty.
Awkward toast. That almost got deadly. Rob Gronkowski spiked that shot glass and almost took a girl's eye out.
Which I didn't even know that, Stiz. I had no idea that someone almost lost an eye.
I think his effort to kind of control the narrative works, though. I think most fans don't see the relationship as broken like we do. I think there's a lot of people that just don't want to hear it. And they just want to think that they all liked each other and that it was all rainbows and lollipops.
The dynasty was what did it for me, though. When they did the dynasty, I was like, oh my God, they are painting Bill in the worst.
That was on your list for RKK, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had three. I thought we were doing three for each, so I'll
did three for
stick
each
with that
too,
one.
but
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Okay, yeah, okay.
So I had the dynasty, the Belichick hate fest. I thought that was a very strange. I know that he was trying to celebrate the whole thing, but like you can't just do that normally. You have to take all these shots. You have to come out and call him a schmuck and blame him for Aaron Hernandez and all the other stuff from that Dynasty movie. I thought that was a very bizarre just track to go on when recounting those years and doing it all, putting it out under like his name and doing all that and taking that many shots at Belichick. I thought was ridiculous.
That's a great one. I totally forgot about that. That is a good. Yeah, that was like, what are we doing here? All right, Ted, what do you think?
So unless we don't want to count this one, but I just
thing.
Me and Christian we have the other thing. We were both on air when the other thing happened. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Down south. That was not a good decision. But just not overruling Bill Belichick on Tom Brady. Just not keeping Tom Brady here and picking Tom over the coach was a big mistake. But if you don't want to count that. It's the other thing that Christian said, and then also I would put in there hiring of Gerard Mayo. Not one of his better decisions.
Oh, that's a great one. That's a good one. All right, let's go to Bill Belichick. The decision that he has made or action that is the strangest since the split up of the three. We'll start with you, Ted, on this one.
So I got if we don't want to count, thinking he was more important than Tom Brady as part of it because it is after. We'll just say that as an honorary mention. Just thinking he was more important than Tom Brady was a big mistake. But I think a lot of stuff happened when Jordan came into his life. That's, to me, one of the worst decisions he's ever made is signing Jordan up to his staff.
You know what? Can I just say, Ted, out of all the Jordan things, the moment I just went, oh, God, was when he did those photos on the beach where he dressed as the Gorton's fisherman, reeling in Jordan dressed as a mermaid, and he's like, anybody want some fish?
I love that you bring up those pictures like on the beach, and we're all thinking, oh, the one where he's got her lifted up on his legs?
Yeah.
Oh, no, the other
one,
picture.
the weird one.
The other picture, yeah. Dude, there's so many of them.
Christian, what do you got?
Jordan-wise, it was the CBS interview, I think. That was just unbelievable. I could not believe that. But really, I think it's just not retiring from the public eye. I think the longer he stays in the public eye, the worse this is all going for him. And he could have very easily just, stepped away. And instead, he's just omnipresent with all this weird stuff.
Okay. So for me, the worst decision that he's made since the breakup is easily hiring Matt Patricia as an offensive coordinator. That could be the all-time, as I said it when it happened, that is a fireable offense for him to do that. And you know what? He's insisted on not getting people who are qualified for their jobs to work with him, but people who are his friends, people who are loyal to him.
Mike Lombardi.
We are seeing it with Mike Lombardi down at UNC, and now he's under investigation. He apparently botched the entire beginning of last season, getting these recruits down there, because he's never done this. And he came in there all cocky with a swinging crotch, just saying, like, yeah, baby, 33rd NFL team team. It's like he just brings guys who will never say no to him and not people who are qualified for the jobs, but none more blatantly bad than hiring Matt Patricia as the offensive coordinator.
Don't forget, Joe Judge was on the offensive side, too. I mean, that's a guy that's never coached offense. Coaching offense. He was a special teams coach. So Matty P and Joe Judge, that was one of the – I mean, we all knew that was going to be a train wreck, and sure enough, it was.
It was. And Mac Jones, by the way, just came out a couple weeks ago, and he was like, Bill was going to call the offense. And when he said that, I was like, he should have. That would have been better than Matt Patricia.
Mm-hmm.
I would have taken Belichick making the calls over Patricia and Judge. I would have thought it was kind of dumb and that he was being lazy not hiring somebody. But that would have been a million times more favorable than Matt Patricia drooling all over everybody. Like, come on.
All right, we'll get to Brady in 2 minutes. We'll be right back. If you want to weigh in, 617-779-7937. These are the worst decisions that Belichick, Brady, and Kraft have made since splitting up. It's like their heads exploded. Like they just got odd. I mean, they've always been odd, but they kind of let their freak flag fly the moment that they were no longer in each other's universe. We'll take your calls and get to Brady next.
No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
John Sewer and Drain Cleaning is the name to know when your drains don't flow. John Sewer is also hiring technicians at their Norwood location to handle growing demand in southeastern Mass.
Following this relationship, they've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on.
Oh, this is awkward.
Let me tell you, I don't know if Belichick has ever felt awkward in his life. He lives and bathes in awkward situations.
Doesn't bother him. Yeah.
It just doesn't.
Yeah.
Whatever he feels, whatever you think is awkward, he thinks is normal. That's the disconnect with him.
It's so odd. I'm not used to it yet. Like I don't think I'll ever be used to it. As a matter of fact, well, first of all, it's 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Christian Arcan, Ted Johnson, and you can call us at 617-779-7937. The other day, before this whole thing went down at UNC, where they're all under investigation, the football team's under investigation. Mike Lombardi, there's an HR thing where he's under investigation as well. But outside of that, the team is, for some sort of thing that's, boy, they've done a good job locking down what everyone's being investigated for, because every journalist, every major NFL and college football journalist is trying to get the answers and no one's getting it. But do you remember when, like, last week I said, isn't it weird that we haven't heard anything from Jordan and really Bill Belichick? Because this time of year is usually when you're hearing, you're seeing pictures of them riding bikes together, and he's wearing a Taylor Swift Eras Tour sweatshirt, and he's goofing around. I thought to myself, maybe, just maybe, he got so embarrassed by last year that he's doing what any sane person would do. He's saying never again. And I'm buckling down, and I'm doing this right. I'm putting in the work. I'm shutting off any kind of social media. I've told Jordan to, hey, listen, do me a favor. Just stay off the radar. I don't want the stories to be about me or you or anything. I just want to concentrate on getting a great team out there. And then this happens. And then all of a sudden they're under investigation, and Mike Lombardi's going down. There's HR things. So I don't know what's been going on with the two of them, but I do know, I checked Jordan's Instagram. She just stopped a while back. She's not putting anything up. And the whole thing is, I just think, brace yourself, get ready for something big. I just have a weird feeling if the two of them break up, oh boy, like hell hath no fury than a woman 50 years your junior getting pissed that you no longer want to make her famous.
Last we heard from her, she filed a Freedom of Information request to see who was talking to Pablo Torre. Remember that? That was the last we've heard from her. And I don't know if that went anywhere.
I haven't heard if that's resolved yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know.
She literally had an open kind of thing on the university in which her boyfriend is the head coach of.
Yeah. Well, my theory is that she's behind the Mike Lombardi leave, sabotaging him.
Dude, I love that. I love that theory. Absolutely.
Yeah, but so people know, the word is, right, Stiz, that she and Mike Lombardi did not.
Well, you remember last year reports come out from UNC that she's not allowed in the UNC facilities, right? So she loses her mind. They even get Belichick and her get UNC to put out a statement denying it.
Right.
And then later it comes out from Pablo Torre. Who was behind that report? Mike Lombardi.
Oh,
interesting.
Wow. This could be right. Revenge. She waited for the right time, and bam. I'm telling you, I'm bracing myself. The fact that the silence is deafening with her and with Belichick, and we have not heard anything. And this is, I think, the first indication that here it comes.
And I think today is the first day of camp for the UNC. I feel like today I think it's today is when the season kicks off, where they all start their first practice.
So does he talk today? You would think the coach would be speaking to the press, right?
I'll look for that. I don't know. I'll look that up.
That's a press conference I want to hear with them under investigation.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. He's not going to say anything, but I definitely want to hear it for sure.
Oh, no question. All right, so we were just talking about ever since Brady, Belichick, and Kraft split up, they've just done very, very weird things, stuff that you never would have imagined while they were together. And we were discussing what is the worst decision that each three have made since breaking up. Belichick, we've talked about, obviously, Jordan, and I said hiring Matt Patricia as the offensive coordinator. Robert Kraft, obviously the stuff that happened down south, also the awkward toast trying to make everyone think that everything's awesome between the three of them. But then we get to Tom Brady, and Tom Brady, in my opinion, out of the three of them, has been the most fascinating. So, Christian, we will start with you. What do you believe is the strangest or worst decision that Brady has made since breaking up with Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft?
I think of the three subjects we're talking about here, Brady has the most you can pick from. And I think for me, it was about a month ago, a little more, he launched a organic coconut water brand called
Coconut Penis.
That's actually not what it was called. It was called Good Nut. Back in June, Good Nut coconut water, and you could have called it anything. You really could have called it anything else. But instead, now you're trying to sell people on buying Tom Brady's Good Nut water, and I don't know. I feel like that's going to be a hard sell outside of a very niche community.
I see with that, I just thought it was like some marketing person going, Tom, listen, we're gonna disrupt the whole marketing world. We're gonna have you get out there and say, I'm drinking nut water. We're like, goy. This is Tom Brady with saying nut water, and everyone's gonna be like, I gotta find out what this nut water is. Meanwhile, you're raking in the cash because everyone's gonna be giving you the clicks. We're gonna be attaching your name to it, buying the drink. Look, I got nut water, and next thing you know, boom, you're Fonzie of the marketing world. I could totally feel like this was all like some guy convincing him that this is like the new cool, it'll make you edgy Tom Brady.
And Brady was like, all right, boy, sign me up. Sounds good. Let's get that nut water out there.
I haven't seen it anywhere. Has anyone?
I have not seen it. I
just saw it like the first day that it was kind of announced that it was going to be a thing, and then I haven't heard anything since. So my one of my worst decisions for Tom kind of encapsulates what Christian just said. Basically, just thinking he's a businessman. He sucks. I mean, the TB12 method. What was it? I mean, honestly,
true.
the Brady brand. I mean, it was just Brady, and it was the quality of the clothes were terrible. So I got to me, it's my 3 for Tom is thinking he's a businessman. The roast I thought was a really bad decision, and then divorcing Super G. I think divorcing her. He kind of just there was.
Well, she divorced him, is what it really seems like. Seems like she initiated it. I don't know if he wanted to get divorced.
It takes 2 to tango, but yeah. So, I just think that relationship.
You think the roast was a bad idea?
I don't think
because it was a funny roast. Like I enjoyed watching it, but yeah, he just get called a cuckold a million times.
Yeah.
Can't be good.
But it also showed him in a light that I guess I hadn't really seen. I don't know.
What light is that?
That he was okay with all of these people talking about his personal stuff like that.
That's what a roast is.
Yeah.
Well, Ted, you mentioned TB12, and that if it wasn't for something more recent, I would have absolutely said yes, because I went to one of the TB12 places because I wanted to find out what it was. I just called up and I said, hey, I'd like a session at TB12. Yeah. It was like $160 or something. It was expensive.
Yeah. Did you meet Alex?
No, I did not meet Alex. Actually, in fairness, the people who worked there were very nice. But I showed up, and this was like after work on a Thursday in Boston. Like it was the one that was on Boylston Street. So there's businesses and like Equinox and everything is all like all the gyms are packed. I showed up, and I was the only person at this facility.
Yeah.
They brought me downstairs, and I, once again, had no idea what it was. But I went into this locker room, only one in the locker room, and then they bring you to this room that's got like a fake football field and fake turf on it.
Cool.
And these very nice people come out. It's like, hey, I want you to come on over here and stand here. And what we're going to do is we're going to have you kind of lean one way and the other way. And this machine here is going to measure your feet. And they're going to make sure that your feet are planted in the right way. And then we're blah, blah. And then they had me go into this room and they gave me the most painful massage I have ever had in my entire life. It was so painful that I thought for a moment that these people knew who I was and they were filming it and pranking me.
So they're doing deep tissue massage.
Dude,
Trigger point.
They put a thumb into a part of my back where all of a sudden I saw white. And I could have sworn I saw my grandmother's arm reaching towards me. I was in the most pain I've ever been in. And after I was done, I guess I felt okay. But I remember they had me like pull a band once or twice. Huh? And then they were like, okay, thanks for coming.
$160.
I remember leaving and going, what the F just happened?
Yeah.
I had no idea what it was. And to this, like, I thought it was going to be classes or they were going to do like a bunch of pliability stuff. It was none of that. So you're right. Like his business acumen is weird. Who would have ever thought that this place, and of course it didn't. It ended up going out of business. At least that one did. And then you're right. The Brady brand, instead of teaming with a place like Nike, who could do it well and did it with Jordan and takes care of all of it and has done marketing and building shoes of high quality for years, he just said, nah, I got this. And it went out of business. Yeah. The Brady brand just went out of business. Yeah. So yeah, but that to me is not the weirdest decision or worst decision he's made since then. No. It would be his partnership with Viagen Pets and Equine, the cloning
the dog. I was on my list too. I had cloning the dog too.
When this is how just like in space this man is, just so out of touch with normal human beings that he thought that when he cloned his dogs and invested in this partnership that the world was just going to go, awesome. Can't wait. Let me what's the name of the place that cloned your dog, and everyone's going to line up and pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to have their dead dog come back to life. Like that is literally somebody who has like just has no concept of what a normal human being thinks or does or acts. He is a robot. He's Willy Wonka at the end of the street. You don't know what's going on in his head or where it's at. That is, of all of them, was just showed me that he is just gone. He's gone and will never be a normal human being.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was fun.
That was fun. I enjoyed that.
That was good. Has anybody else done TB12 before? I want to know if it was the same. Did anybody else go to a TB12 place that wasn't like rehabbing? Like if you were like, because I've heard of like them, like if you broke an ankle or something like that, and like, you know, Guerrero would have you come and rehab. I'm talking if you were just a person like me, who, and they offered it to people like me, just showed up and tried to do it.
I bet you you're not. I bet you most people that went would have a hard time telling you exactly what it was all about and what it accomplished. My guess is
yeah.
they were just as confused as you were.
I felt bad talking trash on it when I did, because the people who worked there were the nicest people on the planet. But you know who else is? Like Scientologists.
I was just thinking that. Aside from the massage, it sounded like when people go to the Church of Scientology, they give you all those tests. They test your Thetan levels and stuff like that. Like, it's basically what sounded like what you were describing.
It felt like sports Scientology when I left there. It was really, really weird. I didn't know. Like, I thought it was being filmed. I know I wasn't, but all right, maybe that's not fair. But if anybody had a weird experience like I did at TB12, I'll take a call. 617-779-7937. At least just tell me what they did with their thumb. That made me feel funny. All right, we'll take your calls next.
It's Colossal Lobster Roll season at the 99 restaurant. Choose hot buttered or traditional with celery and mayo, both built to the hilt with chunks of tender North Atlantic lobster, served with fries and coleslaw. Enjoy it with friends for a limited time. You gotta love the Nines.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Law Group. You hear law firms talk about billions recovered. How much of that money wasn't won here? At Catches Law Group, we've recovered more money for injured people right here in New England than any other law firm. When your family needs help, experience matters. But where those results happened matters even more.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
All
Allstate is Massachusetts' trusted auto insurer, protecting cars across the state, from Boston to the Berkshires. We're by your side when you need us most, providing you with affordable auto coverage you can rely on. So, switch to Allstate today, and you could save an average of $713 on auto insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtenlieb, Ted Johnson, Christian Arcan in for Ken, who is seeing Rush this evening. Hopefully
Seeing it tomorrow
play.
night, actually.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
tomorrow night.
tomorrow night. He got into New York earlier today. Tomorrow night is the concert.
He's probably standing outside of Madison Square Garden, just looking at the building, wondering whether or not the facial recognition that James Dolan uses will put him on some strange list to be publicized later. It is a pilgrimage for him. He has had this ticket for a while. Very expensive to go see Rush, so good on him for going to the show. I love that. It is funny that I guess he's going by himself. That's what we're hearing.
That's my feeling. I could be wrong. I mean, he's with his family in New York, but I don't know if they are going with him to the concert per se. I think
he should go by himself, because that's that kind of show. You don't want to.
Yep.
So last weekend I went to Weird Al with my wife and another couple, and I was the only one who liked the show. And by the end of it, I felt bad. I'm like, I'm the only one that's really enjoying myself, and all these other people are here for 2+ hours. And I'm the only one that's happy. Like, I felt bad. I felt guilty about that. So you don't want to go with someone who's not going to like it.
Why did they not like the show? Like, did they not know who Weird Al is?
They knew. I think it's just they like the idea, and after a couple of songs, they're like, "All right, we got it, Weird Al." But like, I wanted to see the whole thing. So I think that was the main disconnect. I think the other couple didn't like it at all. I don't think they wanted to even be there. Period. But it's what I mean. It's just like it's that kind of thing. If you're not going with people who like the band, then it's kind of a chore,
Have you ever done that, Rich? Like what Christian's talking about, where you hype up something and you want people to, you think it's going to be awesome, you take people with you, and you're in the middle of it, and you're like, oh, this sucks, and you feel bad that you brought people with you?
Dude, I have learned my lesson after doing that in earlier days. Like, there's been times where I brought people to see a band. I'm like, this band is so great.
Yeah.
They're going to blow your mind. And then at the end of it, they're like, dude, what was that?
Wow.
I am, if I'm anything, I lower your expectations if I'm taking you to see a concert or a movie.
I hyped up the sequel to Sicario because I just thought Sicario was one of the best movies ever, and I was like, and I took three buddies, and like we're 30 minutes into it, I'm like, oh my God, this might be the worst movie I've ever seen. And I felt so bad. I felt so bad for the people I brought, but yeah, that's not a good feeling.
That is not near the top of the list of the worst fall from original to sequel, because there's been a bunch of miserable sequels that have been made, obviously. Dumb and Dumber, Son of the Mask, Blues Brothers 2000.
Son of the Mask was really bad. I remember that. That was awful.
Sure. But the thing about Sicario, though, is that when you saw that there was going to be a Son of the Mask or there was a Blues Brothers 2000, you knew it was going to suck. But, like, Sicario was so freaking good that you were like, all right, and it had like some of the same actors and everything. You're
It
like,
did.
It's gonna be a good movie.
Two main guys, yeah.
Yep. But you're right, Ted, man. You want to talk about like a sneaky classic is Sicario.
Oh,
no question.
No doubt.
Definitely. All right. You give us a call, by the way, 617-779-7937. We've got Chad Tracy coming on, the return to the Rich, Ken, and Ted show. And I, obviously this is going to be a call where we're going to have to talk about what's going on with the medical staff. And I mean, it does suck for Meade to show up and at his first at-bat to get nailed the way that he did. And it's obviously whiplash when you hear Chad being told, listen, it looks like we dodged a bullet and the x-rays came back negative, and then less than 24 hours later, all of a sudden he's on the IL. And you're right, Ted. I did see that thing that Rob Bradford put out about the time that Meade previously got injured, and the timing seems to line up that if it is exactly the same recovery time, then he would be back right before the postseason would start, like right at the end of the regular season. And who knows what condition he would be in, and who knows if that's even apples to apples. So what it does do is it makes you think, well, Breslow, you got to do it again, man. You get in there. This is, if you thought that you made a move good enough to be able to kick up your feet and go, well, I think we're all right, You are far from that right now. And, and it's obviously got to suck for him. You get this guy and you're like, here we go. All right, at least no matter what happens, we've got the bat that people have been talking about. We got the second best hitter on this team, and it's from a move that I made. I know we may have overpaid a little bit, but it seems to be a fairly positive response, and all of a sudden, boom, right down the toilet.
Is it too much for us to ask, Christian, for another kind of big deal, another bat, another, move before the trade deadline, considering – you could just chalk this up to bad luck, and he tried, but didn't it feel like they were still another move away, even with
Absolutely,
him?
And that's why I don't think it's not too much to ask at all, because there was supposed to be another move. I think there was another bigger move being worked on even after Curtis Mead, and now I think Craig Breslow's job's a lot harder. I mean, everybody now knows, first of all, you were desperate enough to trade Connolly early for Curtis Mead, which even if you like the trade, most people consider that an overpay. So already we can tell, all right, this is a team that's desperate for some offense. And now that Mead's out, now that the guy you just traded for is out, you got to be 5 times more desperate than you just were. So, yeah, I think Craig Breslow's job just got an awful lot harder. And I'm worried that that's going to freeze everything up. Like, he's going to say, no, you know what? You guys are trying to take advantage of me here. I'm not going to go through with this. We're not going to make any moves. We'll just ride it out with this team. And that's a mistake, I think. That would be a mistake.
Well, there's been reports that Breslow's been looking for a shortstop. And I saw this report this morning from Buster Olney saying that, according to his reports, and he's obviously someone you can trust, that Boston has checked in on Otto Lopez, the Marlins shortstop. And, man, you want to talk about a guy that would fit in well. He leads the majors right now with a .331 batting average. He's got 27 doubles, 9 homers, 48 RBI, 22 steals in 103 games. He was an all-star this month. This is the kind of move that Craig Breslow needs to make. Now,
you think so? You want a light-hitting guy? Like, if you're getting a shortstop, if you're going to make a big move like that and you're going to give up big-time capital, don't you want a guy who can hit for a little more power than that?
I wish you could get that, but I mean, this kind of checks. I mean, except for the power hitting. I mean, he does have what would you say, 9 homers?
Yeah.
But I mean, the guy gets on base. He's got 48 RBI. He's got. I mean, and he steals. I mean, he's an all-star, and he would be under team control till 2030, which is nice. He's only 27 years old, and the shortstop situation here is a mess. They're absolutely right to target that. We don't.
This happens.
No, we lost him.
Once the show.
Now that he's gone, I'm going to disagree with him even louder.
Go.
I think
don't
damn it, he's back. Oh, sorry, Rich. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Because I think that this is a move that they should make. The shortstop situation is awful. Trevor Story is not, coming back anytime soon. Kiner Falefa, who knows what's going on? Marcelo Meyer, they need a something reliable there, and he gets on base, man. He gets on base.
Yeah, he does, and I agree with you. And I think that that's not like a terrible trade. He's having a good year. He's also a guy like Mead who's been DFA'd recently, so he kind of came out of nowhere this season. And maybe the Marlins are a bad team this year. They've lost a ton of games here in the second half so far, just totally spiraling. So that's the type of team that you want to maybe take a look at. But if you're going to go all out for a shortstop, if Lopez is all you can get, then I'd rather that than nothing. But if you're going to go all out for a shortstop, there's other. For some reason this year, it seems like there's just a bunch of pretty good shortstops on bad teams that hit for power, that are righty, that fit your needs pretty well. It's just going to cost a ton to get a Jeremy Pena or a C.J. Abrams or, you want to go crazy, Bobby Witt and Lindor and Ellie De La Cruz and those guys, who I'd love all of those guys, by the way. I'd be happy if you got any of them. But one thing they all sort of share in common is that they are power hitters. They're big OPS guys. They're big slugging percentage guys, and Lopez isn't. But, again, if it's that or nothing, I'll definitely take Lopez, sure.
Because Lopez, we know. I'm trying to think what these guys would cost. Like, if you want to get a guy like Jeremy Pena, you're going to have to give up, geez, man.
Bennett, Tolley.
Yeah, maybe
that's what they're going to
Tolley.
start at. They're going to ask for both of them.
And that's a tough one, too, because Tolley's been good. Marcelo Meyer, there's that's somebody that I know we're all like, hey, yeah, we don't need you. But he does have some value. You're going to need, a mid-level prospect in there, too. You know what? It's going to be a lot. They're going to have to give up a lot to get a lot. But if you get a guy with a dude as good as Jeremy Pena, I think that might be worth it. I'm telling you, I don't mind that Buster Olney report. And I know that you seem to be down on it, but if that's the move that they make, I would not have a problem with Breslow during this trade deadline. I wouldn't. I would say, all right, pretty good trade deadline. You did all right.
Were you surprised, Christian, that they sent T.C. Chang down to AAA just because he's mean, his defense is
kind of. His defense has been good, and he was
really
good offensively. They needed to make room for Meade, so that was kind of like a natural thing to do. He has options, so you can bring him back up. What I'm surprised is now Meade's on the IL, and they brought up Sogard, and they left Chang in the minor league. So I thought that was sort of interesting. I like Sogard, too. I feel like every time they call somebody up, they're, like, good right away, and then they eventually fade off. But, like, they give you a little something when they first come up here. So hopefully Sogard can do that, too. But, yeah, Chang, I mean, his defense during the win streak was pretty noticeable. Like, he was very good. Not a big hitter either, but, you know, a guy who contributed a lot during that turnaround for sure.
All right, well, Chad Tracy will join us at 5:15. He's out there in Sacramento in that weird-ass park that they're playing in right now where sometimes home runs are home runs and sometimes they aren't. That was weird. Last night, the Connor Wong hits one that's, 493, home run. And then immediately afterward, a home run, or a pops out there, and it's 3 feet longer than that. Not a home run. Very, very weird park out there. All right, we will take your calls as well. 617-779-7937. Once again, Chad Tracy at 5:15.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, I do a little research. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no coming back. What up, it's Wiggy, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to Dr. Tupper and his team at QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you here in the greater Boston area. You'll start with a medical evaluation, review your history, any imaging, and the actual source of your pain. So forget about being out of work for a long period of time because of surgery. Go to QC Kinetics. The consultation is totally free, so call 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-7246.
Let's be wicked honest, Boston. Everything around here costs a fortune, but your internet shouldn't be a budget breaker. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, you can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month. No hidden fees, no games. It's a dependable connection you can count on, unlike the T during rush hour. Switch providers for a fresh start. Go fast and save your cash for that lobster roll. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For 35 years, Avellino's has been Medford's kitchen. They're famous for huge portions and massive 14-inch subs, but they're also your event headquarters. Planning a corporate meeting or private party? Book their beautiful, spacious function room for up to 100 guests. Or let their catering team bring the feast to you with packages starting at just $10 a head. From boardroom to dining room, nobody feeds Boston like Avellino's does. When you want the best, you know where to go. Go Avellino.com. That's GoAvellino.com.
Home isn't just a place, it's where life happens. It's where people grow, new chapters begin, and memories are made. I'm Anthony Lamacchio with Lamacchio Realty. Whether you're buying your first home, moving up, downsizing, or relocating, our agents don't just sell you a home, they help you feel at home every step of the way. Wherever life takes you, you're at home with Lamacchio Realty. Visit LamacchioRealty.com. That's LamacchioRealty.com.
Hey, it's Tyler Milliken from the Section 10 podcast. I didn't realize how much of my day was spent negotiating with food until the negotiation stopped. What can I eat? When can I eat? Did I mess this up? Every meal had a pregame show and a postgame breakdown. Just over a month into Awaken 180, though, I'm down 25 pounds, I've lost weight every week, and food takes up less space in my head. The app gives me the numbers, calories, protein, carbs, and the plan tells me exactly what to do. Every Friday, I meet with someone from the Seekonk location who looks at the picture. Last week it was Jenna, and Jenna gave me tips, showed me where I could tighten things up, and set me into the next week with a better approach. That's what I like. It's not one person handing me a plan and disappearing. I've got a team working to help me succeed. My cravings are way down, down, I'm sleeping better, and I'm down a full shirt size and a full pant size. Awaken 180 is medication-free weight loss with free support for life. Awaken 180 Weight Loss, the official weight loss company of the Boston Red Sox. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hi, it's Eric and Renee Peabody with Window World of Boston.
When you work with Window World, your curb appeal goes up. We offer a wide selection, including custom wood.
From $99 per month, no money down, for a house full of windows installed.
Plus, all of our windows are Energy Star rated.
And while $99 a month for a house full of windows installed is impressive, we encourage you, shop around. We're simply the best for less.
It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at windowworldofboston.com.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Rich and Ken with Ted on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleave, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and Christian Arcan is in for Ken today. You can call us at 617-779-7937. And just a quick look at Kalshi, and they're predicting who the AFC East Division winner shall be, and it is Buffalo, with 56% of the betting going their way, 36% to New England, and then Miami 4 and the New York Jets 4. Does that shock you, Ted, hearing that Buffalo seems to be favored by a decent amount more than New England?
Not really. I think obviously with Josh Allen, that's a big feather in their cap. And I think that, if you go off of last year's schedule, and I'm trying to pull up Buffalo's schedule. Buffalo, what did they finish the season in last year? How many wins did they have? Do you remember what their total wins was?
10-6, I want to say.
Was it that? Yeah.
Buffalo 12-5. Sorry, they're 12-5. Yeah.
And they had a considerably tougher schedule, I think, than the Patriots did. And so I think it's just the Josh Allen effect. I worry. I wonder about their new head coach. That was probably a hand-picked. Sean McDermott is now out, and the former offensive coordinator was Joe Brady is now the head coach. In his opening press conference, was kind of like cringy. So you're wondering if they're in good hands there, but I think it's just the Josh Allen effect is with that, Rich. And I just think a lot of people think that the Patriots are going to take a step back, although I do think this roster, top to bottom, is better than last year. I don't think it's going to reflect in their win-loss record. I don't think they're going to come close to 14 wins. I mean, I'd be surprised if they got more than 11. I have them winning maybe at the most 10 games. So that's going to look in a lot of people's eyes that they're not as good as they were last year, but that would be false because they played two quarterbacks last year that you would maybe consider top 15 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
maybe Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen. And then this year they got, I think I counted 9 top 15 quarterbacks on list. So it's a much, much more difficult schedule this year if you just want to base it off of that, considering last year. So I think but I just think it's Josh Allen, and Josh Allen is why they have the Buffalo Bills ahead of the Patriots.
It's funny, Teddy J, the Patriots last year kind of ruined the way I think about certain things in the NFL because, when you first hear about the Bills, then having this new coach, the traditional thought with me was always, well, it takes a while to get used to the coach's new system, for things to take effect. You can't expect results right away. And then Mike Vrabel comes in and immediately this team is on steroids and they go to the Super Bowl. So who knows? Maybe Joe Brady steps in there, injects some life into it. I liked McDermott as a coach a lot. I think he was a scapegoat, but you know what? You got to get results in this league, and as unfair as it can be, then that's kind of the way that the things are going with the Bills. So you're right. You can't immediately just say it's going to take a while for them to find their footing under a new coach, because as we saw last year, a coach can immediately turn things around like it did with Mike Vrabel. And you know what else can turn things around? How about a good play caller? Now, this is an interesting thing that came out. I guess that this is something that this writer has been doing for years for The Athletic and for the New York Times, because he's kept record on how high these guys have gone, how much they've fallen. But it is the top 10 offensive play callers, and they've ranked all of them. And, Christian, have you seen this? Have you seen it by any chance?
I saw it in the text chain, yeah.
Okay, so you know where Josh McDaniels is
I do.
on this list. Okay. Josh McDaniels comes in at number 8.
Yep.
Wow. That's right. I'm going all the way down to 8. They say that McDaniels took a year off after being fired by the Raiders, so he wasn't ranked last season, but he came back strong and helped second-year quarterback Drake May ascend to an MVP level. McDaniels received one first-place vote from a coach who felt his long tenure of success with different quarterbacks and championship pedigree should be considered. McDaniel was also left off of 4 top 10 lists. Someone said, I feel like Josh, and it's the Bill Belichick influence. He calls the game to win the game. He doesn't necessarily call the game to have the best offense. I give him a lot of credit for that. He said coaches universally agreed with the notion that McDaniel's calling games to win them. He understands situational football, and that's not always the case with some elite play callers. Quote, he has the patience and diligence to keep attacking your weaknesses until you get it corrected, an AFC defensive coordinator said, and he's able to do it with whoever he's had. Tom Brady, Mac Jones, and May now. And I do think that McDaniels, unfortunately, gets points off from a lot of people because he did it with Tom Brady. And, Brady makes everyone look good. I'm sure that's what they're thinking. Hey, I could have done it with Tom Brady in those final years. But do you think that he gets slighted a little bit as a play caller, Ted, because of his time with Tom Brady?
I think so. Yeah, I definitely think so. And I think also, too, he doesn't – it's not like you look at Josh's offense and you go, oh, that's a clear – kind of characteristic of a Josh McDaniels offense, for example, Kyle Shanahan. It's
number 1 on the list, by the way. Kyle Shanahan, number 1 on this list.
So tough week for him, by the way.
He almost lost an eye, apparently.
Did you hear the details? I guess he was looking at his phone and then swerved into an oncoming lane.
Yeah, and then the county came out or something and said that it was the other driver's fault, and no one reported on it for 2 weeks. Which is unbelievable. The head coach of the Niners gets in a huge wreck, and no one reports on it for 2 weeks. That's ridiculous. But they also had it wrong. They had the details of it wrong, and then he corrected them in the press conference.
Wow, yeah,
which was very strange.
So he almost lost an eye, but he didn't. So he's okay. But Kyle his system is his dad's system, Mike Shanahan, which is basically the Shanahan system. You have the West Coast system was basically the inventor of that was Bill Walsh, so you can credit him. Shanahan system, a lot of people copy it, and so you can look at schemes and go, oh, that's the Shanahan system. So Kyle Shanahan is just running his dad's system, which is a lot of offenses copycat that. Which if I was ever a head coach, I would copycat it. I think it's Belichick always said the Mike Shanahan offense was always the toughest to defend because of the scheme, and it's partly that, and partly it was because you had Terrell Davis as the running back, and you had, John Elway as the quarterback.
Mike Shanahan, I mean, you know just as well as I do. He had some tough games against Mike Shanahan's Broncos.
It's so good. It's so good. So
with Jake Plummer, I mean, he could make that thing happen.
You're right. So, and I think Sean McVay comes from that system. So I'm curious how many of the top 7 coordinators they have before Josh McDaniels, all kind of the genesis. I don't know about Shane Steichen. I don't know about. Andy Reid is his own guy.
All of them are head coaches. Everybody ahead of McDaniels on this list is a head coach.
But they're all kind of from a similar system, other than maybe Andy Reid. So Josh doesn't if you say what is his characteristics of his offense? It's a game plan offense. That's the best thing you can say. So he changes from week to week. So he's not. You can't say he's an innovator. You can't say that, wow, he's done something that no one else has done. So I don't think he gets the credit because of Tom Brady and because there's nothing innovative about Josh's offense. It's kind of just, scouting and game planning and changing week to week, and that's kind of what makes him different than everybody else. But people don't really recognize that as something that special.
So why do all of the – because you're right, everybody ahead of him is a head coach. Why do you think Josh McDaniels failed so badly as a head coach?
Big different. The job descriptions are totally different.
And he tried to be Bill.
He did it. I guess both times you think too. Maybe even it just just
based on the way teams reacted to him.
It's weird. Like, do you get a sense when you watch Josh McDaniels as the offensive coordinator for the Patriots, like he's an arrogant, has a lot of hubris, is self-serving? Do you get that sense at all from him?
I get
not
self-serving,
not as an offensive coordinator, not at all. No.
But as a head coach, I think he was was that guy. I think he's a different guy as a head coach, and a lot of guys, offensive coordinator, you're kind of in your own little world, and you're in your little lab, and all you do, you come up with plays and you watch film. A head coach, it's almost like you come out of that. You don't do that at all. You have to be, a leader and talk and have interpersonal relationships with people. And a lot of these offensive coordinators, they suck at that.
It's a great question, Ted. It's like you were just talking about how Mike Shanahan's, all of his disciples and people that worked with him all went on to be successful head coaches, it seems like. But, like, anyone who worked under Belichick, think of all the failures that happened from that.
Yeah, a ton. And it almost feels like, Matt Patricia tried to be like Bill.
Yep. Oh, boy, that was the worst. Because I remember
Joe Judge.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, well, the story was with Patricia is that he showed up in Detroit, and like one of the first press conferences he had was he took out his rings and would just like put it up on the podium, and it was like, a lot of you guys don't have one of these, so you might want to respect what I have to say.
Yeah. It's something
and sit
to
up
that effect.
straight and pull up your pants. And
You want
such an a-hole.
You want to just offend every sensibility in a football player's mind, then say that in your first meeting, and you pretty much that's what you'll do.
Because how long does it take for a player to sniff out a fraud? Like immediately,
Quick,
right?
So fast. Absolutely so fast. But there's no defining characteristic to Josh McDaniels' offense, and I think he gets docked points for that, where you can see these other schemes. Okay, what they're that's this scheme, that's this principle, that's that detail that they're perfecting. Where Josh doesn't have any one thing that he kind of highlights and is the best at. You know what I mean? They can run power run scheme and they can run zone run scheme. It's both. Where most teams just major in one or the other.
Yep, you can be right.
Or Patricia can't do either of them.
Not do either.
that too. Yeah.
I forgot you mentioned that. It's like, why don't you just sit up straight? You're being disrespectful. Did he say that to a member of the press? One time?
He did.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, by the way, do you guys know where Matt is now?
He was with the
Ohio.
Eagles, and then he went to college, right? Ohio State?
I think he's the highest paid assistant coach in college right now.
I think he's finally, him and Joe Judge are both in college, and they're happy as hell, and none of them are working for Bill, and Bill's in college.
Bill's in college, failing miserably.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, you're going to find out what these investigations are all about soon. You could tell there's a million articles being written where the best diggers are trying to figure out what indeed is going on down there. Hell, even Pablo Torre doesn't know yet. So I'm sure we will find out very soon. All right, 617-779-7937. There is something really awesome that is going to be going on at Gillette Stadium this season that Ted is going to be involved in, and I've got some questions for him about the team. We will get to that right after this. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Also, remember, Chad Tracy at 5:15.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. And then you may or may not hear from them again until it is time for renewal. Your business runs all year, and so do the gaps and the risk. That's why I'm introducing SuperSure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it could be too complex just to buy a policy online. SuperSure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business, business insurance, and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates your current policy into plain English, so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator, so you can estimate what your business is worth, so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Go to Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Spring is in the air, and while everything outside is fresh and clean, your building may be still holding on to the mess of winter. Greasy vents, clogged drains, and rebellious laundry stacks are ready to act up. Duggan Mechanical Services tames them before they stage a full-blown uprising. Commercial kitchens, parking garages, rooftops, laundry stacks. Duggan Mechanical handles the mess so you don't have to. Call 855-DUGGAN-1. That's 855-DUGGAN-1. Duggan Mechanical Services keeps your business flowing.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
I'm assuming this would be a lot of this, but anything with that, I want to keep that between my team, my agents, and the team in the front office and let them deal with that.
That's Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez after yesterday's walkthrough at Patriots training camp, speaking on his current contract negotiations with the team. No practice for the Patriots today. They'll return to the field tomorrow. Practice begins at 10:15 a.m. and will be open to the public, weather permitting. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what my guy Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online now at bostonprolotherapy.com.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schertenlieb, Ted Johnson, and Christian Arcan filling in for Ken Laird. You can call us at 617-779-7937. We are in the Catches Law Studios. No fee unless you win. And it is no secret that Ted Johnson is a gentleman who is feared by many on the gridiron. He has earned himself 3 Super Bowl rings, all right here in New England. And it's something very cool that the Patriots are going to be doing this year that, Ted, you told us about, is there is going to be a game. It's in October. I forget which game that it is.
It's the Raiders versus the Raiders.
The Raiders game. Okay, great. And they are going to honor the members of the 2001 New England Patriots, which I don't think it is speaking out of school to say that that is one of the most mythologized teams in sports history. There has been, when you think about like the birth of the greatest football dynasty that there's ever been, and you think of the birth of Tom Brady, that defense, the way that the way the story unfolded with Drew Bledsoe and what happened there and Vinatieri, it's just, you look back and it's one of the best stories of what that team also became. And there's a lot of, Ted, you know this. I mean, you've probably seen all of them and heard a lot of them. There's been a million books written about the team. There's been countless articles. And there's got to be times, Ted, where you see stuff written about the team that you are on, and you were like, well, that's not real. That didn't happen. This is something that someone completely made up. Like, I don't know where they're getting this from. Do you ever see that? Like someone who's just completely wrong about those early days, who just kind of invented something to get clicks?
What are some of the books written on Bill Belichick? Who was the famous author that wrote a book about with him? The something of a coach.
Because I know Holly wrote a couple of them with him, but that's
there was The Art of Winning, not that one.
No,
Bill Belichick on football, that one.
The
Art of Winning, is that it?
Anyway, the author, there's a book.
Ian O'Connor?
No, dang it. Gosh, sorry, guys.
Michael Hawley, Eric Friends?
Nope. Going way back. Up. Golly,
That's right.
Who was the famous author that wrote a book? It's an old timer. Anyway, I remember I did an interview with him, and I kept contradicting everything he was saying.
Gary Myers?
No.
Because that sounds to me as if Bill Belichick told him something.
Oh, definitely. That's it.
And then and then he told you, and then you're like, no, that's not what happened.
Yes, I'm going to find it. I'm embarrassed. I just wasn't prepared. But but this guy, the guy that wrote this book,
David Halberstam.
Thank you,
David Halberstam. Education of a Coach. That's
the Education of a Coach. And I'm sitting there doing an interview with him, and I didn't really know much about him. And I guess
Halberstam's a great author.
I guess he's a famous author
for sure.
And he's talking during this interview, and we're doing a joint interview. Don't ask me why. And I'm like, I don't remember it that way. And no, it wasn't that way. So
can you give me an example of one thing he brought up where you were just like,
I can't remember, but it was basically Halberstam wrote this book one summer with Bill. He hung out on Nantucket on a sailboat, and they wrote this book together. And so it was, I don't know, Bill has one vision of how things went. I have a different vision, and I kept contradicting what this poor guy was saying. And I didn't realize how famous he was until after, and they basically told me, like, yeah, that's a famous author you were kind of pushing back on. I didn't know, but
I don't think it was on him. You were pushing back on what he was told.
Correct.
So, And you obviously have to do that. You've got to defend any kind of a false thing getting out there, false narrative.
And I'm trying to think about like what was said about that 0-1 team that wasn't. You'd have to give me an example of what you're talking about.
Well, let me do this then, Ted, because I've read a decent amount about this team, and even today I started kind of looking around, and there are some things that are floating out there that I don't know if they are myth or fact, because a lot of them have not been confirmed, and you were there. You were somebody who can vouch for at least most of these. And so I'm going to ask you a couple things that I found that we don't know whether they are myth or fact about the 2001 team. And just to your best knowledge, tell me whether it's myth or fact, okay?
Okay.
All right. First one, Bill Belichick wanted to bench Drew Bledsoe before he got hurt. Myth or fact?
I've heard that to be a fact, but at the time I did not know that. At the time, it was not a known thing. So just so people know, Tom was the fourth string quarterback in 2000. They kept four quarterbacks, I believe, in 2000. I could be wrong, but I think that's almost, which is unheard of. And Tom went from fourth string up to second string. He got that parking space that Bill likes to give to the offseason award. Guys that put in the most work at each position. And so Tom moved from fourth string up to second string, and I was told, not during that time, but later after the fact, that Bill maybe wanted to start Tom. I don't know if he voiced that to Robert Kraft. I don't know if he made that his opinion known. But if you remember, the discrepancy in salary was massive. I mean, Bledsoe signed a huge deal a year before that. We're making him $100 million quarterback, and so he might have been thinking that, but I don't know if he was telling people that, and us players did not know that until after the fact.
Wow. Okay.
So I'd say fact, but it was a myth at the time if it was going around.
All right, I got one.
Go.
Okay.
I heard a myth or a rumor that Larry Izzo once received a game ball for taking a dump on the sideline during a game, and no one noticed that he did it. Is that true?
The second part of it is true. I don't remember him getting a game ball for that performance, but the second part is true, and it's incredible. Like,
how'd he do it? Dude, how do you do that with no one noticing?
So this is what you need. You need three people to pull it off. You need two guys on the side to hold towels. You need three guys to hold towels. 1, 2, 3, and then you do it right in front of where the water is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's good.
You know how many leaks I've taken on the sideline without people noticing? But you got to have three trainers to do it, and they all got to have a towel with them. And so they build your wall around there, and you use the fourth wall as where the container that holds all the water sets on, and you can you can relieve yourself on the sideline without anybody noticing.
Okay, so the leak I understand, but the deuce
Taking
was
a dump,
not a
yeah.
regular thing, right? Like that was an odd thing.
That
correct?
is
you have like a bucket?
very odd, but if you know Larry Izzo, it's not so odd. And I called Larry Izzo, the way Larry Izzo thinks is like Larry David thinks in a lot of, so he's very paranoid, he's very anxious, he just can't relax, he's always overthinking things. And so for him, his behavior on the sideline for a guy that just played special teams, you would think he was, playing every snap the way he was so amped up walking around on the sideline. He's one of my favorite guys. But, yeah, the second part I know is true. I don't know if Belichick gave him a game ball for that, though.
Every time I hear Larry Izzo's name, I just think of the story I believe that you told of him just taking a big plate of food into the toilet and just eating while he's taking it.
Yeah, and the noises he made spitting into the toilet. I was like, what the hell is he doing?
Wow.
He was moisturizing his toilet paper, yeah.
All right, so we will go half fact, half myth on that one. All right, myth or fact, Belichick and Bledsoe had a screaming match after Brady became the starter.
Man, I can't confirm that. I was there, but I wasn't there for that. So if it happened, I didn't see it. I would not be surprised if that was the case.
Okay.
And I vaguely remember something like that happening. It was not in front of us. So I can't verify it, but I feel like that's leaning more towards fact.
Okay, fact or myth, Brady won over the defense long before the offense.
Ooh, that I'd say lean towards the fact. It was from the very beginning. You never would see a backup quarterback act the way Brady acted towards us, our defense, in his first practice without Bledsoe. I mean, he was John and Sreema and Vrabel and Ty and Rodney and all of us were giving it back to him, and it just amped him up. And so practices became more and more intense, and that intensity, I think, translated onto the field, and you saw the results.
I mean, listen, you've talked about how weird it was, just because that's unexpected, right? To get a guy in his position to come in and just own it that way.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it, and you probably would never see anything after that. The one thing that truly made Tom great was his competitiveness, and it was from the very beginning. His self-belief is unlike anything I've ever seen. Drew was not just your run-of-the-mill quarterback. He was an established franchise quarterback, and he came in there as if he was taking the position, which is you just don't see that from 6th-round draft pick quarterbacks coming in and thinking that the job is theirs.
All right, fact or myth about the 2001 Patriots. I could do this all day, by the way, and I know you're going to have to stop me because I love the story of this team. Kraft wanted Drew back as the starter.
You want to tease that to the next one?
Okay. Yes. All right, we will tease
tell you
that.
When we come back.
Excellent. We'll be back in 2 minutes. 2001 Patriots team is going to be honored along with Ted Johnson. It's the most mythologized team, I believe, in sports history. And we're getting the truth about what really happened with Ted Johnson. We'll do that in 2 minutes. Right back.
Let's be wicked honest, Boston. Everything around here costs a fortune, but your internet shouldn't be a budget breaker. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, you can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month. No hidden fees, no games. It's a dependable connection you can count on, unlike the T during rush hour. Switch providers for a fresh start. Go fast and save your cash for that lobster roll. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto-pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Why wait, Massachusetts? Shop now and seize the summer. At Raymore and Flanigan, you can save up to 20% on your purchase. Shop today to save more than twice the Massachusetts sales tax on items for your living room, dining room, bedroom, outdoor space, and more. You can also shop all the top mattress brands and experience the benefits of better sleep. Get in-stock items delivered in 3 days or less. Hurry in, save double the tax now at Raymore and Flanigan. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and and your partner. At Northeast Men's Health, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 7 offices, including our new office in Bridgewater.
Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI, Rich Shirtleaf. 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, Christian Arcand. By the way, we will have Chad Tracy on with us in just about an hour, 5:15. He'll be joining us. The 2001 Patriots team is one of the great stories in sports. As I said, mythologized. There's been so much written about it. And you know, we were talking about how weird Kraft and Belichick and Brady have gotten since they split up. This is the way you want to remember them. You want to remember them going back to 2001, and then the hope that you had that they would be able to pull off the things they did, and my God, did they. And Ted Johnson was right in the middle of all of that. So, you know, there's been a lot written, and there's some things that have not been confirmed, rumors, strange speculation, and now that we actually have somebody who is on the team, you know, who can verify these things and tell us whether it's a fact or myth. I wanted to.
I'll do the best I can. I was, you know.
Can I just say something real quick?
I was on the team, but you know,
Rich. So I gave you the Larry Izzo thing, and I'm getting ripped apart on the text line and the Twitch chat. Arcand, you didn't know that Larry Izzo took a dump on the sideline? What? Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that story. I didn't know that. I had no idea. But apparently, that's common knowledge, I guess, with the hardcore fans.
But getting a game ball, that's the funny part. You know,
Right.
that's the way, like if he actually got celebrated for that, then, you know, that's what I want to know. All right, so we're going over a couple of things that I have found and that, you know, I don't know whether they've been confirmed or not. And, Ted, you're telling us whether it's myth or fact. And I just mentioned before the break that one of the things that's been out there is that Robert Kraft was upset and wanted Drew back as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Okay, I'm going to have to go with my gut on this. I don't remember that to be 100%, but I will tell you, did Robert Kraft involve himself in personnel decisions? The answer is absolutely yes, he did. So if I had to pick one or the other and lean towards which one I think is true or false, I would say that was probably more likely to be true than false.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
More probable than not. in other
Correct.
words, Yes.
Yes, I spent all this money on this guy,
Yep.
and I want to be able to show him off.
And I'll be honest, it wasn't when Tom took over. I don't think we won the first game he started in, but there was nothing you saw about Tom and went, "Whoa, did you see that?" Like there was nothing electrifying. So just to the lay person, you kind of watch Tom and you go, "What makes this guy so special?" And obviously Drew was paid a ton of money. And you're not supposed to lose your job to injury at that time, right? Was the thinking. So my guess is that that's absolutely true. Robert Kraft had no problem giving Belichick his opinion on stuff like that.
Well, in the dynasty, it said Kraft says he went to Drew and said, "Listen, I can go to Bill right now and tell him no, I'm making you put Drew back in." He said, "But you don't want that, and it's not going to be good for the team. It's not going to be good for anyone. So if anything,
but that's the way Kraft is trying to get the world to remember that. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
It's like,
fair.
It's once again like the book that Ted was talking about that was written about Belichick. Belichick just told him what he wanted to have printed, and that dynasty was produced, I believe, by the Krafts.
It was
Kraft Productions.
So I would not believe you got to take all that with a grain of salt. Okay, I got one more question before you get. I have a couple more, but this one's strange to me because Belichick, obviously, we know him as a guy that didn't want to overpraise anybody. Like he kind of wanted to keep everyone in check. But did Belichick intentionally keep Brady's confidence sky high when he came in as his starter? Is that fact or myth?
Ooh, again, I have to go on. I mean, it wasn't like we would know that by what he said, other than just his behavior. My feeling is yes, absolutely, yeah. You don't think? I mean, Bill is a huge like to manipulate and I don't know, maybe coerce or maybe just motivate guys by. I mean, he knew. like I would tell people, he would every detail. There was this feeling that you had to get to learn Bill, and you're like, is he just aloof and doesn't see details, or is he so into every detail that he's like obsessive? And you can't, which one is it? And he was the obsessive type. He would put pictures of guys like in certain places around the locker room, guys that he wanted to prop up, he propped up. Guys that he wanted to put down, he would put down. I mean, that's why we always think that, the captaincy was like, that was a Bill thing. He didn't do anything without a reason to light a fire. Dude, his favorite quarterback, he felt like, was Garoppolo. Well, it was to light a fire under. It wasn't because he really liked Garoppolo. It was because he wanted to piss off Brady.
Huddle up and run it again, Brady.
Yeah. But so your point is, I think I absolutely would prop up Brady to make Bledsoe, look bad or feel bad. He had no problem not only sticking the knife in there, but twisting it too. Yeah.
All right, I got one.
Go.
Okay.
2001 Super Bowl. You guys are about to run out as a team. The league threatens and says, you do that, you're getting fined. You got to come out one at a time. We got to introduce you one at a time. And it was sort of lauded as this big, spontaneous, rebellious thing that you guys did. Is that true, or was that more planned and calculated than you may have thought?
That's more true than you think.
Really?
Yeah. I think that was kind of came together at the last minute. And I will tell you this, I think that had a psychological impact on the Rams.
Yeah.
I felt it. It was something like I had been in a Super Bowl before in 1996. Bragg. I lost to the Green Bay Packers. And so I know what it feels like to come out of the tunnel for the Super Bowl. And I looked across the sideline. And I was like, ooh. It just felt like the right thing to do. And I'm glad it turned out that way, because I think we got off to a hot start, right, in that game. And then we just held on to our ass to kind of win it. But I think that gave us the edge to start that game, was us coming out as a team.
Whose idea was that, Teddy?
I don't remember. I want to give credit to that person. I don't remember whose idea it was, though.
I always imagined it was like the defense, like you guys, like it was the
sounds like a
defensive
McGinnis thing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of defense. I can't. You know what? Maybe that'll come out when all the guys are together in a few weeks.
All right, so Ted, now I want to shift, because I have found Ted Johnson-specific things that are out there about that season, okay? And I want you to confirm fact or myth.
He's going to plead the fifth like Fauci over here.
Yeah. No need to be nervous. This is all good stuff. All right, the first one. Ted Johnson gave the emotional speech before the AFC Championship. Fact or myth?
Oh, that's a myth. Maybe to my linebackers, but not to – No. That was a weird game for me, because I was Bill played me at outside linebacker. I played outside linebacker for one game, and it was that AFC Championship game in 2001. So I don't remember being in the best headspace.
Why did he do that? Why did he put you there?
It's a good question. I'd like to know.
Like
the
a
answer
matchup thing, or
no clue?
No, he never explained it.
He didn't tell me. Never explained it. But I played outside linebacker in that game. I was coming off of a knee injury. And that's kind of what put Teddy in the spotlight. Teddy had been he'd been on the team for 5 years, but never was a play-in, play-out starter. And I hurt my knee, and I'll never forget, just since Kenyatta Jones, if you remember him, he was a guard. He fell on my knee in practice, and Belichick killed him in meetings the next day.
Jeez. Stay
off it. And that was the first time I was like, in a sense, I felt good, because Bill had my back for Kenyatta Jones falling on me. And that was like the nicest thing he's ever done. But you know what? I don't remember that being the case. I don't want to take credit for that. But I just remember, kind of being in a weird headspace, because I was playing a position in the biggest game of the season that I had never played before. And I actually did pretty good out there outside.
Yeah.
All right, fact or myth? Ted Johnson purposely tried to intimidate opponents during warm-ups.
That's false, dude.
Really?
I was in my own world, man. I wasn't worried about Are you kidding me? I was just, dude, I had more things to think about with running our defense than the opponent. That was not my thing. I was not a big trash talker during games or before games.
You see what I mean? Like, I think people are just they come up with stuff. Maybe they just look at your photo from when you were on the team, just like, all right, he looks like fairly intimidating.
Dude,
gentleman.
I did not waste energy doing that kind of stuff. And the guys that did, I was like, God bless them. I conserved all my energy for the game.
All right, how about this one? Ted Johnson intentionally hit harder in practice than games because he believed it prepared his teammates.
Dude, I'll tell you this. I practiced as hard as I played. So if you
you ever split a guy's helmet in practice like you did in that game?
Not in practice. Not in practice. But the guys, dude, an offensive lineman, they hated me because I'd go hard, and they didn't like that. So I would go, and I went hard in a preseason game, and I'll never forget the first preseason game I played again was against the Raiders, and Steve Wisniewski and Bob Gogan, these big guards for the Raiders, were coming up to the line of scrimmage after the first few plays and going, "Oh, watch this 52 guy. He's coming hard today." It's like, this is the NFL, right? I mean, we are supposed to play hard, right? But so yeah, I did. Look, I hit just as hard in the game, I think. To Christian's point, I never cracked the guy's helmet in a practice, but I brought it in practice, man.
That's awesome because I've talked to Mike Flynn before, who played with the Raiders. Oh no, sorry, the Ravens, and he was talking about there'd be in certain preseason games where they'd walk up to the guy on the other team, just like, all right, I'm not going to hit you if you don't hit me.
Yeah.
Like, all right, man.
Dude, I started doing that my second year. My first year, I didn't know any difference. So I was like, okay, we're all kind of brother-in-law it out here in preseason games, and that's kind of how it was, man. Guys taking care of each other.
All right, here's my favorite one. Ted was the first Patriot to recognize Tom Brady's leadership. Fact or myth?
I'll take credit for that. Sure.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and you know where it was, where I thought he was special, and no one really, and I think this was him throughout his whole career. People go, when did you know Tom Brady was Tom Brady? And I said, in the 2-minute drill. He would go against our number one defense, and he'd slice us up. It'd be first, okay, here we go. It's first down. You have 50 seconds. We need a field goal. We're on our own 35. Go. Boom, 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 boom. Down, kick a field goal, win the game. And our second-team defense was good against Bledsoe and our first-team offense in that 2-minute. Tom Brady's running a 2-minute offense, to me, was spectacular, and it was his biggest gift, and that's where I first noticed he was special.
Do you start off being unbelievably pissed that this guy just steps in there and carves you up, but does that immediately, not immediately, but eventually turn into, oh my God, that's our guy?
I never get pissed for a guy playing well, because that's a guy that can help our team win, man. That's why I was so confounded. I was struggling with him taking over for Drew, because I was like, you know what? We're responding well to him. I like his intensity. He brings it every practice. He's kind of raised the level of intensity. I love Drew, but I also love winning football games. And so you just kind of – I would never be mad at Tom for that, man. I loved anybody that made our team better.
Well, there you go, Ted. The internet is giving you credit for being the first Patriot to recognize Tom Brady's greatness.
Wow.
There you go. Congratulations.
I'll take it, man.
Here we go. And Izzo apparently took a dump and got a game ball for it on the sidelines, which I'll believe that. You know what? I'm just going to say fact. Write it down. I don't even know, but I'm going to say it was a fact. All right, 617-779-7937. As I said, I could do that all day, but we will move on. Maybe we'll revisit a little bit later on. By the way, Chad Tracy is going to join us here in about 45 minutes. He'll be on at 5:15. It's going to be good to talk to him. We'll get an update on all things Red Sox and so much more. We'll be right back.
Summertime is on the go time, and Shaw's and Store Market can help. As your favorite neighborhood supermarket, there's one nearby for a quick shopping trip. Or place a pickup or delivery order right from your phone and let us shop for you. It's the fastest way to get fresh groceries. No membership required. Download the Shaw's app today. Right now, save $30 off your first online order over $75. Use promo code SAVE30 at checkout. Restrictions apply. For details, visit shaws.com.
It's a fact. Town Fair Tire is the area's largest name brand discount tire dealer. It's a fact. Town Fair Tire sells Toyo tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than any other tire dealer for the life of your Toyo tires. So, if you're looking for Toyo tires, nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody. And that, my friends, is a fact.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
Well, he's in, I don't know if this is the best situation for him in Philly, but I guess we'll find out. But he went from, it's time for me to have my own team, to him being the 4th most important person on this team.
It's a valid point about how they're all going to mesh with, they all want the ball.
He's basically going to have to be their Derek White.
Jaylen Brown went from being the Jaylen Brown to the Derek White of the 76ers.
He didn't want to be Robin to Tatum's Batman, and now he's Alfred.
It's not bad. He's Batgirl. All right, it is Rich, Ted Johnson, and Christian Arcan. Christian is in for Ken, who is right now covering himself in butter and getting ready for the Rush concert. It's actually tomorrow night, so maybe he's, he's just kind of like just sitting in his dojo right now in New York, just waiting, listening to the music, putting on 2112. I got to think that once the beginning of Subdivisions comes on, he's going to imagine that he is at a Bruins game and Ron Poster is on the organ once again. That man loves himself some subdivisions.
That might be one of my favorite songs.
His poor wife and kids. He's making his wife and daughter listen all rush nonstop. They're like, "Oh, Dad."
Do you guys do
get
that
it.
before a concert? Do you get yourself ready? Do you listen to a lot of the music?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if it's like an outdoor like tailgating or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We'll blast it.
Yeah, no question. And by the way, poor kids. Listen, Stiz. The one thing I've always said since my kids were little was that I don't know who told me this one time. Because if you raise your kids to listen to the music that you like, you'll never have to listen to the Wiggles. You'll never have to listen to Barney.
Yeah.
You'll get to listen to good music every time you're in the car, and it worked.
There's a lot of truth to that, man.
I've always wondered if I had a kid, if I could show them the cartoons that I grew up on, and they wouldn't know the difference, right? Because they're like a kid. So like G.I. Joe, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But I've heard from other parents that no, it doesn't work. They still want Wiggles.
That's wrong because there's stuff that we watched growing up that the kids love, like The Simpsons, SpongeBob, like all that stuff is still massive. I mean, The Simpsons not as much so, but I remember during COVID, like they watched like all the good seasons, which is basically season 4 through 10. Those are the good the Simpsons seasons. They watched all of them. They loved it. They love Family Guy. Yeah, I mean some of the more classic stuff. And even if you want to go way back, even stuff that was like old when we were young, like Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes is legit.
Yeah.
Like that stuff's still really funny.
Didn't SpongeBob have a kind of a? You had to be kind of. I mean, it was an older, like an adult kind of spin and to its writing.
I just missed the SpongeBob thing.
Me too.
I was
born in
a little too old for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I felt like it wasn't just for little kids. It was almost for the parents with little kids.
Well, I feel like Toy Story does that. Well, a lot of these
Rugrats
animated movies. Yeah, it's like
we had an issue, Stiz, though. Like when SpongeBob was, because that came after like I was, ground. But my we were going to show it to my kids, and I'm like, it's so manic that they're just going to start like freaking out, like it's like crack cocaine. And finally they got old enough where I played it the first time, and sure enough, it was like crack cocaine. It was the only time I ever saw a reaction to my kids that I exposed them to something and they went crazy. Was I remember years ago, I was telling my wife, we had Hulk Hogan in studio, and I'd interviewed Hulk Hogan.
Sick.
And I remember my son, who may have been like, it was great. Although we had to take his daughter, and she had to play a song, but I didn't care. It was Hulk Hogan. It was freaking great.
Was this before or after he said all that awful stuff?
I'm sure it's before.
It was before.
Okay.
Well before that. And I think it was before his son, got in that car accident with that guy. But my son, I think, was like 8 at the time, and my other son was 5. And I remember talking about Hulk Hogan. My son's like, Hulk Hogan? Who is this? And I'm like, well, let me show you. And I showed him the video on my phone for Real American. And I remember after that moment, for 2 days straight, my kids beat the living snot out of each other.
As they should.
It was like they had swallowed a violence pill and just went all in. And I was like, you know what? Sorry. I just told my wife, sorry. They're gonna see it sooner or later. It was like I remember when I saw The Karate Kid the first time. I left the theater and I just started kicking stuff.
Oh, me too, brother. Kid me.
That boggles my mind, that sentence. Who the hell is Hulk Hogan?
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Hulk Hogan's the greatest.
You know what? I wonder if you actually asked anybody like under the age of 15 right now who Hulk Hogan was, how many of them would be able to tell you who it is?
I have to imagine he transcends age, but maybe I'm totally wrong. But I think we need to test
like
this.
Heard of him, couldn't maybe place him, but like I've heard the name Hulk Hogan. Like under 15,
could you
I
pick
think
him
he
out
probably
of a lineup.
He should be able to.
I would imagine.
He's the most distinct looking person like of all
he is.
time.
You're right.
Or he was.
You know
Rest in power.
And you know what? I wasn't even a wrestling fan, and I freaking loved Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
It was just you didn't even like, and maybe it was because he was Thunder Lips in the Rocky movies.
Yeah.
Which I think was his big. I think that's what made him a star, right? Wasn't that kind of his coming out party?
He wasn't like
Rocky?
the Hulkster yet then, right? Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think he was still like he was a wrestler, but he wasn't the Hulkster yet. I think that definitely helped it. But I can't remember the exact timeline there. But it was him and like Macho Man and Andre the Giant and the Ultimate Warrior. Like that was a good stable of guys back then.
Did Hulk have like big commercial deals? I mean, the Macho Man had the jerky.
Slim Jim, yeah.
But he wasn't. It wasn't like you saw him in commercials.
But I feel like the
Hulkster
Hogan
was in
merch
commercials.
Was he? What was he in? Do you remember?
I feel like he had his own branded stuff. Like,
Like
Hulk
action
Hogan,
figures?
like, Trump steaks and stuff like that. Yeah, all that.
Sorts of stuff.
Oh yeah. Like his marketing was everywhere. And there was like, right. There was. I remember like one of my friends had a big pillow that looked like Hulk Hogan. That was
Wrestling Buddy. I had those.
Yeah.
Dude, I beat the crap out of those my whole childhood.
They were awesome.
Those
What
are
a
the best.
great toy for breaking your arm. I just remember, you would take those things and jump off bunk beds and just hit the floor with it and just F up your arm. Yeah, I mean, but that was cool. Spend the night parties. We just beat the hell out of his Hulk Hogan thing. And that's, Randy Savage was big at the time, too. The Iron Sheik, I believe, I humble you, and I humble this man. Like, I think that he was, like, huge at the time, too. Yeah, he was, right. I don't think that he had, like a cereal or anything like that.
It's funny you say cereal, Rich, because I just looked it up. Hogan Brandales. Apparently, he was featured in the nostalgic breakfast cereal marketing for Honey Nut Cheerios.
Really?
At the height of his mainstream pop culture crossover.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Hulk was also in like a ton of movies. Like he was in
Yeah.
No Holds Barred, which was the wrestling movie. He was in like a Mr. Nanny, Paradise, what was it?
It was
called?
Mr. Mom.
No, that was
Well,
Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
Oh,
Michael
shoot.
Keaton.
I'm sorry. All right,
but he was
Suburban
Mr.
Commando.
Nanny. Yeah, Suburban Commando. There was like Thunder in Paradise. All these like HBO movies that weren't like huge hits.
Thunder in
but he
Paradise was a
there.
TV show, actually.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go to John on line 1. He knows what we're talking about. John, what's happening, my man? How you doing?
Rich, speaking of Rocky III, that was the only time in all the Rocky movies where Stallone stood face to face, if you will, with somebody just to show how big Hulk Hogan was. Because,
No box.
because,
Yeah, right.
because they shot those movies with the cameramen running around the ring with like him and Creed, and mainly because Stallone's a midget. He's like 5'6" or something like that, 5'7", and all these other guys are big guys, but they wanted to show how big Hogan was, and that's why they showed him pretty much staring at the bottom of his pectoral muscles. And when Hogan, I remember when Hogan was a bad guy, he used to come into the ring against Andre the Giant over the top rope, and that was Andre's move. And Andre used to hate that and piss him off to no end. And when he pinned him in the corner, he'd slap his heart right through his chest. And Hogan always says that he always paid for the fact that he would do that just to get the big guy upset.
Oh, that is the best, and you're absolutely right. Yeah, I remember he went like nose to nipples, I think, in the ring when Hulk was there. You know what? There was a rumor that for a while there was going to be a Hulk Hogan movie, and it was going to be Chris Hemsworth, the guy who plays Thor, that was playing Hulk. And that was, yeah. Well, you know what?
There will be a Hulk Hogan movie, I think. I mean, there's got to be, right? He was such a phenomenon.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, there's one very famous Hulk Hogan movie.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I
Watch
worked
that
for the
one.
guy whose wife that was.
Bubba the Love Sponge?
Oh, Bubba the Love Sponge?
I did. I read his YouTube page for like a year.
Wow.
Oh, really?
You ever do his wife?
No, I met his wife, but I didn't do her.
Yeah, that's right. In
Good to know.
2009, yeah, Hemsworth was attached to play Hulk Hogan, and it was going to be the guy who did Joker, Todd Phillips directing. Maybe they got out of
Oh,
that.
that's a terrible movie.
The second Joker was the worst
Oh, it's
thing.
the worst movie ever, man.
Have you guys seen the trailer to the Rocky movie that they're doing? Like, it's about Sylvester Stallone. I've sent you guys the trailer. I don't know if you got it. It looks pretty good.
I Am Rocky.
Yeah,
I kind of laughed. Like it was. I got to watch it again because I think I watched it with the sound down on the can, and I just remember seeing the guy's face and like him making like Stallone faces, and it just seemed like I was like at a bad comedian impressionist guy.
Yeah, you got to hear the voice, Rich. Watch it when we go to commercial, please.
Okay, maybe I will do that. All right, well, I'll do that. All right, Chad Tracy, he loves Hulk Hogan. He's going to be on with us at 5:15, and he will answer all of our questions about what the hell is going on with these players getting injured, and also we can, do a little patting on the back for how great this team has been lately. And if you want to ask him a question, we'll take a call, 617-779-7937. Chad Tracy in just about 30 minutes.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturrow Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Fanatics Sportsbook makes being a sports fan more rewarding every single day. When you bet with Fanatics, you earn up to 10% fan cash on your bets, whether you win or lose. Fan cash is Fanatics' exclusive loyalty currency, and it's not just points, because every dollar of fan cash is a dollar you can spend on anything at Fanatics, like your favorite team gear on Fanatics.com, profit boosts and bonus bets on Fanatics Sportsbook, or on tickets, collectibles, and so much more. That's what makes Fanatics Sportsbook the most rewarding place to be a fan, no matter your game. So download Fanatics Sportsbook now and start stacking up fan cash all playoffs long to spend on the stuff you love the most.
I remember
Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MyReset. CT call 888-789-7777. MA call 800-327-5050. NY call 877-8-HOPE-NY. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Men, erectile dysfunction can affect much more than just your sex life. It can create stress in relationships, lead to feelings of anxiety or embarrassment, and impact your overall confidence and well-being. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and we specialize in treating men's sexual health issues. ED is a frustrating condition, and many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. But the good news is that, if you're like most men, we have the answer. Our licensed medical providers will evaluate your specific medical situation and recommend a plan designed for you. And these advanced medical therapies work, with treatments having success rates of well over 90%, which means you and the one you love can have great sex again without the fear and worry of ED. You can even last up to an hour or more, and you may just find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000 or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 7 offices, including our new office in Bridgewater.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stephen Goulston. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because we're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate. 781-344-2420. Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry.
A flood watch is in effect with scattered showers and heavy downpours.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 912. Exclusions apply.
It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtenlieb, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, Christian Arcan, and Chad Tracy joining us in just about 20 minutes. He'll be giving us a call and give us an update on everything going on with your Boston Red Sox from that weird-ass field out there in Sacramento. So, Ted, the more that you've thought about what's going on in Philadelphia, how you thinking this team's going to be? We played that Bill Simmons clip where he said that now Jaylen Brown is essentially Derek White. He's like the fourth option on that team. How are you thinking things are going to end up working out now that LeBron James has chosen that team to take over?
Look, I mean, I go back and forth. It depends on what day it is, but I feel as if it's going to be a disaster. But then I'm like, I don't know. I feel like you're going to see a team that is not going to be all that impressive maybe in the regular season. They'll have moments. Like you'll see, games in which they all get fired up. But I think there's going to be a lot of guys that, aren't going to play every single night. So you're going to see different lineups, and you're really not going to see the true Sixers, Christian, I think, until maybe the playoffs. And then I can see them all kind of buckling down. But from what the couple things I've read is that Jaylen Brown is totally kind of on board with LeBron, and he just wants to have a good season, and that he's not going to be controlling it all. We'll see how that comes. But when you have so many guys that have high usage rates, it's hard for me to see this being as smooth as what people think. And they all these are great players, they'll figure it out. That's easier said than done.
Yeah, it's definitely easier said than done. I think for Jaylen Brown specifically, though, I was wondering about this, and he's the only one who really knows the answer, but this whole process had to have been somewhat humbling for him, you would think. Like going out onto the trade market, not only did the Milwaukee Bucks say, we'd rather have Tyler Hero and Jaime Jaquez than you. We are speaking for the entire rest of the league, basically. We don't think you're really worth it. We don't think you're that good. The best that the Celtics could do for you was dumping Paul George's contract and taking that back on, which is the same amount of money you made and considered the worst contract like in the NBA right now. Yep. So I do wonder if maybe Jaylen's sort of looking at all this and thinking, I just got my ass kicked here this offseason, but now I'm on a team that everybody seems to be really hyped on. Maybe I'll just lean into this for now and hide my crazy until, you know what I mean? Like hide all this other stuff until like later on in the year. And that's not a bad route because Embiid's going to get hurt. He gets hurt every year. Mm-hmm. LeBron's 43, I don't know how much. Jaylen Brown may end up being the focal point of this team, I guess, sooner than you think. Mm-hmm. And it's smart for him to maybe just sort of ride with this for now.
You might be right. It's because there's so much old and broken on that team, too. I mean, Joel Embiid, you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know how much he's going to play. And LeBron played less games than I think any other year outside of major injury last year. And I just don't think that, I don't understand how this season is going to start without there being some massive bumps in the road. But the only thing that pisses me off as a Celtics fan is that it would have been so much more combustible if LeBron wasn't there. I hate that, I hate LeBron with all of my being because he's broken my heart as a Celtics fan over and over. Personally, I think he's kind of a douchebag, always makes everything about him. But what I do know is that when he shows up to a place, the guy knows basketball. The guy's a winner. Everyone's going to listen to him. And you know what? He's going to end up being the coach. He's going to end up figuring out a way to get these guys to work together. And I'll tell you what, whatever trash talk and whatever kind of attitude that Jaylen Brown had going into this, I think for at least a year, he's going to hold back in the presence of LeBron James. As much as he wants to show the world that he is not as awful as the trade for Paul George indicates that he is, I think that he is going to be able to restrain himself for 1 year and be a good player and take a step back because he's going to see a guy like Maxey do it. I got no doubt Maxey's mature enough to do that. And I believe that, unfortunately, that's going to be a good effing team, and it's going to be the best game of the year to go to. I said this to you, Ted, earlier. What sporting event before the end of the year would you rather go to? I love the Patriots, but there's no better ticket than that first 76ers-Celtics game at the TD.
Yeah, I'm hype. And, Christian, you bring up an angle, which I don't think a lot of people are talking about, is just, how does this – I think it changed JB a little bit, just not having JT out there. You know, kind of he saw what he could do running his own. So that gave him this one perspective of himself. Now going through what I think it had to be embarrassing. Like nobody really talked about that side of the story, but just that nobody was really, and that's part of me why I'm a little bit surprised to hear so many fans, Celtics fans, all these JB fans out of the woodwork, like saying, you know, I just didn't know he was looked at through the eyes of Celtics fans like it feels like he is now that he's gone. It just, to me, I could see him totally being humbled by really not a lot of teams wanting his services, and that changes him in a good way. And what you're just saying, I think, is true. And I've kind of thought differently than you did, Rich, about LeBron going there. I thought it just as another kind of addition that's going to mess things up. But I think you're right. I think LeBron can be a calming influence on that team, and maybe be the glue, if you will, to what would be a very dysfunctional team. So I'm kind of coming around to your side of the street on that.
Yeah, and that sucks because that was my whole thing. I was really looking forward to seeing that team implode, but LeBron's
isn't the pressure all on the Sixers now? Like, isn't it almost like a foregone? Like, shouldn't they win the championship?
They should. I'll tell you who I don't want to be right now is Nick Nurse. Because say they lose 4 of their first 7 games. He's gone. I mean, they're not going to blame it on LeBron. They're not going to blame it on Jaylen Brown. They're not going to blame it on him. He'll get all the blame. That happens in that league anyway. Right. But he'll be right out that door, boy. Yeah. And he's a good coach. I think Nurse is a good coach.
Who's under fire most, Nick Nurse or Brad Stevens?
Brad Stevens. Brad Stevens, definitely.
Yeah, Brad Stevens.
Yeah.
And a big part of it is not only, okay, you didn't get what you should have from JB, but it's people are going to look at him wasting prime years of Jason Tatum. That's the other part that people sometimes overlook. And so if it blows up in their face this year, it's going to be like, it didn't have to be that way, Brad. And so Brad, I don't know if his Q rating, anybody's dropped quicker than Brad Stevens' Q rating in this last offseason because of what happened with this trade.
I guess you just gotta see how it plays out. Because, I mean, there is a best-case scenario is that it is addition by subtraction. I love that overused term, but it's true here. And that Tatum will just become an MVP this season. Like, he'll step in there and go to the next level that Jaylen Brown was able to do without Jason Tatum. And maybe, just maybe, it will free up the other players. And you know what? Maybe, just maybe, Peyton Pritchard will become not Jalen Brunson, because I think that's the most ridiculous thing you could say, because Jalen Brunson, what we just saw was insane and it was generational. But maybe he will go next level and truly become like a guy who could put up all-star numbers. These are all things that could happen. You could free up the team. It's going to take a lot of work from Mazzulla. It's going to take Steph Curry coming to this team, which we all know he's going to, according to all the reports that are out there. Steph Curry wants out of Golden State, and the Celtics seem to be a team that, according to Kalshi, is up there in the mix. I think that is unbelievable that, maybe that could happen. Who knows? But I just do believe that that Brad Stevens, if this thing goes in the toilet, I don't know how you cannot just completely change everything that you think about this guy.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. It's gonna be a big time switch up, and I think you're right, Rich. Tatum's gonna have to play at a super all-star level, but it's gonna take more than that. You're gonna have to see Ugo and Walsh and Shireman and all these guys that they held on to and didn't trade for Giannis. All those guys are gonna have to make big strides, I would think, this year. Maybe not all-star, but what you got in Oklahoma City, a bunch of useful players who can go out there and score and play defense.
It's so funny.
They need that.
Christian, it's a great point. Hugo Gonzalez and Shireman are under more pressure than they ever thought they would be, because those were the reasons you didn't get Giannis. Mm-hmm. So now everyone's going to look at those guys as, wait a minute, you better ball because you're the reason we didn't get Giannis.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we have Chad Tracy joining us in just 15 minutes. He'll be. Should we do this here, Christian? Can we squeeze in before Chad Tracy a little Christian versus everyone?
Hell yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready anytime, Rich.
Are you ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
let's go.
Ken is gone, so it is time for Christian versus everyone. Christian is a very smart man. He has claimed to have gotten a 5 out of 5 every time we have done this. I don't blame him, or I don't doubt him, rather. So if you are ready to take on a very cocky Christian in Christian versus Everyone, caller number 3, 617-779-7937. We will take caller number 3. You will go head-to-head. No prize, just glory. And we will do that right before Chad Tracy, which is next. Caller 3, 617-779-7937.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. And then you may or may not hear from them again until it is time for renewal. Your business runs all year, and so do the gaps and the risk. That's why I'm introducing SuperSure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex just to buy a policy online. SuperSure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates your current policy into plain English, so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator, so you can estimate what your business is worth, so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Go to supersure.com. That's supersure.com.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Let's be wicked honest, Boston. Everything around here costs a fortune, but your internet shouldn't be a budget breaker. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, you can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month. No hidden fees, no games. It's a dependable connection you can count on, unlike the T during rush hour. Switch providers for a fresh start. Go fast and save your cash for that lobster roll. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with autopay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Hey, Red Sox Nation, what if you could replace your roof once and never think about it again? With Interlock Metal Roofing, you get the last roof you'll ever need. Strong, stylish, and built to handle New England weather. Backed by a lifetime warranty and trusted by homeowners across New England for over 25 years. Don't wait for the next storm to make the call. Make the smart switch today. Visit interlockroofing.com or call 866-733-5811 for a free quote. One roof, one call for life. Interlockroofing.com. Never re-roof again.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
0-1. Swinging a drive into deep left center field. Back of the warning track. Center fielder Bolte on the run. Crashing into the wall. He makes the play, and the ball game is over. The Red Sox battle in the ninth, but they come up 1 run short. Frustration in Sacramento, 4-3 Athletics.
That was our guy Will Fleming on the call last night right here on WEEI 93.7 and the Odyssey app. The Sox fall back into the loss column after they lost to the A's last night 4-3. Curtis Mead was also placed on the 10-day IL with a fractured wrist. Series continues tonight. First pitch from the West Coast at 9:40. And keep it locked right here because we will have Red Sox manager Chad Tracy joining us in just about 10 minutes. It's Colossal Lobster Roll season at the 99s. Choose hot, buttered, or traditional, both built to the hilt with tender North Atlantic lobster served with fries and coleslaw. You gotta love the Nines. I'm Stiz, and that's what's in our feed at WEEI and WEEI.com.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
Oh, yes, we have Chad Tracy on with us in just about 12 minutes. He'll be joining us at 5:15, but usually this time every day we do a little thing called Ken versus Everybody. Ken knows a lot about everything, but every time we do it, Christian Arcand comes in and says, I knew all 5. I knew all 5 of them, and now it's time to put him to the test with Christian versus Everyone.
Let's go.
So here's how it works. We will take, let's go to line 5. Line 5, Rosario. Rosario, how are you doing?
I'm great, guys. How are you?
Hey, doing good, Rosario. Are you feeling confident? Are you feeling spry? You ready to take down a very cocky Christian Arcand today?
Absolutely. Let's get to it.
All right, I'm going to leave then. Do I have to leave?
Yeah. You
All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Go to the soundproof room. Christian Arcand is leaving the room, and here's how it works, Rosario. I am going to give you a category and then 5 questions. You have 5 seconds to answer each one of these questions. If you get more or the same amount as Christian, you indeed win. What does that mean? Just bragging rights. Ain't got no prize. You can talk a little trash on Christian. Does it seem easy enough, Rosario? You ready for this?
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. Your category today is Athlete Facial Hair Hall of Fame.
Oh, boy.
Athlete Facial Hair Hall of Fame. Here we go. Question number 1. This NBA player reportedly loves having a massive beard as much as he loves strip clubs. Good thing he has a beard because any pick without it, my man, is a dead ringer for Steve Urkel.
Michael Beasley.
That is incorrect. Good guess, though. Number 2, this journeyman quarterback has a massive beard, and maybe you've heard that he went to Harvard. They only mentioned it every time he was on TV.
Jacoby Brissett.
That is incorrect. Number 3, the ladies' choice. As a Red Sox legend that started Game 6 of the 1986 ALCS, you can tell that this mustachioed pitcher loved waxing down his Camaro and listening to Loverboy as much as being in the Nesson booth.
Louis Tiant.
That is incorrect. All right, number 4, gone too soon. No, he's not dead. He just quit the Colts long before expected. Maybe it's because he had a righteous neckbeard that looked like that of a Civil War general.
Andrew Luck.
That is correct. You've got 1 for 4 so far. Your final one. A generational talent, a shameful attempt at a beard. When when his Penguins team hit the postseason, his playoff beard was like a computer update stuck at 12%. Talent of a god, facial hair of a 14-year-old.
Sidney Crosby.
Boom! Very good. Way to rally at the end. You got 2 for 5. Not too bad. Not bad at all. All right, Rosario. Hang in there. We will bring in Christian Arcan. Stiz, how'd you do?
Not great. I think I went over. If I'm being
Wow,
honest.
you went over.
I did. Jackson did pretty well.
Oh, you did? Okay, good. Let's bring in Christian Arcan. Christian, Rosario was a very worthy competitor. This is a tough category. Stiz says he got over.
Wow.
I knew we had to step up our game because you are someone who does very well in this.
Well, I claim to.
Yes, you claim to.
Yes.
Rosario got 2 out of 5, so you have to be 2 out of 5.
Got it.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Your category is Athlete Facial Hair Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Question number 1. This NBA player reportedly loves having a massive beard as much as he loves strip clubs. Good thing he has
James
that
Harden.
beard. That is correct. Number 2, this journeyman quarterback has a massive beard, and maybe you've heard that he went to Harvard. They only mention it every time he's on TV.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
That is correct. Number 3, the ladies' choice. As a Red Sox legend that started Game 6 of the 1986 ALCS, you could tell this mustachioed pitcher loved waxing down his Camaro and listening to Loverboy as much as he loved being in the booth at Nesson.
1986, starting pitcher, mustachioed, and was in the booth with Nesson.
3 seconds.
Frank Viola.
That is incorrect. Number 4, gone too soon. No, he's not dead. He just quit the Colts long before expected. Maybe it's because he had a righteous neckbeard that looked like that of a Civil War general.
Andrew Luck.
That is correct. And number 5, a generational talent, a shameful attempt at a beard. When his Pittsburgh Penguins hit the postseason, his playoff beard was like a computer update stuck at 12%. Talent of a god, facial hair of a 14-year-old.
Phil Kessel?
That is incorrect. All right, but you still win. 3 out of 5.
All right, I'll take it.
Not bad.
It was Crosby was the last one, right?
Sidney Crosby was the last one, and Rosario got that one. And the ladies' choice, that would be Dennis Eckers.
Eckers, oh my God. I can't believe I missed Eckers.
Get nothing. You lose.
Rosario.
Good day, sir.
That's right. Rosario.
I got 3. I won. You got 2. I got 3.
I know. Rosario.
Arkin should have lost because he claimed he could do 5 for 5.
That's true.
I like that. Right. It's. I consider it a loss for Christian Arcan.
I should have done better. You're right about that. I should have got Crosby. That was a big miss.
Tough category, though. Tough category. Great job.
Thanks, man. You too, Rosario. Very good. I had to make it tough. Thank you, Rosario. You've been talking a lot of trash. You've been saying that you've gotten all 5. I thought that this might be a little tough.
That was tougher. That was probably the toughest one you've had. And also, it's different when you're under the lights. But I still won, so I'll take the win.
That's the thing. The pressure is on.
Yeah.
You don't know how you're going to do when they come to you. That's what separates the goods from the greats. But so far, Christian, not too bad, not too shabby.
All right, you got 2 more tries to beat me this week.
Yep, we got 2 more because Ken will be at Rush doing his thing. I'm trying to figure out something that is so out of your wheelhouse, and there's nothing because you know a lot about a lot.
I know. I'm basically a genius, Rich. So you'll learn that.
That could be the case. All right, Chad Tracy is going to join us next. Chad Tracy, obviously, things didn't go as well last night as they could, but more than anything, we have to talk a lot about not only that streak that they just finished, which is obviously good news, but the unfortunate bad news with some of the things that have been going on with their players, including Meade, who unfortunately is gone for a while. We thought that it was, they dodged a bullet, and then all of a sudden the MRI comes back and it looks like his broken wrist is
we dodged a bullet, maybe.
Oh man, I feel bad that he was told that. All right, there we go. If you have a question for him, by the way, if it's a good one, we'll put you on with him. 617-779-7937. Chad Tracy, your for now interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, joins us next.
Hey, it's Jones for Northeast Men's Health. Erectile dysfunction can affect far more than your sex life. It can put strain on your relationships, impact your confidence, and leave you feeling frustrated, anxious, or even embarrassed. Northeast Men's Health specializes in helping men overcome sexual health concerns with personalized treatment plans designed around their individual needs. The truth is, many men live with ED for years before seeking help, but they don't have to. For most men, effective treatment is available. Northeast Men's Health has licensed medical providers that will take the time to understand your unique medical situation and recommend a plan that's right for you. These advanced medical therapies work, with treatments having success rates well over 90%. Northeast Men's Health uses advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond the pills. So, call them today and find out where their advanced medical treatment strategies offer so much more. 617-793-5000 with 7 locations across the Northeast serving you, including their newest location in Bridgewater. Again, 617-793-5000 or visit northeastmenshealth.com.
Boston knows a good decision when it sees one. Like saving an average of $900 by switching to Geico. Or like
getting a marathon runner to walk your dogs.
Just did a lap. You want me to take them over Heartbreak Hill?
Just around the block is fine.
Got any more dogs I can walk by chance? That was hardly a warm-up.
Well, there you have it, Boston. Enjoy great savings and service when you switch to Geico.
Hey, can I walk your dog?
I'm Ray. And I'm Brian. Welcome to the all-new Butler GMC, Route 20 in Charlton, where Butler is at your service. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers.
Our staff will walk you through one of the best experiences you'll ever have.
We're family-owned and family-run.
See our offers and inventory.
You can schedule a service at butlergmc.com. See you at the all-new Butler GMC, Route 20 in Charlton, where Butler is at your service.
This is Rich Shirtlead, Ken Laird, and Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtlead, Ted Johnson, and Christian Arcan in for Ken Laird. And you can call us at 617-779-7937. I believe that is Chad Tracy calling right now. Sox manager Chad Tracy is on with us regularly, and he is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Stiz, do we have him on, or is he still? Or are we still chasing?
Looks like they're still chatting over there.
They're still chatting. Well, so if you didn't stay up late last night, unfortunately, it was a weird game because the Connor Wong got him within 1 run at the very end by hitting it 493, I think.
390. 490, that'd be a record.
Not 490.
That'd be a record for him.
It's funny. I just read an article about any kind of stat that says from back in the day that says that somebody hit it 500 or whatever. It's all lies.
Yeah.
Like everyone, because everyone just estimated. Like even Pete Poppy said that he can't even hit the chair. Out there.
He couldn't hit the chair with a driver in a golf ball. I mean, that's impossible to hit it that far. By the way, Rich, before we get to Tracy here, just for the record, Dennis Eckersley was not on the Red Sox in 1986. That question threw me off. He was not on he was on the Cubs in 86.
Oh, I apologize. Did I say 86? I'm sorry.
Yes, you did.
I apologize. So you know what? I will. But you got it. Did you get it wrong?
I still won, but I did get that question wrong.
Okay. Well, then I will give you credit for it.
Thank
I
you.
apologize. Thank you very much for whoever corrected that. Is Chad on? Do we have him here?
Yeah, we do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, Mr. Chad Tracy. Chad, we haven't had you on since the streak ended. And I remember, I think the first time we talked to you, we were talking about how a lot of these guys had not experienced what it was like to win at Fenway. And once you do, it's addictive. Is it nice to actually see these guys being able to experience that and feel what it's like when the crowd turns towards you and you earn that paycheck of fan love?
Yeah, I was going to say they've experienced it now. So, I mean, it's been not just the streak and the wins on the road, but also the way we performed at home, the last 2 home stands, all that stuff. But they've, like you said, there's quite a few of them that are in their first year here, playing at Fenway or whatever. So.
Nope.
Yep.
There
and when they actually experienced it, and they see it now, and that place has been electric. So they're loving it.
Well, so, I mean, obviously what you guys did was historic. You tied the Red Sox streak record. Has anyone talked to you about the interim part of your manager title yet?
No, we have not. We have not got into any discussions about that. We remain keeping the focus on trying to keep pushing this group forward over this last 2 months, so it had not come up.
Have you made any large purchases anticipating them taking that away?
No, I have not. No.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's obviously like when you talk to the front office and you have discussions with these guys, and I'm sure, first of all, how often do you speak with the front office, and how often do they check in? Is it an everyday thing, or is it just kind of as needed?
We check in every day, even when we're on the road. If obviously if Brez isn't on the road with us, we still, he watches the games. He'll check in after, throwing encouraging texts. So it's pretty daily. Just kind of talking through. Sometimes it's just nice job, great win, awesome, get him again tomorrow. And other times it's talking about a roster move we may have to make. But there's daily communication.
Because it is interesting, how things go, and I'm sure that they've got to be excited too with how things are going. Breslow, at the beginning of the season, people were calling for his job, and now all of a sudden, these players that he brought in, they're all delivering the way that we were hoping they were going to. So, have you noticed a different tone amongst the front office as well?
Yeah, but listen, when you win 15 games in a row, it's very difficult for the tone not to shift.
Sure.
Obviously we played very well, and we were playing well before the streak. We won whatever the amount of games was even prior to that. I think 6 out of 7 or something. So it's been over a month of really consistent quality baseball, and in that month period where we've won darn near every game. So. When that happens, you get to a spot where, the tone, the vibes, and everything amongst the front office players, everything is shifted. And then the key is, knowing that there's still 60 games left in 2 months. There will be, rough patches in there, and keeping that moving forward, knowing that that's going to happen. You just got to keep plugging along, keep pushing. So our group's been, I guess we're battle tested now, and we have to keep pushing.
All right, so Chad, I want to ask you about the Curtis Mead situation. It was obviously a horrible luck. His second at bat, right after the trade, he gets nailed. It looks like it's a broken wrist. I want to find out how are things communicated to you? Because as it went last night, or I'm sorry, the night before, he gets hit. The press conference afterwards, somebody told you that it seemed like everything was okay. You said that it looked like we dodged a bullet, and then less than 24 hours later, it looks like they found something else. Can you kind of like who tells you the information before you announce it, and what do you know now about Curtis?
Well, first of all, I will say, if you watch the entire thing, I did say for the time being, it looks like we dodged a bullet, maybe, in the sense that you get X-rays after an instance like that, immediate X-rays, and this is pretty standard with a bone injury. And all you can do is give the information you have in the moment. And the information we had in the moment was the X-ray, the fluoroscan X-ray that you get did not indicate a fracture. The follow-up question to that, which most people didn't say, I think Tim Healy asked, is there a plan for more scans tomorrow? And I said, that's a possibility. So I don't know if that was out there, but it's always possible based on how the player reacts through the night, how he's feeling, And do we feel like we need to do a follow-up MRI because sometimes swelling will hide things with an X-ray? It's pretty standard. Actually, Curtis went through that in 2023. He broke that hand. Very similar situation. Initial scans came back negative. And this is, I don't know which org is it. And I actually resumed some activities and was still bothering him, went and got an MRI, and there it was. So it's not uncommon for that to happen. So we get the original scans that we have, let everybody know this is the information we have at this time. And then if there's a follow-up scan that shows something else, we give you that information at that time. So that's how all that goes down. And as far as the second part of your question, it looks like he's got a fracture in the hand, so he has left, went back to Boston, where he now gets with a hand specialist who will probably do a CT scan, which gives you an even closer look at the bone to have an idea of, if you get a closer look, what are we looking at here timeline-wise and what needs to be done. So that's in progress over the next couple of days.
Does that mean, I'm sorry, Rich, does that mean he's met with the specialist today, and do you have any more information about how that went?
No, I don't have any information on it as of now. Okay. I know he was flying home overnight last night, so he's going to meet with him sometime today or tomorrow, so we should have more information. But until he does, that's the next step, is to let the specialist do the scans. Then he's got to read the scans, and we'll get more information in the coming days. We do know, though, that there is a fracture in there, and that's why the move was made to ILM. And we'll figure out more as we move forward.
Are all these injuries pissing you off? I mean, just the human side of it. Are you just like, man, you feel bad for the guys, but you're also like, dude, we're trying to do something here, and some of our biggest stars are all injured.
Yeah, you can't control it. Obviously, I've said that before, and I think I've been pretty consistent in my narrative that hey, next man up, and we got a job to do. And we've had guys that have come up from AAA and have stepped up and performed very well, and have been a big part of helping us get this thing turned around. So from our perspective, it's here's the 26 guys we got today, and we got to go out and figure out how to win a baseball game with those 26 guys. But yeah, do I like seeing injuries to really good players? No, of course not. There's some really good players that have gone on the IL that are good baseball players that can help. So yeah, it stinks and it's frustrating, but at the same time, it's part of the game, and you got to move on.
So obviously, Chad, the fans would love to see Roman Anthony out there, and I know we've talked a lot about Roman. Can you just give us an update as far as what he's doing right now? Not even when you think he's coming back, but because you've talked about dry swings and things like that, but what is he doing right now?
Yeah, similar. It's not a whole lot different at this point yet. But I can't emphasize enough and reiterate, I think maybe people's the vision in their head is Roman just, sitting in a chair in Florida, waiting to, do something. But I keep reiterating, there's a lot that he is doing as far as running and throwing and shagging and doing a lot of different baseball activity. He is doing incremental dry swings at times with his, to keep testing the hand, which is improving. So I'm still holding out strong hope that we're going to see him again this year. And I hope that happens, but again, I think the best thing I can do with Roman is get this perception out there. He's not just sitting there doing nothing. There's a lot of things he's doing to stay ready to where when this hand and we get some swings in and we're able to do a hitting progression and get through it, that he's physically able to go out and do a rehab quickly if we needed to. So it's just a matter of getting there. But he is engaged in a lot of activity down there.
Chad, what is an incremental dry swing? You said that's what he's doing. I actually don't know what that is.
I just meant it's not in a period where he's out swinging every single day. There is, as he continues to strengthen the hand, incremental, meaning every couple of days he'll swing a little bit more and test it, and it's improving. So that's good news. But again, I've said a lot here over the course of the last couple of weeks. People keep asking me about that. I was like, the best news, or we call it news, with Roman is going to be when I tell you, hey, he's got a baseball bat and he's hitting a ball.
Yeah.
When I have that, that's going to be the news that, it's actually something different than what I've been saying.
No, but Chad, I don't even know what a dry swing is.
I'm just saying, when you swing, it could be a fungo or a light bat. Where you swing, where I'm saying when I say dry swing, you're not actually hitting off a machine or making contact with a ball yet. You're just swinging to get the weight of the bat in your hand and swing. and test the hand. That's what a dry swing is.
Does he have somebody down there, like from the team, who is, like, I guess, doing it with him?
There's people down in Florida. We have a lot of our medical people down in Florida that help run the rehabs, and Cassis is down there. So there's people down there, and he's working at the complex doing all these things.
Okay, well, hopefully he's back soon. I wanted to ask you a little bit about the top of the lineup, Chad. Last two nights here against the A's, and I know Curtis being in the lineup was probably a part of that, playing over at second base instead of Siegler, but Rafaela moving out of the 2-hole down to the 5 spot. What went into that decision? Because he's been so good for you in that in the 2 slot lately.
Yeah, obviously I'll be honest with you, I'm probably not out yet, but with Curtis out, like, that's going to switch back tonight. The thought was, obviously if you guys look at Curtis's numbers and the production versus right and versus left, the ability to take walks and the power, the thought was, like, if we can get between Curtis, Wilson, and Abreu stacked in there on top of each other and maximize the amount of at-bats that those guys take with all the home runs. And then also with Rafa, I was like, there's been a number of instances this year with Rafa, with his ability to steal and run and use his speed, that we've actually slowed him down a bit, because you don't want him to run into an out with Abreu or Contreras coming up to the plate with 2 outs, So it felt like, and his ability to drive in runs and hit in the clutch is like, man, I think he's going to hit with a lot of people on base hitting fifth. And I also think with the contact hitters at the bottom, it might free him up to use his legs more. So that was the thought. Obviously, as you guys know, that lasted for 2 at-bats.
Right.
And then this happened, and I left it yesterday because I was still going into the field holding out hope that maybe we dodged a bullet with Curtis, and he was, even with the MRI, that the scans would come back, and I didn't want to disrupt the lineup again if I didn't have to. But anyways, we are kind of back to where we were, and we won a lot of games with this group, and I'm going to have that back how it was, and we'll see what transpires over the next week with the deadline.
All right, we're talking to Chad Tracy. Chad, obviously, Peyton Tully's been awesome this season, and the way he obviously pitches and the way he crushes donuts while waiting for airplanes, we love the guy. But he is at 110 innings this year, which is past his career high. Does that make you nervous, and how do you handle that when you know that you've got this great asset, a guy who everyone wants to see make it to the postseason, if God forbid, or if hopefully this team makes it to the postseason? How do you handle that when he's never gone and pitched this much in any season?
Well, first off, like, a guy reaches an innings total, right? And it's like, well, that's what the innings total max was before. So even with any pitcher, like, you're still looking to increase innings totals as you move along. So I'm not in the neighborhood yet of, like, being, like, worried about, like, well, he's at the same innings as last year. Well, we're not going to shut him down at 110 innings every year. He's going to increase. But I think, to answer your question, you just keep communicating. Toles feels good. They're doing their due diligence in between starts to get their recovery work and maximize everything they can do with the training staff to make sure they're in good shape and good working order. We communicate. We're working hard, trying to figure out where are the avenues within the schedule that, whether it's inserting a starter or with an off day, that we can get him extra rest. All those things, but we're watching it. Well, obviously with him, and not just him, but Jake Bennett as well. So you have to keep an eye on those things and figure out where is it in the schedule that you might be able to do things like that. And we're looking at that stuff now. But at the end of the day, you got 2 really good young left-handed pitchers that are going out there and throwing effectively, and you're watching it. Like, I'm not seeing a ton of velo drops. Like, they're still competing very well. They're still reporting that they feel good. But we're paying attention to it.
How weird is the Sutter Heath Park or Sutter Health Park in Sacramento that you guys have been playing? Like, that was so odd that last night, it was funny. Connor goes out there and, hits a home run. And then the next one is like, I think like 5 yards, like even longer. And it doesn't make it out. It's just a really weird park.
Yeah, I've played here before as a player many times. I came through the Pacific Coast League and played here, and I'm very well aware of the stadium and how the ball travels. The difference in those 2 balls was Connor pulled his and Siegler didn't. He hit his to the deepest part of Siegs hit his to the deepest part of the ballpark for the final out of the game, and and Connor hit his to the pull side of the field where the ball really travels well. So they were.
But Zidane was pissed. Zidane threw his bat down. Didn't think it was a grand slam. Like it's a really weird part.
Yeah, that part. Those balls, especially earlier in the game, the balls here that you hit in the air hard or even get a barrel on it to the pull side for a righty, the left field area. You just watch it, man. Those balls just keep carrying. They carry and carry and carry. And that one, he didn't think so. I think some other guys maybe didn't think so. Like, having been somebody that's played here before and I've hit in this ballpark, when he hit it, I was kind of like keeping my eye on it, like carry. Just because I've seen plenty of balls hit like that and they just keep going. So it's obviously for this year and next year where they play here, and it's just the nature of this ballpark that if you get a ball on the barrel to that side of the field, you just got to keep your eyes on it because it might end up carrying out of here.
All right, well, Chad, great stuff. It's been fun to watch, and as I said, it's nice to see, this team. It seems like there's a different player every night who does something. I remember Tully was talking about that the other day. It's like you can just feel when a certain guy goes up to the plate, goes, all right, it's this guy's moment. Here we go. That's got to feel good knowing that it's not just one guy. It's not like top heavy. It's almost like a shared victory with all these guys.
I mean, with everything we've gone through and like you mentioned earlier, the injuries and all the different things and the different players that have come up, it had to be that way. Like we had to figure out a way to do it together, and knowing that, Wilson is probably going to do it with an extra base hit or a home run, and Narvi or Siegler or somebody might do it with a perfectly placed sac bunt or a big hit. So it's just knowing, getting into this space of knowing who we are and how we can score in different parts of the lineup. And they did it together. So, that being said, I say they did it. It's like, well, it's still not August, and we still got 2 months to go. We got a lot of work to do, but I'm really proud of the work they did to bring, you've heard a lot, like bring a summer back to Boston where people feel they got enjoyable baseball to watch, and that's important.
No question, because it was looking bleak for a while, but thank God it's here. Well, Chad, good stuff, and congrats on what you've been able to do with this team. It has been impressive, and I know you're not going to take any credit, but I do think that you do believe I think that you've changed some minds in the front office. As I said, go ahead and buy that expensive car. I have a feeling you're going to be able to pay for it pretty soon.
I appreciate it, guys. I know I'm going to say that, but I'll always defer it to the players. They deserve the credit. They're the ones playing.
Yes. All right. Well, good stuff. We'll talk to you soon. All right. We'll talk to you again next time.
All right.
Thanks, Chad.
That is Chad Tracy, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. All right. So dry swings, you can have something in your hand. You can have like a very light bat. It's not just like air swinging, which is what we'd been told by somebody. I don't know. Maybe I forget what reporter said. It's just like doing it with your hands. But that's what's going on right now.
What was Cassis's thing? He was talking about like he was like imagining swings.
Mind swings.
Mind swings. Yeah. I'm telling you, it's just weird what's going on down there.
Well, it's a good thing he's got Cassis down there, like Chad said.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, Romans with Cassis.
Yeah. It's an interesting place that they're in, at the Hampton Inn down there in Florida. All right, 617-779-7937. We'll be right back.
When it comes to student loans, families have more choices than ever. With countless lenders, advertised rates, and financing options, it can be hard to know where to start. That's why there's MIFA. As Massachusetts' trusted state-based lender since 1982, we've helped hundreds of thousands of families borrow with confidence through competitive fixed-rate loans, predictable payments, and no origination fees or payment penalties. Apply today at MIFA.org.
If you ever reach for a cheers when your favorite song comes on, you're ready to embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy but not sweet, hoppy but not bitter. America's best-selling hazy IPA for good reason. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Summer's here, and so are the new beverages at McDonald's, like the Sprite Berry Blast Crafted Soda topped with foam, or the refresher with add-ons like Popping Boba. Try their all-new beverage